Chapter 1, Can you support me? Master, can I come in? Suja handed his admission letter to the guard to confirm his identity. Okay, go straight in and go 500 meters, then turn left and there's a parking lot. Remember the speed limit on campus is 20. Thanks. Suja lightly stepped on the accelerator, and the V12 engine instantly burst out with powerful potential energy. A huge roar sounded, and the crowd gathered at the gate of Shanghai Theatre Academy instantly turned their eyes to Suja. The security guard, Uncle Chin, looked at the extremely attractive super sports car and the exaggerated license plate number with envy. The girls at school are going to be in trouble again. Uncle Chin was not surprised by scenes like this, since most of the beauties in Shanghai gathered in their school. At this moment, Suja didn't know that Uncle Chin had misunderstood him. If he knew, he would have to say, "You are really good at judging people." The interior of the Apollo IE supercar. Suja was still in an excited state, and his hands gripping the steering wheel were still trembling slightly. This is not because he is a loser, but because he has two shocking secrets that no one else knows except him. He is a traveler who has just traveled to this world and has a system. Let us just say how big this secret is. In his previous life, Suja was an unemployed young man who lived a life of idleness and waiting for death on earth. He was also an orphan, so he had no memories of his previous life. It doesn't matter where you live. This should be it. Suja drove the car into the parking lot. The system is a good system. It gave him a big gift package for beginners as soon as he arrived. The gift package includes a super sports car, super license plate Shanghai S66666, advanced driving skills and 10 million in cash. Thanks to his advanced driving skills, Suja parked the car easily. He stayed in the car for a long time before reluctantly opening the door. Hello, excuse me. When Suja was about to leave, an ethereal and pleasant voice called him. He turned around subconsciously. The moment he saw the girl, he was in a trance for a moment. The person who called Suja was a very beautiful girl, about 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a fluffy floral miniskirt, revealing a small part of her smooth white calves, a straight nose, curved eyebrows, rosy thin lips, and a delicate face. The most attractive thing is that this girl has an inexplicable feeling that makes people want to protect and love her. Suja was happy. If you slap such a beautiful girl, she will probably cry for a long time, right? What can I do for you? Suja was a little confused as to why this girl with the face of first love called him. It can't be because of money, right? The girl in front of him exuded a pure aura from the inside out, and Suja's intuition told him that she was not a gold digger. And since he hasn't entered society yet, he shouldn't be so realistic. Hello, my name is Jiang Qinghan. I want you to support me. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Qinghan's face turned red instantly, and the hem of her skirt was wrinkled by her grasping it. Suja was confused, his brows furrowed. What does it mean to say something shocking? This is what it means to say something shocking. Is this the charm of money? On the first day of school, someone asked for support, and the other party was an extremely pure and innocent girl. Why? Suja combed the turbulent waves in his heart and asked the girl in front of him who had a beautiful face. As I said, he didn't quite believe that Jiang Qinghan was doing it purely for money. So you can support me? Jiang Qinghan let go of the hand that was clutching the hem of her skirt, raised her head slightly, and her eyes met Suja's. There was not a trace of impurities in Jiang Qinghan's eyes, they were very clear, and within that clarity there was a hint of tenacity. Let's talk in the car. Suja invited Jiang Qinghan into the car for a detailed discussion. Although he didn't know what Jiang Qinghan's secret was, he was moved. In his previous life, he was an ordinary person. He had several girlfriends in college. His appearance was about 60 to 70 points, and with makeup, it could reach 80 points. But compared to Jiang Qinghan's divine beauty, there is a world of difference. To be honest, you are very beautiful, and it is indeed very attractive for me to keep you as my mistress. Suja did not hide his true thoughts and went straight to the point. Tell me the conditions. 500,000 a year, I hope you can give it to me now. This is my ID card and my admission letter. You are very powerful. If I took the money and ran away, you would definitely be able to find me. Jiang Qinghan was well prepared. After she stated the conditions, she hurriedly took out her information from her white backpack. Suja reached out and took her ID card from her hand. The moment he took it, Suja's hand accidentally touched Jiang Qinghan's palm. At this moment, Jiang Qinghan's body trembled slightly, and a little blush appeared on the tips of her ears. Suja pretended not to see it and looked at Jiang Qinghan's identity information. Jiang Qinghan, female, ethnic Han, born on September 18, 2006. It has just reached adulthood, but it is still a little tender and needs to be raised a little more. Suja compared her photo with the one on her ID card and found that she was indeed a natural beauty. I looked at her admission letter again and found that she and Suja were classmates. Jiang Qinghan, if you encounter any difficulties, I can lend you money because we are classmates. You should know what it means to be kept, right? Suja gave Jiang Qinghan an ultimatum. Of course, this is not because he is indecisive, but because he still has a conscience. Whether in his previous life or this life, Suja has always been particularly kind to beautiful young ladies. Hearing Suja's words, Jiang Qinghan's body stiffened slightly, and after a pause, he said, I know. All right. Jiang Qinghan's attitude was clear, so Suja said nothing more. Anyway, he said everything he needed to say. WeChat or Alipay, I'll send it to you now. Suja took out his cell phone and asked Jiang Qinghan. It will be all right. Then let's use WeChat. Give me your phone. Oh, the password is 060918. Suja took Jiang Qinghan's mobile phone. Her mobile phone version was quite outdated, but it was well protected and looked like a new one. I entered the password to unlock the phone, and the wallpaper was a photo of Jiang Qinghan and a middle-aged woman, who should be her mother. WeChat in social widgets. When Jiang Qinghan saw that Suja couldn't find her WeChat, she moved closer and whispered a reminder. Good. She's quite a little girl. Jiang Qinghan's mobile phone desktop is beautifully set up and neatly organized. It's over, you can lead it yourself. Thank you, thank you. Jiang Qinghan kept thanking him. This made Suja unable to stop laughing. What was there to thank for? Wasn't it a deal? Why is it 1 million? Jiang Qinghan got her phone back and was about to collect her maintenance fee, but found out that Suja had transferred 1 million to her. Is there a problem? I think 500,000 a year is too cheap. You're worth far more than that. Now that the money has been given to you, you are my little lover? Suja looked at Jiang Qinghan's charming and pure appearance, and his heart couldn't help but feel itchy. He smiled brightly. Let me check it out, is it okay? Chapter 2, Senior, it's not too much to ask for your WeChat, right? What kind of person is Suja? Several of his girlfriends in his previous life will tell you that he is an animal who only knows how to do I. In response to this, Suja shrugged and said that it was normal and a man's nature. Besides, what was the purpose of falling in love? Are you looking for the sweetness of love? Qinghan, is it okay for me to call you that? Yeah, that's what my mom calls me too. Ha, stretch out your hand and let me pinch it. Suja laughed. He hated hypocrisy the most and never bothered to hide his true feelings. Jiang Qinghan bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, her heart beating fast. She didn't expect Suja to be so shameless. Even if he was so lustful, shouldn't he be reserved? She waited in the parking lot for a long time, and Suja was not the only one driving a luxury car. The reason she chose Suja was because Suja was more handsome than the others and didn't look like a bad person. Jiang Qinghan looked at Suja carefully and found that he was indeed very handsome. He has cool short hair, delicate features, and sharp lines. It can be seen that his bone structure is very outstanding. His pair of almond-shaped eyes are narrow and long but not small, and his well-defined eyes are as deep and charming as the sea of stars. He has an aggressive look, and if he doesn't smile, he can give people a sense of oppression. But Suja likes to have a smile on his face, which makes him look more approachable. This is what people who have no pressure in life are like. Okay. Jiang Qinghan pretended to be calm, raised her arms to cross the gap between the two seats, and brought them to Suja. Moan. Jiang Qinghan let Suja caress her arms in an exploratory manner. Every time her skin touched his 5 fingers, a tingling sensation surged into her heart. It's magical, like being electrocuted. Okay, are you done? This was the first time in Jiang Qinghan's life that she was touched like this, and she felt like her heart was about to explode. Her whole body felt weak and her legs subconsciously clamped together. She knew it was wrong to do so. But he didn't dare to resist, so he could only ask quietly. The inspection is complete. Suja saw Jiang Qinghan's reaction and smiled faintly. He was really checking, and the results made him very satisfied. His little lover is really the best, with a delicate and gentle body. Her skin is very elastic and not too thin, so it doesn't hurt. Most importantly, Jiang Qinghan is definitely a virgin. You're not touching anymore? Jiang Qinghan asked carefully. If I really touched you, you would be unhappy. Suja was amused by her little expression. Don't worry, I'm not impatient. Yeah, I believe you. Jiang Qinghan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Suja, can I ask you a favor? Just say it, there's no need to be so polite in our relationship. Just, could you please not make our relationship public? Also, I'm going to be away for about a week and won't be back until a week later. Suja felt a little depressed seeing Jiang Qinghan being so cautious, thinking that they were just a patron and a patron, not a master-servant relationship, so there was no need to be so cautious. But he didn't say it out loud. After all, it's nice to have a soft and cute lover who listens to you and does whatever you say. Qinghan, these are two different things, but I'm a kind person, so I promised you. Thank you, you're a good man. Well, if you say so, then so be it. The two chatted for a while, and then Jiang Qinghan said he had to leave urgently. Suja nodded and let her go about her own business without asking any further questions. That was just how he was. If others didn't ask, he wouldn't ask. After Jiang Qinghan left, Suja also left. His plan was to report to the performance department's sound performance class first, and then go to the post station to pick up his luggage. Supercars are good in every way except that the space is too small and can't even hold luggage. Suja walked on the road according to the red sign, looking at everything on the road with curiosity. In his previous life, he attended a local college, a pretty crappy one. It is absolutely incomparable to the Shanghai Academy of Drama where I am studying now. This place is home to handsome men and beautiful women from all over the world. They are all good looking, so it is difficult to find someone with low looks. It took about 30 minutes to walk from the parking lot to the reception. During these 30 minutes, Suja experienced what it meant to be dazzled by the sight of so many flowers. It's still summer now, and most girls are wearing shorts and skirts, and their long, shiny legs are eye-catching. The closer Suja got to the freshman reception desk, the more temptations he saw. When he walked to the second half of the road, he even saw many girls wearing black stockings and hip skirts. It's obvious that these are senior students who are here to hook up with the junior students. TSK, college life is still the best, the breath of youth permeates the entire campus. Are you here to report? There were several tables at the registration desk for the music performance class, with 4 or 5 people wearing red vests sitting there. Standing in front of the table was a senior student wearing gold-rimmed glasses. She was tall, estimated to be about 1.75 meters tall. She has very long legs and is wearing light-colored jeans that show off her figure. The visual effect is extremely stunning. Her long hair was dyed flax gray-brown and draped over her shoulders. Under the sunlight, she looked particularly dazzling. Yes, senpai. This is my notice. Suja greeted him. This was not his first time going to college, so he had experience. Hand over the admission materials prepared in advance to the several volunteers sitting there. Senior, my name is Suja. Su means Suong, and Ja means philosophy. This senior student is very beautiful, so he wants to get to know her. Yen Daiman, your class assistant. After a few words of communication, Suja roughly judged the character of the assistant class member in front of him. She is a typical cold and beautiful lady with a good temperament. Even in the Shanghai Theater Academy where there are so many beautiful women, Yen Daiman can stand out. The volunteers behind me were very capable and processed the registration very quickly. Here's the voucher for you. When you get to the dormitory, please give it to the dorm manager. Your dorm is easy to find. Just take shuttle bus number 3 and get to the end. Since you're a boy, I won't arrange for anyone to take you there. Okay, thank you, senior. Suja said thank you. He wanted to get to know Yen Daiman, but Yen Daiman was working at the moment, so it was obviously inconvenient. As a person, you need to be sensible and have good judgment. There is always a long way to go. After saying that, he prepared to leave and went to the post station to pick up his luggage. In this life, he still wants to live in the dormitory. Dormitory life is definitely an important part of college life. Of course, if the roommate is an idiot, Suja will still move out. Suja, who was leaving here, stopped and looked back at Yen Daiman. The look in his eyes asked me what I wanted to do. Is there anything else, senior? Yen Daiman walked forward. She really has great legs. Her straight and slender legs look even more charming when she exercises. I'd like to ask you for a favor. Some staff members haven't returned from sending someone off yet. I just received news that a classmate's suitcase wheel is broken, so I'd like you to help. Senior, this is very tiring. In his previous life, Suja applied to be a volunteer in order to hook up with a junior high school girl. He still remembers the painful lesson. It was hard for him to understand why such a small person could carry such heavy luggage. Forehead. Yen Daiman didn't expect Suja to give this answer. Shouldn't a normal boy be attentive and show his boyfriend power at this time? Of course, since it's what Senior asked, how can I refuse? But since I've made such a huge sacrifice, adding a senior on WeChat isn't too much to ask, right? Suja had a smile on his face and didn't give Yen Daiman a chance to refuse. He took out his mobile phone and opened the QR code. Chapter 3, Love J8 or Not? Suja is quite good at asking girls for their WeChat addresses. In his previous life, he had no money, no talent, and his looks were just average. How he was able to find 6 girlfriends in college was all thanks to his boldness, carefulness, shamelessness, and chatting skills. Just like this time, when he asked Yen Daiman for her WeChat, he didn't say right away, "Senior, please add me as your contact." Saying this makes others seem cheap and anyone can get it. So, don't be too straightforward or casual. What Suja did was to adopt the method of first suppressing and then praising. First of all, I explained that helping with the luggage was very tiring, and I only helped out for Yen Daiman's sake. In this way, Yen Daiman owed Suja a small favor invisibly. It is natural to ask for WeChat at this time. Moreover, Suja directly showed him the QR code, so Yen Daiman had no reason to refuse. How many junior students have asked for Yen Daiman's WeChat today? The 8th one. Do you think he can succeed? Tisk, I'm glad he succeeded. Don't you know Yen Daiman is notoriously difficult to deal with? As far as I know, it seems that only a few of her roommates have Yen Daiman's WeChat. That's true. Several volunteers at the back were eating melons. You're quite interesting, Junior. Yen Daiman couldn't help but laugh when he saw Suja's harmless appearance. But forget WeChat, let's add QQ. Senior, QQ is work, WeChat is life. Yen Daiman looked Suja in the eye, paused for a moment, and said, "You're right, so you think we'll have some intersections in life?" The probability is very high. Suja nodded, looking like he thought this was an established fact. Although he didn't know where Suja got his confidence from, Yen Daiman was really intimidated by him at this moment. Hesitated for a moment. Then I'd like to see it. Yen Daiman exited the QQ interface and opened WeChat, which emitted a beeping sound. I won't let you down. Senior, please lead the way. Let me see how heavy this luggage is. The orientation office is not far from the school gate, about 500 or 600 meters away, which is for the convenience of welcoming new students. Originally, Suja was following behind Yen Daiman, but her figure was too unsuitable. When following her, he would always turn on the automatic aiming mode and aim between Yen Daiman's legs, which seemed too obscene. After walking less than 100 meters, Suja took a few big steps and walked side by side with Yen Daiman. Suja is 1.87 meters tall, and Yen Daiman is 1.75 meters tall, which is half a head shorter than Suja. As the two of them walk like this, they really look like a perfect match. Man, you've finally come to conscript men. There were 3 volunteers from the 23rd grade music performance class standing at the school gate, but they were all girls. Suja looked and saw 2 girls in front of the 3 senior students. These should be the people Suja needed to help. But maybe I think too highly of him? Suja really wanted to wonder, are these young ladies and fairies moving? The 2 of them had a total of 7 suitcases. How did they manage to get them from home to school? I don't understand. Suja expressed his great incomprehension. Senior. Suja blinked at Yen Daiman and pursed his lips. What he meant was that he had been a great help with so much luggage, so you should at least show some appreciation. Yen Daiman looked a little unnatural, as she had not expected there would be so much luggage. Let's take it together. Each of you can pull 1 or 2 boxes. The 3 of you can stay here. Yen Daiman was a person who acted decisively. After assigning the task to Suja, she stepped forward, took the 2 boxes from the 2 girls and handed them to Suja, then took 2 boxes for herself. It was obvious that the 2 girls thought that there would be volunteers to help them carry their luggage when they arrived at school, so they brought so much. He had encountered a typical example of this kind of thing in his previous life. If it were Suja himself, he would definitely not tolerate it, but now he did it for Yen Damon's sake, and the two girls in front of him were his classmates for the next 4 years. Suja reluctantly took the suitcase that Yen Daimon handed to him. "Senior, what about the remaining 3 suitcases?" The girl with light red hair saw Yen Daimon and Suja pulling 2 boxes each and preparing to leave, and she hurriedly asked. Hearing this, Suja stopped instantly and looked back at the red-haired girl. The two of them were still standing there, both playing with their cell phones. "Don't you have hands?" Faced with such a situation, it was difficult for Suja to look good. "We've been carrying so much luggage for so long, we're already very tired." The red-haired girl answered naturally. Suja was happy to hear what she said. I glanced at Yen Daimon to see what she would say. Yen Daimon on the side was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect such a situation to happen. After a few seconds, she spoke up, "Junior, the other volunteers from our college haven't come back yet. Suja is also a freshman and I asked him to come over to help. Can you guys bear with me for a while? He's a boy, he can pull 2 boxes with one hand." Another girl said. Suja was dumbfounded. So boys deserve to be doggones, right? Bang! Suja showed no mercy to such people. He pushed his hands forward, and the 2 suitcases in his hands fell to the ground. "You can take it or not, I'm here to help with the luggage because I'm giving you face, and I'm spoiling you guys." "Senior, you saw it too. It's not that I don't want to help." Suja knew that doing this would make Yen Daimon a little embarrassed. Yen Daimon is the class assistant of their class. Suja guessed that she is at least an executive of the student union. Helping new students with their luggage is also her job. But Suja really couldn't stand this kind of arrogance. He hated such shameless people the most. He didn't know who had spoiled him. "Fuck, Shanshan, who threw your luggage on the ground?" Just when the situation was getting awkward, a boy with red hair and a school bag appeared with a bag of water. There was a lot of sweat on his forehead, probably from jogging. It turns out that the red-haired girl is called Shanshan. The moment Suja threw the luggage on the ground, Shanshan became angry. She was very angry. But seeing that Suja was tall and strong, with sharp features and a frowning face that looked a bit scary, he didn't dare to say anything. The moment the red-haired boy appeared, Shanshan seemed to have found a support and stood up again. "It's this man. He got upset when I asked him to help with the luggage. He's not a gentleman at all." Suja looked at Shanshan, feeling both angry and amused. She was such a good gossip monger. It was a blessing to have someone like her in the class. "Brother, she asked me to carry 4 suitcases by myself. Wouldn't you be angry if it were you?" The red-haired boy stood in front of Shanshan, facing Suja with his head held high and chest puffed out, saying, "We're all men, can't you be more generous? What's wrong with taking 4 suitcases? I always take 5. Asshole. Apologize to Shanshan now." Suja had a slight headache and opened his lips again and again. He never expected that there would be such a master. He laughed angrily and gave the red-haired boy a thumbs up. "Brother, you are the one." Now Suja just hopes that the guy in front of him is not his roommate. Chapter 4, Give You a Chance. At the main entrance of Shanghai Theatre Academy, Yen Daimon looked at the somewhat dramatic scene before him. Her 3 views were challenged for the first time. In her 19 years of life, this was the first time she had met such a weird person. "I was so speechless last time." She now deeply regretted calling Suja to help, as it was a thankless task. No matter how good Yen Damon's psychological quality was, at this moment, a surge of anger rushed to his brain. "Student, since you are so generous, please carry your luggage yourself." Yen Daimon was speechless and didn't want to indulge these 3 people anymore. "You are tired, and it seems like everyone else is tired. Yen Daimon is a princess at home and a goddess sought after by everyone at school. Speaking of status and family background, I wonder how much more noble she is than the 2 girls in front of me. Let's go." Yen Daimon had to hold back from swearing again and again. She really couldn't understand where these top-notch products came from. Oh. Suja hurriedly caught up with Yen Damon's long legs. He was shocked by Yen Damon's sudden outburst. After a short time together, Yen Daimon gave him the impression of being mature and steady and someone he wanted to talk to. But come to think of it, she is still a girl in her teens or 20s after all, and no matter how mature she is, she still has a temper. "I'm sorry." As they walked on the road, Yen Damon's anger had subsided. He slowed down his pace a little and apologized to Suja. "Harmful. Senior, your apology is like a little feather that gently scratches my heart. If you really feel embarrassed, why don't you do me a favor? Suja laughed and expressed his thoughts. The most taboo thing when chatting with girls is to stop the topic and let the atmosphere cool down. Suja had once studied with a master in this field, so he had some knowledge of the basic techniques. Tell me about it. Yen Damon's eyes flickered slightly. This junior was more interesting than she had imagined. He had such a strong ability to seize opportunities. It's quite interesting. With these back and forth actions, the connection between the two people quietly deepens. Thinking of this, Yen Daiman couldn't help but smile. College life is fun and boring at the same time, and it just so happens that Yen Daiman has nothing to do recently. Then play with this little brother. Senior, I have luggage too, but it was mailed here and is at the school post station. Interesting, it seems that this junior is probably a sea king. In Yen Damon's opinion, she could not refuse Suja's request, or she had no reason to refuse. This is indeed the case. Suja is also a freshman, and helping freshmen with their luggage is Yen Daiman's job. You can't be biased just because Suja is a boy. If this is true, what is the difference between Yen Daiman and those two weirdos just now? Thinking of this, Yen Daiman suddenly chuckled, then tightened his jaw slightly and said in a slightly lowered voice. I'm very happy to be able to help my junior. Which station is it? SF Express. After a short time together, Yen Daiman found that she and Suja were quite comfortable getting along. Suja's appearance and outlook all meet his own requirements. Thinking this way, she didn't mind deepening her relationship with Suja. She is already a sophomore, but has never been in a relationship. Seeing my classmates and friends around me in pairs, sometimes ripples of emotion arise in my heart. Although Suja may be a sea king, she is very confident that she can control him firmly. This is the confidence that her figure and appearance give her. There are several express delivery points in the school, and the SF Express where Suja's luggage was stored is very close to his dormitory, just a few steps away. Who is this man? I don't know. Where did this talented person come from? He can actually chat so happily with Goddess Yen. Isn't it said that Goddess Yen is very cold? Anyone who has had ambiguous experiences knows that gossip from others can create a charming atmosphere and make people unconsciously want to fall in love. This is the situation Yen Daiman is in now. All the way there, Suja never stopped talking, trying to find ways to make her laugh. She had tried her best to control her expression, but Suja's humorous words always made her lose her temper. Yen Daiman is a prominent figure in this school. Although Shanghai Theatre Academy does not have a list of campus beauties, in the minds of everyone at the academy, Yen Daiman is undoubtedly one of the campus beauties. She and Suja were seen talking and laughing side by many people. It was estimated that after today, the news that Yen Daiman was suspected of being in a relationship would spread like wildfire. Suddenly, Yen Daiman slowed down her pace and turned her face slightly. The golden light shone through the green, and the mottled light and shadow shone on her delicate and smooth oval face, and the fine hairs were captured in Suja's eyes. She said in a cheerful tone, Junior, I've discovered that you have a very outstanding advantage. Oh? What is it? Humor, you're really good at making girls happy. You must have been in love a lot, right? Yen Daiman glanced at him with a half smile. Suja smiled without saying anything at first. Usually when a girl says this, it means that she has a certain liking for you and there is hope for further development. Of course, except for the Queen of the Sea. Senior, you are complimenting me, right? He did not want to create an image of a pure virgin. After traveling through time, he would be unworthy of the opportunity given by God if he did not become a scumbag and start a harem. Suja changed the subject. Senior sister, you also have an advantage, maybe you don't even know it yourself. What? Yen Daiman asked subconsciously. Suja's peculiarity surprised her a little. When she talked to him, her speaking rhythm was exactly like Suja's. Suja pretended to hesitate for a while. Then he said, if you praise me, I will tell you. Forehead. Yen Daiman pretended to hesitate for a moment and said, you are very handsome and charming. Ha ha. Suja laughed loudly, then snapped his fingers. You are very honest. That's your strength. Yen Daiman was amused again and turned her beautiful white swan neck to roll her eyes at Suja. But when she turned her head, their eyes happened to meet. At this moment, the corners of Suja's mouth curled up, his eyes were half open and half closed, and Yen Daiman's figure was reflected in his pupils. Peach blossom eyes show affection towards dogs. Suja, welcome to college life. I wish you a happy college life. After looking at each other for a while, Yen Daiman hurriedly turned his head away, his cheeks slightly flushed. Soon, we arrived at the post station. For the first time, Yen Daiman felt that time passed very quickly and the distance was so short. Suja didn't have much luggage, just one suitcase. He contacted an older student in the campus group and gave him 100,000 yuan to help him buy mattresses, quilt covers and other items. Considering that it was a school dormitory, being too high profile would easily cause disharmony, so he did not spend 1 or 2 million to buy a mattress. Suja, where are your bedding? Haven't you bought it yet? I have a few friends who are acting as agents. Yen Daiman saw that Suja only had one suitcase and asked him considerately. Suja answered truthfully. Oh. Yen Daiman replied calmly, because under normal circumstances the two should have separated next. Dayman, can you make the bed? The way the two of them addressed each other had quietly changed. TSK, I didn't expect that a grown-up like you can't even make the bed. Yen Daiman made a joke and continued. Then I'll make your bed. What's your reward? How about a nice dinner? Yen Daiman blinked, his mood inexplicably improved, and his tone became cheerful again. I'll give you a chance. Chapter 5, Roommates Envy. Hey, your dormitory number is the same as mine, 503. Suja acted very honored, or maybe we are destined to be together. After saying that, he ignored Yen Damon's reaction and walked into the dormitory with his suitcase. His dormitory is a 4-person room with a standard bed and desk. The senior who helped Suja by bedding was a junior named Du Chungkai. As the name suggests, he is indeed a good material. He not only helped Suja choose a bed by the window, but also made the bed for him. 10 minutes ago, Suja sent a message to Du Chungkai. And within 10 minutes he had put the mattress and quilt back on. He is a talented person and very reliable. Suja gave his affirmation. The dormitory is very spacious, and even if a pool table is placed in the middle, it will not affect normal activities. It was much better than the cramped dormitory he lived in his previous life. Suja was the last one to arrive at the dormitory. The other 3 roommates had already packed up. Sitting in a chair, chatting and bragging. When the 3 of them saw Suja come in, they stopped talking and stood up to welcome Suja. Suja responded with a smile. It was good that the red-haired boy wasn't in his dorm. And these 3 roommates seemed to be quite polite at the moment. The moment he saw his roommate, Suja put his worries to rest. Suja, can I come in? Yen Damon's voice sounded outside the door. Come in, come in. Why is Senior here? Senior, please take a seat. Yen Damon's voice is very distinctive, gentle yet charming, the kind that you can never forget once you hear it. Suja's 3 roommates knew it was Yen Damon's voice as soon as they heard it. As for why she came to their dormitory, that must be because of me X3. Yen Daiman is 1.75 meters tall and is wearing flat shoes, but they are also 2 centimeters thick. When she walked into the dormitory, her long legs became even more dazzling. The originally harmonious dormitory was ignited with a hint of gunpowder due to Yen Damon's presence. Hello, Wan Lon, Guojuan, and Yang Yang. After Yen Daiman came in, he greeted everyone. Hello, Senior Carrot. The 3 of them were immediately overjoyed. They didn't expect that Yen Daiman remembered their names after just meeting them once. Suja couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Yen Daiman, the class assistant, was so competent that he remembered the name and appearance of everyone in the class. I'm afraid their instructors can't even remember a few of them. My name is Suja, hello guys. Suja introduced himself. Senior, are you here to help us? I do. I do, too. The 3 of them looked fawning, but all of them were good looking, so they didn't look offensive. But think about it, there are few people with low looks who can enter the Shanghai Theater Academy. Ha, I'm here to help classmate Suja make his bed. He doesn't know how. After saying that, Yen Daiman went to bed number 4, took off his flat shoes, revealing pure white socks, and came to Suja's bed. The bed is a standard dormitory bed, 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters long. But because of the way the bed was made, most of Yen Damon's long legs were hanging outside the bed. The sticking out posture outlines her plump and round buttocks. I can't even imagine how great it would be to be in bed with her. Ahem. Suja coughed lightly a few times, and his 3 roommates' eyes almost fell to the ground. Senior's sister is quite virtuous. Guo came back to his senses and said with a wry smile.
Wan Long and Yang Yang also came to their senses and realized that a friend's wife should not be married. They didn't expect that Suja would be able to win over the senior with amazing legs so quickly.
Su God. Awesome.
Yang Yang is about the same height as Suja and has a puppy-like appearance. He leaned over to Suzhou and whispered, "Master Su, will you accept me as your disciple?"
You misunderstood. She came to help me because I helped the senior. Suja explained briefly that his relationship with Yen Daiman was still shallow. There are just signs. Aha! Yang Yang looked as if he understood. Suja looked at the three people's expressions of disbelief and just smiled without saying anything.
When roommates get along with each other, or when men get along with each other, they need these topics about women to enhance their friendship.
All right. Suja, check and see if it passes the test. After 5 or 6 minutes, Yen Daiman got out of bed. September is the hottest time of the year.
Even though the air conditioner was on in the dormitory, a few minutes of high-intensity exercise still made Yen Daiman sweat on his forehead.
Maybe beautiful girls really have body odor. When Yen Daiman sweated, a fragrance filled the dormitory.
The scent is somewhat similar to that of jasmine, fresh and fascinating.
Have a drink of water. Suja unscrewed the cap of the bottle of purified water and handed it to Yen Daiman. Thanks.
Yen Daiman took the water from Suja and smiled beautifully. Wang Long on the side was stunned. He knew that the senior sister was his roommate Suja's girlfriend. Although she might not be the girlfriend now, it was almost certain. But faced with such a beautiful picture, I really couldn't help but take a few glances.
Suja, I'm leaving first. Work isn't finished yet. See you tonight. See you tonight? Suja was a little confused. Did they have to go out for dinner on a date tonight? We'll have a class meeting tonight. Yang Yang added.
After saying that, Yen Daiman left on her own.
Suja did not see her off. She could go, but there was no need to.
The goddess left, and the competitive atmosphere disappeared. Everyone was young, and Suja joined the three of them and joined in their chat.
Suja discovered that they were just showing off to each other.
Now we are talking about the topic of how many girlfriends I had in the past. In this segment, the person who spoke the loudest was Yang Yang, who said that he had 8 girlfriends in high school. They are all very beautiful, and 2 of them are virgins. Suzhou and the others had no doubts about this, because Yang Yang was already good looking, and judging from his clothes, his family condition should be good too. It's so easy for a guy like this to find a girlfriend.
Is she as pretty as senior sister Yen? Wang Long asked weakly. Yang Yang. Then how many have you dated? Yang Yang asked Wang Long.
Wang Long chuckled when he heard this, and there seemed to be light in his eyes.
I have always believed that love is sacred. Quality is king, not quantity. Hearing this, Yang Yang and Guo were unhappy. Guo just said that he had dated 6 girlfriends, 3 of whom were virgins. Doesn't this imply that they have low standards and are vulgar? Show me the photo. Judging from your appearance, could it be that your girlfriend is a goddess on the same level as senior sister Yen? Yang Yang didn't believe that Wang Long could eat so well. It's enough that Suzhou is the only one in the dormitory who eats so well. If there is another one, it would be more painful than killing him.
After hearing what Yang Yang said, Wang Long paused for a moment and changed the subject with a guilty conscience. In the dormitory, he is probably the only one who is still a virgin. Although he looks like a decent human being, he still yearns for that kind of romantic love in his heart. TSK, I told you, Lao Wang, you just talk big. They were all in the same group of boys and would be roommates for the next 4 years, so they quickly became familiar with each other.
Wang Long saw Yang Yang's contemptuous expression, and his face froze immediately. Then he said unconvincedly. Who said I was just talking nonsense? I have photos. Have a look. Yes, show us how high the quality is. Suzhou also echoed. Chapter 6, Luxurious Admission Rewards. How about it? Wang Long took out his mobile phone, opened the photo album, and clicked the collection option. He revealed his treasured photos. He saw Yang Yang's face change, saw Guo expression of disbelief, and saw Suzhou's calmness. Suzhou didn't bother to watch. This kid ate so well that he was probably used to it. Yang Yang said with conviction, I admit that she is really pretty, prettier than all my girlfriends combined. Suddenly, he changed the subject. But why is it a group photo, and why is there someone between you?
After saying this, he looked at Wang Long with a strange expression. Wang Long's face suddenly froze. This is because. He hesitated for a while, and finally gave up. Well, actually, I haven't gotten her yet, but my girlfriend said she'll consider dating after college.
So I guess I'll be single soon. Don't envy me either. As he spoke, Wang Long's tone of voice became more and more firm.
As soon as Wang Long finished speaking, Suzhou and the other two were shocked and looked at Wang Long meaningfully.
Lao Wang, your goddess is also in our school?
Suzhou discovered the highlight.
Yeah, he's also in our class. I chose this school just for my goddess. I see.
In an instant, Suzhou, Yang Yang, and Guo Juan all showed the same expression. Buzz buzz buzz.
Guo Juan, why did you set the alarm?
Suzhou asked a question.
Oh, this is because we have a class meeting tonight. It's not even 4 o'clock yet, isn't it still early?
I heard that our class is the highest quality class of girls since the founding of the Shanghai Theatre Academy. Today is our first meeting, so I must dress up nicely. This is Yang Yang speaking. Suzhou looked at him and found that he had returned to his desk without him noticing. She took out a whole set of cosmetics and carefully put on her makeup bit by bit in front of the mirror.
Suzhou looked at Guo Juan again.
He was flipping through a small notebook over and over again.
What is he doing? Suzhou asked Wang Long in confusion.
The notebook records the personalities and hobbies of the girls in the class.
How did he know?
Suzhou was shocked.
Guo Juan was an expert. He got the information before school started.
He really deserves to have a girlfriend.
Guo Juan asked a senior from the psychology department to analyze it.
He analyzed the girls' profile pictures, signatures, penguin shows, and spaces in the class group.
It's said to be very accurate.
Wang Long explained it to him.
Old Wang, don't you dress up? Suzhou was very happy that there was a normal person accompanying him in this dormitory.
Otherwise, he was afraid that if he stayed in this dormitory for too long, he would be assimilated.
Unnecessary. Wang Long puffed out his chest, very confident.
On the weekend of the third week of the first semester of my second year of high school at 1:31 p.m., I ran into my goddess at IFS.
She said that my outfit looked pretty good.
Suzhou.
6. So you've been wearing this outfit for a few years, right? Suzhou looked at Wang Long with some pity. Call me when you're ready. I'll lie down for a while.
After saying that, Suzhou climbed onto his bed. It must be said that the 100,000 yuan was well spent. When Suzhou lay on the bed, he felt that he was being wrapped in something soft.
The whole person sank into the bed.
The most important thing is that there is still the lingering scent of yen daiman on the bed.
It makes people feel relaxed and refreshed, and all fatigue is swept away.
Detected that the host has completed enrollment.
University is an important transitional stage in life.
It has been detected that the host's current major is music performance, so an advanced professional skills package is awarded. Reward host career bundle. The sleepiness that Suzhou had just felt was instantly swept away.
This system suits him very well. The name of the system is Perfect Life System. Not many features at the moment. 1. The money swiping function is now a first-level permission, giving $1 per second.
Suzhou calculated that in this case, he could get 86,400 yuan for free without doing anything in a day, which would be 31 million yuan a year.
It feels great, and it's only level 1 authority.
If the authority can be raised, it's a sure thing that I'll become the richest man in the world. The second function, Suzhou concluded, is that the system will give him some unexpected surprises from time to time. For example, the new player gift pack and the current professional skill pack. Suzhou clicked on the skill package happily. Whether in past or present life, Suzhou loves singing. In his previous life, his master told him that girls wouldn't dislike boys who could sing. In this life, Suzhou dreamed of becoming a star, otherwise he would not have been admitted to the Shanghai Theatre Academy.
Use skill packs and bundles. Suzhou didn't hesitate and used them all directly.
Congratulations to the host for achieving advanced singing skills. Congratulations to the host for gaining control of advanced musical instruments. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 parallel world golden songs and 5 scripts. Suzhou smiled, and the image of him shining brightly on the stage at the welcome party unconsciously emerged in his mind. That's right, the first thing Suzhou thought of was how he could show off.
He is just an ordinary person.
To put it bluntly, he was a loser in his previous life.
He has a new life and a system.
He wants to be the center of attention and show off his prowess in front of everyone.
Host, do you want to receive the skill now? Accept. Accepting the skills was like an epiphany, and there was no discomfort. This was the advanced driving skill he had received as a reward from the system. And then, nothing happened. When Suja gave the order, he fainted. Suja? Suja?
The calling voice came from far away, and gradually Suja's consciousness returned to his body.
He opened his eyes in a daze. What's wrong?
Suja felt like he had just had a very long dream. In his dream, he sang an original song at the welcome party, which became a hit on the internet. Then he burst onto the scene, becoming a top star in the Chinese music scene in 1 year, a new generation singing God in 2 years, an international sensation in his 3rd year, and a global superstar in his 5th year.
You finally woke up.
Wang Long stood on the ladder next to Suja's bed and said, "You sleep really well."
I've been calling you for almost half an hour.
If I hadn't seen you still breathing and your heartbeat was normal, I would have thought you were dead.
Good habits developed from a young age.
Suja made the bed, jumped out of it, and looked at the time. Wow, I slept for more than 3 hours.
Have Yang Yang and Guojuan left? Well, they've taken their seats. Are you hungry? I asked them to bring you some food from the cafeteria.
Suja listened to Wang Long's words and smiled knowingly.
These roommates are really great. Chapter 8, Squad Leader Su Takes Office, a surprising 7-day vacation. I was Xu Etong's classmate in junior high and high school.
I can testify that Xu Etong has always been the class monitor.
Please vote for Xu Etong. After this, I'll invite everyone to get together. You can choose the location.
After Zhou Xu Etong finished speaking, a red-haired boy hurriedly stood up to canvass votes for her. Suja looked at the red-haired man with deep eyes. His name is Yi Hao, and Suja remembered his name when he introduced himself.
Come on, brother Zhe.
When the other 3 people in dormitory 503 saw Suja stand up, they all cheered him on.
Suja responded with a smile. He originally didn't want to compete for class monitor because it was troublesome. But Zhou Xuetong said it very well just now, in a coherent way, and her bootlicker Yi Hao also canvassed for votes.
Out of the 60 students in the class, 41 voted for Zhou Xuetong. If nothing unexpected happens, she might become the class monitor. This was definitely a result that Suja did not want to see, because Zhou Xuetong did not leave a good impression on him.
This is his personality.
You can say he is narrow-minded or petty.
Hi everyone, I am.
Before Suja said the name, a short-haired girl in the back row said loudly.
We know you.
Your name is Suja, the future school idol of the Shanghai Theater Academy.
Thanks.
Suja smiled knowingly and continued.
It's an honor for everyone to remember me.
I also want to run for the position of class monitor.
I'm neither good nor bad at studying, I'm easygoing and decent, and I like making friends. I won't say more. Do you have anything you want to ask me?
Suja stood up straight and faced him with a smile.
Have you ever been a monitor?
Yi Hao stood up quickly. Judging from the situation, he had prepared his speech long ago.
Does it matter?
A university monitor's main duties involve matters between the class, the college, and the school.
I think I'm capable of doing that. That's enough, right, Mr. Yi?
Suja's smile faded, and he stared at Yi Hao with his eyes slightly closed.
Suja would never be nice to such a brainless and unprincipled bootlicker.
He even suspected that when Zhou Xuetong was the squad leader, most of the work was actually done by Yi Hao.
No problem.
Yi Hao showed timidity and answered unconfidently.
Then you can sit down.
The first thing Yi Hao did after he sat down was to look at Zhou Xuetong with his eyes blinking, waiting for her praise.
FW.
Just as Yi Hao wished, Zhou Xuetong also glanced at him. The 2 letters were extracted from her mouth shape.
What's the meaning?
At first, Yi Hao was a little confused. He felt like Zhou Xuetong was scolding him.
But how is that possible? How could Tong Bao curse at someone?
Yi Hao racked his brains and formed a Chinese character with the 2 letters in his mind.
Service, no. Visit, no. Nausea, no. Comfort, yes, definitely comfort.
Thinking of this, Yi Hao smiled. The monitor should work for the welfare of everyone, so I decided that if I am elected,
please invite everyone to gather at Phoenix Manor as our first class dinner. I will be responsible for any expenses incurred. Suja added one last sentence.
He is well aware of his advantages.
So handsome. Rich.
There are 35 girls and 25 boys in the class. Because of this face, he believed that all the female classmates except Zhou Xuetong and her 3 roommates would vote for him.
But boys can't rely on their looks, so they rely on benefits.
It was still Yi Hao who gave him the inspiration. When it comes to money, he is confident that he will not lose.
Phoenix? Is it Zhongsue Phoenix? That's a high-end manor. The entire class of 60 people would spend at least dozens of dollars a day.
Well, yes.
Holy crap, is this true? Young Master Su is so awesome. Hey, brother, you're wrong. It should be Subban. I vote for Subban. I'm voting for Subban too. The place exploded, it exploded instantly.
Among the 50 or 60 people in the audience, many came from wealthy families. People from poor families will not study art.
But there is no one in the class as generous as Su Zhe.
Many people voted for Su Zhe not because of his wealth, but because of his generosity and willingness to spend.
1 vote, 2 votes.
Yan Daiman counted the votes, 55.
It should be a sure win.
Su Zhe looked and found that, as he thought, Zhou Xuetong and her roommate did not raise their hands. He was surprised that there was one person who didn't raise his hand. This person was none other than Yang Chusha, who had already stood on the stage. She was wearing a traditional Chinese-style long dress, with a straight posture, and looked like a goddess or fairy. Su Zhe looked at Yang Chusha with anticipation.
Have a strong interest in her. Because Yang Chusha really has a kind of magic.
Even though she dresses very conservatively, she makes people feel that she is as soft as water. She was obviously extremely dignified, yet as charming as a fairy in a painting.
Hello, students. Yang Chusha is really an elegant and gentle girl.
As soon as she opens her mouth, her temperament, which is already ready to burst out, instantly bursts out.
Yang Chusha is the epitome of a good wife and mother. I've decided she's my next target. I have the same last name as you, so I have the advantage. Yang Yang moved closer to Su Zhe and spoke to him in a low voice. Luckily you already have a senior, otherwise you would be my real rival.
Su Zhe looked at Yang Yang speechlessly.
If a little brat like you can take down Yang Chusha, you'd be awesome.
This was what he really thought. Su Zhe didn't want to discourage this kid, so he smiled and encouraged him. Come on, young Master Yang, you are the best. Yang Chusha was also running for class monitor, and she finally received 50 votes, which is a very high number. This number of votes is a respect for her appearance and temperament. But unfortunately Su Zhe used money to cheat.
So,
congratulations to Su Zhe for becoming the temporary class monitor.
Yan Daiman asked Su Zhe to go on stage again and say a few words.
Su Zhe walked up to the stage happily, and started with a stream of thanks and assurances.
After making the promise, he paused and said, I have a suggestion. I'm a boy, and there are more girls in my class. I might not be able to take care of the girls well enough in some aspects, so I suggest appointing a female class monitor. Student Yang Chusha is very outstanding.
I suggest that she be the other class monitor.
What do you think, senior? Su Zhe did not raise the issue of the principal and deputy, which was not good. Yan Daiman nodded in agreement, saying that what he said made sense.
The students basically all agreed that they didn't really care who was the class monitor, as long as their own interests could be guaranteed.
Chusha, what do you think? Yan Daiman asked the person involved. Yang Chusha glanced at Su Zhe in surprise, then nodded and said, I'm fine.
Among the class committee members to be elected today, the position of class monitor is the most popular, so it has taken up some time. The other class committee members who followed were much quicker, and basically whoever fell for it was fooled.
But the arts committee member is an exception. In an art school, who doesn't have some talent?
Many boys in the class went on stage to run for election. However, in Su Zhe's opinion, it is more like fighting for the right to choose a spouse first rather than running for election.
Each one looks like a peacock spreading its tail.
Crosstalk, ventriloquism, singing, dancing, basketball were all performed on stage.
After selecting the class leaders, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening.
It was already late, and Yan Daiman went on stage to give his final speech.
I have good news for you. The school has decided not to hold classes this week. Students are free to arrange their own arrangements. Military training will begin next Monday. Disband.
Upon hearing this, everyone except one person laughed and cheered loudly.
This school is really the right one. Chapter 9, Listening to the Sound of a Boy's Dignity Being Shattered. There are no classes this week, and I plan to hold the class team building I promised this week to quickly enhance class cohesion. Does anyone have any suggestions? After returning to the dormitory, Suja sent a message in the class group. He is a man who values his promises, and he would feel uncomfortable if he kept delaying doing what he said. And Fei at all members, please take an active part in class activities. Counselor and Fei made his presence felt in the group. As soon as the instructor spoke, the group became active and the itinerary was finalized in a short time. Rest for a day and set off the day after tomorrow, Wednesday. The matter was over and Suja put down his phone. His current life philosophy is to live a healthy life with a healthy schedule and live longer. Just as I was about to close my eyes, my phone rang. It was a message from Yang Chuxia. Are you going to check out the venue tomorrow? If you go, I'll accompany you because I'm the deputy monitor. The message Yang Chuxia sent was concise and clear. The first thing he did was to explain his purpose, and the additional words he added were to tell Suja not to think too much about it. Okay, what time do we leave tomorrow? Suja originally had no intention of going to see the venue, he just made a phone call and booked it. But with the company of a beautiful woman, he instantly changed his mind. Yang Chuxia is very beautiful as Sujo's little lover Jiang Qinghan, and she also has the temperament of a traditional Chinese beauty. This made Suja very excited. Before Suja could wait for Yang Chuxia's reply, Yan Daiman sent him a WeChat message first. Have you chosen a location for the team building? Do you want to go check it out tomorrow? Not yet. Do you want to go and have a look together? Suja replied. He didn't expect Yan Daiman to bring up this matter. But he still sent the invitation. Yan Daiman was his senior, so Suja had no reason to refuse. But there was a problem, his car only had 2 seats. We can't let him take a taxi, so Yang Chuxia and the others can just drive his car. Senior Yan also said she wanted to go with me. My car is a 2-seater, so why not politely decline her offer? I sent another message to Yang Chuxia and passed the problem to her. This time, Yang Chuxia replied quite quickly. Not very good. I have a car too, let me take yours. My roommates originally invited me out, and since they knew I was going to check out the venue with you, they wanted to go too. Is that okay? No problem. This is exactly what Suja wants. Sometimes the more people, the better. Okay, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Hey, isn't this our temporary monitor? When the agreed time came, Suja walked to the parking lot and heard a sound. The sound was a bit harsh because the word temporary was pronounced particularly heavily. Turning around, he saw Yihao, whom he disliked very much. It's really haunting. Good morning. As the leader of a class, he needs to have a vision, so Suja greeted him. Where are you going, squad leader? Yihao asked tentatively. Go check out the venue for your team building. As soon as Suja finished speaking, Yihao's waist straightened up instantly. He said stubbornly, do you want me to take you there? There's still room on the field. As he said that, he took out a car key from his waist, which was a Maserati. Shuetong, what do you think? Yihao opened the car door and saw Zhou Shuetong sitting in the passenger seat. Whatever. Zhou Shuetong glanced at Suja with contempt. Then get in the car, squad leader. No need to stamp your feet. Just wash them if they get dirty. Yihao continued speaking and looked at Suja arrogantly. Originally, during the election last night, he thought Suja was some super second generation who spent so much money just to become a class monitor. It's still temporary. But the moment Suja said that he was going to see the venue, Yihao was certain that Suja was not some super second generation. Which second generation would go to see the venue in person? It's better to go there alone without telling the class. It's obvious that he's going there to bargain, and he's definitely trying to be rich. Yihao looked at Suja, then looked at the Maserati he bought for more than 2 million yuan and the Shanghai license plate he bought for 400,000 yuan. I instantly felt like I was back to normal. What you have lost, you must get back double today. Are you embarrassed, squad leader? Hurry up and get in the car. I still want to go play with Shuetong later. Yihao urged Suja. Suja was in a miserable state at this moment, and he had already thought of 100 ways to humiliate Suja. As long as he gets in the car. Suja stared at Yihao meaningfully. Suja wanted to laugh. After all, he had lived 2 lives as a human being. How could he not know what Yihao was thinking? This kid is quite bad, but Suja is too lazy to pay attention to him. Who would bother with a moron? Put away your little thoughts, I have a car. If you act like this again next time, I won't be polite. Suja warned Yihao. Although he didn't take Yihao seriously, there was always a little man jumping around in front of him, which made him feel annoyed. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Yihao was unconvinced, but when he looked at Suja's drooping face, he felt a little scared. Suja, with his face drooping, looked very oppressive. Yihao was very familiar with this feeling, as he often felt it from his father. Are you going to leave or not? Zhou Xueton's impatient voice came from the car. She saw the confrontation between Yihao and Suja. Seeing that Suja, who had been against her, had the upper hand again, anger rose in her heart. But he didn't dare to vent his anger on Suja, a man who didn't know how to be gentle with women. Why aren't you leaving yet? Zhou Xueton said unhappily. If it weren't for the fact that Yihao had just mentioned a couple of her dream Marthas, she would not have agreed to the request of this dead lickspittle. Xueton, don't be impatient. I want to see what kind of nice car Suja can drive. After Yihao finished speaking, Zhou Xueton calmed down and stared at Suja outside the car. She has been a goddess admired by countless people since she was a child. Wherever she goes, there are people who actively compete to show their courtesy to her. Among her countless lick dogs, Yihao is the best one among them. He is rich, handsome, and talented. In order to pursue her, he changed his major to art in his senior year of high school and was admitted to the Shanghai Theatre Academy. This touched Zhou Xueton, but she did not want to develop a romantic relationship with Yihao because Yihao was too weak. She likes strong ones. Suja meets Zhou Xueton's standards very well, but this man just can't get along with her. She was targeting her everywhere, and now she wanted to make Suja look bad, even just once. So, now, Zhou Xueton stared at Suja with her eyes wide open. However, when Suja took out a key with a peculiar shape, Zhou Xueton's pupils dilated instantly. In her opinion, car keys with strange shapes either mean the car is a super luxury car or it is just for showing off. Then could it be Suja? Apollo IE will give the answer. The moment Suja pressed the car key, the headlights of the luxury supercar opposite Yihao Masha suddenly lit up. For a moment, Zhou Xueton was stunned. Click. Yihao was shaking violently, and the burning car was extinguished by his trembling feet. Boom. When the heartbeat quickens and the blood vessels expand, a roaring sound is heard. A crisp breaking sound accompanied it. If you listen carefully, you can hear the sound of a young boy's dignity being shattered. Chapter 10, Rich and Generous. Suja drove out of the back door of the school. There is a large open space at the back door of the school, so parking your car there will not have any impact. This is indeed the case. There are many luxury cars parked in this open space. There was someone in the driver's seat. Looking through the front windshield, the person looked mature and probably not from school. I'm here, how about you? Yan Damon's dormitory was very close to Yang Chusha and the others, just in the opposite building, so they came from the same place. We're in the car, an Aston Martin DBX, with a cherry blossom pink car cover. It's easy to find. Yang Chusha replied to the message. It is indeed easy to find and stands out among the cars of mature men such as BBA, Land Rover, and Continental. DD. I have an appointment, please don't disturb me. The rear window of the cherry pink Martin rolled down, revealing a golden-haired girl. Besides me, who else did you meet? The Apollo IE on the side of Martin also lowered its window, revealing Suja with his teeth bared. Suja is really happy now. He has imagined this scene countless times. Fuck, Suja, is this your car? That's awesome. The little golden retriever Sui-san said something shocking and got out of the car swiftly to look at Suja's supercar. Suja was very upset. Sui-san's outfit today was girlish, which suited her very well as she was a girl herself. Her long golden hair shone brightly in the bright sun, and the wind blew across her white, slender legs, lifting a small part of her skirt. But her words and actions are inconsistent with her image. Is Shanshan very interested in cars? Unlike Suja, who had a frown on his face, Yang Chusha and the others had calm expressions, and it seemed that they were used to it. That's right, let me tell you, Suja's car is awesome. The car is called Apollo IE, also known as the Sun God Apollo. The entire car is made of exposed carbon fiber and has a V-shaped streamlined design.
Suja's platinum car cover is also known as the ceiling of pure desire, and he is the dream lover of countless people. You may not understand what I'm saying, but to put it bluntly, there are only 10 of this car in the world, with an official starting price of 20 million, but there's no demand for it.
Sui-san kept talking, listing out the features of the car in detail.
Yang Chuxia, Yan Daiman, and Mi Weiwei were stunned when they heard this.
Suja also looked at Sui-san with admiration. If you can talk, say more. Invisible pretense is the most deadly.
When Sui-san talked about Suja's amazing car, the level of pretense instantly became several levels higher than when Suja himself explained it. As Sui-san spoke, she walked to Suja's car window and looked at Suja with bright eyes.
Lao Su, I give you so much face that you can act so big. How about letting me satisfy my urge to masturbate? Looking at Sui-san's delicate face, Suja was happy.
It turned out that this girl was waiting for him here.
Next time for sure,
Suja said with a smile. After hearing Suja's reply, Sui-san snorted coldly and returned to Yang Chuxia's Martin. Suja looked at Yang Chuxia's car, which was full of people, while he was the only one in his car.
He said indignantly, "Is there any beautiful woman willing to take my car? It's too lonely to be alone." Yang Chuxia thought it made sense.
The distance from their school to the destination was not close, but she had to drive, so she asked,
"How about someone go over and keep Suja company?"
Sui-san was the first to answer, "I'm not going.
Whoever wants to go can go."
Yan Daiman, who was next to Sui-san, was moved.
She really wanted to go, but she didn't want to appear too eager.
Inside the car, after a few seconds of silence, Yan Daiman saw that the time was almost right and prepared to speak.
However, Mi Weiwei took the lead and said, "I'll go."
It's embarrassing for Suja to wait.
Well, remember to send a message if anything seems wrong.
Yang Chuxia reminded that although Suja was a classmate, they had only known each other for a short time and were still wary of him.
After answering, Mi Weiwei got out of the car. Who is going to get in my car?
On this side, Suja was still looking forward to it.
How could it be her?
The moment Suja saw Mi Weiwei, his breathing suddenly stopped.
Mi Weiwei gave him the impression of a super queen of the sea, a woman that could not be provoked.
Admittedly, she is also very beautiful, but Suja subconsciously wants to avoid her and not provoke her. Because he was afraid of a fire in the backyard.
All Suja wants in this life is to live freely and have as many girlfriends as he wants.
But this is not a novel. People are selfish, especially in love. If I really start a relationship with Mi Weiwei, my life will probably be difficult.
Although Suja wanted to avoid Mi Weiwei, the light emitted by Mi Weiwei was extremely eye-catching.
Mi Weiwei was wearing a bright red low-cut long dress with a slit today, and the dazzling silver pendant was dim in front of her rich white chest.
While Suja was still thinking, Mi Weiwei had already opened the gull wing door and bent down to sit in.
At the moment when Mi bent down slightly, Suja looked straight at her with his eyes fixed.
So fragrant. So big. So white. But then again, what if there's a fire in the backyard? Are you sitting comfortably? Suja asked with a caring smile.
It's not as comfortable as the Martin in early summer, but it's my first time sitting in a supercar, so it feels good. After observing Mi Weiwei closely, Suja found that this woman was even more charming. With her not too exaggerated wavy hair and just the right amount of lipstick, Mi Weiwei exudes a charming scent all the time.
Some of it is intoxicating.
For a moment, Suja actually had the idea of marrying this woman home.
Fasten your seatbelts and let's go. Suja's heart was filled with alarm, and he got rid of Mi Weiwei's confusion.
It is impossible to get married.
How can I spend my time recklessly after getting married? Do you want me to help you? Suja asked, deliberately speaking in a mean and vulgar tone.
Mi Weiwei pursed her lips upon hearing this, pretending to be disgusted and said,
"Get lost, you stinky man."
The moment the seatbelt was fastened on Mi Weiwei, Suja's heart, which had just calmed down, was stirred again. Unlike men, women usually wear seatbelts in the softest part of their upper body.
Mi Weiwei was very rich.
The moment she fastened her seatbelt, she disappeared, taking some of her clothes with her. Mi Weiwei's long skirt should have been tailor-made, but it no longer fit after the seatbelt took away some of the clothing.
The already low-cut design is now even lower.
From Suja's perspective, nearly half of Mi Weiwei's snow-white breasts were exposed. If he lowered a few millimeters, he would be able to see the most attractive part.
Praise Nuwa. Thank you for designing a beauty like Mi Weiwei. Suja, who was feasting his eyes, expressed his sincere gratitude.
He was not an ungrateful person.
Sister Mi is so generous. Silence is the most taboo at this time. Suja smiled at Mi Wei.
Mi Weiwei calmly tidied up her hair and tucked the loose hair behind her ears.
Yanran smiled and said, "We seem to be a little ambiguous. You've taken advantage of me. Why don't we go on a date?"
"I'll leave that to Chu Xia." After Mi Weiwei finished speaking, an ambiguous atmosphere rose in the car. This made Suja's heart skip a beat.
Oh no, she's not going to take me into the fish pond to accompany Wang Long, is she? Chapter 11, You are the owner of the manor, then what am I?
The system detects that the host is about to organize an event in a rental manor.
As a qualified super rich person, the system will not allow this to happen.
Reward the host with a copy of the Zhongsue Phoenix Manor assets.
The system's prompt suddenly rang in Suja's mind. Suja, who was concentrating on driving, was startled. Is it too late for me to get off now?
After a brief panic, Mi Weiwei spoke, her voice numb and with a hint of coquettishness. When facing a girl with strong means, you must not agree with her when talking to her and do not follow her rhythm. Suja said lightly, "Mi beauty, please hide your beautiful legs under your skirt so that I can concentrate on driving.
It's a bright sunny day today. The sun is reflecting off your legs." He. Mi Weiwei said nothing, just sneered a few times.
When driving, if no one in the car talks, it would be uncomfortable.
Suja doesn't like this kind of atmosphere. So he took the initiative to speak. I'm actually a very studious person. How studious is he?
Mi Weiwei is a person who has zero ability to talk about shrinking things, and she picked up Suja's topic at the right time.
My biology teacher in junior high school was also a beauty. Suja paused, looked at Mi Weiwei and said, "Of course, not as pretty as you."
Mi Weiwei heard this, rolled her eyes at him, and her mood inexplicably improved.
At that time, I asked the teacher a question and she called my parents. My father came to the school and beat me up.
As he spoke, Suja showed a sad and bitter expression.
Are you teasing the teacher? Mi Weiwei's interest was piqued and she asked eagerly. I didn't.
Suja denied decisively, I just asked her how deep the deepest female oral cavity in the world is. Because I read in a magazine that the depth of most women's mouths is about 9 centimeters, the distance from lips to throat is about 13 centimeters, and the maximum volume of the mouth is generally 96 milliliters.
After saying this, I was beaten. Puff. Geese. Suja's serious look made Mi Weiwei laugh out loud without caring about her image. Should.
Suja felt a little helpless as he looked at Mi Weiwei, who was laughing non-stop. He thought she was a super queen of the sea, but he didn't expect her sense of humor to be so low. The roads were clear today, perhaps because Suja's car looked like it couldn't be repaired, so the journey that normally took 2 hours was completed in less than an hour and a half.
Want to get off and walk?
Suja originally came here just to discuss the lease. But the situation changed. His system father took effect, and such a large manor instantly became his. So he wanted to walk around and inspect his assets.
A crowd of people was standing at the gate of the manor. At a glance, there were about 100 of them. Why are these people gathering here? Mi Weiwei was a little puzzled. Who knows? Suja's car was following behind Yang Chuxia's Martin.
He and Mi Weiwei saw Yang Chuxia and the others get out of the car, so they got out as well. The moment they got off the car, the first few men in suits standing at the entrance of the manor said loudly, "Welcome the boss to come and give us your guidance." The employees in different work uniforms behind him shouted, "Welcome the boss to come and give us your guidance." Seeing this scene, Suja smiled. It was so face-saving. At the same time, Sui-san also smiled. She walked forward with a smile, put her hands on her slender waist, raised her white swan neck, and said,
"What are you doing? I've already said that I like to keep a low profile."
After saying that, he turned around and explained to Su Zhu and the others, "This manor is a coming-of-age gift given to me by my old man. I didn't tell you before because I wanted to give you a surprise."
"Shan, what does your family do?" Yang Chuxia was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that Sui-san was the most capable one in their dormitory. Just a little business." Sui-san's thin eyebrows were curved, looking very cute.
The 3 men in suits standing in the front trotted towards them.
He passed by Sui-san and walked in front of Suja. "Hello, Mr. Su, I am the person in charge of the manor, General Manager Zhang Ning." Sui-san's smile froze.
She took a wrong step and turned sideways to look at Zhang Ning, who was bowing deeply.
Zhang Ning, don't you want to do this anymore? Even the boss can admit his mistakes.
HR Director Wen lowered his head and cautiously came to Sui-san and explained in a low voice, "Miss, we just received a personnel transfer. Director Su has obtained 100% controlling stake in the manor."
What the hell?
Sui-san asked again, as the original boss, how come she didn't know about such a big change?
How funny. The coming-of-age gift I received just a month ago has become someone else's? Sui-san didn't go to Suja to ask for clarification at the first time.
Instead, she took out her cell phone wrapped in an exquisite glitter case and called her father.
Beep, beep. Hey! Old man Su. Where is my huge manor? Shanshan, listen to my explanation. The other party made an offer that I couldn't refuse. What kind of profit would allow you to buy your daughter's coming-of-age gift? Are you worthy of my mother? Dad is sorry for you, I will make it up to you, okay? Where's my money? What money?
The money from selling the estate.
Used. Hee, old man Su, just wait for me at home. I want to duel with you.
In a magnificent huge villa, a middle-aged man in his 50s who was full of energy and vigor was looking at the hung-up phone and smiling blankly.
Master, will the young lady come back today? Asked the butler behind him. Go prepare the food that the young lady likes.
Oh, and put away all her weapons and clubs.
Return to Phoenix Manor. Sui-san pushed Zhang Ning away.
She was about 1.6 meters tall and looked up at Suja with angry eyes.
He said viciously, Suja, who are you? You're organizing a class team building, and you're spending billions on a manor. Are you some hidden noble family scion?
The other women also looked at Suja in unison. They were equally curious.
It's nothing special. An elder in my family just wanted to give me a gift.
Suja replied vaguely. He was too lazy to explain so much, there was no need. But this was really a coincidence. I didn't expect that the original owner of a random reward from the system was actually Sui-san's. Suja looked down at Sui-san, who was pouting. This was a real rich woman. If he didn't have the system, the two of them would probably never have any intersection in their lifetimes.
Tisk, forget it, I don't really want to hear it. Sui-san pushed Suja away in dissatisfaction, grabbed Mi Weiwei's hand and pulled her into the manor gate. He said loudly, I'll show you around. I know this place very well. Suja.
The considerate senior student Yen Daiman saw Suja being forgotten there, and she called out to Suja.
Suja waved at her. Mr. Su, do you have any instructions?
Zhang Ning asked Suja respectfully.
The new official had 3 things to do when he took office.
He had not yet figured out Suja's temper and was afraid that he would be fired for his heavy breathing the next moment.
Notify them that I'm going to hold an event here tomorrow. Please prepare the financial statements and operating summary.
I'll need to take a look after my military training. I'll have PricewaterhouseCoopers Zhongtian check them out.
Chapter 12, It turns out that the monitor is a billionaire. The next day. Li Yujie, have the 2 from your dormitory arrived? A group of people gathered in the square behind the school. The men are handsome and the women are beautiful. It was Sujo's class.
The agreed time was to gather at the back door at 8 a.m., but it was already 10 minutes past that time and 2 people were still missing. This made Sujo a little annoyed. What he hated most was people who procrastinated in doing things. If it weren't for the deputy classmate Yang Chusha acting as a lubricant, Sujo would have gotten angry long ago. Here they come, here they come. Li Yujie felt relieved when she saw 2 gorgeously dressed girls appear at the intersection. Because Suja's drooping face was really a bit scary. Everyone assemble. After everyone was present, Suja gave the order. All dormitory heads, please check again to see if everyone is present in the dormitory. Although this class team building activity was endorsed by the counselor, it was organized by Suja. He didn't want to cause trouble for himself, although he was not afraid of trouble. All ready. Okay, get on the bus in order. The manor has a special shuttle vehicle, which is very luxurious. If this car is used for passenger transport, the price of a single seat can be set 5 times higher than the market price. Suja did not drive his Apollo today, not because he wanted to keep a low profile, but mainly because he wanted to have fun with the people. Before the car started, Suja did the final inventory of people. Of course, when we say we are counting, we are actually just taking a few casual glances, because the car has 65 seats, and if you count the driver, there will be 3 empty seats.
Clear at a glance. However, there are now 5 empty seats. Where are Yi Hao and Zhou Xuetong? The dormitory head should call and ask. Suja took a few glances and found that the 2 missing people were old acquaintances. He forced himself to take a deep breath. Now he finally understood why his teacher didn't want to take them out to play before. It really makes people angry. DD. A Maserati stopped on the left side of the bus, and the honking of its horn attracted the attention of everyone in the bus. The window of the Maserati slowly lowered, and Yi Hao's face appeared in everyone's eyes. Fuck, Yi Hao is a rich second generation, and he actually drives a Maserati. I'm so envious, it's probably over $1 million.
A rich second generation also comes to an art school, he must be trying to show off and pick up girls. I didn't expect that Zhou Xuetong, whose appearance is second only to Yang Chuxia and the others in the class, is already with Yi Hao. When the people on the bus saw Yi Hao and Zhou Xuetong, some expressed their feelings while others watched the show.
Suja walked straight out of the car. Yang Chuxia and Yan Daiman followed behind him. What are you doing? Suja walked up to Yi Hao and questioned him. What's wrong? Can't I drive there?
In front of the whole class and goddess Zhou Xuetong, facing Suja's questioning, Yi Hao raised his voice.
This time he would never back down. He knew that Suja was a super second generation, but now it was a society ruled by law, and he didn't believe that Suja could do anything to him. Are you fucking idiot? The whole class is taking the bus together, but you're the only one who's special?
In an instant, Suja's resentment that had accumulated all morning burst out.
He had no prejudice against Yi Hao.
On the contrary, he admired Yi Hao quite a bit. Because Yi Hao doesn't have the bad habits of a rich second generation, he's a good person, just a little bit servile and a little bit stupid. But now Yi Hao is willing to be the chicken, and Suja doesn't want to let him down.
It's not easy to lead a team.
The moment Suja got angry, the bus, which was noisy a moment ago, suddenly became quiet, and everyone was as silent as a cicada.
Suja. Yan Daiman gently pulled Suja's sleeve and called out in a gentle voice.
Suja saw that the effect was achieved and slowed down his tone.
Yi Hao, we are a collective. You have to understand me. My purpose is not to scold you.
Look, Yang Chuxia didn't drive her Martin either, and neither did I drive my Apollo, one of only 10 in the world.
Yi Hao looked at Suja, who was looking at him like a teacher, and was instantly speechless.
The energy he had just built up disappeared.
All the good things have been said, what else can Yi Hao say?
For a moment, Yi Hao felt that he was forced to stand against the masses.
Xuetong, where are you going?
Yi Hao noticed that Zhou Xuetong had unbuckled her seatbelt and asked hurriedly.
That's enough embarrassment.
Zhou Xuetong's voice trembled a little.
She got out of Yi Hao's Maserati without looking back and got on the bus. After resolving the incident before departure, we finally set off smoothly.
The atmosphere in the car is a bit depressing, and it doesn't seem like the atmosphere of an art class at all.
Let's sing a song.
I'll start. The drive lasted nearly 2 hours, and it would have been quite uncomfortable if it had been so dull.
Yang Chuxia, the deputy class leader, stood up and picked up the car microphone.
The song sung by Yang Chuxia is called Love to the Point of Heartbreak, which Suja had never heard of. Because the songs in this world are different from those in his previous life, it is a parallel world. But Suja was still listening attentively. Yang Chuxia's singing skills were quite advanced, and she was probably only one step away from reaching Suja's advanced singing skills. Even so, Yang Chuxia has surpassed most singers in the market. Moreover, her voice is very special, with clear and bright high notes and long and mournful low notes, a typical gift from God. With Yang Chuxia playing the villain, the depressing atmosphere in the car dissipated.
Which student who was able to be admitted to the Shanghai Theatre Academy doesn't have some unique skills? One after another, they come up to show them off. When you are happy, time passes quickly.
In a blink of an eye, the car arrived at its destination.
Frog fun, so advanced. The squad leader is generous.
Among the 60 students in the class, there are rich second-generation students like Yang Chuxia and Yi Hao, and naturally there are also students from ordinary families. They were originally somewhat dissatisfied with Suja's temper, and some of them even discussed in the car about no longer letting Suja serve as the official squad leader. It was not until they saw the luxurious and beautiful Phoenix Manor covering an area of 1,600 acres that their resentment and dissatisfaction instantly disappeared.
Good morning, Mr. Su. Suja was the last one to get off the car.
When Suja got off the car, General Manager Zhang Ning hurried forward to greet him. As the general manager of this manor, Zhang Ning is very clear about the value of this manor. The fact that Suja was able to obtain all the shares from the father of Sui-san, a legendary figure in the Shanghai business world, shows that Suja's background is even more terrifying. Facing Suja, Zhang Ning did not dare to be careless at all.
Zhang Ning's address to Suja was clearly heard by all the classmates.
The class monitor actually owns such a large manor.
This is too extravagant. Squad leader, are you still accepting younger brothers? A manor this size is probably worth hundreds of millions. Squad leader, you're awesome.
After the freshmen who were still in the ivory tower learned about Suja's identity, they did not become alienated from him. The scene was still joyful.
But Yi Hao couldn't help but tremble in the crowd.
Influenced by his father, Yi Hao could roughly see the value of this manor. Even without counting the real estate, it is worth billions. At this moment, Yi Hao's confused mind became much clearer.
If Suja wanted to ruin his father's business, it shouldn't be difficult, right?
When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel scared.
Yi Hao, come here for a moment. What you fear will come true.
Yi Hao was planning to keep a distance from Suja in the future and never make Suja unhappy again, but the next moment Suja reached out and beckoned him over. Yi Hao buried his head and ran to Suja with gritted teeth.
What's up, squad leader? Suja glanced sideways. Has this kid finally gotten the hang of it?
He actually agreed to call him squad leader.
Nothing, just asking you to be quiet. After saying that, Suja left.
Squad leader, take care. Yi Hao looked at Suja's back and breathed a sigh of relief, grinning.
Coward.
Zhou Shuatong passed by Yi Hao and left a cold word.
No, he. Chapter 13, The Temptation Given by Zhang Ning. The manor is very large, covering an area of 1,600 acres. There is basically everything in there. Suja did not specially arrange any group activities for this team building activity. He didn't like it, and he believed that most of his classmates didn't like it either. So he let everyone have fun on their own and have dinner together in the evening. Hello, master.
I am Xiaokue, your personal butler.
Suja was a little tired, so he came to the room Zhang Ning had arranged for him.
This room is very nice, and if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the most luxurious room in the entire manor.
The only bad thing was that there was a woman in a maid outfit standing in the room.
This old guy Zhang Ning has problems with his ideology and morality. I will criticize him later.
Hello. Suja smiled and nodded. Change the name, remember there are no slaves in the new society.
It was also the first time that I was called master by a young and beautiful girl.
This moment scared Suja.
It turns out that this is what the life of rich people is like.
Xiao Kuwei has an extremely outstanding appearance.
It is no exaggeration to say that she is not inferior to any popular young actress in the entertainment industry. Then, such a goddess-like beauty called him master in a coquettish tone.
Suja had never seen such a scene before.
He had just traveled through time 2 days before registering for school and had never experienced the real life of a wealthy person. Never experienced the temptation of the world.
Suja wanted to lean on the sofa to rest for a while, and the maid Xiao Kuwei hurried to him.
Under Suja's puzzled gaze, he suddenly knelt down.
Master, let me massage your feet,
Xiao Kuwei said in a soft voice. Suja didn't say anything because his eyes were fixed on Xiao Kuwei's 2 bright fruits.
Xiao Kuwei is also a small monster.
He is not big, but he has a thin waist and big fruits.
Moreover, the shape of the fruit is the teardrop shape that Suja prefers.
This shape is characterized by a small and sturdy chassis. Xiao Kuwei's delicate little hands gently took off Suja's shoes and socks and carefully pressed on his feet. Perhaps it was the infinite vitality of youth that was at work. Suja only felt that his heart was itching because of Xiao Kuwei's pressure. Xiao Kuwei, stand up.
Suja pondered for a moment and spoke.
Xiao Kuwei obediently stopped what she was doing and stood up.
He stood up, and the 2 fruits on his body happened to be aimed at Suja's face.
Suja was very sure that Xiao Kuwei should not be very old, because the unique girlish fragrance on her body lingered on Suja's nose. Next, Suja ordered Xiao Kuwei to do a few more actions, such as jumping on the spot, blinking, touching. This is Suja's obedience test. He wants to see how accepting Xiao Kuwei is.
But Xiao Kuwei's smoothness was beyond his expectation, like a humanoid robot.
Suja really wanted to know how Zhang Ning was trained.
Could it be that the manner rewarded to him by the system was Yihan Yuan?
Although he was puzzled, looking at the well-behaved Xiaokui, Suja felt an evil thought rising quietly in his heart.
Sit on my lap.
The next moment, Suja ordered. Xiaokui hesitated for just a moment before sitting obediently on Suja's legs.
Xiaokui looks very thin.
She is less than 1.7 meters tall and her weight definitely does not exceed 100 kilograms. But there was a lot of flesh on her buttocks after she sat down. Suja didn't feel any pain in his bones at all.
It's all enjoyment.
Suja looked at Xiaokui's expression, but she just lowered her head with the tips of her ears slightly red.
This expression irritated Suja even more.
He tentatively stretched out his hands and hugged Xiaokui's slender waist, pulling hard, making her fall into Suja's arms.
My breathing is a little rapid, my body is shaking slightly, and my temperature is a little high.
This was the message Suja received from her. Suja smiled, his left hand still holding her waist.
The right hand follows its heart and goes where it wants to go.
The girl's skin was very tender and smooth, and Suja felt like he was touching silk when he touched it.
Suja just pinched it slightly. Suddenly, the elastic flesh flowed out from between the fingers.
This made Suja's heart slightly flutter, and his actions became more bold.
Ah!
Xiaokui suddenly gasped. Although the sound was very light, it could be heard clearly in the empty room.
Ahem, Xiaokui, get up.
This moan woke Suja up.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Suja gave an apologetic smile and ended the game. He didn't wake up in time, but he wanted to save his virginity for his mistress Jiang Qinghan or a beautiful woman like Yin Daiman.
A man's first time is also very precious, right?
Master, I'm sorry to disturb your interest. Xiaokui didn't know why Suja suddenly stopped moving and mistakenly thought that she had made an inappropriate sound.
Oh, master, it's wet. Let me wipe it for you.
As she spoke, Xiaokui took out a few tissues and wiped Suja's pants. But the problem is that Suja was carrying a traditional spear, which was very powerful. At the same time, his pants were very thin. In this way, when Xiaokui wiped his pants, she would inevitably touch the tip of his gun. The touch made his soul tremble.
Xiaokui.
Suja hurriedly held down the maid Xiaokui's jade hand.
Master, what's wrong?
Xiaokui, who was half kneeling, raised her head slightly, and her bright eyes met Suja's.
No, nothing.
Suja stood up suddenly. I'll go out for a walk first. He hurried past Xiaokui and rushed out. Through the intimate touch just now, he could clearly feel that Xiaokui was also a novice. If he didn't leave, he was afraid that he would lose control. After walking out of the room, Suja paced back and forth in the corridor for a while.
Because his little brother hasn't calmed down yet, it's too abrupt. I can only say that being young is a good thing.
It took about 10 minutes for it to completely calm down. Suja was quite satisfied with this and recalled his previous life.
Due to excessive indulgence, people in their 20s and 20s will show signs of weakness in their sexual desire.
Only after calming down did Suja feel at ease to step out of the starry sky villa.
He walked for about 10 minutes and saw almost no one. Yes, now everyone is probably concentrated in the leisure and entertainment area.
Suja's brows relaxed. He was happy with it.
Sometimes it was nice to be alone.
He was strolling leisurely when he suddenly heard the sound of a dog barking not far ahead.
The dog barks very quickly and loudly. It was obvious that the dog was in fighting mode. Could it be that a classmate in the class encountered a vicious dog?
Thinking of this, Suja's face suddenly changed. He brought the people here, so naturally he is responsible for their safety.
P.S. I had a sudden realization.
As I was writing, I actually forgot my original intention and the main theme established in the first 2 chapters.
I apologize and reflect on this.
I can't guarantee that I can write in a way that will please his family, but I promise that I will stick to my own unique style.
Chapter 14, Did she do it on purpose? Woof. Woof woof. Woof woof woof.
Mi Weiwei looked ahead in horror, tears in her eyes and her red lips trembling slightly. There was a dark brown Doberman right in front of him, growling constantly, with its pointed fangs emitting a cold light. Mi Weiwei was frightened by it and her face turned pale. Her beautiful legs under the red skirt trembled uncontrollably. She really wanted to escape from here quickly, but she knew that doing so would only stimulate the vicious dog's desire to attack.
Mi Weiwei once raised an Alaskan Malamute, so she has some knowledge about pet dogs.
The dog in front of you is a pure Doberman Pinscher, which is a fierce dog with extremely strong attack power.
Is there anyone, help?
After a stalemate, Mi Weiwei, who was suffocated by the high-pressure environment, finally broke down and cried for help. It would have been fine if Mi Weiwei hadn't said anything, but as soon as she spoke, the vicious dog seemed to be enraged. The next moment, the vicious dog stopped barking and rushed directly towards Mi Weiwei. The speed is quite fast.
No, don't.
Seeing the vicious dog baring its teeth and attacking, Mi Weiwei didn't care about anything at this time. He turned and ran in panic.
Mi Weiwei went out today wearing high heels and running at full speed.
She had only run a few steps when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her feet. The next moment, he fell heavily to the ground.
Woof!
Mi Weiwei had forgotten the pain in her feet at this time, and used her hands and feet to retreat. But it was all in vain, the vicious dog was already in front of her.
At this time, Mi Weiwei was in despair.
The impression of the vicious dog in her beautiful pupils became stronger and stronger, and it was about to make a gesture of pouncing on the prey.
Roll!
At this moment, Suja ran towards Mi Weiwei with all his strength. When he was about to get close, he pulled up his right leg with all his strength and shot it hard at the belly of the vicious dog.
Woo!
Suja's full-strength kick was quite powerful.
The rather large Doberman pinscher flew back half a meter and lay on the ground whimpering. Suja!
The crisis was over, and Mi Weiwei looked at the familiar face, and the tension in her body relaxed. But her emotions broke down, and she sat on the ground, looking at Suja and burst into tears. The voice was full of helplessness and despair, which made Suja feel distressed.
Okay, it's okay.
Suja squatted down and comforted the girl with heartache.
Woo woo. I almost thought I was going to die. Woo woo.
Mi Weiwei hugged Suja tightly, her delicate body twitching constantly, and her tears wet his shoulders. Suja patted her back gently, comforting her while glancing at the vicious dog lying on the ground.
I felt a little angry. How could there be such a dangerous thing in this manor? It almost hurt someone. He just happened to arrive today. If he had not resisted the temptation of the little maid, wouldn't it have led to tragedy?
The more Suja thought about it, the more frightened he became. He decided to settle Mi Weiwei down and then find Zhang Ning to interrogate her.
Weiwei, are you okay?
Suja looked over and saw the figure of the golden-haired Sui-san. Suja immediately felt relieved. He was good at making girls cry, but not good at comforting crying girls. Golden Retriever, your roommate is scared by the dog, come and comfort her. Suja gestured for her to walk faster.
Suja, who are you calling Golden Hair?
When Sui-san heard Suja's name, she was so angry that she bared her teeth and wanted to shoot him in the head. When she got closer, Sui-san glared at Suja fiercely. Then he took Mi Weiwei from Suja's arms. Mi Weiwei was wearing high heels and looked about 1.76 meters tall. Sui-san was only about 1.65 meters tall at most when she was holding Mi Weiwei. Suja felt like a daughter hugging her mother. But Sui-san didn't notice at all, and instead kept comforting her.
Be good, Weiwei. The bad dog has been defeated. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. We are not afraid. Ha ha ha.
Suja, who was standing by, laughed out loud when he saw this awkward scene.
Laugh, 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 what the hell?
Hold Weiwei, I'll go and avenge her.
Sui-san pushed Mi Weiwei to Suja, and then she walked straight towards the Doberman lying on the ground.
At this time, the Doberman had almost recovered from Suja's kick. After being kicked, it is now much more obedient.
Shan-chan is in danger.
Seeing Sui-san running towards the vicious dog aggressively, Mi Weiwei stopped crying and spoke anxiously. Suja wanted to pull this tiger woman back, but Mi Weiwei twisted her ankle and couldn't stand without support.
Woof.
When the Doberman saw Sui-san, it let out a low bark, and one could hear a lot of grievance in its voice.
You bad little dog, is this what I taught you?
As Sui-san said this, she gave the Doberman 2 hard slaps. The vicious dog was beaten so hard that tears welled up in its eyes.
Woof. Not feeling satisfied, Sui-san slapped him twice more.
Looking at this scene, Suja finally understood that this dog was raised by Sui-san.
Kneel down and admit your mistake. Sui-san pulled the Doberman's front legs and walked in front of Mi Weiwei. Puff. Mi Weiwei looked at the dog lying on the ground with drooping ears and a look of grievance, and smiled. Let me take you to rest first. Your feet are a little red and swollen. You need to get treated quickly. Suja spoke, and when Mi Weiwei nodded, he supported Mi Weiwei and walked. It hurts.
After taking 2 steps, Mi Weiwei touched her left leg and cried out in pain.
How about I carry you on my back? Hearing this, Mi Weiwei hesitated for a moment.
From childhood to adulthood, she has never had so much physical contact with other opposite sexes except her father. I threw myself into Suja's arms just now because I was too nervous, and I only realized it now.
Well, thank you for your hard work. Mi Weiwei didn't hesitate and got into position.
At present, she has a good impression of Suja, especially his heroic figure just now is firmly engraved in her mind.
Mi Weiwei jumped on one foot and jumped onto Suja's back generously. Hiss. Am I heavy?
Mi Weiwei put her arms, as white as lotus root jade, around Suja's neck and pressed her whole body against his back.
Very light. Suja swallowed.
The moment Mi Weiwei jumped up, her two breasts hit her back hard. He subconsciously grabbed Mi Weiwei's hips and felt something soft again.
Mi Weiwei's plump body rested in Suja's hands. This reminded him of the romantic moment he had with the maid Xiaokue not long ago.
As I thought about it, I felt a warm sensation in my lower abdomen, and some kind of physiological reaction was looming.
I'm so hungry.
Suja criticized himself harshly.
As an aspiring young man of the new era, how could he be controlled by primitive desires?
He took a deep breath and slowed down his pace. Because Mi Weiwei's Nizi was so strong, he felt like his back was being pushed by Nizi with every step he took.
Even young people with ambitions can't control themselves.
Slowing down the pace, the bumps were much less severe.
Suja breathed a sigh of relief. Are you comfortable?
The whisper in his ear made Suja pause for a moment. Turning his neck slightly, Mi Weiwei's beautiful face came into his eyes.
Did she do it on purpose? Chapter 15, Believe in Suju's integrity. Are you comfortable?
Mi Weiwei's words had a teasing tone, which made Suja feel itchy. The clear feeling of the delicate body on his back made Suja's heart burn with anger.
What a charming fairy.
With the delicate body in his hands, Suja wanted to be a gentleman, but his heart did not allow it. He moved his fingers and gently scratched the beauty's plump buttocks on his back with the nails that had just sprouted.
Moan. You're annoying.
The moment Suja scraped, Mi Weiwei straightened her body reflexively, and a tingling sensation from deep within her nerves rushed straight to her brain.
This feeling is wonderful and intoxicating.
At this moment, an unspeakable feeling surged into Mi Weiwei's heart. This feeling unconsciously caused ripples in Mi Weiwei's heart.
It is still hot in Shanghai in September. Suja was sweating a lot while walking with Mi Weiwei on his back.
The smell of sweat carried into Mi Weiwei's nostrils along with the summer breeze.
It penetrated into Mi Weiwei's heart.
She lowered her head slightly, and Suja's sharp profile was reflected in her eyes, gradually overlapping with the figure who had just kicked the Doberman.
Suja. Mi pursed her lips slightly and looked away. What's wrong? I want to ask you. Brother Zhe, what's going on with you? When I turned the corner, I happened to meet Yang Yang, Guo Zhuan, and Wan Long. Yang Yang saw Mi Weiwei, the most fashionable goddess in the class, lying on Suja's back very obediently.
I was shocked by his beauty and my admiration for Suja reached its peak.
But why is there a breaking sound?
Yang Yang felt like he was hallucinating and looked around in confusion. When he saw Wan Long's sad expression, he understood that Wan Long was heartbroken.
Well. Yang Yang sighed deeply and looked at his roommate Wan Long with sympathy.
He despises bootlickers the most in his life. If he saw such a scene in normal times, he would at least eat some melon seeds while watching.
Don't get me wrong, it's Weiwei's foot that's injured.
Suja couldn't bear to see Wan Long looking so grief-stricken, so he explained to them.
Oh, so that's how it is. Thank you, Suja. Who says a broken mirror cannot be mended?
With just one word from Suja, Wan Long's broken heart was restored to its original state.
How about I carry it instead?
You must be tired after carrying it for so long. As he spoke, Wan Long stepped forward and held out his hand.
Guo Zhuan poked Yang Yang with a smile on his face. Although he didn't say anything, everyone could understand what he meant. What do you think? Out of moral considerations, Suja shook his shoulders and asked Mi Weiwei. Don't want.
Mi Weiwei buried her head in Suja's neck and spoke bluntly. Her long eyelashes touched Suja's neck in the blink of an eye, making him feel itchy. Wang Long's outstretched hand froze in the air, and the corners of his smiling mouth froze in an instant.
I couldn't help but look at Suja with resentment.
Looking at the goddess Mi Weiwei lying on Suja's back like a cat, he felt envious.
The goddess Wen Ti likes Suja, right? But Suja already has a senior. No, that's definitely not the case. Wang Long looked at Su Jie. He didn't deny that Su Jie was indeed handsome, but he was not bad either. After thinking about it, Wang Long still didn't think that it was unreasonable for his goddess to fall in love with Su Jie, whom he had only known for a few days. Besides, Su Jie is his roommate, and he believes that Su Jie should still have some moral integrity. Okay then, brother Jia, take Wei Wei to rest first, and then we'll go ride our bikes. I just heard there's a motorcycle sports venue here. Okay, I'll come later. Aren't you going to go cycling? Mi sat down slightly sideways, showing off her curvy figure. Su Jie smiled faintly, his eyes showing no hesitation at all. He asked Zhang Ning to arrange a room for Mi Wei Wei and did not dare to bring her back to his starry sky villa. Because the maid Shokue might still be in that room. I'm afraid you'll be bored alone, so I'll come and keep you company. The doctor just said there's nothing serious wrong with your foot. It should be healed before military training starts. Su Jie said with a gloating tone. Getting injured before military training can be considered a good thing from another perspective. But good things that come too quickly are bad things. Listening to Su Jie talking about this topic, Mi Wei Wei sighed. Oh, you're so annoying. The defense was broken. Mi Wei Wei was really broken at this moment. After 7 days of military training in high school, my skin took a whole semester to recover. The 2-week military training in college is so exhausting. Okay, I was wrong. Facing Ni's slightly resentful gaze, Su Jie apologized and admitted his mistake. Isn't it okay for me to leave? You can rest here slowly. Having said that, Su Jie prepared to get up and leave. Being alone can quickly enhance the relationship between two people, and Su Jie would never miss such an opportunity. But just now Yang Chuxia sent a message asking where they were. I guess Sui-san told her the news that Mi Wei Wei was injured. Let's go, out of sight, out of mind. Through Wang Longfa's location, we arrived at the motorcycle sports field in the manor. When he came here, Su Jie realized that he had underestimated the luxury of this manor. The scale of this sports venue is not small, and it is even enough to host some medium-sized competitions. This made Su Jie a little puzzled. Whose manor would have such a large motorcycle sports field? Why are you here? Stepping into the sports field, Su Jie looked at Sui-san with a frown. Why is this golden retriever everywhere? Didn't she take her dog to the vet? Brother, can you speak? Is there anything wrong with me being here? Listening to Sui-san's words, Su Jie's eyelids couldn't stop twitching. He couldn't understand why Sui-san, who looked like a rich lady, acted like a young man. Su Jie, you are finally here. Come and pick a car you like. You can ride a motorcycle, right? Sui-san is amazing, she has a huge collection of motorcycles. Yang Yang and the other two changed into cycling clothes, held helmets in their hands, and appeared in a boy group style. When they saw Su Jie, they each took their positions. After listening to Yang Yang's words, Su Jie understood that the route was with Sui-san. Yes, apart from Sui-san, no other rich person would build such a large motorcycle sports field in his manor. Okay, I'll show you some of my skills today. I'm not bragging, I'm a driving god. Su Jie is not bragging. In his previous life, he was the director of an orphanage and his side job was driving a motorcycle taxi. Prairie kids grew up on horseback, but he grew up on a motorcycle. In this life, I am blessed with advanced driving skills rewarded by the system. It might be difficult to become the best in the world, but there is absolutely no problem in shocking the people in front of you. Su Jie, how about we have a competition? A lap timer. I've already made the bet. If you lose, you have to lend me your car for 7 days. If I lose, I'll help you chase my roommate. You are such a big man, you shouldn't be afraid of a weak woman like me. Sui-san winked at Su Jie to provoke him. Su Jie looked strange. I always feel like Sui-san seemed to have planned this for a long time. Chapter 16, Su Jie, save me. Su Jie, let's have a competition. If I lose, I'll be your matchmaker. What do you think of my roommate? If you don't like Wei Wei and Chuxia very much, I have another roommate who has the perfect first love look. She's fair and tender, but from what I've observed you're a LSP. I guess you wouldn't refuse any beautiful woman. When Wan Long heard that Sui-san wanted to introduce Mi Wei Wei to Su Jie, he immediately became nervous. He straightened his body and stared at Su Jie with wide eyes. Su Jie shook his head. Sui-san still knew too little about him. He replied calmly, wrong, actually I wouldn't refuse even if it was a woman, as long as it wasn't Sister Yu. Is the other roommate you mentioned Zhang Qinghan? There are 4 people in a dormitory, and currently there are only 3 people in Yang Chusha's dormitory.
Suja had previously guessed that Zhang Qinghan was from their dormitory, and now that Sui-san mentioned it, he asked casually. After asking, Sui-san instantly showed an expression that said, "I didn't misjudge you. It seems you've put in a lot of effort, even finding out her name."
Okay, I understand. You don't need to explain. Just tell me whether you agree or not.
Suja was speechless. It seemed that his image in Sui-san's mind was becoming more and more fixed. Thinking of this, he was too lazy to say anything and agreed to Sui-san's request. The price of losing is just driving her car for 7 days, and the probability of losing is 99.99%.
It's not 100% because you can't be too confident. Suja chose the most dazzling Ducati V4 in Sui-san's garage. Sui-san is really a motorcycle enthusiast.
Her garage has collected almost all the motorcycles on the market. Another part is racing cars. Just the Ducati V4 chosen by Suja, the price is as high as 220,000, and the maximum speed can reach over 300 km per hour, which can be called a land aircraft. I've been playing with cars since I was a child, and I won't bully you. I'll just use this Suzuki R.
I've barely ridden this bike before, that's pretty cool.
Suja looked at Sui-san's confident look and wanted to laugh when he thought about how she would lose the little pearl later.
Stop wasting time and start now.
Suja started the car, put it into neutral, and stepped on the accelerator. Instantly, a roar filled the entire venue. The sound produced by the engine was explosive, and it made Suja's scalp numb in just a moment. Unlike the Apollo IE's iron-wrapped meat, the motorcycle's meat-wrapped iron can stimulate people's adrenaline more.
Holy crap, this feels so good. So much better than my size 600.
Yang Yang rushed out first with a scream.
Although it was a bet between Suju and Sui-san, Yang Yang, Wang Long and Guozhuan also participated in it. The competition is more interesting when there are more people.
Buzz buzz buzz. Sui-san held the clutch tightly, and with her right hand, she accurately controlled the throttle to the appropriate speed.
Boom boom boom.
In an instant, Sui-san released the clutch, and the roar of the engine pierced the sky, hitting the eardrums of several people. Sister Su was awesome, the catapult and the nose up.
Suja, who was in the last starting position, was shocked by Sui-san.
He didn't expect that this golden retriever was so capable. Seeing this, Suja couldn't help but wonder, if Sui-san also used a leader-class motorcycle and only compared the single-lap results, it would be hard to say who would win. But in the eyes of experts, the 1,100 cubic centimeters displacement of the Ducati V4 is enough to crush the 600 cubic centimeters of the small R.
This is exactly the case. The distance from the starting point to the first bend is nearly 800 meters. Sui-san started 1 second earlier than Suja.
But with the Ducati V4's terrifying 3.0100 km/h acceleration, the gap between the two had been narrowed before reaching the first corner.
Come on.
When the two cars met, Suja made a gesture with his finger pointing to the gas tank to Sui-san.
As a motorcycle enthusiast, Sui-san understood the meaning immediately. How could she, who had never lost before, withstand such ridicule? He leaned forward, lifted his right foot, and stepped on the accelerator, and the car's speed, which had slowed down in the curve, increased again. This golden retriever has gone crazy and doesn't want to die.
Looking at Sui-san's figure running past almost close to the ground, Suja cursed inwardly. Even with his advanced driving skills, he wouldn't dare do this and would slow down obediently when turning.
Suja felt a little regretful.
If he had known earlier, he would not have mocked this golden retriever. Suja wanted to honk the horn to ask her to slow down, but these cars were special track cars and were not equipped with this device. Seeing this, Suja had no choice but to give it his all and speed up to catch up.
After turning the corner, we come to the straight line again.
Suja was catching up very quickly and was on par with Sui-san halfway through the second straight line. When the two were tied, Suja made a gesture to slow down.
But Sui-san didn't even look at him.
Seeing Suja catching up again, she sped up again.
Soon, he surpassed Guozhuan, Wang Long, and Yang Yang. The second bend is coming, and this one is a big one.
But Sui-san showed no sign of slowing down, which made Suja, who was following behind, anxious. This is too dangerous, the performance of the small R cannot support such extreme operations. Although he was very anxious, Suja still slowed down when entering the corner. Compared to Sui-san, Suja still let reason dominate his brain. His life in this world has just begun, so he can't die young.
Fortunately, we passed this bend without any danger.
Coming to the straight line again, Suja learned his lesson this time and did not speed up again, for fear of irritating Sui-san again.
Just as Suja thought, Sui-san did not speed up next.
But she didn't slow down either. It seemed like she was afraid that Suja would steal the chicken. Adhering to this strategy, Suja maintained a constant speed all the way and kept close to Sui-san. Observing her closely, he always felt that Sui-san's little R would collapse at the next moment. The track is not long and we soon arrive at the last big bend. When entering this big bend, Sui-san turned her head to look at Suja, and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he was dozens of meters away from her. The car speed was reduced for the first time, which was rare. After passing the bend, she looked at Suja again. The next moment she made a move that shocked the whole audience. Sui-san loosened her hands, slowly stood up, and controlled shower with her feet.
No, is this golden retriever so awesome? Suja, who was following behind, was stunned.
He didn't expect Sui-san's skills to be so amazing that she could even do a standing press bend. At this time, he no longer cared about winning or losing.
After all, Sui-san was playing with his life, so how could he win?
After showing off for a while, Sui-san sat back in her seat and prepared for the final sprint.
But an accident happened.
When he was straightening the front of the car, it swayed rapidly.
Suja, who was standing behind, was shocked. This is the death wobble, one of the most feared accidents for any rider.
Sui-san, who had just sat back in her seat, felt the frame shaking violently and became panicked. She wanted to slowly straighten the front of the car based on her knowledge and experience, but it was difficult for her to do so as she was now relaxed.
Suja. Sui-san called out Suja's name in panic. Chapter 17, a cliched but effective hero saves the beauty. Suja. Save me.
At the moment the accident happened, the first person Sui-san thought of was Suja, who had been following her.
But her instinctive cry for help was completely muffled by the heavy helmet. Death wobble is undoubtedly terrifying.
If you encounter this situation, there is basically a 9/10 chance of death and 1/10 of injury. To overcome this difficulty, the most important thing is to stay calm and slowly reduce the speed. Because under normal circumstances the front of the car will correct itself.
Sui-san understood this principle, but when the accident happened, she panicked. Fear took over her mind. Don't panic, I'll find a way. Suja's Ducati made a roar that pierced the sky, and caught up with Sui-san after 3 breaths. I didn't dare get too close. At this time, the Suzuki R driven by Sui-san was shaking violently, and it seemed that it would fall heavily to the ground in the next moment. This made Suja very anxious. If you fall at this speed, broken arms and legs would be the least of your worries. In a worst-case scenario, if Sui-san falls off her bike and is hit by shower, she will suffer secondary injuries. Perhaps this beautiful life that has just bloomed will come to an abrupt end. It's really fucked up. Suja couldn't help but curse inwardly.
From the bottom of his heart, he really wanted to save Sui-san's life.
Maybe it's because they are classmates, or maybe it's because this golden retriever is quite pretty. But the problem is that there are risks in saving her in this way. Even the advanced driving skills given by the system cannot guarantee that he will not be injured during the rescue. Living a new life, Suja cherishes his life very much. Suja waited and watched, praying that the front of the car could correct itself. But the reality is that developments are always not what we want. While watching, Sui-san's Suzuki R was shaking more and more violently. Suja looked at it for a while and found that the amplitude of the swing was a bit abnormal. It must be because the car has been stored for too long and some parts have broken down. Boom! Just once, sacrifice your life just once. Suja estimated that he was 70% to 80% sure that he would not be injured. Give me your hand. Suja took off his goggles, clamped his legs around the fuel tank, and stretched out his hands towards Sui-san. The roaring voice was a little hoarse. Sui-san looked at Suja and stretched out his hands to him, and she really wanted to give them to him. But the violently swaying car body made her afraid to let go. I always feel like I will fall heavily to the ground the next second if I let go. The opportunity was fleeting, and Suja had no choice but to withdraw his hands. Speed up again to catch up with Sui-san. This time he decided to change his strategy. Holding my breath, I leaned over the fuel tank and stared at the movement trajectory of the Suzuki CR-V. Left, right, left, right. It's time. The moment the car moved to the right, Suja moved. He made an incredible move.
His upper body was completely suspended in the air, the Ducati under him was pressed into a 45-degree angle by his legs, and his right hand precisely embraced Sui-san's slender waist. The moment he hugged her, Suja exerted force with his waist and abdomen.
The next moment, in the horrified eyes of Wan Long, Yang Yang, and Guojuan, Sui-san flew up.
Suja lifted her whole body into the air with his right hand. What is even more amazing is that the Ducati under him not only did not lose balance, but miraculously righted itself. After losing Sui-san's control, Suzuki Shower rushed straight to the sandpit on the right like a wild horse. It hit the ground hard at a speed of 90 yards, bounced repeatedly in the sandpit several times, and finally stopped after it broke into pieces.
Hoo.
After Suja rescued Sui-san by grabbing her waist, he quickly stopped the car, breathing heavily.
Suja.
At this time, the two of them were squeezed face to face in the narrow seat. Sui-san took off her helmet, and tears flashed in her big eyes. Even when Suja was breathing rapidly, she did not avoid it at all.
I thought I was going to die. Sui-san was stunned for 2 seconds, then hugged Suja tightly. The joy of surviving the disaster made her burst into tears.
Okay. He looked down at the frail body in his arms, feeling the wetness on his chest, unable to utter the reproach in his mouth. He just kept stroking her back.
Sui-san gave him the impression of being cute and beautiful.
At this moment, he felt that he could hold Sui-san in his arms. Holding the soft jade in his arms, the moment of life and death further aroused the girlish fragrance of Sui-san. It made Suja feel beautiful. In addition, the two of them are currently keeping a close relationship. Suja's hand, which was soothing her back, expanded uncontrollably. It covers from the back to the waist and below the waist. Suja stretched out his left hand and hugged Sui-san's slender waist. With a little force from his hands, she was lifted up a little. She sat on Suja's lap, and the two delicate and round petals fell into his hands. He was very bold and not afraid at all that Sui-san would slap him in anger.
What are you looking at?
Suja's hands did not stop moving, and each of his 10 fingers had its own ideas. At this time, Sui-san had already raised her head from Suja's arms and looked at Suja with her big eyes.
Why is he touching me? Is this not good?
After all, there are differences between men and women.
Moan, this feels so weird.
This was the first time Sui-san had been touched like this in her life, and she knew it was definitely wrong. Reason told her that she should stop Suja's outrageous actions. But someone risked his life to save his, so he might have done this because he was too nervous. So she said, Suja, can we go to a place where there are no people to touch each other? After saying this, Sui-san froze in place. She couldn't believe such lewd words would come out of her mouth.
Still saying that. We'll talk about it next time.
Even the bold Suja was stunned. He didn't expect that this golden-haired creature was even bolder than him.
Could it be that Sui-san fell in love with him because he was a hero who saved the beauty? Thinking of this, Suja couldn't help but relax his brows. If this was true, this accident was not a bad thing. Sui-san lives in Dormitory 302, which houses her, Yang Chuxia, Miweiwei, and Jiang Qinghan. The goddess dormitory is set in stone.
However, in such a dormitory with goddesses, except for Yang Chuxia, the other 3 people have a relationship with Suja that goes beyond that of classmates.
It feels pretty good.
Suja vaguely felt the joy of stamp collecting. If he could collect all of their dormitories, he would have no regrets in his life. Now is a good time to deepen the relationship with Sui-san, but unfortunately Yang Yang and the other 3 have already arrived.
Okay, call me next time.
Sui-san also noticed Yang Yang and the others, wiped her tears, and put her hands on Suja's legs as if to get out of the car. Just as she got off the car, Sui-san's delicate hand touched Suja's triangle area.
Okay, nothing happened. Let's go back and prepare for tonight's activities. Suja responded to their concerns and let them go back. He didn't want to play anything anymore.
Maybe I didn't check the almanac before going out, so nothing has gone well since this morning.
Chapter 18 Suja, kissing is quite fun.
Hiss. It hurts. In the infirmary, the female doctor from the manor was massaging Suja's right arm. He strained some muscles in his right arm because he exerted too much force during the rescue. The tearing pain in his arm made him scream without caring about his image. Sui-san, who was accompanying her, frowned as she watched. There was some heartache and some self-blame in his eyes. If it weren't for her, it wouldn't be like this.
Doctor, let me do it. Sui-san was the original owner of the manor, so the female doctor naturally recognized her. So he respectfully made way and left the room. You, be gentle.
Suja didn't trust the golden retriever very much, and warned him worriedly. Sui-san answered in a very gentle tone, and Suja was a little surprised by her gentleness.
Although it was an accident, Suja still kept a close eye on Sui-san's movements.
Under his gaze, Sui-san put some ointment on her hands and rubbed it gently on his right arm. Unexpectedly, Sui-san actually had some skills, with the force being neither too light nor too heavy. After she pressed for a while, the pain in the right arm muscles miraculously eased a lot. When the pain no longer occupied the top of his mind, Suja's brain became active again, and he had time to carefully look at the golden-haired girl with a delicate face in front of him. Putting aside her mute mouth, Sui-san completely satisfied Suja's fantasy of a rich lady. Pretty appearance, confident temperament, and neck that is always raised.
Suja, are you feeling better? Sui-san asked Suja to check the results. Well, do you remember what you just said? What did I say?
You said you went to a place where no one was around to touch it, and you forgot about it so quickly.
Hearing Suja's words, Sui-san stopped moving her hands immediately.
In Suja's eyes, her fair skin was visibly rosy.
Suja smiled. When he saw this reaction, he knew it was safe. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent.
After saying that, Suja pulled Sui-san into his arms.
Relax.
Sui-san was very stiff, and Suja leaned over to her ear and blew gently. She softened instantly, closed her eyes tightly and let you touch her. Her eyelashes trembled, she was so cute.
Suja was moved by this.
He didn't expect that Sui-san had such a lovely side.
Good food is never too late.
Sui-san had no intention of refusing him, and Suja was not in a hurry. He stared at her face.
Sui-san became a little anxious.
She closed her eyes and waited for a long time, but there was no sign of Suja. She wanted to open her eyes and see what Suja was doing. But I was afraid of meeting his lustful eyes, and felt very shy. After waiting for a while, Suja still did not move. Sui-san suddenly became anxious and opened her eyes abruptly.
Made a jaw-dropping move. Can you be quicker? You're dilly-dallying like a woman. Sui-san grumbled in dissatisfaction, showing her generosity.
But her face was full of shame.
Again, so cute.
Unable to refuse such a kind offer, Suja gladly accepted Sui-san's kindness.
Suja just used a little force, and the soft and warm fragrance he felt was intoxicating. But there are still some shortcomings. Suja is a straightforward person and wants to clear the fog.
Such behavior made Sui-san a little scared.
One can clearly feel that Suja's hand movements are becoming bolder.
Her original intention was just to let Suja touch her lightly a few times outside her clothes.
Grabbing Suja's hand and gently pushing him away, Sui-san said tremblingly, Okay.
Hearing Sui-san's pleading tone, Suja pinched her for the last time with regret.
He is a democratic man and will not go against a woman's wishes. Suja, what do you think our relationship is? After tidying up her messy clothes, Sui-san sat down and asked Suja. Suja hesitated after hearing this question. This question is so annoying.
If it were in the past, he would definitely say without hesitation that we are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. In the past, if he could find such a rich lady, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. But now, I can only say that I haven't had enough fun.
He thought for a moment and said, What do you think our relationship is?
After Suja finished speaking, he looked straight at Sui-san, waiting for her answer. If she said she wanted to establish a romantic relationship, Suja decided to turn around and leave immediately. It is absolutely impossible for him to give up a forest just because of Sui-san. Compared with Sui-san, he is more interested in Senior Yen Daiman and the fairy Ni Weiwei.
I think the nature of the relationship is not important and does not need to be defined by labels, don't you think? Sui-san said. Suja looked at Sui-san in disbelief. Isn't this his lyrics?
I let you touch me because I'm grateful for saving my life.
My old bastard taught me to be grateful. But falling in love is impossible. I think being brothers with you is pretty good. We'll be good brothers from now on.
Having said that, Sui-san paused and said,
Don't worry, my life is not that cheap. Just touch it and I'll repay you. If you want to touch me again in the future, you can tell me. I won't refuse.
Actually, I feel pretty comfortable when you touch me, so we enjoy each other.
Sui-san's cherry pink little mouth kept chattering, and what she said shocked Suja.
He didn't expect that the little golden retriever would suddenly become so brave.
But this is exactly what he wants.
Who knows, after just a few touches, they might become sex buddies.
Okay, then we'll be good brothers from now on.
Suja agreed with a smile. As long as their relationship was not made public, he had no objection to them being not just brothers, but even father and son.
Hey bro, have you ever been kissed?
Since he is not allowed to touch her now, Suja thinks of finding another way.
He looked at Sui-san's soft pink little mouth and felt a little thirsty. No. Me neither, how about we give it a try? You're my good brother, and you don't want me to be in a relationship and not even be able to kiss, right? That makes sense, try it? Sui-san knew what Suja was thinking, and she was also a little curious about what it felt like to kiss. Anyway, Suja has already taken a lot of advantage.
The two are still good brothers, and it is normal for good brothers to be close to each other. Seeing Sui-san agreed, Suja slowly approached. He stretched out his hands to hug Sui-san's shoulders, holding her head so that their lips overlapped. Suja was sure that a beautiful woman's lips were sweet.
Is this what kissing feels like?
Sui-san widened her eyes and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. The moment their lips touched, Sui-san felt that she could count the number of lines on Suja's lips. When Suja stretched out his tongue and teased her tongue in her mouth unscrupulously, it seemed as if time stopped at that moment.
Facing Suja's passionate kiss, Sui-san responded as best she could. Although it seemed unfamiliar and clumsy, it made Suja even more excited. A long time.
It was not until Sui-san began to have breathing problems that the two reluctantly parted their lips. After sitting down again, Sui-san's breathing rate returned to normal after a while. Recalling the wonderful feeling of the kiss just now, she smiled and said,
"Hey bro, I think kissing is more fun."
Suja laughed and found Sui-san more and more interesting. This brother had his approval. He glanced at Sui-san's uneasy look and raised his eyebrows. Actually, there are even more fun things.
Are you interested? Chapter 19, All Dogs. This chapter was written on my phone while I was celebrating the new year.
The transition chapters may be a bit boring, so you can skip them without affecting the plot.
Actually, there are things more fun than kissing. Do you want to try it? Hearing Suja's words, Sui-san rolled her eyes. I treat you as a good brother, and you actually want to sleep with me. Hearing these words full of sexual tension, the ripples in Suja's heart disappeared immediately. After this passionate kiss, he accidentally got carried away. He actually mistook Sui-san for a little white rabbit. What a mistake. Such a big mistake. Let's go, I'm hungry.
Desire faded, hunger crept into his heart, and Suja led Sui-san to the camp. This was temporarily built by Zhang Ning to welcome Suju and meet the dining needs of Suju and his class's team building. Just now, Yen Daiman and Yang Chuxia both sent messages, asking him to come over quickly. The campsite is very large, with white tents arranged in an orderly manner. There was a blazing bonfire in the center of the camp, with a bar and barbecue area on either side, and staff standing there with smiles on their faces. There are also a lot of musical instruments placed in a corner, and it can be seen that Zhang Ning put a lot of effort into it.
Everyone in our dormitory is here. We are here too. According to the plan, this point is the time for collective activities. Since Suja, the squad leader, is not there, the coordination work falls on Yang Chuxia. Yang Chuxia looked at the report in the department heads group.
At present, only Su Zhao and Sui-san had not arrived yet. However, she did not send a message to urge her, because Sui-san had already sent a message to tell her the situation.
Yang Yang also came over and said something just now. She and Yen Daiman were shocked when they learned that Sui-san almost had a car accident.
Yang Chuxia is a steady person, like an older sister in a family. When she learned about this, she kept asking to go to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. Suja couldn't persuade her, but fortunately the manor had a complete medical system, and the doctor issued a certificate to barely dispel her worries.
Everyone is here, let's start the event.
We have professional equipment here, and those who are interested can feel free to show off their talents and liven up the atmosphere. Yang Chuxia took the microphone and said a few words casually. We are all young people, you don't want to listen to a long speech, and I don't want to talk so much either. The main focus is casual. During this time, no one showed off their talents, and the desire to eat became the dominant force. One reason is that many people have not had a proper meal since leaving home in the morning until now in the evening.
Secondly, the food prepared for them by the manor was extremely sumptuous.
From various precious ingredients from all over the world to well-known snacks from various places, they are all cooked with such delicious taste and color that they make your mouth water just by looking at them. 18 or 19 years old is still the best time to eat. Guozhuan, brother Long, your bowl of dumplings looks delicious, let me have some. Wang Long, this is called fucking cha shou, you can make it yourself, I want to send it to my goddess.
Hee Wei Wei, this is your favorite wonton.
It tastes pretty good. The chile I used is also from Guiyang.
Put it on the table. You don't have to do this next time. Mi Wei Wei said in a calm tone.
For the sake of her classmates, she did not refuse his kindness.
Yeah, bye.
Turning around, Wang Long clenched his fists in excitement, his mouth stretched from ear to ear.
TSK, poor dragon.
Yang Yang looked at his roommate who was so embarrassed that his mouth turned upside down and shook his head with sympathy.
Times have changed now.
If it were the simpler times of the past, if a girl accepted your kindness, it would mean that she accepted you as a person, but now.
Yang Yang, please help me record a video. I want to publish my work. What? You want to show off your wealth? I can't stand your money-worshipping attitude, brother.
Although he advised against it, Yang Yang still continued to record for Guozhuan honestly.
But the fact is that Guozhuan was overestimated.
Guozhuan, brothers, let me also perform a family of 3 and a pig. After saying that, in front of Yang Yang's astonished eyes, Guozhuan picked up a shiny suckling pig and opened his bloody mouth towards Yang Yang's nose.
Yang Yang frowned, abstract. Hello? I want to sing a song for my goddess, you are my everything.
Please bear with me if my singing is not good. Yi Hao took a microphone and stood in the middle, and the sound equipment prepared by the manor also played the accompaniment at the right time. It can be seen that Yi Hao has been preparing to sing this song for a long time. I can only say that he deserves to be admitted to the Shanghai Theatre Academy based on his talent and strength, and he sings quite well.
Xuetong, classmate Yi Hao really likes you. Are you really not going to consider it?
Yan Daiman smiled slightly and teased her. Just now, Zhou Xuetong found Yan Daiman and apologized for her previous behavior. Yan Daiman was a senior student and also a class assistant, so the two of them didn't have any deep hatred and their relationship was relaxed.
Senior, I have no interest in him. He's annoying me every day.
I heard you were high school classmates.
Tell me how he licked you. Okay.
Yi Hao, who was performing, saw Zhou Xuetong's beautiful eyes and sang even harder. By this time, some people had almost finished eating, and the atmosphere became lively with the talent show started by Yi Hao. Suja and Sui-san arrived late. As the financial sponsor of this event, everyone greeted Suja enthusiastically when they saw him.
Thank you, Suja.
If it weren't for you, Shanshan would have been in great danger.
Yan Chuxia was the head of their dormitory.
She acted like a big sister and thanked him sincerely. At the same time, he also educated Sui-san. Yang Chuxia does have an extraordinary personal charm, even the rebellious Sui-san is obedient and willing to learn from her.
Eat something. This wonton is delicious.
It just looks spicy, but the chili isn't spicy at all.
It's very fragrant.
Mi Weiwei was frightened by a vicious dog, and everyone knew that Suja saved her. It wasn't surprising to see Mi Weiwei caringly helping Suja eat.
Hey, did you make this sauce? I like it, it's really delicious.
Suja was indeed hungry, so he picked up the bowl and started eating with relish. Seeing that Suja also liked to eat these wontons so much, his eyebrows moved and I wonder what he was thinking.
Let's go over there and take a look.
Suja's appearance naturally touched Yan Damon's heart, but she was listening to Zhou Xuetong talking about her interesting high school stories in the last second, and the next second she felt it was not easy to leave, so she thought about inviting her to go together. Zhou Xuetong looked at Su Zhou and the crowd and shook her head hurriedly. She had suffered a lot of setbacks from Su Zhou. As a proud goddess, she couldn't do anything to please him. Another thing is that Yang Chuxia and the others are too good looking, and it's stressful to be with them.
Senior, would you like some of this wonton? It's the best wonton I've ever had.
Suja's words made both of them happy. Yang Chuxia looked at Suja among the girls with a subtle look in her eyes. This guy seems to have a good relationship with her roommates. Wang Long, who came to find his roommate Suja, was startled when he saw the wonton in Suja's hand. He looked at Suja with a faint look in his eyes.
Chapter 20, Girls, look here. Wang Long was very puzzled. No matter how you look at it, the bowl of wonton in Suja's hand was the one he gave to Mi Weiwei.
His feelings were in the hands of another man. Even though this man was his roommate, it still made him feel uncomfortable.
How is this wonton? Is it delicious? I gave it to Wei Wei.
Suja looked up at Wang Long and didn't expect that the dumplings were given to Wei Wei by him. It doesn't take much thought to know what he is thinking.
This is a declaration of sovereignty, reminding Suja that this is his goddess. Suja pretended not to understand this, not because he was being unkind. It is well known that Wei Wei is a goddess without heart. This classmates' dance is quite exciting. Suja pointed at the female classmates who were dancing folk dance and said, "The development trend of this world is very similar to that of Suja's previous life. In terms of art and entertainment, this world also experienced a period of prosperity, but the difference is that the entertainment to death stage here started earlier. This has led to this world being further poisoned by popular internet culture. At this time, the female classmate was dancing the Tibetan dance, which has been very popular recently. It was a bit businesslike.
She wore a white tight-fitting long dress that outlined her tall peaks, and a horse-faced skirt around her waist. Her good looks made many of her brothers who were concentrating on eating stop eating. Although her looks are not as good as Wei Wei, Yan Daiman and others, she also has her own unique charm. Suja couldn't help but stare at her in fascination. The rhythm and beauty of her dance are very natural and look very powerful, and her skirt sways with her body like a blooming flower. Suja was standing in a side view, and compared to the front view, her graceful figure was even more noticeable.
This dress is really nice. Suja glanced at Wei Wei lightly and had some evil thoughts in his mind.
As he was thinking about it, his second brother, who had been woken up several times today, became angry again.
That's what young people are like. Suja, as the squad leader, why don't you show off your skills?
The one who started the commotion was Sui-san. As soon as she finished speaking, the other girls all showed expectant expressions. Seeing that Suja couldn't refuse, he said, "Wait a minute, let me eat something." Now his gun, which was as hard as fine steel, could not be suppressed at all. According to past experience, it would take at least 10 minutes for him to surrender.
Wei Wei is a fairy with a charm in her bones.
Whenever Suja sees her, miserable scenes always appear in his mind.
It's not like this usually. I guess I got too much stimulation today. In order to be able to put his head down earlier, Suja chose to turn his body away and concentrate on eating. Okay, you guys have to cheer for me and applaud me later. Only after his stomach was full could Suja straighten his body and stride onto the stage. Suja's performance was singing, and his only talent at the moment was singing. As for the song to be sung, Suja originally wanted to sing a local song, but the original owner's memory was full of brainwashing songs. There were classic songs, but he didn't like them very much. So I went to the system to exchange one. The system rewarded me with 10 golden songs, but I haven't used them yet. The system is also considerate. After redeeming a song, not only the lyrics, music, melody, arrangement, etc. are all imprinted in your mind, but the copyright and other issues are also all solved at the same time. The song that Suju exchanged for cannot be said to be the most classic or the best, but it is definitely very suitable for this scene. Classmates, are you full? I'm so full. Thank you, squad leader. You are so handsome. Suja greeted everyone first. He was the financial sponsor of this event, and everyone responded enthusiastically. Now most people in the class have recognized this class monitor, mainly because Suju is too much to the taste of contemporary college students. Be generous and do less. As long as you're happy, that's fine. To be frank, the last thing I lack is money. As long as the students want, we can hold activities like this every day. If you have any ideas in the future, you can tell me. As the class monitor, I can't guarantee anything, but I can definitely make everyone happy. Suja said passionately that in his opinion, if he could use a tiny amount of money to gain class cohesion, it would be a huge profit. After all, he will be in this class for 4 years. The squad leader is awesome. Suja's generosity caused a commotion, and even some reserved girls applauded enthusiastically. It's our first group activity. I have a song for the goddesses in the class. Which handsome guy can bring me a guitar? The class monitor is not fair. Why doesn't he have a song for the class idol? Yang Yang started to cheer, but he was not slow at all in action. Soon a folk guitar was handed to Suja. Suja tried the tone, which was round and bright, with a deep and mellow sound quality, and it had been adjusted well. 0013, the prelude has begun. Yang Chuxia, is it original?
She has a solid foundation and can make judgments based on just a prelude. After Yang Chuxia said this, everyone pricked up their ears, waiting to see whether Suja's singing was original and of good quality.
Girl across the street, look here. Look here, look here. After Suja finished singing the first sentence, Yang Chuxia's brows relaxed. It must be an excellent work.
The melody is cheerful and the rhythm is simple but magical, which is in line with their lively youth.
Ni smiled slightly.
The girl opposite him said, "It turned out that the letter was written for me."
Yen Daiman looked shy. Sui-san's eyes widened. On the stage, Suja held his guitar and continued singing.
The performance here is wonderful, please don't pretend to ignore it.
Music is extremely contagious.
Singing cheerful songs in a joyful setting can often achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. The lyrics of the song "Look Over Here, Girl Across the Street" are straightforward and the melody is cheerful. Every time Suja sings a line, it is full of playfulness and vitality, which immediately catches everyone's ears. Suja had fantasized about this kind of scene of acting cool in front of acquaintances many times. Now that his dream had finally come true, he started singing happily. He didn't even need the microphone anymore and just joined the crowd with his guitar in his arms. Starting from the edge, sing to the girls in turn.
Please give me a wink. Comfort me. Makes me laugh. No one pays attention to me.
Not only was Suja's singing playful, he also winked at the girls. This made their pretty faces blush slightly. Hey, we didn't even blink.
This song is very short, the official version is only 3 minutes long.
After Suja sang it once, he continued to repeat the chorus. We were all professionals and remembered the general idea of such a simple song after listening to it once.
The second time, Suja's solo turned into a chorus.
Suja continued to sing as he walked, and sang in front of Zhou Xuetong.
I looked left and right, up and down. When I saw Zhou Xuetong, I went straight to the next one.
Finally, he came in front of Yang Chuxia and the other girls.
I looked left and right, up and down. It turns out that every girl is not simple. I thought, and guessed. Girls' thoughts are so strange. Wink. Before leaving, Suja was greasy.
As for who this grease is for, it is up to them to figure it out.
Does it sound good? Suja smiled sincerely while holding up his guitar. How ting! The sound lingers in the air. The sound lingers in the air. The sound is melodious and sweet.
It's as mellow as pearls and jade.
Brother, you are really good at talking.
Yang Chuxia looked at Suja in shock.
It was more than just pleasant to hear.
After listening to the whole song, she found that she had underestimated the song and Suja.
Although this song is simple, this simplicity is not simplistic.
It easily outlines the contours of youth with the melody and fills in the story of youth with the lyrics. Once such a song is released, it will surely spread all over the country easily.
But how could someone who just entered college create such an excellent song? What kind of person is he? Chapter 21, The System Has Given Me a Task.
Wei, why is your face so red? When Suja finished singing his original song, Yen Daiman turned around and saw Mi Weiwei's pretty face blushing.
Very suspicious. According to her observation, she found that Mi Weiwei was quite special to Suja. Could it be that she also had a good impression of Suja? But it's useless to have a good impression of him, so Yen Daiman now decides to give Suja a try. At first, Yen Daiman's liking for Suja came from his humorous personality, but now it is his talent that attracts her. It must be too hot. I'm going to get some iced drinks. Would you like some?
Mi Weiwei naturally had no idea what this beautiful senior was thinking, so she just left feeling a little guilty.
What are you laughing at, you jerk?
After showing off, Suja, who was known as a talented man, returned to the small group in Dormitory 302. As soon as he came back, he saw Guo Zhuan smiling at him in a frivolous way.
Guo Zhuan said nothing, just kept smiling.
Suja didn't expect you to be so talented and be able to write such an excellent song. Yen Daiman spoke first, with stars in her eyes. Love is an unavoidable topic in college, just as the university would be incomplete without a love relationship. In such an environment, Yen Daiman began to have the idea of falling in love, but a year passed and he still hadn't found anyone he liked. Suja suddenly emerged and caught her eye. A year in the student union made her know what boys like, and she could not refuse such admiration with stars in his eyes.
It's really my honor to receive praise from senior sister.
I'll sing a song for her when I get a chance. Suja has his own understanding of love. The core concept is, do not take the initiative, do not refuse, take the absolute initiative.
He has the capital.
From the first moment he saw Yen Daiman, he showed that he was interested in her, but it was rather subtle. Even after the two added each other on WeChat, Suja never took the initiative to contact Yen Daiman. Now that Yen Daiman took the initiative, he stopped being reserved and gave some response.
It is important to take the initiative.
Even if he fails in the future, his losses will not be great.
Okay, don't make me wait too long.
Yen Daiman's beautiful eyes lit up, and it was not known whether her feelings were genuine or not, but it made the hearts of several men present there beat fast.
Suja, I want one too.
When Sui-san heard that Suja was going to give Yen Daiman a gift, her eyes lit up and she jumped out. Yang Chuxiao listened and her smile froze. Shan-chan is just joking, don't take it seriously. After saying that, she glanced at Sui-san. What a little girl. Yang Chuxiao could see that the relationship between Yen Daiman and Suja was not ordinary, especially the way the senior looked at Suja was different.
The song I gave to my senior might be a love song.
Sui-san pouted when she saw this. She was not a child, and she immediately understood what Yang Chuxiao meant. She wanted to say that she and Suja had become very close, but she definitely couldn't say it. So she gave Suja a look and figured it out for herself.
It doesn't matter. I have both.
Suja laughed and comforted the little golden retriever. For this team-building trip, Suja arranged for the trip to go back and forth on the same day. The school's principle is that the trip should not be stayed overnight, but any activity that involves not returning to school is particularly troublesome for the school to approve. After dinner, the whole class got on the bus and started the journey back to school. Unlike the bustling ride on the way here, the carriage on the way back was particularly quiet, and many people slept all the way to school. Suja looked at the cars speeding past outside the car window and fell into deep thought. After getting in the car, he started thinking about his career.
It's not that he's messing around.
Although he has the powerful system and no worries about food and drink, he can talk about love and act like a smart guy every day, which is really too comfortable.
But as a human being, you should have some aspirations. He thought about several entrepreneurial paths and finally decided to go into the entertainment industry.
Of course, this is definitely not because he is envious of the young stars in the circle, but the rewards currently given to him by the system are all related to the entertainment industry. Most importantly, he wants to make his own contribution to the development of literature and art in this world. When I think about becoming the national or even global entertainment king in the future, and when I think about the many female stars around me, this is unbearable to think about.
Suja was happy. Ding, the system has detected that the host has entrepreneurial ambitions. The system is pleased that the host has finally taken this step. Reward, medium-sized entertainment company Galaxy Media, 500 million in startup capital. Damn it, system, you are my dad.
The sudden reward from the system made Suja suddenly jump up.
This system was a bit too considerate. What are you doing?
You scared me. Yang and Suja were sitting together, and the sudden noise made him think there was a car accident.
It's okay, I just had a nightmare.
After saying a few words casually, Suja turned around and continued thinking.
He was pondering the system.
It had been almost half a month since he had traveled through time and space, but he didn't know much about the system. Regarding the mechanism for obtaining system rewards, there are some sporadic speculations. An event that can affect his life has a high probability of triggering system rewards.
This vague reward mechanism gave him a headache.
It would be better if it was a system for issuing tasks like those in novels. Ding, host dissatisfaction with the system detected. Mission issued, have Xingha Media launch a phenomenal program.
Time limit, 1 year. Reward, unlock the system's second-level permissions. Punishment, the function of any part of the body will age for 5 years. No, you are serious. Suja was dumbfounded.
He just complained casually, but he didn't expect the system to be so receptive.
Really, System Dad, I think you are pretty good the way you are. Suja wanted to slap himself twice. Isn't this just asking for trouble?
But now no matter how he appealed, the system fell silent. Seeing the system pretending to be dead, Suja accepted his fate and began to study the task. He was quite looking forward to the reward for this mission. This mission was a bit difficult, which meant that the second-level authority was definitely not just a simple increase in monetary rewards. From the original owner's memory, we know that the variety shows in this world are relatively backward, so there is still a lot of room for maneuverability. Suja can move those popular programs from his previous life. After thinking about it, he decided to find some time to go to Galaxy Media to check which company he had just acquired was suitable for him.
There's no way.
Suja didn't have any hobbies in his previous life, he just liked watching these. After thinking about this, Suja decided to take a nap. He was indeed a little tired after playing all day.
Ding dong. But someone didn't want him to sleep.
As soon as he closed his eyes, Suja's cell phone rang.
Suja took a look and saw that it was sent by the fairy Mi Weiwei. Do you have plans for tonight? Suja smiled. Want to date me? In another seat in the carriage, Mi Weiwei looked at Suja's reply and subconsciously wanted to deny it.
After thinking for a while, she deleted it and retyped it.
Shanshan was frightened today. Shusha accompanied her back to rest. Now you are the only one who is more familiar with her in the class.
The reason why she wanted to deny it was simple, because as a goddess, she naturally had the pride of a goddess.
Replying like this means you are not my first choice. How about I drive later? Suja knew that it was time for him to take the initiative.
In fact, he could be more thoughtful and not drive. In this way, if you drink a little at night and play for a while longer, the school will almost close, and you can't go back to school and have to go to the hotel.
It's not difficult to create some small sparks by friction.
But Suja thought about it and decided to give up.
Although Mi Weiwei seemed quite open-minded, she didn't seem that casual.
They had only known each other for a short time, so there was no need to be so anxious.
I feel like I've eaten a bit too much. I want to go for a walk later.
After exiting the chat interface with Mi Weiwei, Suja felt a headache when he saw the message just sent by Senior Yen Daiman.
What should I do? Chapter 22, A Wonderful Date.
Suja fell into deep thought as he looked at the message sent by Yen Daiman.
The senior student is so proactive.
If I reject her, it will be a huge blow to her confidence.
The consequence of this is easy decoupling. A moment later, Suja sent a message to Mi Weiwei. Do you want to go back to the dormitory to change clothes?
Suja's choice is that he wants both. Today, Mi Weiwei was frightened by a vicious dog and fell to the ground.
It's time to change her clothes. Can. Mi Weiwei replied quickly. Suja said, send me a message when you're ready.
I'll wait for you downstairs.
Where are we going for a walk?
Suja was the class monitor and Yen Daiman was the class assistant, so it was natural that they stayed until the end. Now this campus is very unfamiliar to Suja, so he naturally handed over the initiative to Yen Daiman.
Unexpectedly, this question stumped Yen Daiman.
She rarely wandered around the campus and fell silent for a moment. Pointing to the green forest in front of the right, he said, let's go over there.
There are too many people in the playground garden. Suja smiled and nodded.
It seemed that the senior student had not made up her mind yet. The senior student knows what her biggest advantage is, and her dressing style also highlights her strengths. The gray one-shoulder skirt covered her upper body, and the plump curve above was as white as jade. The black ultra-short jeans under the skirt were faintly visible with her steps. She wore leather over the knee boots, and the tight skin in the middle was particularly eye-catching.
From a visual perspective, Yen Daiman's already outstanding long legs are even more amazing. Boys and girls passing by couldn't help but stop and look back.
It's miserable for boys who have female companions. I didn't expect our school to be so open-minded. The senior sister was still aloof at heart.
After walking for a while and saying little, Suja took the initiative to speak.
Darkness had already fallen, and the green forest was much busier than during the day. There were only young couples cuddling with each other, and every few steps you could see them having a heated conversation somewhere. The couple Suja mentioned was even more important. The two of them were kissing passionately.
While kissing, the man's hands were not honest either. Suja moved his feet slightly and could see a hint of yellow.
Perhaps Suja's eyes were too sharp and the boy soon noticed it, so the boy hugged the girl and changed direction, facing his but towards Suja.
Seeing this scene, Suja couldn't help but spit. What a bastard who eats alone. Are all you boys like this? Yen Daiman could also see this scene clearly.
The dim light in the hormone-filled atmosphere made her feel a little hot. Fortunately, the darkness covered it up and Suja couldn't see clearly. Yen Daiman pretended to be calm and spoke.
Suja chuckled, I don't know, I've never been in a relationship. To be honest, I'm quite envious of that guy just now. I don't believe you. How come you're so popular with women and haven't had a relationship?
Yen Daiman took advantage of the darkness and made a funny expression.
Suja wanted to laugh, but pretended not to see it. you still don't believe me even when I tell you the truth. Boys are just that kind of witty. They are always happy to show off in front of the girl they like or who they are attracted to. The words were ambiguous, and Yen Daiman listened thoughtfully. So you mean there's a girl you're attracted to? It doesn't matter whether they have been in a relationship or not. What Yen Daiman is curious about is Sujo's attitude. She had never been in a relationship and didn't want to embarrass herself, although the possibility was slim. At the same time, she also wants to be the one being pursued. From the emotional experiences of her friends, Yen Daiman found that relationships initiated by women do not last long. But Suja's answer made her clench her fists. Yes. How about you, senpai? Suja thought, not only is there one, but there is more than one. Yen Daiman. Nonsense, what can I ask you? She didn't know for a moment whether Suja was pretending not to understand or was just slow to react. After a moment of silence, he said, I really want one. Suja's cell phone rang. I took it out and looked at it. It was a message from the beautiful girl Mi Weiwei. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Seeing Suja frown slightly, Yen Daiman asked. I'm starting a business, and this is a message from the company. Yen Daiman was slightly surprised when he heard this, but he understood when he thought about his financial resources. Then you go ahead and do your work. It's not far from here to my dorm. It's not a big deal. Can I walk you to the dormitory door? Suja's expression was very persistent, and Yen Daiman did not refuse. This time it's my fault. Can you please do me a favor next time, senior? Suja showed an embarrassed expression and took the problem upon himself to pave the way for the next date. He even cleverly turned this date into an invitation and made Yen Daiman the invited party. In response to this, senior student Yen Daiman readily agreed. Goodbye, right back when you get there. Suja waved goodbye and saw Yen Daiman enter the building. He took out his phone and sent a message to Mi Weiwei, I'm downstairs at your place. Yen Daiman and Mi Weiwei's dormitories are side by side. As for whether he would meet Mi Weiwei who just came down, Suja was not worried at all. Who is Mi Weiwei? She is a goddess with many dogs bootlicking her. I learned from that kid Wang Long that she also has a small fish pond. As a reserved goddess, it is impossible for her to go downstairs and wait for someone. Ta-da-day. After a while, a beautiful figure walked out of the dormitory door. It was so beautiful that Suja couldn't take his eyes away. Mi Weiwei put on some light makeup when she came out of the dormitory, making her look even more beautiful and charming. Her outfit is also very thoughtful, perfectly fitting the mentality of men looking for mature women on campus. She wears the mature and light style that she is good at. A white short knitted vest paired with a high-waisted floral A-line skirt, and a pair of long legs wrapped in Suja's favorite stockings. Mi Weiwei is a mix of maturity and sweetness, and it doesn't look out of place at all. However, what Suja was most satisfied with was her stunningly full curves. The knitted vest was filled up by her, which made Suja want to squat for a while. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Mi Weiwei walked up to Suja with an exquisite women's bag slung over her arm and smiled brightly. It's so beautiful, it makes my heart beat so fast. Suja was generous with his praise. When getting along with girls, praise is absolutely essential. Hee, are you moved? Mi Weiwei smiled with her hands covering her mouth, and said in a joking tone. Suja had a smile on his face the whole time. How can I not be moved when such a beautiful lady like you can dress up so beautifully for me? Interesting, I've met my match. Mi Weiwei, who has rich experience in fish farming, can see that Suja is taking the initiative. I'm just being sentimental. I'm always like this. Seeing this beautiful girl being so stubborn, Suja's desire to win was aroused. In his heart, he put Mi Weiwei first. He really wanted to see if she would still be so stubborn after she fell deeply in love with him. Beautiful fairy, where are we going now? That is right, Suja doesn't know where to go now, and he doesn't like to think about this kind of question. How about going to eat something? Okay. That means going for a drink, and Suja fully agrees with this suggestion. Chapter 23, First Date with Mi Weiwei. Do you guys like sports cars? What's so good about these sports cars? They're not comfortable to sit in at all. Mi Weiwei muttered with her cherry lips, and what she said was the truth. But who cares about the driving experience when driving a sports car? Normally, a sports car is used to show off, not for transportation. Except for the SF90, of course. I also feel that the experience is not very good. You and I will go pick up a mobility scooter some other day. Ni Weiwei's knitted vest was hooked by the seatbelt and turned into an oscilloscope, which was breathtaking.
Suja pursed his lips to make his mouth less dry and invited her. If conditions permit, allowing the woman to participate in your life can also effectively deepen the relationship.
I'll consider it based on my schedule. Yes, always remember to improve your own value.
Suja's current destination is the Bund in Shanghai, a place that is very suitable for satisfying some of Suja's bad tastes. This place is indeed one of the most prosperous places in the country. The night view is dazzling, the Huangpu River is sparkling, and the summer breeze carries an atmosphere of prosperity and luxury. The Apollo IE, which is known as the Ceiling of Appearance, and has the license plate of Shanghai as 66666, attracted cars on the road to keep their distance and give way. Pedestrians on the roadside also expressed full respect for the car and license plate, attracting everyone's attention. Suja found a random place to park. There was no shortage of parking spaces for this kind of car. As soon as the car stopped, the eyes of the pedestrians around were fixed on it, especially the young, beautiful, and good-looking beauties on the road, who stopped immediately with eager expressions on their faces. The moment Suja got off the car, he felt countless eyes focused on him. Envy, jealousy, and admiration. Handsome guy. The beauty's reserve is a false proposition. The moment they saw Suja, they swarmed over him like cats seeing fish. Suja looked at the girls. There were probably about 20 or 30 of them, all holding cell phones in their hands with hope on their faces. The smile on his face couldn't be suppressed. It was great to be rich, just like choosing a concubine. Suja glanced at Ni Weiwei, who was still in the passenger seat, then his face straightened and he helped her open the car door. There is no need to mention Ni Weiwei's beauty. Among the many beautiful girls in the Shanghai Theater Academy, only the girls in her dormitory can be compared with Yan Daiman, not to mention that she is carrying a weapon. The moment she got off the car, the beautiful girls surrounding Suja immediately became like eggplants hit by frost and left tactfully. Of course, there were a few who were persistent, and Suja patted them before they were willing to leave. Vulgar. Suja wanted to laugh. If you are not vulgar, why don't you get off the car by yourself? But this is what I really think, I can't tell you. Suja spread his hands and said, it's better to be a little vulgar. I just like to act cool. If I don't act cool when I have the ability, it's a waste of resources. And I find it's more fun to pretend just walking around like this with you. Ni Weiwei did not respond to Suja's words, but her undisguised smile told Suja that he benefited greatly from his words. That's right, when a man and a woman go out, the man hopes that the woman is as beautiful as possible, and the woman naturally hopes that the man is as handsome and charming as possible. After walking a distance that attracted 100% of the attention, we soon arrived at the chosen restaurant. The restaurant was chosen while we were in the car, a high-end French restaurant. Suja didn't say he wanted to go to a Chinese restaurant. After all, it was a date, not a place to fill his stomach. A French restaurant like this, which was expensive and not filling but had a great atmosphere, would be suitable. This restaurant is quite high-end, and I think you need to make a reservation. But now that the money is in place, everything is easy. This place is quite beautiful. I have some material for my moments today. Suja smiled and said, of course it's beautiful here. The terrace restaurant has a panoramic view of the entire Bund and the Huangpu River. It's a famous check-in spot for internet celebrities. Suja also observed the environment here and found that the money was indeed worth it. At night like this, the soft lights and gentle music create a dreamy atmosphere with a strong romantic feel. It's easy to make people feel like falling in love. As soon as the two of them sat down, the waiter came up and asked what they wanted to order. Suja took a look and ordered a pan-fried foie gras, king crab cakes and a dessert. He looked at the drinks again, and as expected, there was Lafite from the veteran actor, but Suja ordered a red wine called Mouton Rothschild, which he had never heard of but was not cheap. Ni Weiwei ordered even more casually, and I'm afraid she didn't even know what she ordered. I was just busy taking pictures here and there, and the waiter next to me even took out professional equipment to light the place. Well, that's service. When Ni Weiwei was almost done taking the photos, the dishes were served. The red wine was almost ready. After the waiter poured wine for the two of them, Suja started drinking with anticipation. He ate the goose liver first, cutting a little and putting it into his mouth. The first time I ate it, I felt it was okay, very mellow, and the fragrance lingered between my lips and teeth after I swallowed it. But he felt that he would get sick of it if he ate too much. After eating a little more, he raised his glass and clinked it with Ni Weiwei. Suja watched as Ni Weiwei only took a small sip, but her pink cheeks were already slightly flushed. Unlike her usual mature and charming image, she is actually a little cute. This contrast made Suja feel a little itchy. I haven't had sex for a long time, and I'm really craving it. As we ate, talked and drank from time to time, Mi Weiwei became more and more tempting.
Even if the wine doesn't make you drunk, you will get drunk by yourself.
Looking at Mi Weiwei's beautiful face, every move revealed the intention of welcoming her. It made him unable to resist expressing his love to her.
But how can this be possible?
This goes against Suja's principles. Halfway through the meal, Suja's eyes lit up and he stood up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom."
Good. Mi Weiwei didn't care.
She was fiddling with her phone with her head down.
1, 2, 3.
9 photos were selected to form a 9-square grid, and the photo in the middle was Mi Weiwei. Of course, there was no sign of Suja. She was just more interested in Suja now, especially the scene of him kicking the vicious dog today left a little impression on her. In her opinion on love, even if she is really in a relationship, it is impossible to make an official announcement on WeChat moments. It would be so embarrassing to break up, and it would also have a bad impact on subsequent relationships. What Mi Weiwei can't understand the most is those who are in a relationship and post on WeChat moments every day to show off their love. Every time she sees these people blocking their social media posts after breaking up, she wants to laugh. Moreover, there are many high-quality fish fry in her fish pond. She invited Suja out today with the purpose of planning to take him into the fish pond. As long as Suja can enter the fish pond, he is definitely the best. Not to mention Yan Shenkai, he is also very brave. If he performs well in the later stage, Mi Weiwei thought about it and decided that it would not be impossible to give her first love to him.
As soon as Mi Weiwei clicked send, she received a large number of likes.
There are quite a few private messages, but most of them are indirect.
Wang Long was one of the braver ones.
Weiwei, are you eating out with someone? In Dormitory 503, Wang Long repeatedly looked at the circle of friends that Mi Weiwei had just posted. From the half-empty wine bottle in the 4th photo and the blurry back reflected in the glass in the 6th photo, he was sure that the goddess was with a man. The blurry figure looked like his roommate Suja, but it was definitely not him. Because when he got off the car and left, he saw senior students Suja and Yen Daiman leaving. He was glad that it wasn't Suja, but it made him even more worried.
Wang Long, we are just high school classmates. You are interfering in my private life. That's not what I meant.
You're so beautiful, I'm afraid you'll be deceived by bad men, just like Yang Yang and Guojuan from our dormitory, they've deceived several girls. Wang Long was anxious, and in order to make his words more convincing, he brought up his good roommate. Mi Weiwei was upset when she saw the message Wang Long sent, but when she saw him talking about his roommate, she asked, "What about Suja from your dormitory?" Wang Long was delighted when he saw his goddess replying to his message so quickly, which was rare. I haven't heard him mention Suja Weiwei.
If you're interested, I'd like to ask around.
The goddess asked about Suja's private life on behalf of her senior. Even they knew that Suju and her senior were having an affair, so they must know it too. However, he did not receive a reply from Mi Weiwei, which made him a little depressed. Mi Weiwei put down her phone with satisfaction, only to realize why Suja had been in the bathroom for so long.
You won't be unable to urinate completely, right?
Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly received a message from Suja on WeChat.
Look behind me, I have a gift for you.
Looking at this news, Mi Weiwei didn't care, as she had received so many gifts.
But I was also a little happy.
As expected, I still couldn't resist her charm. He put down his phone, controlled his expression, and then turned around. The moment she turned around, Mi Weiwei's expression went out of control. She couldn't help but cover her mouth, her beautiful eyes widening.
Chapter 24, Confession Night.
Mi Weiwei looked at the person standing in the middle of the stage, playing the violin, and couldn't help but cover her mouth with a look of surprise in her eyes.
I didn't expect Suja could also play the violin. They belong to the music department and have some skills.
Guitar is a must for the general public, and those from better-off families can also play piano, but fewer people can play string instruments like violin. She likes the violin very much because she thinks it is an elegant instrument. I am full of anticipation, looking forward to Suja's level and what song he will play. The two looked at each other. Suja smiled and slowly raised his arm, placing the violin on his collarbone. Bright light shone from above his head, and Suja stood in the light. At this moment, he looked like an artist in the Golden Vienna Hall, shining brightly.
Suja lowered his head slightly, adjusted the strings, then closed his eyes gently and took a deep breath.
The song he was going to play was Night of Confession, a song he liked very much in his previous life. The golden songs rewarded by the system are not just pop music, but also pure music. Suja moved, his right arm slid gently, and the strings of the piano made elegant sounds. When the first note sounded, it was like a drop of water falling on the calm water surface, causing ripples.
The drops fell into Mi Weiwei's beautiful eyes, stirring up waves of emotion.
She had a certain ability to appreciate things. When the first note sounded, she felt that the song was a little unfamiliar and she had never heard it before. The music continued, a series of notes pouring out. Suja controlled the bow to rub quickly across the strings, producing a crisp and passionate sound. The advanced musical instrument skills rewarded by the system allowed Suja to have a high level of attainment in musical instruments, making it easy for him to play this song. It even reaches the point where it can stir up other people's emotions. As Suja's performance gradually reached its climax, the diners dining on the terrace stopped what they were doing and listened quietly to this moving art. Many people took out their mobile phones to record this beautiful moment.
No one made a sound at this time.
As long as someone made the slightest noise, they would tacitly glare at that person. Soon, the music reached its climax.
Suja played with greater devotion and had unknowingly entered the world of music.
His body shook unconsciously, his face full of affection. When the climax comes, the rich and three-dimensional melody is like a surging tide, drawing everyone into a world full of love. Listening to the music that moved her heart, Mi Weiwei was reluctant to blink her eyes. She felt like her ears were pregnant.
Is this a confession? Mi Weiwei was a little intoxicated.
She felt Suja's most sincere emotions in this passionate melody. Every note played by Suja was full of love.
That's for sure. Mi Weiwei was not calm at this time.
She didn't expect Suja's gift to be so special.
It was actually a confession.
It is a confession composed of a musical feast.
Can this be refused?
Many people confessed their love to Mi Weiwei in the past, most of them sent flowers, but some also sent expensive jewelry.
There has never been anything as ceremonial and surprising as Suja's.
At this moment, Mi Weiwei admitted that she was moved. Finally, the last note fell, and the lingering sound echoed in the night sky for a long time.
Suja bowed slightly to express his gratitude, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead.
He was responded with thunderous applause.
Still listening.
Handsome guy, you're awesome. Suja responded with a smile and turned his gaze to look at Mi Weiwei in the crowd. Mi Weiwei was also looking at him, and their eyes met. Suja's eyes were full of tenderness at this moment, which made Mi Weiwei feel soft in her heart. At the same time, the envious look from the woman at the next table satisfied her little sense of vanity.
Suja walked off the stage, returned the violin to the waiter, and walked towards Mi Weiwei. Mi Weiwei took out a tissue from the tissue box and gently wiped the sweat from Suja's forehead. What's the name of this song? Mi Weiwei asked expectantly. I created it especially for you. Suja smiled and said, I call it the Night of Confession. Confession night? Created for me?
At this moment, Mi Weiwei felt her mind go blank. The wind started to blow, and the wind from the Huangpu River blew the burning incense and candles on the table.
Thank you, thank you. I like this song very much. At this moment, Mi Weiwei didn't know what to say. She picked up the wine glass on the table and said, Cheers to your talent. A bottle of red wine was soon finished. After drinking, Mi Weiwei relaxed a little and spoke in a clingy tone, like a kitten. The relationship between the two also took a step forward. Suja felt that tonight was a good opportunity. He would invite Mi Weiwei for a walk after the dinner and wait until the dormitory closed. Maybe he could achieve something. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. He didn't come out today with this purpose in mind. As the saying goes, there is still a long way to go. His target is not just Mi Weiwei. After finishing the wine, Suja called a car and went back to school with Mi Weiwei. As for his Apollo, he gave a small tip to the restaurant staff to drive him back to school. Downstairs in the girls' dormitory, Mi Weiwei couldn't help but frown after saying goodbye to Suja. She had already prepared for Suja to invite her to play for a while longer and then for her to refuse. I didn't expect that I could send her to the dormitory door so gracefully. Could it be that Suja really has a clean private life as Wang Long said, and has never even been in a relationship? Found a treasure? Thinking of this, Mi Weiwei smiled foolishly twice. I pushed open the door of dormitory 503 and saw three idiots with lewd smiles on their faces as soon as I walked in. Suja knew what they were laughing at without even thinking.
He knew that Wang Long had seen him and Yen Daiman leaving together.
Sure enough, Yang Yang, the show-off, came up and asked in a slightly obscene tone, "Brother Zhe, how far have you and the senior sister gone?" "Ha, what do you think?"
Suja took a bag of Longwei spicy strips from Guojun's snack box. Guojun likes to eat snacks very much, especially spicy strips, so being his roommate is a real treat.
"I think the relationship has definitely been confirmed. The song you sang today must have moved me." Wang Long interrupted.
Suja couldn't guarantee whether Yen Daiman was moved or not, but someone was definitely moved.
"It's almost time.
Once we're in a relationship, I'll take you out for a drink."
Suja looked at the honest Wang Long and hesitated for a moment.
The spicy noodles taste pretty good. Suja generously shared the spicy strips with Wang Long.
"I've already given you the spicy strips, so Mi Weiwei, you should just give them up."
Suja thought about it and realized that it was not immoral for him to hook up with Mi Weiwei. He was doing this to save his good brother Wang Long. There is a saying that goes, "A dog that licks the boot will not die a good death." In order to make his good roommate Wang Long realize this earlier, Suja decided to move forward with a heavy burden.
Even if it causes some misunderstandings, it doesn't matter. On the other side, the female dormitory 302. Mi Weiwei returned to the dormitory, chatted with her roommate for a few minutes, then went to clean up and lay down on the bed.
Between her return and bedtime, she had sorted out her feelings.
She was indeed attracted to Suja.
"I kind of fell in love with Suja. She is very confident that Suja must like her too.
She is Mi Weiwei, how could any man not like her? Did Suja confess today? Have you confessed? It seems not."
Mi Weiwei was lying sideways, with her big breasts touching the bedboard. She felt uncomfortable in this position, so she sat up and looked at her phone.
"I wanted accurate information, but I didn't receive any WeChat message from Suja. I had a lot of fun today. Good night, carrot carrot." Mi Weiwei looked at the message sent by Wang Long, which was very glaring, and swiped to the left. "Shouldn't I be more proactive? I'm very happy today. I look forward to the next time you mentioned. Good night."
For the sake of confession night, Mi Weiwei did something that went against her principles.
Chapter 25, Galaxy Media. Suja saw the message sent by Mi Weiwei.
But he didn't plan to go back, now he had a plan in mind. If the system had a strategy progress bar, Suja believed that the strategy progress could reach 70 or 80.
The next day. Before 7 o'clock, Suja was ready to go out.
During his routine morning run, he realized in his new life that Menace blooming period is short. The system currently does not give him any physical fitness cheats. In order to prolong the flowering period, he must maintain a self-disciplined life. I don't know if it's because the students are lazy or because they haven't gotten their minds back into the school game yet, but when Suja arrived at the playground, there weren't many people there. Of course, there were quite a few people, but most of them were wearing headphones and reading books.
Suja passed by and took a few glances.
Well, they were aspiring young people who were working hard to get ashore.
This is also good.
Suja moved his joints a few times to warm up, and stepped onto the runway that was shining with golden light under the rising sun. He set a goal for himself today to run 5 kilometers to test his physical fitness.
After running half a lap, he slowed down because he met an acquaintance. Yang Chuxia.
Suja was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet her at this time. Yang Chuxia's running posture was very beautiful, and the frequency was basically maintained at the same degree. It seemed that she had a habit of long-term exercise. But what attracted Suja the most was her outfit. Usually, Yang Chuxia gives Suja the impression of being an elegant and dignified beauty with Chinese traditional style, gentle and smart. But today, a tight sportswear brought out her graceful figure that was usually hidden under conservative clothes. Suja guessed that Yang Chuxia must have learned to sing opera. Her figure was really great, and her soft and boneless slender waist was Suja's favorite part. Her hips are also not to be ignored, they are full and round, and together with her slender waist, they form an exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio. Yang Chuxia's waterfall-like long hair was tied up with a hairband to form a ponytail. She was running in front and Suja was following behind, and they could feel a fragrance in the wind. Yang Chuxia frowned slightly and slowed down her pace. The direct gaze behind her made her feel a little uncomfortable.
Seeing this, Suja sped up.
Yang Chuxia was a little surprised when she saw that the person following her was Suja. She was running very attentively, and when she saw Suja, she just nodded politely. Suja also responded with a smile and ran on his own. The two of them are not very familiar with each other now, and their connection is entirely due to their classmate relationship. It seems that the foundation of this body is pretty good. It took me a little more than 20 minutes to run 5 kilometers, and I was only slightly out of breath. After running, Suja went to canteen number 3, which was closest to their dormitory, to buy some breakfast. The buns in this breakfast shop are good, not the steamed buns that he used to eat in the cafeteria. After breakfast, Suja brought some breakfast for the 3 older kids in the dormitory. When they returned to the dormitory, all 3 of them were awake, but they were still playing with their phones in bed. Suja put breakfast on the table. "I brought breakfast for you, come down and eat it." The 3 of them were stunned at the same time. They pulled open the bed curtains and saw the breakfast on the table. They smiled like idiots. He kept calling him Godfather. Suja looked at the 3 people eating with big mouthfuls, and a hint of relief flashed through his heart. After sitting and watching videos for a while, Suja took a shower and got a fashionable hairstyle. Suja has always paid great attention to image management. Godfather is going out? The favor of breakfast has not yet passed, Yang Yang asked. Needless to ask? He must be going on a date. Guo Juan had already turned on the computer and said something with a wink. Suja smiled. He was indeed going out, but not on a date. Zujiawi Center ITC office building. This is Suja's destination today. He doesn't like to procrastinate, and he feels uncomfortable watching the tasks issued by the system counting down all the time, so it is better to resolve them as soon as possible. Hello, Mr. Su, I am Han Jinyu, the general manager of Xinghe Media. When the system rewarded this media company, it also gave some information to Suja, including relevant information about general manager Han Jinyu. Galaxy Media is on the 6th floor, and downstairs is the headquarters of the famous sports brand Dasabi. As per convention, Suja first asked Han Jinyu to take him to inspect the company's basic situation. Currently, the company's main business is concentrated in the music sector, and it has a certain influence in the country. The next focus of work, as introduced by Han Jinyu, is planned to shift to the film and television sector. In recent years, a movie has easily grossed hundreds of millions of yuan at the box office, and everyone wants to get a piece of the pie. This plan was very mature, and Han Jinyu came up with several plans for Suja to see. Suja pretended to take a few glances at it. Although he didn't quite understand it, he felt it was quite reliable. After watching it, I gave positive comments on Han Jinyu's workability. Your plan is great, but let's put it aside for now. I've decided to do a variety show first. Suja has 100% control over the company, Han Jinyu is just an employee, and whatever Suja says is what it is. But she was unwilling to give up. She had already paid her youth for the company to develop to this level. Besides, it's not like the variety show company hasn't done this before, and they almost couldn't recover. Han Jinyu was silent for a moment, then said, Director Su, the variety show market is still underdeveloped. Our company has already obtained the authorization for a super IP from abroad. As long as we make this movie well, our company will definitely become a first-tier media company. Suja sat in the office chair and glanced at Han Jinyu. He understood Han Jinyu's thoughts. In Han Jinyu's eyes, he is now just a rich second generation who knows nothing and is giving orders blindly. He was too lazy to explain this misunderstanding. What he wanted was his subordinates' absolute obedience. I've got a show in mind. Our company's strength right now is music. We're going to do a variety show about selecting idols for colleges and universities. It's called Star Path, Music Dreams. We've currently invested 300 million yuan, and we're expecting to invest 500 million. Could you please try to get some sponsorship? Can you do it? The system gave him 500 million yuan in funds, but it didn't say that he had to use it all. He wanted to take out a part of it first and then look for partners for the remaining investment amount. The key to the entertainment industry is the circle itself. It is easier to get things done with more people. In order to complete the task smoothly, it is okay to give away some of the cake. And on Han Jinyu's side, Suja's domineering attitude was somewhat beyond her expectations. This made her feel a little bitter. Was there any room for refusal? If she said she couldn't do it, she would probably just leave. But what she didn't expect was that the new chairman seemed to be serious. There has never been such a huge investment in history. Maybe it can really create a huge wave for a stagnant variety show. Abel.
Han Jinyu answered firmly, then let it burn again.
Very good, I'll tell you my idea, and you can give me a specific plan later. Suja has never been a boss, but he has seen pigs run. He adheres to a principle: let subordinates do things if they can.
Sister Han?
Suja was discussing his somewhat immature ideas with Han Jinyu when there was a knock on the office door.
Suju is now sitting in Han Jinyu's office.
Suja has his own office, but he just wants to come and take a look at Han Jinyu's office. After knocking twice, the door was pushed open.
Sister Han, when does the filming start? The action director said I passed.
A very beautiful girl came out after pushing the door open. She had thick, slightly curly hair draped over her shoulders, a long-sleeved white shirt, dark blue denim shorts, and a smile on her face.
Suja's eyes lit up. Isn't this the woman who was very popular on the internet? Chapter 26, Zhang Runan.
Suja was a little surprised to see the girl coming in suddenly.
Isn't this the girl who became an internet celebrity and a star because of her beauty? She is an artist from our company? Suja asked Han Jinyu with interest. Han Jinyu felt a headache watching Zhang Runan's impulsive behavior.
She was afraid that this overbearing Director Su would get angry, so she whispered.
Yes, Director Su, her name is Zhang Runan. She's an artist the company is planning to promote.
According to the original plan, she'll play the leading female role in the company's trial film.
Suja nodded.
In my past life, there was a girl similar to Zhang Runan, but the reviews of the movies she starred in seemed to be. If this world is the same, then it's too good to be true. As soon as Zhang Runan entered the room, she saw that the seat that should have belonged to General Manager Han Jinyu was occupied by a young man, while her sister Han was standing respectfully beside him. Although her transformation from an internet celebrity to a star was a bit of luck, she was no naivete and immediately saw through the situation.
Simply put, it's bad. Hello? Zhang Runan stopped her slightly uncoordinated walking posture and bowed 90 degrees to Suja. Nan, Zhang Runan, this is the company's chairman, Mr. Su. Han Jinyu was introducing.
Suja couldn't suppress the smile on his face after receiving such a sudden gift.
Well, Mr. Han, I've almost finished what I said just now. You can go down and get ready. Han Jinyu was a little hesitant.
She could see that Suja was trying to get her away. As for the reason, she was very clear about Zhang Runan's appeal to men, and she planned to promote Zhang Runan because of this. Although she and Zhang Runan are in a superior-subordinate relationship, she really likes this silly girl from the bottom of her heart.
Mr. Han?
This time, Suja's tone was impatient.
Receive.
Han Jinyu pursed her red lips and closed the door.
Sister Han, please don't leave.
Zhang Runan bent down and listened to Han Jinyu gradually walking away, and wanted to call her. But the only response she got was the cold sound of a door closing. At this time, only Suja and the bowing Zhang Runan were left in the enclosed space.
Your waist is fine. Suja looked at Zhang Runan, who was already trembling slightly, and couldn't help but joked.
To Director Su, I have completed the 3-month movement training and my waist strength is fine. Zhang Runan buried her head deeply and spoke in a loud voice.
Well, having strong waist is a good thing. Thank you, Mr. Su, for the compliment. Listening to Zhang Runan's vigorous reply, Suja couldn't help but frown. Get up and speak more quietly. It's hurting my ears.
After the order was given, Zhang Runan stood up slightly, but did not dare to raise his eyes. Suja was speechless when he saw her vigilant look. He was a serious man and would not follow any unspoken rules.
However, should we call Mr. Zhang Ning from the manor over?
What Suja values is his ability to train people, and this ability is also used to the best of everyone's ability in a media company.
Mr. Su, do you have any instructions?
Suja sat in the chair, not knowing what he was thinking about.
Zhang Runan just wanted to go out, so she asked carefully. Oh, nothing. I asked you to stay because I need to inform you that the company's future development plan needs to be changed.
Suja stopped teasing her and spoke seriously. When Zhang Runan heard this, she thought, that's great. I'm not worried about you getting into trouble, I'm just worried that you're okay.
I finally dared to raise my eyes and glanced at Suja.
I didn't see him clearly just now, but now I see him carefully, he is so handsome.
The film is not being made anymore.
The company has more important plans.
Ah? Zhang Runan's face suddenly turned bitter. If the movie was cancelled, didn't that mean she would not have the female lead? It's better to be okay.
Suja continued, of course, since you are the artist that the company is promoting, the company will also give you some resources depending on the situation. Zhang Runan pouted in dissatisfaction, he must be making empty promises to calm her down. After saying that, Suja ignored Zhang Runan's expression and let her go.
He doesn't do those messy things.
As an artist, he should make money well. After Zhang Runan left, Suja took out his cell phone and considered whether to ask Zhang Ning to come over.
Outside the door, Zhang Runan stepped out of the office door, and her eyes suddenly became a little blurry.
Han Jinyu didn't go far, it seemed that she still didn't believe in Suja's character. She saw Zhang Runan coming out and hurried forward. Seeing Zhang Runan's eyes red, my heart suddenly skipped a beat.
Did he do it right away? But it had only been a few minutes, it couldn't be that fast. Nan, are you okay? Sister Han, woo.
When Zhang Runan saw Han Jinyu taking good care of her, the grievances in her heart turned into tears. There were many people at the office door, so Han Jinyu pulled Zhang Runan to the lounge.
Boss Su, did he bully you? After hesitating for a moment, she asked the question she didn't want to ask. Zhang Runan's voice became a little nasal. Well, he said the company won't make movies anymore.
Han Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. So that's what it is.
Did you say anything else?
They also said the company's development focus has changed, painted a rosy picture for me, and said they would give me resources depending on the situation.
Alright, it's okay.
Han Jinyu said soothingly, let me give you a tip, the company is going to make a big move soon.
If President Su didn't lie to you, the resources might be no worse than your leading lady. Really?
Zhang Runan's voice became clear, and it was unclear whether it was tears or light that flashed in her eyes.
Yeah, really. Sister Han, you are so nice. Zhang Runan happily hugged Han Jinyu tightly. Okay, you're still acting like a child. I've told you countless times to be more mature in this circle.
Han Jinyu is in her 40s and has no children yet. Looking at Zhang Runan, who just turned 20 today, a loving expression appeared on her face. Seeing that the thing he was most worried about did not happen, Han Jinyu put Zhang Runan down and prepared to go to work.
Suja asked her to submit 3 sets of specific plans within a week, but they must not be delivered until the deadline.
Of course, you can't pay too quickly, as this will make your boss feel that he can exploit you further.
Nan. Halfway through the walk, Han Jinyu stopped. What's the matter? What do you think of Mr. Su? Zhang Runan didn't react to Han Jinyu's meaning and subconsciously said, yeah, he looks a bit fierce, but quite handsome.
Han Jinyu smiled, you can try to build a better relationship with Director Su.
He has great power.
At this point, Zhang Runan understood.
This is an unavoidable topic in this circle. Yeah. Okay. Zhang Runan returned a sweet smile.
Sister Han was very nice to her, and she believed that Han Jinyu would not harm her.
And Mr. Su should be a nice person.
He may be a little fierce, but he is indeed very handsome.
Thinking about this, Zhang Runan couldn't help but look in the direction of Han Jinyu's office. Hello? Hello, Mr. Su, what can I do for you?
At Phoenix Manor, Zhang Ning looked at the written report Xiao Kuei had given him and answered the phone respectfully. Nothing, just asking if you are satisfied with the position of general manager of the manor.
Zhang Ning's hand shook and the report fell all over the floor. Satisfied? As long as you are satisfied, do your best.
Suja thought about it and decided to give up. Since both of them were general managers, personnel arrangements would be a bit troublesome. Besides, it would be nice to go back to the manor to rest from time to time.
In the manor, in the general manager's office, the ashtrays were piled up like peaks. Chapter 27, the program is finalized and the little lover returns.
After becoming the boss, Suja finally understood why those leaders would hang around the company even though they had nothing to do. It turns out that the feeling of holding power is so intoxicating. In the next few days, Suja's basic schedule was fixed between school and company. The purpose is to finalize the program Star Path Sound Dream before the military training begins. Han Jinyu's workability is indeed worthy of recognition. On the 4th day, she submitted 5 implementation plans, 2 more than the 3 required by Suja. Suja looked at it carefully and chose the 3rd plan based on the successful experience of his previous life and the basic situation of this life. The general content of the 3rd set is divided into 4 stages. In the public selection stage, the competition areas are divided into 7 regions: Northeast China, North China, Central China, East China, South China, Southwest China, and Northwest China.
The top 10 in each region will advance.
In the team confrontation stage, the qualified players choose their favorite mentor to join his team. Under the guidance of the mentor, each team will compete against each other. The winner will advance and the loser will enter the waiting area. Next up are the theme challenges and the finals. The disadvantage of this plan is that the competition time is a bit long, but the advantage is that the scene is grand and it can be said to be a pioneering one. Han Jinyu has put aside her contempt for Suja. Spending hundreds of millions of dollars to host the largest music variety show in history is definitely not a joke. As soon as she got the final plan, she started the preparation work without stopping. Her intuition told her that if this show was successful, she might even go down in history. Suja watched Han Jinyu leave his office and stood up to leave. Military training is about to begin tomorrow, but Suja, as the squad leader, has been somewhat negligent in his duties. Some preparations before military training, such as collecting military training uniforms, purchasing anti-heat medicines, and contacting instructors, were all completed by Yang Chuxia, the deputy squad leader. In order to express his gratitude and apology, Suja thought about it and decided to treat Yang Chuxia to a meal. However, the result made Suja a little depressed. Yang Chuxia seemed unwilling to be alone with him. Proposed to organize a dormitory party to promote friendship among classmates. Suja really wanted to say, "Who is this being guarded against?" But since they said so, Suja couldn't refuse, so he asked Yang Yang and the others for their opinions. The three grandsons were very happy. Before Suja went out in the morning, they started dressing themselves up. "Look, he's still pulling his hair after coming back from the company. Brother Zhe, what do you think of my outfit and hairstyle?" When Yang Yang saw Suja coming back, he hurried forward to ask for his opinion. Now Suja has become a love guru in Dormitory 503. In their eyes, this dormitory party is a platform built by Suja for them to pursue love. Not bad, quite a show-off. Suja sincerely praised Yang Yang, saying that this kid is really talented. She dyed her hair a bold silver-white color with hair dye, and carefully styled it to create a messy yet exquisite layered look, with a few strands of hair casually falling on her forehead. He was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and light blue loose shorts. This guy had a good figure, with a typical thin muscled body. "Yang Yang, my target is Jiang Qinghan, you know what I mean." Guo Zhuan winked at him. Jiang Qinghan? Suja was stunned. He had been focusing on the company these days and didn't expect that she had already returned to school. "Yeah, you haven't been in school much lately, right? Jiang Qinghan is also in Yang Chuxia's dormitory. Have you seen her photo? She's absolutely stunning. She's my ideal type. I'd be willing to shave 10 years off my life if I could get her." As Guo Zhuan spoke, a look of infatuation appeared on his face. "Brother Zhe, Jiang Qinghan is truly amazing. She's truly a man's dream. I saw her yesterday afternoon when I was getting my military training uniforms, and I was immediately stunned by her beauty." Yang Yang chimed in. "On par with my goddess." Perhaps because he was afraid that Suja would not believe him, Wang Long said the most authoritative words. "I should know the person you are talking about." Suja smiled and said that he knew Jiang Qinghan was beautiful and also knew that she was soft and elastic. "Gather at the school gate at 6:30 p.m. Suja wanted to come out at 6:10, so he could arrive on time. But he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of his three sons, and they were carried out of the house just after 5:30. "I stood at the school gate for almost half an hour before I saw the four beauties from room 302. Suja also gained something during this waiting time. Under the envious eyes of the other three, I got the WeChat accounts of 3 senior students and a freshman in the composition department." Suja was not good at refusing. When they saw the four beauties, Yang Yang, Guo Zhuan, and Wang Long took small steps towards them with a clear goal. Yang Yang moved closer to Sui-san. He originally wanted to pursue Jiang Qinghan as well. She looked soft and gentle, so it would be easier to pursue her. However, Guo Zhuan kept begging him. As for Yang Chuxia, although she is beautiful, she is a little mature in character. I feel like a child in front of her. As a second choice, I chose Sui-san. Needless to say, Wang Long is a die-hard fan of Mi Weiwei. Sorry for the wait. Yang Chuxia looked at herself as if she was alone, but her expression remained calm. He held Jiang Qinghan's hands and introduced her to her. When Suju was introduced, Jiang Qinghan took a deep breath and pursed her pink lips, "Brother Su." After the voice fell, the 7 people had different expressions. Suja smiled. He was very satisfied that Zhang Qinghan still remembered the deal between them and that he had not chosen the wrong person.
Suzhia, did you and Qinghan know each other before?
Mi Weiwei seemed to sense some danger. Her alarm bell suddenly rang, and she suddenly asked. Hearing Yu Miwei asking this question, Zhang Qinghan bit her cherry lips lightly with her pearly teeth, with some confusion in her eyes. She admitted her relationship with Su Zhe, but this relationship was not glorious and she didn't want others to know.
Suzhia said lightly, yes, Qinghan and I knew each other before.
At that time, something happened in her family and I happened to meet her.
My strength is self-evident, and then Qinghan recognized me as her brother. After hearing this explanation, Mi Weiwei was full of suspicion. Isn't this a god sister?
Yang Chuxia and Sui San listened and quietly moved towards Zhang Qinghan. Zhang Qinghan looked lovable, and when I heard that her family conditions were not good, a protective feeling suddenly arose in me. Yang Yang and Guijun were very upset, wondering why they didn't meet by chance at that time. The location for tonight's party will be based on proximity, and we'll find a barbecue restaurant near the school. We were all acquaintances, and no one was trying to act cool or show off their wealth by going to a high-end restaurant. After walking a few steps, I passed by a bamboo skewer barbecue restaurant. Looking from the outside in, people are coming and going and the aroma is everywhere, so I guess the taste can't be too bad. I walked in and took a look, and it was indeed very nice. But there were too many people and there were no more large tables. After discussing it, a few people decided to choose a table for 6 and a table for 2. There is an aisle between the 2 tables, which is quite convenient. Weiwei, the purpose of a social gathering is to build rapport. We've known each other for a long time, so we don't need to be intimate. So let's just sit at a table for 2. Wang Long took the initiative to invite Mi Weiwei and gave a reasonable excuse. Mi shook his head slightly and said, no, according to what you said, you and I were classmates in high school, so there's no need for us to get to know each other.
Suzhia and I will sit at the same table. What do you think, Suzhia? Mi Weiwei asked Suzhia with a very charming expression. Chapter 28, Dormitory Party. Suzhia, what do you think? Mi Weiwei took the initiative to invite Suzhia.
She has thought it through and seen clearly in the past few days that Suzhia is definitely not an ordinary person. Maybe he really has a clean private life as Wang Long told her before, but that doesn't mean his thoughts are clean. Maybe, like her, he has too high standards and looks down on ordinary, vulgar women. During the days when she had no dealings with Su Zhe, Mi Weiwei suddenly realized that she had been tricked by Su Zhe and almost behaved like a clown. After seeing it clearly, Mi Weiwei became more interested in Su Zhe. It would be more fulfilling to conquer such a person. She felt happy when she thought about how Su Zhe would be at her mercy and love her to death.
I'm fine. Su Zhe didn't care and looked at young Chuxia and the others. Well, that's good. Let's order some food.
Yang Chuxia agreed with this arrangement.
Do you like spicy food? Mi Weiwei scanned the QR code on the table and asked. Yeah, it's edible. Let's order a few more beers. It's not very satisfying to eat barbecue without drinking. Do you want to get me drunk again? Mi Weiwei smiled.
After placing the order, Mi Weiwei put down her phone, took off the hairband on her wrist, smoothed her hair, and tied it into a high ponytail. A few strands of hair hung playfully on her cheeks. Have you activated the automatic aiming function in your eyes? Mi Weiwei had a smile on her face and a reproachful tone in her voice.
An ambiguous atmosphere was created as soon as he opened his mouth. Unfair, I just noticed that your hair was falling out. Mi Weiwei's outfit today is still mature and light, and her slightly exposed sexiness is very attractive.
He spoke calmly, turning his gaze from the bottom up to her face. This straightforward gaze made me feel a little flustered. After staring at each other for a while, a shy look of a little girl appeared on her face.
Su Zhe found it a little funny.
It was true that Mi Weiwei was the queen of the sea, but she had not put it into practice yet, and her queen of the sea body had not yet reached perfection.
Don't come on, I don't know you yet.
Tell me what your relationship with Zhang Qinghan is.
I see that she only has eyes for you. What kind of relationship? Of course it's a lover relationship.
Su Zhe's eyes still didn't move. Brother and sister relationship, also classmates and benefactors.
Oh, really?
A hint of cunning flashed in Mi Weiwei's eyes, trying to find Su Zhe's flaw.
Change the subject. Aren't you planning on releasing the song Night of Confession? Mi Weiwei was a little curious that such a beautiful song was not released. This song was created for you, and I only want you to listen to it.
Mi Weiwei's normally beating heart slowed down for a beat, and the cunning look in her eyes from the previous second suddenly disappeared, replaced by a flickering look of emotion.
Then can you release it? Now I can only listen to it in lossy quality online. Mi Weiwei's tone softened a bit, no longer showing the intrigue from before. It was indeed a total loss of sound quality. Suja Son's look at the girl across the street and Night of Confession sung at the manor were both posted on Douyin.
Unsurprisingly, it caused quite a stir. Suja's face is shown in Look at the Girl Across the Street. The video has received more than 4 million likes, and it should have reached 5 million now. An insider revealed that Suju is a freshman in the music department of Shanghai Theatre Academy.
For a time, many people gave Suja the responsibility of reviving Chinese entertainment music.
The Night of Confession was an even bigger hit, receiving millions of positive reviews across the internet, and even comments from influential experts in this field both at home and abroad.
The entire internet was begging for the release of the audio.
The reason why Mi Weiwei was so moved was that she ignored the requests of millions of people and just wanted to play this song for her.
Women are emotional animals, who wouldn't be confused after hearing this? No problem. I have military training tomorrow.
I'll take some time to record the song.
You should like the full version better.
Suja responded to Mi Weiwei's words.
Okay. Wrong, my favorite is still the version from that night.
Mi Weiwei thought about it, and the fairy music played just for her in the terrace restaurant that night emerged in her mind. She couldn't help laughing out loud, with a smug smile on her face.
Why? Isn't the goddess very cool? Why does she smile so charmingly and happily? Wan Long at the next table looked at the two people who were chatting happily with resentment.
He really wanted to hear clearly what Su Zhou and the goddess were talking about, which could make the goddess laugh so happily. But the two tables were separated by an aisle, and unless one had super hearing, it would be impossible to hear clearly.
No.
When I get back, I will definitely ask Suja for advice, even if it means kneeling down to become his disciple. Of course, he had no doubt that feelings would arise between Su Zhu and the goddess. Because Su Zhou already has a senior, now there is another fairy named Zhang Qinghan who was called Brother Su.
The happy interaction between the two made him feel uneasy.
Wan Long glanced at Zhang Qinghan, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind.
It is necessary to match Zhang Qinghan and Su Zhe.
This is the safest way to prevent Su Zhe from having the mind to provoke the goddess. Anyway, there is no hope for Guo Zhuan, so we might as well help him.
Military training will begin tomorrow. Don't worry too much, everyone. I've already discussed this with the instructors. They're pretty easy to talk to, so they shouldn't torture us too much. Seeing that the people at the next table were chatting happily, the conversation at this table of 6 seemed too silent and depressing, so Yang Chuxia found a topic that everyone was more concerned about and started talking about it. This topic resonated with everyone, and one person after another spoke up, making the atmosphere lively. Qinghan, have you bought sunscreen? If not, don't buy it. I bought so much that I can't use it all. Yeah, thank you.
Zhang Qinghan could see that Sui-san was taking care of her and did not reject her kindness. She was the last one to arrive at the dormitory and wanted to fit in with this small group.
After placing the order, the dishes were delivered quickly.
This bamboo skewer barbecue restaurant has a stove in the middle and an iron plate on top of the stove, so you can eat while the meat is being grilled.
When the meat is almost done, a waiter will come over to take the meat off the sign, cut it, and put it into the baking tray.
No wonder this store can make the most common pork belly a specialty product, it really has something going for it. The roasted meat is bright red in color and fragrant. You won't feel greasy at all after eating it, and the fragrance will linger in your mouth. Take a sip of cold beer and feel refreshed. With delicious food in front of him, Suju was too lazy to compete with Mi Weiwei in wits and courage. Zhang Qinghan sat in the aisle, closest to Suju's table. She stretched her pink neck and looked at Suju's desk.
These are for you to eat.
Zhang Qinghan brought a plate of peeled lobster tails. Suju was slightly stunned and looked at Zhang Qinghan. Her slender, white little hands were red from the spiciness, and her eyes were shining with anticipation, making her look extremely adorable.
Chapter 29, Dormitory Night Talk.
Suju was silent for a while, picked up 3 shrimp tails and put them into his mouth, chewing them carefully.
It's delicious. Wipe your hands.
Suju took a few pieces of paper and took Zhang Qinghan's little hand, which was stained with red oil, and wiped it carefully. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had eaten lobster like this.
Mi Weiwei narrowed her eyes and watched calmly. After a while, he picked up his wine glass. Cheers to our meeting. Cheers. Dormitory 302. Mi Weiwei asked casually in a nonchalant tone, Xinghan, do you like Suja? I was shocked to see you peeling shrimp for him today. After saying that, she immediately started fiddling with her bag, as if to say that she didn't care. Jiang Qinghan sat upright, his hands intertwined on his smooth legs. He saved my family, and I want to repay him in every way I can. So that's how it is. It seems Suja is a pretty good person. Mi Weiwei stopped what she was doing and continued, is he helping you for free? You're so beautiful, I'm afraid he has other intentions towards you. Jiang Qinghan's mind flashed back to the scene of their first meeting that day, and she recalled the tingling feeling when Suja touched her skin. Her pink lips were pressed together. He said affirmatively, no, he just said that he didn't care about this little money. I think I was lucky to meet Suja. He didn't contact me to mention this matter later, but I can't forget it. Jiang Qinghan's innocent and gentle appearance makes it easy for her to gain the trust of others. Mi nodded slightly, we are roommates and will definitely become best friends in the future. If you have any difficulties, tell me. Don't be embarrassed. Perhaps because Jiang Qinghan was so innocent and posed no threat to her, she smiled and showed kindness. And us. Yang Chuxia and Sui-san were also smiling. Perhaps it was because all four of them possessed stunning looks, which gave them an unconscious sense of belonging, and they felt like they should be a team. Suja is a really good person. He actually risked his life to save me that day. Sui-san took over the topic and spoke. Jiang Qinghan was very happy to hear someone praising Suja, and chased after Sui-san to ask what happened. Seeing that someone was so interested, Sui-san took out a bunch of expensive snacks and handed Jiang Qinghan a bag of potato chips worth 920 yuan, talking while eating. Mi Weiwei also put her worries to rest and talked about Suja's heroic act of flying and kicking the vicious dog. In an instant, the entire dormitory 302 was filled with laughter. Yang Chuxia also smiled, but if you looked closely, you could see a hint of worry in her eyes. Why is everything we talk about in the dormitory about Suja? Male dormitory 503. There was also laughter and joy. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Long pulled Suja aside. Brother Zhe, please. Please teach me how to pursue a girl. I also want my goddess to smile this happily when she is with me. Suja Qian sighed and thought, you probably don't even have the chance to be alone with me, Weiwei. After thinking for a while, Yang Yang couldn't help but said. Wang Long, I'm telling you the truth. You should find another girl to pursue. Mi Weiwei, you really, well, to say your hope is slim is an understatement. Wo Zhuan also nodded in agreement. Everyone can see that there is no way Mi Weiwei would like Wang Long. Unless Wang Long is reborn and stops being a lickspittle. If you don't want to help, forget it, but don't make sarcastic remarks. Wang Long was very unconvinced. Why did he say that there was no hope for him and Mi Weiwei? If there was really no hope, why didn't Mi Weiwei delete his WeChat and why did she reply to his messages? Well, I look forward to the day when you come ashore. Seeing that Wang Long was getting emotional, Yang Yang stopped talking. Brother Zhe. Wang Long held Suja affectionately. Suja signaled Wang Long to let go of his hand. If he didn't give Wang Long some advice today, he would not be able to sleep peacefully. Long, have you ever thought about changing your approach? What method? Refuse to be a bootlicker. Times have changed. You were known as a warm-hearted man, but now, warm-hearted men and dogs sit at the same table. A woman's heart is different from a man's. The more you lick her, the harder she gets. Over the years, you've treated Mi Weiwei as everything to you, taking care of her in every possible way, 100 times better than you've ever treated your mother. But why has she always ignored you? It's because in her mindset, she already sees you as something that's easily obtainable. To put it bluntly, she sees you as her dog. Speaking of this, Wang Long's face looked a little ugly. Very good, there is still some dignity and there is still hope of salvation. Suja continued, there's a song with lyrics that makes a lot of sense. Those who can't get what they want are in turmoil, while those who are favored are fearless. What song is this? Yang Yang wanted to listen to this song. Suja was stunned. That's not important. Here comes the point. You can try to distance yourself from her now, or even pursue and pretend to like other girls. When Mi Weiwei needs you one day, and she finds that you are no longer someone she can just flick her finger to, her previous possessiveness and sense of superiority will backfire. Then she'll most likely find out you're good and start to feel remorse.
After hearing this, the three of them were stunned. What Suja said was really true.
Yang Yang slammed the table in agreement.
There was a girl who was very fond of him in high school. Later, that girl fell in love, and he felt a little sad. Suddenly, he realized that the girl who was once so easily available was also very beautiful.
Then if I pursue another girl with the initial intention of taking advantage of her, wouldn't that be unfair to her?
Wang Long thought about it and felt that it made a lot of sense, but he still felt that this was not a good idea.
Oh, it's good, there's nothing wrong with it. But, I only know Wei Wei and her friends. Do you have any recommendations?
Yes.
What do you think of Fong Yuan in our class? I have 9 other girls like her in my phone.
No one wanted to see Wang Long stubbornly sticking with Wei Wei, and Yang Yang was even more considerate, directly letting Wang Long choose the target in his WeChat. Wang Long is an idiot in love, but he is a nice and honest person.
The people recommended by Yang Yang are all relatively reliable.
Wang Long was a little flattered. Yang Yang took out photos for him to choose from, which felt like choosing a concubine. We have military training tomorrow, so we turned off the lights early today. But through the curtains of Wang Long's bed, a ray of light could be seen. Wei Wei, I've heard a lot from Suja, so I've decided not to pursue you anymore.
I hope you can meet your knight in the future. Bye.
Crackling, I didn't click send until the phone screen was filled with green.
Oh. Thank you for your blessing. What did Suja say to you?
Seeing that Wei Wei rarely replied to 3 messages in a row, Wang Long was overjoyed. Crackling, green filled the screen again.
Chapter 30, Military Training in Progress.
After thinking about it, there seems to be nothing much to write about military training. After writing a few thousand words, it feels a bit bland and boring.
If I write too deeply, it will be a bit sensitive.
I will try my best to pass it over. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Shanghai Theater Academy's military training for the year officially began. The military training instructors at Shanghai Theater Academy are not retired seniors. But he is an active duty soldier in a certain military region.
Camouflage buses carrying a large number of soldiers drove into the campus.
At the same time, a large number of freshmen in military training uniforms poured into the playground from the dormitory. At that time, outside the music performance class, waves of discussions and exclamations came one after another.
Fuck! People in the music recording class eat so well? This is so beautiful.
So there really is love at first sight. This exclamation became contagious among people, and the crowd that was originally scattered throughout the playground gathered towards the music performance class. Suja squeezed out of the crowd, took off his hat and shook it off.
The weather was really hot. I can't imagine how painful it will be to wait until the afternoon. What are you 3 laughing at?
Yang Yang, Wang Long and Guozhuan were also squeezed out due to the heat, but they still had silly smiles on their faces.
Ha, so happy.
The most beautiful freshmen of this year all appeared in their music performance class. When all the boys in the class saw how envious the boys from other classes were of them, they couldn't help but feel a sense of confidence and pride in their hearts.
The instructors entered the venue in an orderly line.
Seeing the chaotic scene, the chief instructor took the microphone and roared with full energy, asking everyone to return to their class seats and stand in position within 30 seconds.
Suja was happy. Let me show you, I have been sanctioned. The classes that were close together were fine and managed to stand in line, but the classes that were a little further away were in a terrible state and had to stand at attention for only 30 minutes. While other classes were standing at attention as punishment, Suja's class was sitting there resting. Yang Chuxia is really reliable.
She said the instructor was a nice person, and he was indeed a nice person.
He didn't make things difficult for them.
This morning's main task was to listen to the leader's speech, which ended at 11 o'clock and then we dispersed. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after a short lunch break, the freshmen stood relaxedly in their respective teams, laughing and chatting. The next moment, a burst of 1, 2, 1, 2, 1 orders to enter the playground were heard from the entrance, and a whole team of upright and vigorous soldiers ran into the playground. Their steps were in unison and their slogans were loud and powerful. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly fell silent and subconsciously straightened their bodies. Military training officially begins.
The first military training was not difficult. It was just standing at attention for an hour under the bright sunshine.
The purpose is to grind away the wildness of the freshmen and make them realize that they are soldiers now. Perhaps because he was an art student, Suja felt that the intensity was not as great as in his previous life. However, there were also cases of people fainting and vomiting, and this was when the medical staff in the stands played a role. Soon, it was time for a break. The instructor of the music class took the whole class to a shady place to rest. Suja shook off his sweat-soaked hat and wondered how to avoid this military training. Originally, he wanted to just experience it. One day of experience is enough now, any longer would be a torture. Brother Sue, drink some water. College students know how to find joy in hardship. During breaks, the playground was filled with laughter, but the next moment the noisy playground became much quieter. Just because an extremely eye-catching and pretty girl did something that broke the hearts of all the boys. Jiang Qinghan took out a bottle of electrolyte water, unscrewed the lid and handed it to Suja. There were still water droplets hanging on the water bottle, and it looked a little cold. I don't know how she kept it warm. Suja slumped on the ground without caring about his image. When he saw the water being brought to him and then looked at Jiang Qinghan, whose little face was flushed from the heat, a warm feeling flowed through his heart. This 1 million is really worth it to have such a caring little lover. Thank you. It's still ice cold. You can have some too. Suja took a big sip and gave it back to Jiang Qinghan. The loose military training uniform is a face killer, but when worn on this girl, it still can't hide her cuteness and agility. The few drops of sweat between the delicate profile and the straight nose make her even more adorable. Okay. Jiang Qinghan listened to Suja very much. She raised her head without any disgust in front of everyone, revealing her slender and white swan neck, and drank a few sips of the water that Suja had drunk. This caused a burst of wailing, which made Yang Yang and the other two feel their scalps tingling. What's wrong with it being a little sweet? Wei Wei, are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to take you to see a doctor? Yang Xuxia saw that Mi Wei Wei had a rather ugly expression on her face, and had some guesses in her mind. Yeah, I feel a little dizzy. I'll let Suja take me there. You should get some rest. Mi Wei Wei paused for a moment, then covered her forehead with her hands and walked in front of Suja with the support of Yang Xuxia. Suja, she feels a little unwell. Please take her to see the medical teacher. Yang Xuxia was really thoughtful and said this on Mi Wei Wei's behalf. Good. Suja looked at Mi Wei Wei. Her eyes were dazed and her lips were pale. He quickly stood up and asked, "Can you still walk? My legs are a little weak." That means you can't leave. Suja squatted down and said, "Let me carry you." Isn't this bad? Mi Wei Wei looked at the people around her and hesitated for a moment. It's okay. The situation is critical now. Suja, quickly carry Wei Wei away. She has suffered from heatstroke. After reporting to the instructor, Suja carried Mi Wei Wei on his back and walked away under the envious gazes of everyone. Yang Xuxia sighed lightly as she watched the two people walking away. She didn't know whether this was right or wrong. The number of fragile college students was beyond the imagination of the instructors and the school. The medical teachers who were on standby in the playground had sent away batch after batch of wounded soldiers and had not yet returned. So Suja could only carry Mi Wei Wei to the infirmary. I feel better, put me down. After walking 50 or 60 meters away from the playground, Mi Wei Wei spoke. Good. Mi Wei Wei was really soft, carrying her was like carrying a piece of soft jade, and Suja grabbed her a few times for some unknown reason. The iron rule that military training uniforms lower one's appearance does not work on Mi Wei Wei, and she has a different kind of temptation. Satyr. Hearing this, Suja smiled, knowing that she was saying that his hands were not honest just now. Don't blame me. You're so heavy. What if I don't hold on tight and I fall? You. Mi Wei Wei was furious when she saw Suja's nonchalant expression. How could he be heavy at all? He was 1.7 meters tall and weighed 101 kilograms. How could he be heavy? Give you a chance to reframe your words. Mi straightened her body slightly and smiled charmingly. Not heavy at all. Stand up straight and you can see it more clearly. It's above D and above E. I like it even if it's more important. Okay, go back to the dormitory and rest. I know you're fine. Leave the instructor to me. With that, Suja left. Mi Wei Wei hesitated to speak. She originally wanted to ask about him and Jiang Qinghan. But now it seems that Suja must like her, otherwise why would he cover for her? As for Jiang Qinghan, it's normal for brothers and sisters to be close. But why hasn't Suja confessed to her yet? After getting to know Suja, Mi Wei Wei also wants to fall in love. Hello, who is this?
I'm Suja.
Bring my company's information and some non-confidential project plans to the performance within 2 hours.
Zhang Runan wanted to laugh.
He didn't know which idiot called.
He thought he was Mr. Su. Do you think anyone can command her, the dignified little princess of the galaxy? Chapter 31, Zhang Runan's Unlucky Day. Zhang Runan hung up the phone angrily and opened a bottle of AD calcium. Put her pink and white little feet on the armrest of the sofa and sink into the sofa to play games.
A MOBA mobile game has become very popular recently, and Zhang Runan is using her favorite hero to fight in the middle lane.
Sister Han has been very busy these days.
No one has urged her to practice martial arts, so she has had a few good days.
Etc. Did the man just now say his name was Suzhou?
Zhang Runan was shocked, and the milky white calcium milk soaked her chest. She didn't bother to clean the stain, and carefully recalled the voice on the phone, which was exactly the same as the voice of Mr. Su, whom she both liked and feared.
Spicy meatballs. Zhang Runan yelled and frantically collected information.
Guard booth at the main gate of the university. Suja gave a pack of cigarettes to each of the uncles on duty, and naturally took advantage of the air conditioning.
It's a bit drifting. Suja looked at the time.
2 hours had passed quickly, but there was still no sign of Zhang Runan. Just as I was about to make another call, Zhang Runan appeared in a hurry the next moment. As the boss, Suji instinctively wanted to scold Zhang Runan. After seeing some familiar dry marks on Zhang Runan and Xiao Si Naizi's clothes, he changed the subject and asked,
"What were you doing?"
Suja's deep gaze startled Zhang Runan.
She was playing games at the company just now, but is that something she can tell others about?
Zhang Runan hesitated for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and said, "To Director Su, I was just practicing at the company."
Such an offensive look. Zhang Runan twisted her body awkwardly.
Suja kept staring at her chest, making Zhang Runan afraid to look up and look at him. She lowered her head and looked at her toes, then at the protrusion above her toes.
Etc.
Only then did Zhang Runan notice the stain on her clothes on her chest. She thought to herself that something bad was happening and hoped that people would misunderstand what she was doing. Thinking of this, Zhang Runan's fair cheeks suddenly turned rosy. "Mr. Su, I sprinkled this on after practicing with AD calcium."
Don't worry, I didn't misunderstand, don't think too much.
Suja waved his hand and took her into the school, having already greeted the security guard. The more Zhang Runan thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. If her breasts were about the same size as Mi Weiwei's, her big head could be buried in her small head.
Suja was walking very fast in front. It was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
If he didn't walk faster, he was afraid that the school leaders on duty would go off work.
Soon, we arrived at the door of the deputy director's office of their music department. Tidy up your clothes.
Suja walked very quickly, which made it difficult for Zhang Runan, who was carrying a large bag of information behind him. By the time she got here, her clothes were a little messy. Seeing Zhang Runan being clumsy, Suja helped her tidy up her hair and pulled her clothes. I accidentally bumped into the light, which was neither too big nor too small, and it was quite elastic.
Then he gently knocked on Director Wei's door. Knock, knock, knock. Enter.
A short, sonorous sound came from the door. Judging from Suja's experience, Director Wei should be a middle-aged young man who is decisive, down-to-earth and motivated. After approaching, Suja saw that Director Wei looked to be in his early 40s and smiled faintly. Those under 50 still have the desire to strive and often feel that time is running out. This is their common characteristic. After just one encounter, Suja had a premonition of his success. Suja pushed open the door and bowed first to identify himself.
"Hello, Teacher Wei. I'm Suja, a new student in the music performance class. I have something that requires your approval." Wei Changhe raised his head with a lukewarm expression. "What's up?" He just glanced at Suja and then lowered his head to do something. Seeing this, Suja didn't waste any words and went straight to the point.
"Teacher Wei, I would like to apply to you for exemption from military training."
Suja had already prepared a speech in his mind.
As he spoke, he gestured for Zhang Runan to come forward and hand the prepared materials to Wei Changhe for review. When he first heard that the student didn't want to participate in military training, Wei Changhe wanted to kick him out, but after hearing what was said next, he stopped what he was doing. He raised his head again and looked at Zhang Runan. He just felt that the girl looked familiar. Now after taking a closer look, he recognized that this girl was Zhang Runan, who was known as the ideal type for boys.
As a teacher at an art school, I have some understanding of entertainment news. Student Sue, please sit down and talk. Wei Changha stood up and took out a pack of flip-top cigarettes from the table. He knew Galaxy Media, a very influential music company in China. After learning that Su Zhe was the chairman of Galaxy Media, he no longer regarded Su Zhe as a student, but as a performance. Right now, the director's position is vacant, but I heard through the grapevine that a director will be transferred from another department. This made Wei Changha very distressed. Student Su, this military training is a requirement, and it's also one of the key areas of focus for your academic assessment. Su Zhe smiled slightly. How could he not understand Director Wei's desire to make progress? First of all, I'm a student at the school. To be honest, the company will have big moves coming up. We expect to invest 500 million yuan. We may need the school's help with this. I'll probably be bothering the director often. When Wei Changha heard the number 500 million, his hands, which were making tea, trembled. Good boy. Wei Changha's eyes were full of admiration. Very good, the school is proud of you. When he went out, Su Zhe took away a can of tea, saying that he didn't drink tea. Zhang Runan, who was in the process of learning everything, felt a little complicated, with shock and confusion all over her pretty face. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, President Su, you are so amazing. You can actually chat and laugh with the school leaders. In her world, teachers are very majestic. She used to tremble when she saw teachers at school. Su Zhe shrugged, his face full of understatement. I am a wealthy man, a big boss, and the future #1 in the world. Even if the principal comes, I have to serve tea. Chuckle. Zhang Runan was amused by Su Zhe's cocky look. Suddenly I felt that Su Zhe was not that scary after all. Let's go, I'll treat you to a meal. I'm not a black-hearted capitalist. I asked you to come over and treat you to a working meal in the cafeteria. If you are not a mean person, why don't you take me out for a nice meal? Zhang Runan wrinkled her nose and rolled her eyes when she heard that. When Su Zhe rushed to the cafeteria, he found that it was full of green. It turned out that the military had been disbanded. After waiting in a long line and getting the food, I couldn't find a seat. Su Zhe took Zhang Runan around twice and saw that there was a table with only 2 people sitting at it. I walked straight over and found that it was Jiang Qinghan and Sui-san. Brother Su. When Jiang Qinghan saw that it was Su Zhe, she called out sweetly. Sui-san also smiled and greeted. Who is this sister? Zhang Runan was wearing a mask and not a military training uniform, so Jiang Qinghan thought she was a senior student. Su Zhe gestured for Zhang Runan to sit down. She took off her mask after sitting down. Sui-san pointed at Zhang Runan in shock. You, aren't you that celebrity? Eh? After saying that, he gave his good brother Su Zhe a look of contempt. She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth and has seen a lot of dirty things. Facing this contemptuous look, Su Zhe was frowning. He lifted his legs slightly under the table and kicked Sui-san lightly in the thigh. But she seemed unsure of the direction, and Sui-san let out a light snort. Zhang Runan. She is Zhang Runan. A cry of surprise came from the crowd. Chapter 32, Good brother, it's your turn to repay the favor. Wherever a beautiful woman appears, she becomes the center of attention. Many soldiers eating in the cafeteria will look at Jiang Qinghan and Sui-san intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Runan is extremely well known among college students. The moment she took off her mask, she was recognized. Zhang Runan's appearance is slightly inferior to Jiang Qinghan and others, and is about the same as Zhou Xuetong. But she is well known and a star. It's not uncommon to go up and watch, ask for autographs and take photos. You can even take this opportunity to see the stunning beauties of Jiang Qinghan and Sui-san up close. For a moment, the cafeteria was in chaos, and Su Zhe's table was surrounded by people. Su Zhe was very troubled. He had forgotten about this. Usually, Zhang Runan was like a little brother in front of him, and he had forgotten her identity as a celebrity. Well, I can't even eat in peace. Su Zhe patted Zhang Runan's shoulders and said, Xiao Zhang, you have to solve the troubles you caused yourself. Remember to maintain your image. After saying that, Su Zhe pulled Jiang Qinghan with his right hand and grabbed Sui-san with his left hand and squeezed out of the crowd. Zhang Runan, I eat poets. Looking at Su Zhe disappearing in the crowd, my heart felt cold. But facing so many enthusiastic fans, she had to be forced to work and show her sweet dimples. After the riot was resolved, I dragged my tired body back to the company and wanted to find Sister Han to complain.
But when Han Jinyu heard that she was with Suja, she kept praising her for being sensible.
At this time, Zhang Runan realized. Is it okay to leave that sister there like this? It was obvious that Zhang Qinghan was on 2G network and did not know Zhang Runan.
As expected of a scumbag, he can do such a thing. Sui-san shook off Suja's hand, leaving handprints on her fair and tender little hand.
What are you looking at?
Sui-san provocatively rejected Suja's gaze and raised her chin proudly like a noble swan.
Zhang Qinghan turned around and looked sideways into the distance.
She is Suja's little lover, and she is not a fool. She can feel that Sui-san seems to have a good relationship with Suja. But she was just Suja's little lover, and these things were not her business.
Suja was amused.
He wondered who had spoiled this little golden retriever brother to make him so fond of arguing with others. Sui-san hummed, and the afterglow of the setting sun fell on her hair, as if every strand of golden hair was shining.
Suja was unconsciously mesmerized by the sight.
Seeing this, Sui-san raised her chin proudly. Does it look good?
Suja stared at her hair and nodded sincerely. Nice.
Hearing this, Sui-san smiled with satisfaction. She knew that her face would definitely be a sure win for Suja, but it was impossible for him to fall in love with her.
Xiao Qinghan, you go back first. I'm going to take a walk with classmate Su. Oh well. Zhang Qinghan was very obedient.
Before leaving, he took out a red apple from his pocket and handed it to Suja.
Brother Su, you didn't eat much just now. This is the apple one took before I left. Please have some. After saying that, Zhang Qinghan walked away with his head down.
Based on her understanding of Suja, Sui-san might be bullied by Suja after she left, just like how Suja bullied her when they first met. Her mother taught her that Suja was the benefactor of their family. Although Suja gave her 1 million as a deal, this favor could not be repaid by just 1 year of being lovers.
But why didn't Suja treat her more harshly? Your sister Jiang is really good to you.
Although Sui-san had never thought about falling in love with Suja, she felt a little uncomfortable when she saw other women caring so much about Suja. Subconsciously want to squeeze him.
Who says it's not true?
Look at him, he knows how to repay a favor. Suja ate the apple in big mouthfuls.
Yes. I don't know how to repay a favor. Sui-san really wanted to punch Suja's head.
She gave her first kiss to this scumbag, and he actually said that she didn't know how to repay a favor. If I had known this would happen, I would rather the car had crashed and everyone had died. I'm a bad mouth, but why doesn't my good brother know how to repay his kindness? Suja finished the fist-sized apple in just a few bites. When Sui-san heard the 3 words good brother, her originally puffy little face turned pink. After eating, Suja turned around and looked around to make sure there was no one around. He took a quick step forward and hugged Sui-san.
Good brother, it's been a long time since you've repaid me. When Suja suddenly hugged her, Sui-san's mind went blank.
Then he reacted and grabbed Suja's sleeve.
You're crazy. This is at school. I already said I don't want to be in a relationship. What if someone finds out?
After Sui-san said this, Suja looked around again worriedly, confirming again and again that there was no one there. He rested his chin on his good brother's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, good brother. If there's really no one here, I'll just hold you for a while." Sui-san struggled for a while, but when she heard that Suja just wanted to hug her, which was much simpler than the touching and kissing before, she let him do it. Slightly shy, she said, "Then hurry up."
Suja, not at all faster. Itchy.
Suja kept touching her cheeks and ears, and couldn't help sticking out his tongue when he saw the crystal clear slaps. Well, maybe it's because I've been in the sun all day and sweating a lot, so it tastes salty, but also has a hint of sweetness. Hugging face to face was still not as comfortable and convenient as hugging from behind, so Suja changed his position.
Are you ready? Sui-san asked hurriedly.
The excitement of being discovered at any time made her body feel a little strange.
Good brother, how long have you been holding me? Don't worry, I've been observing you.
Suja pressed close to Sui-san from behind and bit her neck and face a few times.
Oh, stop it, it's really itchy.
The numbing and itchy feeling made Sui-san shake her butt. Suja reacted violently to the shaking and felt a fire burning inside his body. Good brother, shake it a few more times, it feels so good. Sui-san was slightly stunned, and when she felt something strange in the softest part of her back, she immediately understood what he meant. She refused to move no matter what, her pretty face almost flushed. You are such a bastard, are there any good brothers like this? Sui-san appears to be fierce but is actually weak, and tries to raise her voice to cover up her inner unrest. Suja pressed his face against Sui-san's, feeling her hot body temperature.
His hands moved uncontrollably. A hand quietly moved to Sui-san's back and gently lifted it. Ah! Abnormal.
Sui-san didn't know where she got so much strength from, and she easily broke through Suja's arms.
I was frantically trying to put the loose parts back on.
But it turns out that the more nervous you are, the worse it will be. Suja vaguely saw a small grain on the left. Although I was very flustered, I fastened it in less than 30 seconds thanks to my rich experience of more than 10 years.
Let's go. Sui-san snorted lightly, trying to express her dissatisfaction with Suja's behavior just now.
Suja said nothing, but when she was about to move, he suddenly grabbed Sui-san's wrist and pulled her into his arms again. Then, he aimed at her soft lips and kissed her. Apart from the initial stiffness, Sui-san, who had experience once, actually tried to respond.
Chapter 33, Claiming Sovereignty, A Delicate Relationship. The plot is on track. After the military training is over, the protagonist will start a wonderful life.
This time, Suja kissed very seriously. No one knew how long they kissed.
The two separated because Sui-san's technique was not good enough and she was out of breath. Lips and teeth parted.
A crystal clear line connected the two people.
You're such a jerk.
It took Sui-san's dazed eyes a while to focus again. She pursed her lips and felt numb, and could not feel the existence of her pink tongue.
This is the last time. Let's not do this again, okay? After the dopamine wore off, Sui-san felt a little scared. During the intimate contact just now, she actually had the idea of living with Suja. This is something Sui-san would never allow.
Her old man's failed marriage experience taught her that love and even marriage would not have a good ending.
Good.
Suja responded decisively.
Good.
Sui-san was a little surprised.
Shouldn't she beg her?
He is indeed a scumbag, ruthless and heartless.
Sui-san seemed to see through Suja's nature and mocked him bluntly. Someone's coming. I'm leaving first.
While Sui-san wasn't paying attention, Suja slapped her perky buttocks hard and left without looking back. He was sure to defeat Sui-san, but he must not act too hastily. In his new life, he just wants to be a playboy who plays around in the world. To put it bluntly, he is a scumbag who doesn't take the initiative, doesn't refuse, and doesn't take responsibility. While kissing just now, Suja discovered that the golden retriever Sui-san was showing signs of arousal.
This is a dangerous sign.
Although the little golden retriever said before that she doesn't want to fall in love, women's words are not credible.
If the little golden retriever gets angry, he will explode.
So he chose to leave now and let her calm down.
Sui-san looked at Suja's back as he walked away.
Her butt felt burning with pain, and the suppressed emotions finally couldn't be contained anymore. She stomped her feet hard, and her pretty face turned pale and red.
Aha!
As night fell, bursts of groundhog screams were heard, waking up the boys and girls hiding nearby.
Sui-san scratched her dazzling golden hair frantically. How could there be such a shameless bastard? After resting for a while, Sui-san strode back to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, he picked up the water cup on the table and gulped down a few big gulps of water. Ni Weiwei rested in the dormitory for an afternoon and was full of energy. She joked. Shan-shan, are you going to sneak some delicious food again? Puff.
Ni Weiwei's sudden sound startled Sui-san so much that she spit out a mouthful of water and coughed several times.
How did you know? Ni Weiwei had an expression that suggested she had expected this. Who am I? I'm Queen Weiwei. Your lips are swollen. You drank a lot of water as soon as you got back. You must have eaten something spicy. Wow, Queen Weiwei is amazing. Sui-san was stunned for a moment, then flattered Ni Weiwei. Everyone in the dormitory was doing their own thing. Ni Weiwei was worried and couldn't concentrate on playing with her phone. He looked at the others and thought for a while. He raised his voice and said, "Ahem, that. What do you think of Suja?"
As soon as he finished speaking, the whole dormitory fell silent.
After a few breaths, Yan Chuxia spoke first. "It's okay, he is talented and handsome." Ni Weiwei glanced at her godsister Jiang Qinghan, who timidly said, "I think he's very kind and gentle." He can. Shan-shan, what do you think?
Seeing that Jiang Qinghan seemed to be about to write an 800-word essay praising Suja, Ni Weiwei turned around and asked Sui-san.
I think he is a jerk. Why? Sui-san's different views aroused everyone's curiosity.
The few of them looked at her together, and she remembered what Suja had done to her not long ago, and suddenly felt guilty.
He coughed twice and said with a stern face, "Haven't you noticed that he has a good relationship with many girls? If nothing else, just look at the class. There are at least 10 pretty girls flirting with each other." This is indeed true, but it was these girls who took the initiative to talk to Suja. Everyone can see Suja's financial resources, and students studying art also understand the nature of society earlier than students in ordinary universities. Sui-san turned passive into active. "Why do you ask this question?" "I'm interested in Suja." Hearing this, Sui-san was slightly stunned. Yang Chuxia frowned. Jiang Qinghan's eyes were a little dim.
Mi Weiwei said it very casually, but only she knew the turmoil in her heart. He took a deep breath and continued, "So I want to hear your opinions." She originally didn't want to reveal her feelings, but Jiang Qinghan's appearance gave her a sense of crisis.
Mi Weiwei has always been confident.
She is very confident about her appearance and the way she dresses, and she is confident that no man can refuse her. But Jiang Qinghan eroded her confidence. She knew very well how attractive Jiang Qinghan was to men. Not to mention men, even she couldn't help but want to protect Jiang Qinghan when she saw her. What is even more terrible is that Jiang Qinghan takes care of Suzhou in every possible way. She thought about it all afternoon before deciding to reveal her feelings to a few roommates. The main purpose is to declare sovereignty and tell Jiang Qinghan that you just need to be a good sister.
My advice is to look at it yourself. Yang Chuxia didn't want to get involved in her roommate's emotional issues.
If you give advice on this kind of thing, you will suffer unexpected consequences if there are problems in your relationship in the future.
Yang Chuxia chose to stay away from such things. Jiang Qinghan remained silent, lowering his head, not knowing what he was thinking. "Sister, listen to me.
Don't get involved in a romantic relationship with Suja, be careful."
Sui-san was very excited. She walked forward, held Mi Weiwei's hand and spoke in an urgent tone.
It was obvious that this suggestion was not what Mi Weiwei wanted.
"Why? I think he's pretty good. What reason can I give?" Thinking of this, Sui-san couldn't help but be speechless.
She dissuaded Mi Weiwei, but she also had her own selfish motives.
At the same time, he couldn't help cursing Suzhou in his heart. "Are you a fucking succubus? When did I win away the heart of Queen Weiwei?" Seeing that Sui-san couldn't give a reasonable explanation, Mi Weiwei didn't care. Anyway, her goal was achieved. "Let's play some games. Isn't there a game that's very popular recently?"
After discussing this topic, the atmosphere in the dormitory became a little silent, and Mi Weiwei suggested,
"Come on, our country's server, Ali." Sui-san's eyes lit up. She was an expert in this field. Yan Chuxia would never refuse anything that promoted harmony in the dormitory. "Qinghan, let me help you download it." After the preparations were completed, several people came to the preparation hall. But the problem is, there is one missing. "How about calling Suzhou?" Mi Weiwei suggested. "All right."
Several people agreed with this suggestion. After thinking about it, it seemed that Suzhou was indeed the most suitable person.
Mi Weiwei opened WeChat and called Suzhou. "Play games, come on, come on." Mi Weiwei's skillful movements made several people narrow their eyes slightly. Are these two people quite familiar with each other? Which goddess do you think should be conquered first? Chapter 34, Por Wan Long, Ron Zhang Run. "Brother Zhe, who are you playing games with?" Suzhou had nothing to do, so he didn't refuse Mi Weiwei's invitation to play games.
After all, playing games can also promote relationships. But when he entered the room, he was stunned to see 4 identical profile pictures of girls. After asking, it turned out that he was the one who made up the numbers.
"But, since I'm here." And Mi Weiwei and her roommates in the 5th row of the dormitory. Suzhou replied to Yang Yang. "Jungler. We are junglers. Do you know how to play jungle?"
The little golden retriever's angry questioning voice came from the game. When she opened the battle record, she found that her Ali had died 3 times. The support was the rookie Jiang Qinghan, who chose a hook player.
"No, is No Meow so popular with girls?"
Yang Yang felt like the sky was falling. As someone who plays League of Legends, he looked down on those who played farming, thinking that it was a game for elementary school students. But I didn't expect that the 4 goddesses were all playing, and they even asked Suzhou to play in a 5-person team. Yang Yang watched Suja play from the side, and the more he watched, the more envious he became.
Mi Weiwei actually took the initiative to let Suja eat the center line. It's simply a dream. What? Weiwei is playing games with you.
Suja's movement attracted Guozhuan, who was robbing, and Wang Long, who was sniping at the middle gate. Wang Long gave up the match point and ran over. After confirming that Mi Weiwei was playing this game, tears welled up in Wang Long's eyes.
Brother Long, why are you crying? A teardrop fell onto the mobile phone screen, attracting everyone's attention.
Wang Long's face was filled with guilt.
I'm blaming myself. I'm doubting whether I really like Weiwei.
I usually thought I knew her very well, but I didn't even know that Weiwei played games.
The speech is a bit incoherent. Hee, Queen Weiwei, Wang Long is so infatuated with you, are you really not going to consider it? Sui-san's teasing words came from the phone.
Wang Long suddenly froze in place, turning his neck stiffly to look at Suja.
Didn't you turn off the mic?
Suja blinked. You didn't say it either.
Although it was embarrassing, Wang Long was extremely grateful to Sui-san in his heart.
Damn it, he is so kind that he even thought of introducing me to Suja.
Wang Long felt even more guilty. Who among you knows how to play? I'm going to the bathroom. Yang Yang really wanted to grab this rare opportunity.
But Wang Long was faster and took the phone directly. This made Yang Yang grit his teeth, thinking that he was a complete lickspittle and all the teachings he had given him before were in vain. Suja had a big one and felt a little sticky when he stood up because he had sweated too much during the military training during the day.
I just took a shower. Half an hour later, Suja came out wearing only his underwear.
Yang Yang looked at her eyes subconsciously, but he didn't want to look at them because his self-esteem was hurt every time he saw them.
Why don't you play anymore?
After coming out, the 5-row convoy had been disbanded. Yang Yang explained, Mi Weiwei thought Brother Long was too bad, so she stopped playing after one game. Suja looked at Wang Long, who was practicing hard, and shook his head helplessly. Poor Brother Long, he was played around by others.
Do they think you are not good enough? The next day,
Suja woke up to the sound of his roommate slamming the door in revenge. I stayed in bed for a while, went to the cafeteria to have breakfast, and then drove the Apollo IE to the company.
Due to military training, my running plan was temporarily put on hold.
After he finished his military training, he was still a little bored. After thinking about it, he decided to go to the company.
It would be nice to tease the young employees. On the Apollo IE, Suja sighed deeply.
Sure enough, he is not a qualified super rich man.
Other super rich people either circulate in various entertainment venues or spend huge sums of money online.
Unlike him, who moves between companies and schools.
Come to Galaxy Media. I went to Han Jinyu's office first, but there was no one there. He walked around again and came to the door of Zhang Runan's office. As the company's upcoming artist, Zhang Runan has her own small office. TSK, this rice noodle roll is really something you can never get tired of eating. It's absolutely amazing. Zhang Runan's desk is used to the fullest extent.
The computer and keyboard are placed in the corner at the very edge, and most of the rest of the space is filled with food and drinks.
There was a piece of IPA in the middle of the table. Ahem.
Pushing open the door and seeing the scene inside, Suja curled up the corners of his mouth and looked at Zhang Runan. Zhang Runan subconsciously looked up, and the moment she saw Suja's face, the smile on her face froze, and the chopsticks in her hand fell to the ground.
Mr. Su, why are you here? No, why are you here? My company, I came to see if there is any problem?
Suja said as he walked into the door and closed it behind him.
Not bad, the quality of life is good, and the food is much better than mine.
Hearing Suja's sarcastic tone, Zhang Runan felt like crying but had no tears.
What is this plague god doing coming to the company so early in the morning?
Why can't the school stop letting students have so much free time?
No. The company benefits are good.
Zhang Runan crossed her arms, revealing her dimples in an attempt to awaken Suja's sympathy with her sweetness.
Suja raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Does this mean that all these are reimbursed by the company? Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I was wrong.
When in doubt, Zhang Runan apologizes first and shows her most sincere feelings.
Okay, come here and give me a leg massage. I'm tired after standing all day yesterday. Suja sat on Zhang Runan's exclusive chair.
It must be said that this girl knows how to enjoy herself.
This chair must be worth a lot of money.
The moment he sat down, Suja felt his waist being instantly wrapped, and all the fatigue from driving just now was swept away. Oh. With the handle in hand, Zhang Runin had no choice but to lower her head, squat down, clench her pink fists and gently hit Suja's calves. Mr. Su, what do you think of this strength? After pounding for a while, Zhang Runin felt her legs were numb from squatting. The strength is okay, but the technique is totally lacking.
Zhang Runin looked up with some dissatisfaction when she heard this.
But he saw Suja's fiery eyes.
Ah!
Zhang Runin covered her chest in horror. She was casually wearing a loose short-sleeved shirt, and when she squatted down, she didn't notice that her clothes were exposed.
Why are you covering it up? What can you see when you are so young? Zhang Runin looked down unconvinced, and it seemed that she could not see anything because of the small bun covered by the bar. But how can I say this? It's so insulting.
Zhang Runin said nothing, but her eyes gradually became red with grievance.
Okay, don't cry.
If you don't cry, I won't punish you for slacking off at work this time.
Zhang Runin remained silent, pouting and brewing her emotions. All right. Don't waste the food, come and eat it. Suja's tone became more serious. He didn't like anyone disobeying him. Oh.
Zhang Runin wiped the tears from her eyes, picked up the food on the table, and ate it while standing up, with big mouthfuls, as if she wanted to eat Suja alive. After teasing Zhang Runin, Suja was very satisfied with her seat, so he sat down and played with his mobile phone for a while.
Han Jinyu sent a message about the show.
Regarding the male protagonist's character, I have thought about it for a long time.
The male protagonist is a scumbag, so he can be sentimental but not too sentimental. He may be a bit chauvinistic. As a new writer, I may have some inconsiderate considerations. Please forgive me. Chapter 35, The Charm of Being Young and All-Powerful.
Han Jinyu said that most art schools have completed negotiations and will actively respond to the programs they organize. Now Han Jinyu is heading to the imperial capital to negotiate with several top art schools in the country. After reporting his work to Su Jia, Han Jinyu released detailed deployment in the workgroup. This enables the company's 200 people to operate efficiently like precision machines. Even Zhang Runin, who was taking advantage of the situation in the office, was asked to go out. Su Jia approved of Han Jinyu's professional attitude, but it was a little less fun with Zhang Runin gone. After sitting for about another half an hour, Su Jia walked out of the building.
When I have nothing to do, I walk around.
Instead of driving, I chose to walk to see this dreamy Shanghai. It is worthy of being the economic center of the country and is known as the Magic City. Walking on the street, a strong sense of modernity hits you. But there was one thing that made Su Jia a little annoyed by his irrepressible charm.
Thinking about coming to the company today, Su Jia chose a high-end suit.
Broad shoulders, long legs, tall figure and thin waist.
Su Jia in a suit is like a walking succubus. Every few steps someone comes up to him and asks for his WeChat. He wanted to find girls on WeChat, but he didn't like any of them. Su Jia's taste has been pampered now, and the worst-case scenario is that the girl would be as pretty as Zhou Xuetong. Su Jia passed by a convenience store and suddenly saw a little white jade doll eating a lollipop. Hey, whose kid is this? Su Jia stopped unconsciously. This little girl is so cute. She was wearing a pink and white princess dress, her hair was tied into two pigtails, and her chubby little face made people want to kiss her madly. Her mother must be a great beauty to have given birth to such a cute little girl. Two pairs of eyes, one big and one small, met each other, and the little kid's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Su Jia. Dad. Su Jia? I turned my head and looked around, no one. Are you calling me? Before Su Jia could think about it, the little girl had already rushed towards Su Jia with her little arms and legs, taking small steps and smiling. Dad. You came to see me. Little boy, you've got the wrong person. I'm not your father. Looking at the little guy at his feet, Su Jia's voice unconsciously became a little coquettish. He squatted down, reached out, and gently pinched the girl's pink face. Little girl, where are your parents? It's very dangerous for you to be outside alone. When Su Jia pinched her face, the girl widened her bright eyes, and came forward to kiss Su Jia on the side of his face. He took out a grape-flavored lollipop from his pocket and handed it to Su Jia. My mom has gone to work. Dad, my daughter wants to be with you. The little girl called herself Nan Nan. She hugged Su Jia's arm tightly, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Su Jia was stunned for a moment. It seemed as if the little girl named Nan Nan had set her eyes on him and kept sticking to him. Okay, how about we wait here for Mom? Suja also liked this cute little girl very much, so he held her in his arms, found a random shop nearby and sat down, waiting for her mother to come. Her mother must be very beautiful, right? Dang dang dang. Dad, please drink some water. Nan Nan snatched the iced drink from the waiter and handed it to Suja. The iced drink was only 70% full, but the cup was quite large, estimated to be 700 milliliters. Nan Nan took quick steps, and when she walked in front of Suja, her rosy cheeks were covered with water droplets. Thank you, Nan Nan. Suja took out a tissue and carefully wiped her face. Hee, Dad doesn't need crab. Nan Nan's smile is so sweet, which is very healing. When other people in the store saw this beautiful scene, especially those drinking iced Americano, they also smiled. My body feels warm. At this moment, everyone in the store shifted their gaze to the door at the same time. A woman walked into the door. A very beautiful woman. Her long dark brown hair was tied up low at the back of her head, with a few strands hanging down and scattered around her ears. She wore a black professional suit and a crystal necklace hung around her snow-white neck. The pendant on the necklace was stuck in the ravine and seemed to be about to pop out at first glance. Suja took a look and thought, he is a gifted person. What's with that heart-pounding feeling? Suja poked Nan Nan and asked her to look towards the door. Sure enough, the moment Nan Nan saw the woman, she jumped up and down happily, calling out in a crisp voice, Mom! Mom! When the woman heard the voice, her body trembled violently and her eyes suddenly became moist. The high heels made a crisp sound as they stepped on the floor. Hold! Mommy, hold me! Nan Nan jumped off the seat and rushed into the woman's arms. Snap! Snap! Nan Nan kissed the woman hard on the face twice. This set of actions made the woman put down her raised hand again. The woman's eyes were still misty. Don't sneak out of school again next time, okay? Mom is worried to death. After taking a deep breath and calming down, the woman stood up and looked at Suja and said, My name is Su Yunshu, thank you for taking care of my daughter. You're welcome. Nan Nan is very cute. I really envy you for having such a lovely daughter. Suja responded with a smile. Just as he thought, Nanan's mother was indeed very beautiful. Mother! Mom, please sit down. You're sweating. Drink some ice water. Nanan's bright eyes rolled around, and she pulled Su Yunshu to sit down. Su Yunshu had just returned to the company after sending her daughter to kindergarten when the teacher called to say that her daughter was missing. She was so anxious that she ran over from the company without stopping. I asked my subordinates to check the surveillance and found this. After a busy journey, I was hot and thirsty. Looking at the ice drink that was still steaming with ice, Su Yunshu rubbed Nanan's head, took the ice drink and gulped down a big gulp. No, Nan Nan, where did you get the ice drink? Realizing that something was wrong, Su Yunshu asked Nan Nan. Nan Nan said in a baby voice, I got it from Daddy. Well, Dad? When these two words came out of Su Yunshu's rosy lips, Suja's heartbeat speed-soared instantly. Is this what a married woman is like? Boss Chow, I finally understand you. Suja moved slightly and told everything that happened since he met Nan Nan. After saying this, Su Yunshu felt embarrassed. She didn't expect that her precious daughter would cause so much trouble to others. Nan Nan, Mr. Su is not your father, how can you claim him as your father? Su Yunshu's tone was a bit harsh this time as he criticized Nan Nan. The harsh tone irritated Nan Nan, and she, pouting her lips, started to cry. Wow, Mom is bad, it's my dad, it's the dad that Nan Nan found for herself. Nan Nan cried and broke free from Su Yunshu's arms, ran towards Suja and hugged him tightly. Suja was a little confused. Could it be that Nan Nan comes from a single-parent family? That's so tragic. Poor girl, she has been lacking fatherly love since she was a child. If that's the case, then it explains why Nan Nan calls him dad. Alas, it's all because of that damn charm. Su Yunshu felt a bit of a headache watching this scene. Well, Mr. Su, let's talk somewhere else. Good. Suja held his daughter in his arms and followed Su Yunshu out of the store. The onlookers were left with shocked expressions, wondering if this guy had hooked up with a rich woman. Chapter 36, he really became a dad. Came to an upscale private coffee shop. Nan Nan, go play over there for a while. I want to talk to your dad. Nanan's stubbornness was beyond Su Yunshu's expectations, as if she had accepted the fact that Suja was her father. Su Yunshu narrowed his eyes and looked at Suja.
He is quite handsome, with broad shoulders, long legs, tall stature and a slim waist. He looks quite decent overall. The two chatted for a long time. Through the conversation, Suja learned that Nan Nan was indeed from a single-parent family and her biological father had died a long time ago. Then Su Yunshu took out his mobile phone, on which was an electronic contract. The content of the contract is that as Nan Nan's father, he will take 1 or 2 days every week to visit Nan Nan, play with her, and give her fatherly love until Nan Nan no longer likes him. Suja took a look and thought this was a joke. He was a very rich man. How could a very rich man like to be a father? His energy should be spent on beautiful women. Suja smiled and didn't intend to take this job. Su Yunshu hurriedly turned the contract to the back. 1 million per month. Sees the young master? 1 million a month? Sure enough, he is just a fake rich man. Look at him, this is what rich people are. Find a fake father and give him 1 million a month, that is 12 million a year. Suja raised his head and looked at Su Yunshu. At the age of 30, a woman has flower blooms to its most mature state. And Su Yunshu is a typical example. Intellectual, gentle, soft, and full. In terms of sexiness, Ni Weiwei is not inferior to Su Yunshu, but in terms of femininity, Su Yunshu loses because of her age. Suja swallowed and did it. Ex-husband, go ahead and don't worry. Su Yunshu is really a well-known poison to men, and she also has multiple buff bonuses. Suja changed his mind. Mom, are you okay? My daughter is hungry. Who is this? Isn't it his daughter Bauer? Suja hugged Nan Nan lovingly and said, it's settled, let's go. Daddy will take you to eat something delicious. Suja quickly adapted to his part-time job as he loved his job. He envied Nan Nan's food very much, as she had eaten so well when she was a child. So he had to coax Nan Nan well, and try to eat the same food that Nan Nan had eaten, and walk the same path that Nan Nan had come from. Mr. Su, please take your daughter home for dinner. When Su Yunshu saw that Suja was going to take her daughter to a restaurant outside to eat, he thought for a while and said, go home? Suja was a little dazed. Which home should he return to? Nan Nan always eats at home. Su Yunshu smiled gently. Suja understood. He admired Su Yunshu very much. It was not easy for a single mother. Great. Nan Nan wants to go home with mom and dad. The girl in Suja's arms raised her little hands and spoke in a baby voice. Nan Nan kissed Suja happily and stretched out her hands. Mommy, kiss me. Facing her daughter, Su Yunshu was filled with maternal love and walked up to her and kissed her on the cheek. I kissed mom and dad kissed me. Now it's mommy and daddy's turn to kiss. Ah. 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 Suja shuddered, as if he heard the echo of his ex-husband. Suja looked at the luxurious villa and felt a little complicated. The development of things was beyond his expectations. I originally wanted to go out for a walk, and preferably have some romantic encounters. Dad, here are your shoes. Nan Nan held a pair of pink slippers and happily changed them for Suja. When you enter the villa, all the lights are warm yellow, which gives people a warm and relaxing feeling. It's time to buy a property for myself, Suja thought, as it will definitely be needed for love in the future. There are only 3 of them in the villa now. Maybe Su Yunshu doesn't trust the servants. Suja, take Nan Nan out to play for a while. Su Yunshu changed into home clothes. She changed into a white sweater, with her dark brown hair tied up high. Her delicate skin didn't look like she had given birth to a child at all. She was standing in the smoke, and the warm scene made Suja a little dazed. Nan Nan, play by yourself for a while, I'll go help mom. Yeah, come on, Dad. Nan Nan leaned close to Suja's ear and said, Grandma. Suja smiled. He was a little smart kid, really a caring and sweet boy. Why are you here? Your clothes will get dirty. Su Yunshu saw Suja taking off his coat and entering the kitchen wearing a white shirt, and immediately called him. Suja explained, Nan Nan has been asking me to help you. I thought that the contract requires me to be a qualified father, and cooking for Nan Nan is also my responsibility. Before Suja finished speaking, he had already started helping Su Yunshu wash the vegetables. As a newcomer, I was not familiar with the equipment in Su Yunshu's house. The moment the water was turned on, the flow became stronger and my clothes on my lower abdomen were accidentally splashed with water. Well, never mind. Put on your apron then. Seeing that Suja had already started working, Su Yunshu said nothing more and took off her teddy bear apron.
Good.
The two had only known each other for a short while, and Suja was not yet narcissistic enough to think that Su Yunshu could help him tie his apron. He turned off the faucet and turned around to take the bare apron. He glanced at Su Yunshu and swallowed quietly.
Su Yunshu became even more seductive after changing into home clothes.
Without the apron covering her, some parts of her body were exposed.
Suddenly, Suja pressed down on Su Yunshu. Su Yunshu exclaimed and subconsciously took a half step back. What are you going to do?
There was panic in her eyes. This is what I was most worried about when I chose to hire Suja. He is an orphan and a widow, and I brought Suja home today just to test him.
What is unexpected is that it cannot stand the test. Stop talking and put your hair up.
Suja whispered something in Su Yunshu's ear, and the two of them were very close.
Su Yunshu's gifted part was already pressed against Suja's chest. I froze instantly. It has to be me, I caught it all. Ah.
Su Yunshu was stunned for a moment when she saw the hairband that fell from Suja's hand. Only then did she realize that the back of her head had loosened, and her long hair that had been tied up fell down and scattered on her shoulders.
Thank you. She breathed a sigh of relief. So that's why. It seems that I was overthinking it. Not everyone likes older people.
Suja turned around with a smile on his face.
It's me who can seize this opportunity. He agreed to be Nanan's father, not just for the money. Nan baby, eat mang mang. Here I come.
At the dining table, looking at the 4 meals and 2 soups, Suja and his daughter raised their hands together and shouted, "Long live Mom."
Nan shouted again, "Long live Daddy."
Su Yunshu looked at such a heartwarming scene with a gentle smile on his face.
Dad. Your phone's ringing. Hello? What's up?
It was a call from Yang Chusha. Suja was a little surprised.
Shouldn't she be in military training at this time? The welcome party will be held after military training. As the squad leader, do you want to attend?
When Suja heard this, he knew he had to report it.
How could he miss such an opportunity to show off his prowess in front of others? Please sign me up for a singing program. I'll send you the song titles later. I'm a bit busy right now. Daddy can sing too? Nan had been sticking close to Suja.
When she heard that he was going to sing, her eyes opened wide.
Chapter 37, This is a Gold Mountain. Of course, my dear, do you want to hear me sing? Yeah, Nan misses it so much.
Then finish this bowl of rice, and I'll sing for you later.
How? Nan always remembered Suja singing and kept pestering him after dinner. Are you ready?
Suja looked at 2 beauties, one big and one small, in the piano room and asked as he sat in front of the piano.
That's right, it was in the piano room. Su Yunshu's luxurious villa had a large music room with all the necessary facilities. Yeah. Nan nodded with anticipation on her face.
Su Yunshu responded with a smile. She had known that Suja was a student of the Shanghai Theater Academy when they talked in the coffee shop before, so she was not surprised that he could sing and play the guitar. Suja straightened his body, placed his hands on the black and white keys, and took a deep breath. This song is called Courage.
Courage?
Su Yunshu seemed to have some accomplishments in art. When he heard the song title, he matched it with other songs in his mind. After thinking for a moment, he was sure that there was no such song.
So it's original? I'm a little looking forward to it.
At this time, Suja's slender fingers began to dance on the piano keys, and the prelude music had already sounded. Listening to the prelude, Su Yunshu showed a surprised expression.
This skill didn't seem like that of a freshman. Genius? Finally made this decision. I don't care what others say. As long as it is not the same. I am willing to follow you to the ends of the earth. I know it's not easy.
Without a microphone as a medium of transmission, Suja's most original voice reached his ears. Suja's voice can be said to be a gift from God, very pure, like flawless crystal. Su Yunshu was stunned for a moment.
These conditions are unmatched.
She was in the business of singing, and her instinct told her that the song would be better sung by a woman. But when Suja sang, he changed her mind. The simple piano accompaniment continues. Soon we reach the chorus. Love really requires courage.
To face the rumors. As long as you look at me. My love has meaning.
We all need courage.
Believe that we will be together. What does Suja mean by this?
At this time, Su Yunshu had already realized that this song was not sung for Nan Nan, but more like sung for her.
Is Suja telling her not to give up the freedom to love someone because of worldly shackles? No, no.
Su Yunshu shook his head frantically, trying to get rid of the chaotic thoughts in his mind.
It's obvious that Suja's song was written a long time ago. After the last syllable ended, Suja couldn't wait to look at Su Yunshu.
He had carefully selected this song and planned to sing it at the welcome party.
Isn't it nice?
Seeing Su Yunshu shaking his head, Suja asked knowingly.
Well.
Su Yunshu came back to his senses, and when he looked up he saw Suja's perfect face, and a different emotion arose in his heart.
It sounds good, very nice. Nan Nan, doesn't it sound nice?
Su Yunshu pulled out her precious daughter to change the subject.
Yeah. Listen.
It wasn't a song sung for my daughter, so she couldn't understand what was being sung, but the music was universal, and my daughter just thought her father was so awesome.
Ahem, Nan Nan, go out and play. Your dad and I have something to talk about.
Nan Nan pouted. Her mother was being mean and wanted to send her away again.
Dear daughter, Daddy will be here to accompany you soon. Good, lie down. Nan Nan listened to Suja and went out obediently. Suja closed the door. Sister Su, go ahead. Su Yunshu seemed like a different person and got straight to the point. I just wanted to ask if you have any plans to debut? Debut? Suja was stunned for a moment.
He thought it was about a contract or something.
Well, you're very talented, and your looks are perfect.
You're also a graduate of the Shanghai Theatre Academy.
If you want a debut, I'm absolutely sure I can make you a top star, a superstar.
I forgot to mention that I'm one of the owners of the Su Group.
Suja was shocked.
He thought Su Yunshu was a gold brick, but he didn't expect it to be a gold mountain.
He is very familiar with the Su Group. In the domestic entertainment industry's ecological chain, the Su Group is at the top of the pyramid. Spanning the three fields of film, television and audio, this group has ushered in the current era of traffic. If the antitrust law had not been introduced, the Su Group would undoubtedly have monopolized the entertainment industry. Su Zhenjun, the founder of Su Group, is a frequent visitor to the list of the top 10 richest people in China. Sorry, Sister Su, I have a career plan and I'm not planning on making a debut at the moment.
Suja decisively refused. I just wanted your body, but you actually wanted me to be your slave.
What a bad conscience.
Suja glanced at Su Yunshu's conscience without leaving any trace and continued, to be honest, I actually have a media company as well.
I just didn't expect that I would be in the same business as Sister Su.
Actually, I really like Nan Nan, but we're in the same business as each other.
Sister Su, I won't make things difficult for you.
Suja thought about it and decided to confess in order to avoid misunderstanding. After all, with Su Yunshu's power, it would not be difficult to find out his background.
It's better to confess yourself than to have others investigate you. What?
Su Yunshu was also surprised.
This development was unexpected.
She didn't expect that Suja actually had a media company. The first thing she thought of was to make it in the entertainment industry, and the meager funds were not enough, which showed that Suja was not very short of money.
Since you are not short of money, why do you sign the contract to be your daughter's father?
Before she could think about this question carefully, Suja had already stood up and prepared to go out.
Wait a minute. Hearing this, Suja stopped.
He was gambling that he would succeed by retreating to advance.
You are just your daughter's father, it has nothing to do with work. Su Yunshu said with certainty, Nan Nan has always longed for fatherly love. I can see that Nan Nan really likes you. If you leave, Nan Nan will be very sad. But is it really okay? Suja hesitated for a moment and said, well,
I'll go play with Nan Nan first. Looking at Suja's back as he walked out, Su Yunshu was the only one left in the piano room. She sat on the piano chair that Suja had just left and gently pressed the keys. Su Yunshu thought that she was doing this all for her daughter Nan Nan. After staying in the piano room for a while, Su Yunshu walked out. I saw Suja supporting his chin and playing with his daughter with a smile on his face.
She also laughed.
She didn't expect that having a man in the family would bring such a big change.
The sky turned dim.
Suja didn't expect that he could play with a little girl happily for an entire afternoon. It's very strange, because I was obviously not interested in children in my previous life.
Thank you for your hard work, leave it to me.
At this time, probably because she was exhausted after playing for a whole afternoon, Nan Nan curled up in Suja's arms and fell into a deep sleep.
Good.
Suja replied softly, afraid of waking up his daughter. He slowly handed the girl in his arms to Su Yunshu.
Something soft.
When he saw Su Yunshu's pretty face flushed with blush, he realized that he had accidentally touched something. Su Yunshu took the girl, turned his head away, and awkwardly avoided Suja's sight.
Chapter 38, Jade Feet.
After having dinner at the villa, Suja said a brief goodbye to Su Yunshu and left.
Staying overnight here is definitely not allowed. What are you busy with, senior? Are you busy with your love life?
Suja sent a voice message to Yen Daiman. Yen Daiman is different from me Weiwei, and you don't need to be so cunning to get along with her.
There is nothing to do now, and it would be a bit boring to go back to school. It's a good opportunity to see if I can ask Yen Daiman out.
I seem to have neglected this beautiful senior student recently.
What are you doing?
I'm here every day to attend classes and help you with things.
Suja smiled. He didn't expect that the senior sister was from Yuzhou.
However, it can be seen that Yen Daiman had a hidden meaning when he said this.
Suja continued, are you done with your work, senior? Give me a chance to repay you for your efforts.
Suja still prefers to call Yen Daiman's senior sister, as it gives him a different feeling.
But the work is not done yet.
Yen Daiman also sent a voice message, and one could hear a hint of emotion in his voice. Generally at this time, girls want to go on a date, but they are still reserved.
So we need to show greater enthusiasm. There's no end to the work.
I've been waiting for this day for a long time.
Suja lowered his voice, revealing deep affection and pleading. Yen Daiman had just returned to the dormitory at this time.
She turned the voice to the receiver mode and heard Suja's somewhat straightforward words. The earlobe and half of the earlobe hidden in the temples were as red as spilled cinnabar. The balcony window was open, and the warm summer breeze blew up her bangs, revealing her smooth forehead.
Her beautiful eyes repeatedly looked at the voice being transcribed into text. What does Suja mean by this? Is he trying to pursue me? Hey, man, why is your face so red? Are you thinking about sex? You are a cool queen, don't come to compete Shanghainese. The discovery made by one of Yen Daiman's roommates shocked the other two roommates. Yen Daiman had an image similar to an ice goddess at school. A boy in the class I teach wants to ask me out, and I'm considering whether to go. Yen Daiman did not hide it and did not think there was anything shameful about it. Is that the one called Su or something? Suja. Another roommate reminded. Well, how did you know?
Yen Daiman nodded, but was confused again. I immediately guessed he'd be the one to pique goddess Manman's interest. There's been a rumor lately that Suju is the most handsome hunk on campus since the founding of the Shanghai Theater Academy.
Gossip has it he's also a super rich second generation.
I, Zhang Xiaoxi, support you in going.
We support you too.
Yen Daiman thought about it and decided to follow his heart.
Where shall we meet later? I'm rushing back to school now. See you on the playground later.
The luxury car that Suja called arrived. When he got in the car and saw Yen Daiman, he agreed and replied immediately. This was exactly when the military training was about to end.
So Suja didn't plan to wait for Yen Daiman downstairs in her dormitory.
There was a certain risk, and he might run into me Weiwei and the others.
An hour and a half later. Suja.
Yen Daiman's voice rang in his ears, and Suja raised his head from playing with his mobile phone.
In an instant, he was stunned.
His sister was so beautiful. Yen Daiman is wearing black tonight, a slim black dress that perfectly outlines her graceful figure. The length of the dress is just above the knee, revealing her straight and slender calves. Because her legs are so long, she didn't wear high heels, but a pair of black flat sandals. Suja doesn't think he is a foot fetishist, but now he can't take his eyes off Yen Daiman's jade feet. Under the light, Yen Daiman's 10 jade feet were round, white with a rosy glow, and the insteps of her feet were like mutton fat jade, emitting a warm glow. I can't help but want to play with it carefully. I didn't expect you to have such a unique taste. Suja's eyes were so fiery that Yen Daiman's pink and round toes shrank slightly in her shoes.
Ha, senior sister, you know I'm a gentleman.
I would never touch something that only perverts would do.
Suja vowed. Do you want me to play with it?
Yen Daiman said quietly.
Stop joking, senpai. What is going on? I feel a little excited. Who would understand?
The contrast brought about by Yen Daiman, who looks like a cool and arrogant lady, saying such words is too fatal.
Suja did not notice that Yen Damon's earlobes hidden under her hair were already as red as ruby. Where are you going to meet me? Yen Daiman was feeling very anxious.
She didn't know why she said such a thing, so she quickly changed the subject to dispel the inexplicable ambiguous atmosphere.
Suja replied with a wicked smile, hotel. Ah.
Yen Damon's beautiful eyes were as big as copper bells, and her roommates shared some experience with her before she left.
Normally speaking, shouldn't we go shopping, watch a movie and have a meal? No one is as goal-oriented as Suja.
In an instant, Suja's image flashed in Yen Damon's mind.
In the words of my roommate, Bah. What a jerk. Don't get me wrong, senior sister.
There's a party being held at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel today, and I'd like to invite you.
Suja looked anxious. Doesn't he know that saying this will cause misunderstanding? Of course he knows. He wanted misunderstanding. Oh, I thought. Why? Suja followed up. What a talent. Are you teasing me?
Yen Daiman also reacted at this time, but her skills were still too low. If it were Mi Weiwei, she would definitely show a charming and seductive look and say something that would make people think about something else.
Suja laughed heartily.
No, to be honest, this party has been a little helpful to me in my entrepreneurial endeavors, but everyone else has brought their partners, and I'm a person who cares about face. After thinking about it, among the people I know, only my senior sister can outshine the others.
Please don't tell anyone about my startup. I don't want anyone to know yet.
What Suja said was very interesting. It not only praised Yen Damon's beauty appropriately, but also created a secret that belonged only to the two of them. Yen Damon's brows relaxed, obviously pleasing to the eye with Suja's words.
Zhang Yen smiled and said, "Take your car?"
The Ritz-Carlton is a high-end luxury hotel under the Gallic Marriott brand, but according to financial reports, it has been acquired by a domestic hotel group.
Suja was a little shocked when he received the news from his memory.
He didn't expect that the domestic economic development in this world was better than that in his original world.
Drive to the hotel.
The party held at this hotel tonight is of very high quality, and the red carpet has even been laid out on the public road. There is no doubt that there are a lot of luxury cars parked in the hotel, the most of which are Rolls-Royce Cullinans, which represent mature and high-quality men. There are also various luxury supercars, including quite a few Ferraris, Lamborghinis and Bugattis worth tens of millions.
But why is there a Mazda parked among so many famous cars?
As soon as Sujo and Yen Daiman got out of the car, they were greeted by four well-dressed doormen.
This kind of high-level evening party requires an invitation.
But Suja didn't need it, because Apollo IE was his invitation letter.
Why are you reaching out? Yen Daiman glanced at Suja's raised hand and asked the question even though he knew the answer. Suja smiled slightly. My crush, can you satisfy my vanity?
Yen Daiman raised her eyebrows, pretended to be reserved for a moment, and said, I'll just try to satisfy you. As she spoke, Yen Daiman raised her arm, which was as smooth as cream, and placed it on Suja's bent arm.
Led by the waiter, we walked into the banquet hall. However, the moment he entered, an unpleasant voice rang out. Could I invite you for a drink, miss? Chapter 39, Top Star Li Xiaofeng. Inside the banquet hall.
Suja looked at the greasy-haired boy in front of him, his eyes lit up and he felt a little expectant. When picking up girls, if you have a wingman, you can get twice the result with half the effort.
Suja doesn't have a wingman, but if he has someone to compliment him, the effect will be the same.
Thinking of this, Suja's eyes showed kindness. He straightened his body and looked down at his wingman who was half a head shorter than him.
So, clown brother. Please start your performance. Beautiful lady, are you alone? I wonder if I can buy you a drink. Li Xiaofeng's eyes kept blinking, releasing electricity. Yen Damon's pretty face was tense, like an iceberg. Girls with looks like them will be approached by ignorant people wherever they go.
I wouldn't feel happy about this kind of approach, I'd only feel annoyed. I won't drink with a blind person, and do I have to pay for the drinks at the party? Suja exclaimed that it was a good job. He didn't expect Yen Daiman to speak so sharply. This simple sentence not only defended him, but also despised the man while rejecting him. It was time for Suja to speak. If he remained silent for a long time, he would appear cowardly and become a stepping stone for others. He hugged Yen Damon's jade arm tightly and said, a good dog doesn't block the road.
Why don't you leave after being rejected? Li Xiaofeng's face turned ashen in an instant, and even the thick foundation could not hide the shame and anger on his face. He clenched his teeth and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. He had never suffered such humiliation since he became a top star.
Wherever he goes, he is always the center of attention. Some time ago, his homecoming anniversary was on the hot search list for 3 days, and the traffic flowing through his fingers was higher than those of academicians who have lived in anonymity all their lives. And most importantly, it was always those women who opened their legs and posed seductively for him. He has his own pride as a top star. On the 5th anniversary of his return to China, a large group of female fans who spent tens of thousands of yuan on wedding dresses to meet him said they wanted to marry him. That night, in order to give back to his fans, he held a bridal-themed party for Ka Yen, and he was free to tear up all the wedding dresses worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Do you know who I am?
Li Xiaofeng stopped his trembling voice and decided to give Yin Daiman another chance. In his opinion, there would be absolutely no woman who could reject him.
The male companion of this beautiful woman was indeed quite handsome, but could being handsome be enough to make a living?
Susha chuckled and continued to let the clown brother play. We really don't know. Are you the son of a first-rank official or the son of the richest man? Yen Daiman couldn't help but chuckle when she heard Susha's words. She had no good feelings towards Li Xiaofeng, who wore even heavier makeup than her, not to mention that Li Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with undisguised lust, which was disgusting. Compared to them, Susha was much better. Yen Daiman looked at Susha and felt that he liked him even more. After hearing this, Li Xiaofeng's face became even uglier. He clenched his fists and took a step forward.
We'll see.
He said something harsh and left.
Ha! That's it.
Susha was already in fighting shape, but he just left with a harsh remark.
Are you Wolf?
In a corner, Li Xiaofeng drank a glass of sunrise, looked at the two figures not far away, and tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart.
He is a top star, he can be arrogant but not stupid, and his every word and action will be magnified by the media.
There is a precedent. He rose to the top by stepping on the head of a stupid senior.
But today's humiliation will never end so easily. Senior, you don't seem to like this kind of scene very much?
When you come to an unfamiliar environment alone with a girl, you must not ignore her. Giving her extra care at this time can greatly increase her favorability.
It was Susha's idea to attend this banquet. If it weren't for the existence of the system, he would never have the opportunity to attend such a high-end banquet in his life. Meeting Yen Daiman is one thing, and seeing the world is another.
However, after entering the banquet hall, Yen Daiman showed no interest. Yen Daiman's eyebrows raised with some joy, and he shook his head gently. It's okay, actually.
Aren't you here to discuss business? Don't worry, I've seen many banquets like this. I'm going to the lounge to rest now. Just call me when you're ready.
The reason for coming to this hotel was to start a business, but in fact Susha did not come here to discuss business.
Yen Daiman asked him to get busy, but there was nothing much to do.
After walking around for a while, I wasn't completely disappointed, but I wasn't too impressed either.
It was pretty similar to the scenes I had seen on TV dramas before. Why don't we go? Susha suggested. Yen Daiman laughed for some reason. What industry are you in? Entertainment media companies. Are you interested in coming to my company? I'll give you an S-level contract. With your stunning looks, you'll definitely be a top star.
In this world, the contract level is generally proportional to the artist's traffic, and the S-level contract is the highest level. Yen Daiman fixed her eyes on Susha and looked at him deeply. The man in front of her with delicate and angular features did not seem to be lying. She knew that Susha came from a wealthy family and the company he founded was definitely not a small one. He actually gave her a promise worth 1,000 gold.
What does that mean? Okay, if I want to enter this circle in the future, I will definitely come to your company.
Yen Daiman smiled, and the cold iceberg began to melt under the warm September sun. What Susha said to her was indeed what was in his heart. If possible, he would also like to sign Yang Chuxia, Sui-san, Mi Weiwei, and Jiang Qinghan to his company.
Oops, the collecting addiction has struck. Sure enough, money is a man's confidence. Susha suddenly realized that he was such a scumbag. Hello, sir, madam. The charity auction is about to begin at 7 o'clock. Please move to Hall 4.
A waiter in a tuxedo spoke respectfully to the two of them.
Auction?
Susha was a little surprised.
He didn't expect there was this link and immediately became interested. The area of conference hall number 4 is not large.
When Susha and Yen Daiman came in, the seats inside were almost full.
Susha and Yen Daiman chose a seat in the back row and sat down.
After the two of them sat down, a woman wearing a uniform with the number 9 on it greeted Suja and Daiman. According to her, she is the assistant in charge of Suja. Not long after we took our seats, the auction began. At first, Suja looked around with great interest.
Auction, what a novelty! I learned something new, didn't I?
But after the auction had been going on for about 10 minutes, Suja found that was all. The items being auctioned were not as expensive or high-end as he had imagined, and were not priced at tens or even hundreds of millions. Most of the items were sold for 5-digit prices, and there were only 2 items that were sold for 6-digit prices.
Moreover, the big guys sitting below were not sitting properly.
Some of them were joking around, and some were flirting with their female companions. Sure enough, the world is a huge makeshift team, and for a moment, it directly shattered Suja's filter for the upper class.
Yen Daiman saw Suja was already playing with his phone and poked his waist. Is there nothing you like? Suja moved, lifted his left buttocks, and moved forward. Is there anyone that you like?
As a scumbag's self-cultivation, arousing the hearts of beautiful women has become Suja's conditioned reflex.
Yen Daiman was very indifferent and didn't seem to care much about money. I remember there will be a few exquisite items coming up. If I really like them, please don't be reluctant to part with them.
To me, a beautiful woman's smile is worth more than 1,000 pieces of gold. Although he had a smile on his face, Suja was a little surprised in his heart. He was surprised at Yen Daiman's indifference and how she knew that there would be a fine product later.
Could she also be a hidden rich girl? Chapter 40, Mr. Song's Necklace Emerald Shadow. Suja turned his head and looked at Yen Daiman carefully. No matter how long or how many times he watched it, every time he saw Yen Daiman's face, he would be immersed in it. The bright light passed over her brow like moonlight, giving off a cold pearly glow. The lines of her cheeks were soft yet angular, and her skin was white and almost transparent. When Suja stared at her, a very light blush appeared on her cheeks, like snow blown by the cold wind in winter, faintly revealing a hint of blood, but not making her look delicate. Suja was stunned by what he saw. There were some subtle differences between Yen Daiman now and when he was in school. She sat very straight, revealing a swan neck. Just looking at her, you could tell she had an excellent temperament, and every move she made was filled with an innate elegance. As she sat quietly, it seemed as if everything around her became her backdrop. When they first met, Suja thought Yen Daiman was a cold and domineering woman, but now he feels that a cool and beautiful woman is more suitable for Yen Daiman. Senior, I have a question. What's the problem? Tell me. Are you the legendary rich girl? Yen Daiman didn't answer at first, but her expression already told Suja the answer. Suja smiled. He suddenly realized that among the women he knew, there were quite a few rich ones. Not to mention Sui-san's strength, Yang Chuxia must be no bad either since she came from the imperial capital. The bags that Mi Weiwei carries are basically top luxury brands. Zhang Runan is a rising star in the entertainment industry, and Ansu, whom she just met, is a president. The only one whose conditions were worse was Zhang Qinghan. This little lover was the only one who came from an ordinary family like him. Thinking of this, Zhang Qinghan became more important in Suja's heart. The auction is still going on and has now reached lot number 40. Lot number 40, Emerald Shadow and Glow. The beautiful auctioneer displayed strong professionalism and explained the origin of the necklace by citing historical records. Is this the exquisite product that senior sister mentioned? When Green Shadow and Glow was put on the exhibition stand, Yen Daiman raised his head for the first time. No wonder she had such an unusual reaction. This necklace looks really amazing. The top-grade jadeite with delicate texture and bright colors is inlaid with diamonds, which complement each other. The main body of the necklace is also made of jadeite beads strung together. When viewed through a huge projection screen, this is no longer an ornament, but a work of art. The auctioneer continued his explanation. Emerald Shadow and Glow is a modified version of the twisted bracelet that was loved by Mrs. Song, the wife of President Chiang Kai-shek. The raw materials were donated by Du Yuesheng, a member of the Green Gang during the Republic of China. When Suja heard this, he exclaimed in his heart, "Oh shit." He didn't expect that the origin of this necklace was also extraordinary, and it was probably worth at least tens of millions. If the appearance of the necklace interested him, then its history made him excited and want to buy it. Suja is not interested in collecting. His main purpose in buying this necklace is to win the smile of his beloved. Anyway, his money is given by the system. The starting price is 9.99 million, and the increment starts at 100,000. The auctioneer began the auction. Many people were interested in this necklace, and a bunch of rich people appeared instantly. Suja was amazed.
It turned out that the real show had just begun.
11 million, 11 million at a time. 12 million, 12 million at a time. 15 million, 15 million twice. 20 million.
Suja made a bold offer, directly raising the price to 20 million.
As soon as he made the offer, all eyes in the venue were focused on him.
When these wealthy men saw that the offer was made by a young and somewhat immature unfamiliar face, they were all surprised. The rich also form a circle, and everyone in the circle, big and small, basically knows each other, or has an impression of them.
However, Suja was a brand new face, which made them unable to stop speculating.
Many old men had already started contacting their beloved daughter.
Suja smiled slightly.
He liked to show off and enjoyed being the center of attention, so he directly raised the price to 20 million.
The results achieved are also remarkable. As expected of young Master Su, he is so domineering.
Yen Daiman said after a few seconds' pause, with more ridicule than surprise in his tone.
Of course. Suja raised his chin and gave a smug expression. I'm determined to get this necklace, even Jesus can't stop me.
When Suja offered 20 million, the old men who were originally ready to make a move lost their enthusiasm. In their minds, the necklace was valued at no more than 16 or 17 million. If they were a collector, it would not be impossible for them to bid for it at a premium, but unfortunately they were not.
20 million once. 20 million twice.
The beautiful photographer called out slowly, trying to raise the price, but no one raised a sign after she called out twice.
23 million. 20 million and 100,000.
Just as the beautiful auctioneer was about to bring down the hammer, the blonde middle-aged woman in the front raised a sign. Seeing the duck that was about to be caught fly away, Suja cursed inwardly at the blonde Zhongdong. Hearing the beautiful photographer start to shout, Suja decisively raised his sign, 21 million.
21 million and 100,000. Suja laughed angrily. Why did he feel like he was the villain being provoked by the protagonist? It's obvious that Zhongdong is not a good person. He is in his 50s and still has dyed blonde hair and old-fashioned yellow hair. The most eye-catching thing is that there is a graceful young woman serving him. They really know how to enjoy life. Suja looked at Zhongdong and then at Yen Daiman, with a bit of envy in his eyes. 25 million.
Yen Daiman looked at him doubtfully, then regained his composure and Suja made his final offer. Although his money is not money, he is not a fool, and this price is his bottom line. When the price was announced, the audience in the venue exclaimed in surprise.
Where the hell did this prodigal son come from?
He spent 25 million on a necklace worth 10 million.
He is really lucky. Suja raised his eyebrows at Zhongdong from a distance. Old Huangmao, it's up to you.
However, the old yellow-haired man did not accept the challenge.
He just started eating grapes in front of Suja.
He was eating purple grapes with his mouth and pinching red grapes with his fingers from time to time.
What an old bastard. The ending did not disappoint Suja. He got the Chuaying Ninghui necklace as he wished, but he felt a little unhappy. Green Shadow and Glow was the third to last lot. Suja was not interested in the next two lots.
One was bought by an old Deng for 13 million, and the other was bought by an old Huangmao for 9.8 million. After the auction ended, the organizer immediately sent a slim and beautiful woman to take Suja and Yen Daiman to a room.
Pay and pick up the goods. I got the necklace and looked at it carefully. The quality is really good.
I felt a warmth in my hand.
Yes, it's money well spent.
Senior, please help me try it on. Suja raised the corner of his mouth slightly, unfastened the lock of Chuaying Ninghui and pulled it into a U shape, then handed it to Yen Daiman and gestured. The senior schoolmate is a rich girl, but that doesn't mean she has no concept of money. A necklace worth 25 million can still make her excited. At this time, she could clearly see that Suja was planning to give her this necklace. Yen Daiman said jokingly, forget it. I'm afraid I won't be able to take it off once I put it on.
Suja looked at the senior sister with a rare playful expression and shook his head. Senior sister, don't you understand? Aha. Hold your hair up. Suja had already taken a step forward and walked in front of Yen Daiman. He didn't know what brand of shampoo the senior sister used, but the moment she touched her hair, he felt his heart move. The senior student was also very obedient. She just paused and then raised her hands to wrap around the back of her neck. Her long ice-dyed hair passed through her fingers, revealing her delicate and white neck. Suja took another small step forward. The two were only a fist apart and could feel each other's breath. What a nice view.
The words of praise accumulated in daily life became complicated at this moment, and those gorgeous words could no longer describe Yen Daiman, who was wearing the green shadow and brilliance. I believe Mr. Song would be happy to know that her necklace is owned by such a stunning beauty.
Suja looked at his senior quietly.
The pink blush on her delicate cheeks had now turned red. He could clearly feel his breathing becoming heavier. His eyes moved downwards until they stopped at her soft and rosy lips.
It should smell good, right?
Suja went up to her with doubts, and until their lips touched, the doubts in his mind were immediately resolved.
It's very fragrant, soft, and sweet. The guy who bid with me is here, right?
Suddenly, a man with dyed yellow hair pushed the door open.
Chapter 41, Girlfriend and Senior Student Yen Daiman.
The moment the door was pushed open, Yen Daiman, who was tightly embraced by Suja, opened her blurry eyes. Breaking away from this intoxicating beauty, he looked towards the door with burning cheeks.
Niece, you guys, oh, excuse me for disturbing you.
Jungdong, the old yellow-haired man, was not embarrassed when he saw this. He walked in with a grin on his face and sat down casually.
What an old bastard.
Suja did not speak in a good tone towards Lao Huangmao. He had just competed with him in bidding, and now he made him miss the good opportunity he had worked so hard for. However, it seemed that Yen Daiman knew this old bastard, so he did not drive him away.
Senior, do you know him?
Yen Daiman had not recovered yet, her breathing was a little rapid, and her cheeks were as red as ruby. The first time she kissed someone and was seen by her elders, she couldn't calm down. He even forgot the courtesy of greeting old yellow hair and replied to Suja.
Uncle Su is my father's business partner.
After saying that, Yen Daiman sat down, but just as he sat down, he realized something was wrong, so he stood up and called Lao Huangmao. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. Suja seemed to have magical powers, and she did have some feelings for him.
But it is still only in the consideration stage. She still hasn't figured out how the two of them ended up kissing.
When she thinks of the burning touch of their lips and teeth, and that strong, flexible, and aggressive tongue, a blush spreads across her face instantly.
Suja saw clearly that Yen Daiman was acting strangely.
If it were any other time, he would definitely press on, but now there were other people around, so he had to let her digest it herself.
Good things come to those who wait. Then he turned to old Huangmao and said, is there anything I can do for you, Mr. Su?
Suja decided to give his senior sister some face and gave him a respectful title.
Nothing much, I just want to get to know you, a young talent who spends a fortune.
The old yellow-haired man surnamed Su spoke pleasantly. He continued, I am Su Jianjun, the trustee of the Su Group.
What is your name, young friend?
When Suja heard this, his heart suddenly became active. He didn't expect that the old yellow-haired man in front of him was actually the chairman of the Tianshu Group in the entertainment industry. It is said that the Su Group was a behemoth created by their chairman from scratch after more than 20 years of hard work. Suja was a little surprised. This old yellow-haired man didn't look like the legendary figure described in the news. As his heart was in turmoil, he realized another problem. The beautiful female CEO he had just met, Ansu Yinshu, was very likely the sister or other relative of this old yellow-haired man.
And Suju is the father of Aunt Su's daughter, Nan Nan. Doesn't that mean he is related to this old yellow-haired guy?
What was even more troublesome was that this old yellow-haired guy had caught him and Yen Daiman having an affair, which made it difficult for him to express his feelings for Aunt Su.
Oh, what is going on? Is the world so small?
Suja was a little speechless, but he immediately put his thoughts aside and replied to the old yellow-haired Su Jianjun.
Hello, brother Su, this is Suja.
As for the name, after thinking about it, he decided to call him brother. Firstly, he didn't want him to take advantage of him, and secondly, Su Jianjun paused for a moment, not expecting Suja to call him that, and then he burst into a rich man's unique laughter.
Okay. Then I won't bother you guys anymore.
I'm new here, so I'll keep in touch.
Don't worry, niece.
I won't tell that stubborn old man about your affairs.
Ha ha. After saying that, Su Jianjun left with a big laugh.
He came to see Suja because of his background.
Ordinary wealthy children don't have the ability to spend tens of millions to buy a necklace. Old yellow-haired Su Jianjun left and considerately closed the door. The moment the door closed,
senior student Yen Daiman looked up at Suja and spoke in the face of his surprised eyes.
Suja. Yeah, senior, I'm here. You just kissed me, didn't you?
I will take responsibility, senior sister, I can't help it. At this time, you may not need to say anything, what you have done is done, and your attitude must be made clear in the first sentence.
Then can you tell me what our relationship is now? Suja laughed. These goddesses are all the same.
They put on airs and want others to confess their love to them.
But this question really stumped him.
Suja has a big appetite, so he wants to take it step by step. Giving the necklace to the senior sister was a spur-of-the-moment idea, but kissing her was really something he couldn't help. Soft red lips are so tempting.
One has to be careful when answering this question.
Suja lowered his head and thought about it, showing a timid and conflicted expression to his senior. After a while, he said, "Senior sister, I can't tell whether it's love at first sight or just lust, but I just feel like I've fallen in love with you.
But I feel like my view on love is weird.
I value my privacy very much, especially when it comes to love.
I don't like too much attention from people.
I was really conflicted just now, wondering if I'm worthy of you, senior. If I were to date you, I'd have to be secretive at first.
But I promise I like you and love you."
Yen Daiman was stunned, and suddenly raised his head, staring at Suja in disbelief.
Don't like publicizing your relationship? That sounds a bit weird.
But, looking at Suja's expression, it didn't seem fake.
Now that Suja has expressed his feelings, should he agree immediately or hesitate before agreeing?
Yen Daiman felt like her brain was like paste at this moment. The love she imagined should have a long period of ambiguity, with the man caring about her every day, and finally agreeing to the man's pursuit in a romantic confession ceremony.
That's how it's played out on TV. It's better to express your opinion first.
The senior student looked at Suja and felt that he must be quite embarrassed.
We can try to get along for a while and see if it's suitable. I actually agree with your view on love. It's good to keep your relationship private.
Even if we find out we're not suitable and break up, it won't have any impact. Yen Daiman said this not because she had the idea of a seamless transition, but because she felt that love was just love, not marriage, and there were many people who got married and then divorced.
If they don't make it public, it won't be awkward when they break up.
Thinking about it this way, Yen Daiman discovered that there are many advantages to not making the relationship public.
Real?
Most boys have a talent that allows them to automatically perform at the highest level when deceiving girls. When Suja heard what his senior said, he was first excited and surprised, then happy, and then his eyes were filled with longing and love.
I have a girlfriend.
Suja usually doesn't set up a pure and innocent character, as this character will definitely fail for him, but in front of his senior sister, his character seems a bit pure and innocent.
But never mind, we'll talk about it later. Baby, your hands are so small.
They are in a relationship, so it's not excessive to hold hands, and it's not excessive to play with hands after holding them. Yen Daiman's hands were very soft, as white and delicate as jade, with long fingers and beautiful manicure on her nails.
Your hands are too big.
I was a little shy at first and couldn't break free from Suja's hand, but I got used to it after a while. Suja smiled and spread his 5 fingers on his legs. The senior student understood what he meant and put her hand on it without spoiling his fun.
Suja clasped his 5 fingers together, and the two of them held hands tightly.
Before going out, Su Jianjun, the old yellow-haired man, skillfully turned the lights to romantic mode. A charming atmosphere rises in the room.
Senior, can I kiss you? No, there will be someone else later, woo.
Yen Daiman's voice was interrupted because Suja had already kissed her pink lips. She widened her eyes and met Suja's gaze.
How come he just kissed me?
Yen Daiman wanted to push away, but Suja had already pried open her pearly teeth and was ravaging her little mouth.
This kiss seems to feel pretty good. Yen Daiman was frantically thinking about the knowledge he had learned before. Try to respond.
She hooked her arms around Suja's neck and closed her eyes.
Chapter 42, Going Ashore? Impossible. You come and I go, entangled with each other. After a few rounds, Yen Daiman's body became a little weak. She slowly raised her eyes and looked at the man who was violating her in a daze. So this is what kissing feels like. The first time she kissed, she was interrupted and the experience was not good. Now she realized that kissing feels so wonderful. No wonder there are so many books describing it.
Yen Daiman was a little addicted to this feeling at the moment, and her delicate body fell limply into her arms. Suja moved his butt and made a slight adjustment to place the phone in the gap.
Okay, that's it.
At this moment, their lips parted, but Suja's lips still did not leave her body. Kiss from lips to cheeks and neck, while hands move at the same time. Yen Daiman held down his dishonest hand.
Suja raised his eyebrows slightly.
Since he was not allowed to do it, he had no choice but to pick up the senior sister again and continue chewing her. This time, Suja picked up the senior sister and let her sit on his lap. The senior student must have sprayed some perfume, which was very refreshing in the smell that Suja liked. The two of them got closer and closer. Senior Yin Daiman's body was frighteningly hot, and Suja liked this temperature.
Up and down, left and right, front and back.
When Suja traveled through time, he discovered that this body was gifted and could control direction. This is when the gluteus maximus comes in handy. Yen Daiman felt something strange, opened her mouth slightly and exclaimed that it was magical.
My legs twisted unconsciously.
It was as if I had touched some water magic. The breathing became more rapid, the beating became more intense, and the power of the water magic became stronger and stronger.
Senior.
Suja was really furious. His 18-year-old body couldn't stand the teasing.
No, don't. It's getting late, let's go back.
Yen Daiman broke free from Suja's arms, but still sat on the sofa with her legs tightly closed.
Well, let's sit for a while and then go.
Suja didn't shy away from it at all. He just stood up and stretched.
Hiss. Something. After the intimate contact just now, Yen Daiman is now much more relaxed.
Looking at Suja's ridges, he did not avoid his sight. Although I have never eaten pork, I have seen pigs run, and this scale is really something.
No wonder he can control the beating.
When Yen Daiman had almost recovered, he left. In art schools like Shanghai Theatre Academy, girls generally rarely stay out all night. Because it is an art school, it is easy for rumors of being kept by someone to spread. If you often stay out all night, then this rumor will never go away.
Okay, let's just send it here. It's not good if someone sees us.
Under the shade of a tree, Yen Daiman asked Suja to stop.
If you go any further, you'll easily be seen by people you know. Okay, bye.
Seeing that his senior sister actually cared so much about him, Suja was immediately touched and wanted to have a serious relationship with her.
Why aren't you leaving yet? Suja asked the senior student who was still standing there with a smile.
The senior student was speechless and just raised her head.
Okay, kiss.
Suja's lips covered her little mouth again, this time just a light kiss.
Hee hee, by then.
Watching the senior disappear from his sight, Suja sighed. The cool and domineering senior schoolmate became playful after falling in love with him, and this change made him feel guilty. He could feel that the senior was serious, but his original intention was just to have her body.
This is inhumane. Why don't we go ashore?
Suja felt bad when he thought about the disappointment his senior sister would feel if he exposed the truth in the future.
Buzz buzz buzz.
Suja's cell phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was a video call from Aunt Sue. I was a little puzzled but still clicked the connection. What caught my eye was Aunt Sue's stunning face without any makeup, her bare snow-white shoulders exposed, and a hint of depression between her brows. Suja swallowed his saliva quietly. There was no way to get to the shore.
At worst, I can compensate my senior more. Sister Sue, what's going on?
Dad, where are you?
Nan misses you.
Before Aunt Sue could say anything, her daughter poked her head out in her little pink pajamas. Nan snatched the phone directly from Aunt Sue's hand.
Her movement was a bit big, pulling open Aunt Sue's loose pajamas.
Although it was only a moment, the white Denai's steamed bun was deeply engraved in Suja's mind. This child is really his father's sweet little cotton padded jacket.
Nan, stop making trouble.
Aunt Sue appeared in front of the screen again, but the beautiful scenery was no longer visible. I'm sorry, my daughter woke up and kept crying for her daddy.
Aunt Sue's tone was mixed with helplessness and guilt. Suja understood. It's okay, I'll come over.
Thank you for your help. After coaxing her daughter for a few words, she hung up the phone and left school again. Rumors may spread if you stay out all night, but this doesn't work for boys.
Ding dong. As soon as Suja pressed the doorbell, the villa door was opened. A small body threw itself into Suja's arms.
Suja touched Nanan's little head lovingly, guessing that the little girl had been waiting for him at the door.
Thank you for your help.
Aunt Sue took out a pair of slippers with an apologetic look, and called him back shortly after letting him go.
Fine. Suja took a look and then concentrated on entertaining Nan. There's nothing she can do about her hot temper. Aunt Sue was now wearing a dark green silk long nightgown.
The straps hang loosely on her straight and delicate collarbone, making her snow-white shoulders look even more soft and smooth like jade.
Just one look and you can't help but want to explore the beautiful and seductive body under the nightgown. That's great.
Aunt Sue's brows relaxed as she looked at the happy father and daughter. The corners of her beautiful eyes were raised and a smile flowed in her eyes.
Nan, it's time to go to bed. You have classes tomorrow.
No, Nan wants to play with Daddy for a while longer. Su Yunshu didn't want to disturb the tender moment between father and daughter, but the child had to get enough sleep because he had to go to school tomorrow.
Suja picked up his daughter and rubbed her rosy cheeks. Dear daughter, I will tell you a bedtime story, okay? How? In Aunt Sue's luxurious bedroom. On a luxurious king-size bed. Suja felt a little embarrassed lying on the bed. He didn't expect that Nan was still sleeping with Aunt Sue, and he didn't expect that he would also lie on this fragrant bed. Nan was lying in the middle, and Suja was lying on the far left, but his eyes were uncontrollably looking towards the far right. Aunt Sue's silk nightgown was so loose that a hint of white flesh would be exposed in front of her chest when she moved a little while lying on the bed. Her tight hair spread out, filling the whole bedroom with a faint fragrance. Mom, what are you doing? You're not even listening to Dad's story. Nan squinted her eyes.
At this moment, she felt that she was the happiest person. She clung tightly to Suja and refused to let go.
Aunt Sue was clicking on the tablet at this time, apparently working. It's quite hard work.
It seems that even the boss has a hard time.
Su Yunshu's brows relaxed, and he touched Nanan's head with a smile. Okay, just do it again and I'll be fine. Hearing this, Suja was a little excited. Chapter 43, Daily Life.
And so, in the end, the knight and the queen lived happily together. Suja leaned against the big bed and softly recited the last sentence of his self-created dark fairy tale. At this moment, the bedroom was quiet. Aunt Sue and her daughter have both fallen asleep soundly.
Suja looked at the sleeping mother and daughter. The little one was cute, and the older one was. After looking for a moment, Suja got up and left the bedroom without hesitation. It is a great honor for my precious daughter Nan to be able to enter this bedroom and lie on this big bed. It is impossible for her to spend the night here. Aunt Sue wouldn't allow it either.
The neighbor next door has reserved a guest room for him.
Suja tiptoed to turn off the light and then gently closed the door.
The moment the door was closed, Su Yunshu opened his eyes.
He let out a long sigh of relief. The next day. A ray of early morning sunlight shines into the bedroom. Suja was awakened by the incandescent light. The first thing I did when I woke up was to look down at the energetic little Suja. It's great to be young. Good morning, Dad. When Suja walked out of the bedroom, Nan was already dressed and eating breakfast. Good morning, my dear. Suja kissed Nan on the face. Hey, it stinks. Nan is really clever.
She has a disgusted expression on her face, but her curved eyes can't hide her happy mood. I bought your hygiene products in the bathroom.
Hurry up and wash up and come over for dinner.
In the morning, Aunt Sue took off her seductive dark green silk nightgown and put on a professional suit.
Now he was not wearing a coat, just a white shirt. An intellectual and mature beauty comes to the face, and the plump breasts are about to burst out. Such a scene seemed to make Suja return to the age of his previous life.
I went to the bathroom and washed up quickly, which took 3 minutes, brushing my teeth for 2 minutes, walking for 50 seconds, and washing my face for 10 seconds. He doesn't have the habit of using skin care products, basically just applying it with water is enough.
Dad gave you milk to drink. Mom said drinking milk is the only way to grow up.
Before Suja sat down, Nan hurriedly brought him the breakfast prepared by Su Yunshu.
Thank you, my dear. Suja took a big sip politely. Wow, it's really delicious. It's not entirely teasing Nan, the milk is indeed delicious.
At least it tastes much better than the Nyo and Lily milk he drank before.
Hee, Dad, if you had come earlier, you could have had some of Mom's milk, which I think is the best. Ahem. Suja choked on milk for the first time. This little ancestor speaks so fiercely. Sister Sue, children's words are incorrigible. Suja glanced at Su Yunshu. Her pretty face was flushed red, and the egg she was peeling broke into pieces in her hand. Watching him, his eyelids twitched. She quickly changed the subject. Sister Sue, is the chairman of your company called Su Janjun? Su Yunshu was wiping his hands. Well, did you meet him? Yeah, yesterday at the auction.
Suja recounted what happened, omitting the part about him and his senior. When she heard that Suja spent 25 million to buy a necklace, her pupils shrank slightly. She used to think that Suja's family had some strength, but now it seems that she underestimated Suja.
Then Suja definitely didn't agree to be Nanan's father just for that little bit of money, so he really likes Nan, right?
Su Yunshu looked at Su Zhao and Nan, who were so happy together, which further confirmed his thoughts.
Well, Su Jianjun is my biological brother. I'll return the money he cheated you out of. No. No. There's no need for that.
Suja quickly refused. He wanted to let the old yellow-haired man see what true cruelty was.
Nan had finished her breakfast obediently, wiped her mouth, and pulled Suja. Dad, are you going to take me to kindergarten? Okay.
Suja said to Su Yunshu again, I don't have anything to do anyway, Sister Su, you can go to work.
Su Yunshu looked at the two who looked like close father and daughter and nodded. Okay, the car keys in the garage are all in the cars. You can drive whichever one you want. Be careful on the road. Holding my daughter's hand, I went to the garage.
For this garage, it would be more appropriate to call it a parking lot. There were at least 40 or 50 cars parked inside. It seems that Aunt Su also has a desire to run, and she owns no less than 10 sports cars.
Which car do you like to ride? Feeling a little overwhelmed, Suja handed the decision-making power to Nan.
Nan poked her little mouth with her pink index finger and said crisply, I like everything Daddy likes.
Ha ha.
He rubbed Nan's pretty face lovingly.
Nan is so cute because she speaks so nicely.
Finally, I chose a Cullinan, a standard car for a successful man. The driving experience is really amazing, much better than his Apollo IE.
I feel like I can't put it down.
It seems that it's time to buy myself a new car. But before buying a car, he has to buy a house first, and he doesn't like to rent a house outside.
He planned to buy a large flat first.
The unit price of properties near the school ranged from 50,000 to 80,000 yuan per square meter, so buying a large flat of 200 to 300 square meters would cost less than 20 million yuan. As for this task, he didn't want to buy it himself, and he already had someone in mind to do it for him. Senior Du Chengkai, who had helped him by betting for the dormitory before, was quite reliable. While I was thinking, I soon arrived at my daughter's kindergarten. A row of kindergarten teachers stood at the door to greet students' parents. Good morning, Teacher Xiaoxiao.
Nan pulled Suja to greet her kindergarten teacher.
Teacher, it was Dad who brought our daughter to school today. A pair of big eyes were filled with pride and joy.
Hello, Nan's daddy.
Teacher Xiaoxiao felt a little nervous when she saw the handsome Suja. Her eyes were full of surprise.
He didn't look like a parent at all.
He looked younger than her. She wouldn't have any doubt that he was a pure boy.
Good morning, teacher. Teacher, please add me on WeChat.
Suja responded with a smile, saying that every kindergarten teacher is a young girl, and the kindergarten teachers in aristocratic kindergartens like this have higher requirements for their image.
Teacher Xiaoxiao is undoubtedly a beauty.
Out of respect for beautiful women, Suja asked for her WeChat.
Okay.
Teacher Xiaoxiao was more like a shy teacher and took out her cell phone shyly.
Dad, remember to pick me up this afternoon. Nan walked into the school carrying her small school bag.
Suja then chatted with Teacher Xiaoxiao for a few words, making her face blush before leaving.
Come back in the afternoon. He doesn't need military training. Everyone in the company is busy except him, which is really boring. I sent a WeChat message to his beloved senior, and she also said that she had to plan a welcome party today and couldn't come out to play with him. Well. Suja sighed, it was so boring. I was driving around bored and decided to find a place to spend this boring day. Well, it's definitely you. Yongyin International Business KTV. Chapter 44, Su Yunshu's Panic. Oh, it's so dull, so dull. 6 slim princesses respectfully saw Suju off from Yongyin International Shopping Center. Brother is so mean.
A woman in a high-slit cheongsam uttered a cry of complaint and twisted her plump buttocks. In public, Suja pinched her but hard, and you could tell without even looking that there must be claw marks left on it.
He. Suju ignored the flirtatious women and got into his Cullinan and left.
It was once one of his dreams to come to Shanghai for shopping and enjoy the imperial service here.
But after coming here, I found that it was just like that. Maybe it's because people's standards are too high nowadays.
These princesses are just above average in appearance, just ordinary girls.
But fortunately, time passes quickly in there.
After listening to some songs and watching some dancing, and enjoying some verbal rewards, it was time to pick up his lovely daughter.
Nan Nan baby. Cullinan stopped directly at the intersection of the kindergarten gate, and Suja got out of the car and became a scenic spot. When I walked to the school gate, I saw teacher Shusho holding a little girl as white as jade, and called out in a gentle voice. When Nan Nan saw Suja, her twinkling eyes suddenly lit up. Yeah. Daddy's here to pick up the nest.
As he said this, he raised his arms, stepped on his legs, and ran towards Suja with a smile.
Daddy, my daughter misses you so much.
Suja picked up his daughter and held her in his arms. It feels so good to be valued and loved, and I can feel my daughter clinging to me like crazy.
For a moment, I was in a trance and treated Nan Nan as my own daughter. Did you have a good time at school today, my dear? I'm so happy. I've been thinking about my dad all the time. Nan Nan sat on Suja's arm and kissed Suja's cheek. Then let's say goodbye to the teacher. Goodbye, teacher. Oh, goodbye, Nan Nan, Daddy. Goodbye, Nan Nan. Suja looked at the dazed teacher Shosho and chuckled.
Nanan's liveliness infected him, and he stopped teasing teacher Shosho in the afternoon. Teacher Shosho looked at the backs of the father and daughter and couldn't help feeling regretful. She really envied Nan Nan's mother. Sujo's face was so top-notch that she could never forget it after seeing it once.
Why can't I find such a good man?
Handsome, good figure, good temperament, and loves my daughter.
Return to the luxurious single-family villa. Entering the living room, Nan Nan called out loudly for her mother.
I saw the kitchen door opened and a woman walked out.
It's Aunt Su Yunshu.
She was wearing a white sweater at the moment, with smooth and shiny long hair tied low behind her head, a few strands of hair hanging down and scattered around her ears, and a little bare apron wrapped around her slender waist.
The place that was about to show off made Suja start the automatic aiming mode. Well, a gifted talent.
Su Yunshu stood in the smoke, her bare hands stained with water droplets. Seeing the two figures, one large and one small, she smiled gently.
Welcome home.
At this moment, Suja was a little dazed. He was almost 30 years old before he traveled through time, and he had thought about starting a family many times. This was the scene he had dreamed of. He has a lovely daughter and a beautiful wife who cooks for him at home.
That's good. Mom, what delicious food are you going to make today? Dad said he likes eggplant. Can you make it for me? Nanan's words brought Suja back to reality. He looked at the cute Nan Nan, and then at the gentle and beautiful Su Yunshu. He had no intention of starting a family in his life yet. Perhaps meeting Nan Nan was God's way of giving him a home. Okay, then I'll make an eggplant stew. What do you think, Suja?
Thank you for your hard work.
Hee, Mommy is so nice. Mommy, hug me. Nan Nan walked in front of Su Yunshu.
Su Yunshu smiled, wiped his watery hands on his apron, squatted down and hugged Nan Nan.
Daddy wants a hug too.
The girl in Su Yunshu's arms kept waving to Suja, and Suja couldn't refuse this little cutie. Suja holds his daughter in his arms.
Nan Nan is very small, while Su Yunshu is a big pear.
When I hold it in my arms feel soft. As the warm yellow light fell, Suja suddenly felt that his life was complete.
He glanced at Su Yunshu. Perhaps she had similar thoughts? Su Yunshu wanted to continue cooking, but Suja, seeing that there was work to do, offered to go into the kitchen to help. But this time Su Yunshu refused to let Suja enter the kitchen. Maybe it was because of the little romantic thing that happened in the kitchen last time. Suja was a little distressed, feeling that Aunt Su seemed a little wary of him, but he thought that was unnecessary. She is Nanan's mother, and he is Nanan's father. Can the relationship between the two be anything else? What do you want to play today, baby?
His eyes couldn't bear to leave Aunt Su's graceful figure, and he sought comfort from his precious daughter.
Let's play with toys. Mom bought me some fun building blocks last time.
As she spoke, Nan Nan pulled Suja to her toy room. Walking into the toy room, Suja realized the gap between people and the imbalance of educational resources.
Nan Nan's toy room is very big, so it's no problem to have a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment.
Various toys were stacked in an orderly manner inside, most of which Suja had never seen before. Suja found the building blocks that Nan Nan mentioned. It was the legendary Lego, and it had not been opened yet.
I looked at the suggested price above. Wow, $3,000, that is outrageous.
Unpack the blocks and place them on the carpet in the middle of the toy room. Suja saw Nan Nan wearing a watch on her hand and thought for a moment.
Nan Nan baby, let daddy take off your watch for you. It's easy to get hurt when playing with building blocks. Nan Nan, who was always well behaved and obedient, paused.
She looked at Suja's face and then at the watch on her wrist. The chubby little face was wrinkled into a ball, looking very confused. After thinking for a long time, he stammered, "No, Dad, you can't."
Suja looked at the abnormal Nan Nan and immediately realized that something was wrong. So there's something wrong with this watch?
Suddenly, Suja's heart became active, and he seemed to have found a way to quickly narrow the distance between him and Aunt Sue. To prove his idea, he continued with a smile, "When we play later, if we still wear the watch, it might be scratched."
Look, Dad has put his phone aside.
Nan Nan pouted as she thought about what Suja said, her eyebrows raised in grievance.
But Mommy said I have to wear this watch when I'm with Daddy. Suja was happy. Sure enough, it was just as he thought.
Although he had just thought that he could use this incident to make Su Yunshu feel guilty and increase their feelings. However, the feeling of not being trusted still feels a bit uncomfortable.
Although this is human nature. Bump.
The door to the toy room was flung open. Su Yunshu's somewhat anxious face was revealed. Suja looked at Su Yunshu at the door, his eyes narrowed slightly. She shuddered slightly, pretending to be calm and said, "The meal is ready, let's eat." After a moment of silence, Suja stood up and picked up Nan Nan.
"Let's go. Let's eat Mang Mang."
Holding her daughter, she walked to the door and looked at Su Yunshu. "Sister Su, let's go."
"Yeah, okay."
Su Yunshu avoided Suja's sight awkwardly.
Chapter 45, So Suja likes me? Nan Nan baby, just sit here quietly. I'll bring out the soup.
Suja put Nan Nan on her special baby chair, touched her head and walked towards the kitchen. The idea that drinking soup is nutritious is deeply rooted in Su Yunshu's blood. He firmly believes in this and prepares a pot of soup for almost every meal. At this time, 4 dishes were already placed on the table, so Suja walked into the kitchen. He opened the cupboard, took out the soup bowl and prepared to scoop out the soup. The next moment, a pair of pink Bluetooth headphones appeared in his eyes. The headphones were placed in a somewhat messy manner, probably because their owner had taken them off in a hurry.
So when Nan Nan and I are alone together, we are always under surveillance?
Suja was silent for a moment, then smiled faintly and put the pair of headphones neatly in place.
If Su Yunshu pretended not to see it, he might be hoping for a lucky break. After all, that's how people are.
Even if the probability of something happening is as high as 99%, as long as there is a 1% chance, they will choose to believe in that extremely small probability. What he wanted was for Su Yunshu to discover him, so he had to leave some traces.
In the toy room,
Su Yunshu looked at the scattered building blocks on the carpet, feeling confused.
He probably didn't realize it?
Su Yunshu recalled Suja's reaction just now and thought about it carefully. There seemed to be nothing unusual.
Still holding his daughter happily. If he had found out, how could he be so calm?
A rich kid like Suja would definitely not be so calm when being suspected.
He took a deep breath and walked towards the living room. Nan Nan, where is your dad?
When I came out, I didn't see Suja, so I asked Nan Nan.
Nan Nan said, "Daddy, go get me some soup."
Su Yunshu was stunned, and the smile on his face froze as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Hurrying towards the kitchen. At this time, Suja came out with a big bowl of soup. "Sister Su, please sit down." Su Yunshu was stunned when she saw Suja passing by her. He still had a bright smile on his face.
He breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't seem to notice. Then let's get started. Su Yunshu's anxious heart was temporarily relieved.
During this meal, perhaps out of apology, Su Yunshu picked up food for Suja more times than for Nan Nan.
Nan Nan giggled at the sight.
She must have dreamed of such a scene for a long time.
Okay, I really can't eat anymore. Suja looked at his job that was once again on the rise and couldn't help laughing. What kind of apology was this? Was he trying to starve him to death? If possible, he would like to die in a different way. Suffocation is better than death by stuffing. Sorry.
Su Yunshu's ears were slightly red.
I was worried you didn't have enough to eat. Thank you for the hard work in picking up our daughter today.
Her voice was very soft and numb, and it made Suja's heart tingle. The meal was a joyful one, and the 3 of them really enjoyed themselves like a family.
Suja, you and Nan Nan go play, I'll clean up. Suja knew why she sent him away, so he said okay and took his daughter out to play. See the father and daughter leave the living room.
Su Yunshu hurriedly strode towards the kitchen. She had been wanting to check the kitchen for a while, but she couldn't find a suitable reason.
Walking into the kitchen, it was clean. I remember putting it here. Su Yunshu looked at the empty table in confusion.
He had put the headphones on in a hurry and was not sure where he had put them.
Did I pack it up then?
Su Yunshu was still worried and glanced at it a few more times. Finally, the headphones were found and placed in the headphone box stored on the wall.
A bolt from the blue. Su Yunshu was stunned.
She was absolutely certain the headphones were not in the box at the time. So this means that Suja has discovered.
Numb, completely numb. Su Yunshu mechanically put the dirty dishes into the dishwasher, feeling uneasy. She didn't think her behavior was wrong.
When she decided to hire Suja, the equipment was already ready. Even the entire villa, except for the toilet, is basically covered by surveillance.
360 degrees in all directions with no blind spots.
After all, they are orphans and widows, so safety comes first.
That's what I thought before. Even if he was discovered, it wouldn't be a big deal. If Suja wanted to continue doing it, I would just give him some extra money as compensation. If you don't want to do it, then just part ways amicably. It's just a pity for my daughter. Everything is going well. But now, the truth has broken out. Su Yunshu realized that everything was not as simple as she thought. After just a few days of getting along, she could no longer face Suja calmly. It was as if Suja was already a member of this family. If Suja left now, Nan would probably be very sad, right? The fatherly love that I have always longed for ended up with only a 3-day trial period. I hope my daughter won't hate herself to death. Boom boom boom. Su Yunshu knocked on the open door of the toy room.
Nan raised her big, round eyes and said, "Mom, come and play too." Looking at Nan who was smiling so brightly, Su Yunshu forced a smile. Nan, you play first, I have something to ask your dad."
"Oh, then mommy has to return daddy to the nest quickly." "Good. In the study."
Su Yunshu gestured for Suja to sit down. Suja sat opposite her, without saying a word, just looking at her. Su Yunshu was also looking at Suja, but his heart was beating fast.
After a moment of silence, Su Yunshu slowly spoke. "Well, you know everything?"
Listening to her vague words, Suja shook his shoulders slightly. "Sister Su, what are you referring to?"
"If you are talking about headphones, I did put them away for you. They are quite expensive and will easily break if left next to the sink."
Su Yunshu hesitated to speak, biting her soft pink lips with her white teeth, with hesitation in her eyes.
Their fingers intertwined under the table.
After a while, she took a deep breath with a look of determination in her eyes.
"I'm sorry, the monitoring was my fault."
In the end, Su Yunshu chose to be sincere and spoke openly.
However, this time Suja interrupted her directly. "What's the matter?" "I understand your approach, Sister Su.
After all, we are just an employer-employee relationship." Hearing Suju emphasize the employment relationship, Su Yunshu's eyes dimmed and a sense of anger dissipated in his heart.
"But..." Hearing about the turning point, Su Yunshu's eyes showed some anticipation again.
Suja deliberately slowed down his speech, sounding more serious and sincere. "But, I really like this child, Nan. I treat her as my own daughter.
To be honest, I like this family." Buzz.
Su Yunshu's heart seemed to stop beating, and his brain was working frantically, wondering what Suja meant by this.
Does he like this family? Does he like me too? Suja continued speaking.
"Sister Su, I don't care about the surveillance.
You can pretend it never happened.
I just want to continue being a good father to my daughter, but I don't want to appear in this family as an employee anymore." After saying that, he looked at Su Yunshu quietly,
waiting for her answer.
Su Yunshu is different from those little girls in school. As a mother, she cannot pursue in the same way.
Be direct and bold.
Since Nan likes him, she is already invincible.
All right.
Su Yunshu took out the contract with Suja from the folder.
Tearing. Chapter 46, Recording a Song. Tear. With the sound of paper tearing, the contract representing the employment relationship between the two people disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, Suja was delighted, but his face remained calm. "Sister Su, what do you mean by this?" A 30-year-old woman is different from a young woman in her teens or 20s.
It will definitely be more difficult for Suja to win over Su Yunshu than for others. At her age, she has experienced a lot and is more mature in her thinking.
Simple sweet words are useful but not very effective. Moreover, there is a big age difference between him and Su Yunshu. Fortunately, her weaknesses are obvious. Listening to Suja's words, Su Yunshu nodded slightly. Didn't you say that you don't want to have an employment relationship with Nan Nan? So that's how it is. Sister Su, what is our relationship now? Suja stared straight at Su Yunshu. This time his eyes were very hot, without a trace of concealment. Such a look made Su Yunshu a little flustered, and she deliberately avoided his sight. The fist-sized heart suddenly beat faster. Does he really like older people? Su Yunshu couldn't help but think of the beautiful scene in the kitchen the day before yesterday. My body unconsciously became hotter, and I felt a warm current rising from my lower abdomen. The delicate body sitting on the chair twisted and turned a few times, and she took a sip of ice water in the porcelain cup on the table. If you don't mind my age, then take me as your god sister. You will be Nanan's godfather from now on. After saying this, Su Yunshu took another big sip of ice water to cool himself down. How could he say such a thing? Although she is already 30 years old today, her skin is still as smooth as that of a young girl in her 20s. Her face is as white as snow, and a touch of redness is particularly conspicuous. Suja laughed out loud when he heard this. Hello, sister. If you want to conquer a mature woman like Su Yunshu, you must combine boldness and carefulness. Su Yunshu gave him this stick, and he must climb up. Su Yunshu listened to Suja's ambiguous words, but did not blame him. He just spat inwardly. Suja was always observing Aunt Su's words and expressions. He was just testing Aunt Su's bottom line. Now it seems that Aunt Su's bottom line is a little beyond his expectations. It seems that he really needs to thank his baby Nan Nan. Su Yunshu pursed her lips, looking at the handsome Suja with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and her heart couldn't help but flutter. Sometimes she couldn't help but imagine how great it would be if she could be 10 years younger. Then a sense of guilt overturned this dissolute thought. Do you have a girlfriend? Su Yunshu suddenly asked, startling Suja. Oh shit. Is there any unexpected gain? Is Aunt Su so unrestrained? Suja looked at Su Yunshu's deadly body that was like a mandala, and couldn't help but have wild thoughts. Although Suja wanted his first time to be with Yin Daiman and the others, it would also be fine if it was with Aunt Su. From another perspective, Aunt Su has more advantages. So Suja immediately said, no. I'm still in love even at this age. This is the truth, I have never been in love in my life. Seeing Suja so excited, Su Yunshu's eyes were filled with eagerness to try. Then let me introduce you to someone? My niece is only 18 years old this year, about the same age as you. She is very pretty, and you and I are a perfect match. When Suja heard this, he was overjoyed in thought. But Aunt Su seemed to be getting less and less interested the more she spoke. Suja smiled and waved his hand. Sister Yunshu, I like more mature ones. Su Yunshu hummed, his eyes dim. This was no longer concealed. Let's go, Nan Nan is waiting anxiously. Su Yunshu loosened his grip on her round thighs, and the sunken skin returned to its original shape. Suja took a deep breath and kept reminding himself, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The next day, at 8:50 in the morning. Teacher Xiuxiu has something good for you. At the gate of an aristocratic kindergarten, Suja took out the candy he brought from the villa. Today, Teacher Xiuxiu wore a simple white t-shirt with a three-dimensional cartoon mouse printed on it, and slim light blue jeans. Teacher Xiuxiu didn't suspect anything and stretched out her white and tender palm, with the blue veins on her hand clearly visible. Suja raised the corner of his mouth slightly, handed the candy in his hand to her, and stroked her palm with his fingertips. Nan Nan, you must listen to your teacher. Teacher Xiuxiu looked at the exquisite candy in her hand, then looked at Suja's back. My mind is full of thoughts. What does Nan Nan's father mean and why does he do this to her? Should I tell Nan Nan's mother? But will doing so make Nan Nan's father unhappy? This candy is delicious, teacher, please eat it quickly. Teacher Xiuxiu looked at the lovely girl and shook her head gently. After sending his daughter off, Suja turned around and drove the young Wang Yu from his sister's garage to the company. Good morning, Director Su. Looking at the busy company members, Suja responded with a smile. Although he has become a capitalist now, he has not yet grown into a vicious dragon and still has some empathy for these slave workers. Find the company's music director. I'm going to record 2 songs and a piece of music later. Please ask the teacher in the recording studio to prepare them. He came to the company today for something. He had nothing to do these days, so it was a good opportunity to record the song. Got it. The music director gave a standard reply. After giving the notice, Suja walked towards Zhang Runan's office as usual.
But unfortunately, I didn't see her when I opened the door. So she sat on the reclining chair that she had bought at great expense and waited for news.
Half an hour later, the company received a message from the director on WeChat. Director Su, the teachers are ready. When are you free? Suja replied, now.
Xingha Media's main business is the music sector, and the company has a recording studio.
The scale is not small. Led by the music director, Suja walked into the recording studio. When he opened the door, a special smell of mixed electronic equipment and acoustic materials hit him in the face. Hello, Mr. Su.
The speaker was an older man with long hair and a very artistic style. Others called him Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang has a lot of experience and is well known in the industry. Many of the company's hit songs were created by him. Suja was also very considerate and responded enthusiastically, telling them not to be so nervous. When Brother Zhang heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, Mr. Su, could you sing a cappella first?
We need to send us the song you want to record. Good.
Suja expressed his understanding that Brother Zhang asked him to sing a cappella, probably to understand the characteristics of his voice. The system did not reward him for his ability to arrange music, so he still needed to arrange the music on the spot. Arrangement is not just a simple accompaniment of music, it needs to be constructed according to the theme, emotion, and voice of the singer of the song.
See Suja walk into the recording room.
Brother Zhang hurriedly warned the other teachers. Brothers, you have to give 200% of your skills today, especially Lao Wang.
You have to fix the sound. No. Old Wang sighed deeply.
He hated this kind of thing the most. I took a job right after graduation, and Ding Han still gets angry whenever he thinks about it. He recorded the song word for word, and it was all thanks to him that he edited the sound.
In the end, the song became a huge hit all over the country. Suja looked at the shiny large diaphragm condenser microphone in front of him in amazement and touched it curiously.
Old Wang, who was outside the recording room, was completely relieved when he saw Suja's actions. He was sure that Mr. Su was also a layman. Suja took a deep breath, closed his eyes slightly, and a familiar melody sounded in his mind. The girl across the street, look over here, look over here.
Chapter 47, If Only He Were an Ordinary Person.
The breath vibrated in his throat, and the large diaphragm condenser microphone sensitively captured Suja's voice, accurately restoring every timbre. The teachers in the recording studio were instantly shocked, their eyes wide open and their mouths hanging open.
Old Wang! Old Wang!
Brother Zhang called out several times before the sound engineer Lao Wang came to his senses. Only then did I realize that all the water in the thermos in his hand had leaked onto the ground. An expert can tell whether it exists or not with just one look. We are all professionals and can know the whole picture just by looking at the first sentence.
Lao Wang swallowed in disbelief. Brother Zhang, our chairman Su is so amazing. Suddenly Lao Wang chuckled again.
I just thought I had to work overtime, but unexpectedly, I might be the one with the easiest day today. There is absolutely no need to adjust the pitch of the lines that Mr. Su sang just now.
Is it okay? Suja walked out of the recording room and asked a few people. Recording is different from singing.
This is his first time in a recording studio, so he still wants to listen to professional music.
Yes. Absolutely. Brother Zhang said exaggeratedly, Boss Su, you are a genius.
You were born with a gift from heaven. Your singing skills are absolutely top-notch in the industry, and your voice is 1 in a million.
Suja was delighted to hear this.
It is true that he is very good, but how good his singing skills are can only be seen from this simple song. But this flattery is indeed pleasant to hear, no wonder the emperor loves flatterers so much.
Suja waved his hand and smiled, okay, stop flattering me. When can we start? Just before entering the recording studio, Suja had already prepared the lyrics, music and arrangement. 10 minutes. Wait 10 minutes.
The arrangement team said immediately. When Brother Zhang heard this, he was shocked.
This is nonsense. How come I didn't know that my team is so awesome that they can complete the arrangement work in 10 minutes?
He quickly explained to Suja and asked them to communicate. Brother Zhang found the person who had just finished speaking. Seeing Brother Zhang coming up, the person calmly explained, Brother Zhang, everything is ready in the document sent by Director Su.
We just need to copy it.
Brother Zhang walked over to the arranging team with some doubt and saw that they were busy. After taking a look at the documents Su Zhefa sent, he was immediately astonished. The hand holding the tablet trembled slightly. As expected, heroes are as numerous as crushing carp crossing the river. He really didn't expect that this young Mr. Su had such profound attainments in music. Having been in the industry for many years, he could tell at a glance that one of these two songs had the potential to become a hit. Mr. Su, it's okay. While waiting, Suja was warming up his voice to achieve the best effect. While Suja was practicing, the others were also busy, especially the guy in charge of equipment maintenance, who checked the equipment in the recording room over and over again. Entering the recording studio again. Suja put on his headphones, closed his eyes gently, and took a deep breath. He wanted to try and see if he could pass it in one go. He used to always see how great a certain star's singing skills were and how they could always pass the recording in one go, so today he wanted to challenge himself. Well, girl across the street, look over here. When the relaxing melody sounded and reached the corresponding rhythm, Suja sang the first note. The songs rewarded by the system are similar to initiations. Suja knows clearly which notes should be high and which notes should be low. Although it was my first time recording a song, I didn't feel awkward at all. Is that Mr. Su inside? Another woman came into the recording studio, Luli, the company's only ace music producer, and she asked Brother Zhang curiously. Brother Zhang looked proud, as if this was all his own achievement. How is it, isn't it awesome? Luli listened to his vulgar words, and her eyes showed undisguised contempt. I ignored him and closed my eyes, listening carefully. The expressions on his face are extremely rich, and they change as the mood of the music becomes more intense. The song Look at the Girl Across the Street is not long, only 1 or 2 minutes, and it ends very quickly. Suja took off his headphones and walked out. He was greeted with warm applause. Luli led the group in applauding non-stop, praising them non-stop. This conversion technique is so skillful. In all my years in this industry, I've rarely seen anyone so skilled. Thank you very much. Suja was in a good mood after hearing so many compliments. Brother Zhang snorted lightly. This old woman really knows how to take advantage of every opportunity. I say whatever you say. After resting for a while, Suja stepped into the recording studio again. It turned out that no matter how good the song was, it had to be recorded at least several times, unless the first time was at the best level. It was the first time for everyone to record a song for Suja, and they were not sure about his level. So I recorded it twice more. Suja showed terrifying stability. Just choose the first take. Looking at everyone who was struggling and didn't know which version to choose, Suja made a decision. They were all the same anyway, and he preferred to use his first time. And there is another song coming up next. The recording of Look at the Girl Across the Street took nearly an hour. Night of Confession was much faster because Suja only recorded the instrumental version. No need for composing or anything. In the recording studio, Suja played the violin as gracefully as a swan. Luli, the ace music producer outside, was staring with tears in her eyes. She also has another identity, a gold medal agent. The company's 2 current top singers were both brought up by her. Oh, it would be great if Director Su was just an ordinary person. As an agent, she is well aware of Suja's appeal. If Suja, who plays the violin, makes his debut at this moment, he will definitely become the only top star. Even if Mr. Su has no talent, his face is the stepping stone to becoming a top star. After all, girls nowadays only look at faces. What are you doing, coming? Brother Zhang whispered in Luli's ear with a strange look on his face. Luli's eyes were full of murderous intent. Having worked with him for so many years, she was well aware of Brother Zhang's character, but every time this bastard said something, it made her very angry. Just when I was about to have a good talk with him, Suja came out from the recording room. Seeing this, Luli glared at Brother Zhang fiercely and hurried to Suja. Mr. Su, can you sing this song? Suja shook his head. Luli is the company's top salesperson, and his boss knows her. The last song Courage has been recorded. As an ace music producer, Luli must have heard that this song is more suitable for female vocals, so she was moved. Seeing Suja shaking his head, Luli was a little disappointed. If she could give the song to the company's top singer Liang Qi, she was confident that Liang Qi would become the queen of pop. Suja naturally knew what she meant and didn't want to explain. He had his own plans for his song. Thank you all for your hard work today, teachers. Please go to the finance department later to collect your salary bonus. Suja has not learned how to manage, but he knows the principles of rewards and punishments. It is natural that he is happy to give some bonus today. Everyone in the recording studio, except Luli, was very happy and shouted, "Long live President Su! President Su is mighty!"
Especially Lao Wan, who was responsible for audio editing. Back to the office. Suja took out his cell phone and found Mi Weiwei. "Hi my crush, a gift for you." Chapter 48, Confession Night Follow-Up. Mi Weiwei and several roommates packed their lunch and returned to the dormitory.
They quickly turned on the air conditioner to cool down their sunburned faces.
"Now due to high body temperature, I feel listless and have no appetite."
She opened her WeChat and flipped through it out of habit. She felt a little bad when she saw that the pinned account Suja hadn't sent her a message for several days.
The black and white eyes turned and slid in front of Yang Chuxia.
In their dormitory, Yang Chuxia has the best interpersonal relationships and is the most well-informed.
He opened his mouth and said, "Xia, do you know what Suja is doing now?"
The whole dormitory knew that Mi Weiwei was interested in Suja, and she had expressed her feelings before.
Yang Chuxia was not surprised to hear this.
On the other side, Sui-san and Zhang Qinghan moved their ears at the same time when they heard it.
Yang Chuxia replied, "I'm not too sure about that.
I didn't ask the school leaders who approved his leave."
School leaders.
Mi Weiwei was a little surprised when she heard this, and wondered in her heart how powerful Suja was.
Her family is also middle class in Jincheng.
They have a natural pursuit of wealth and are not very materialistic.
But being rich is also a plus.
Now it seems that Suja is not only rich, but he may also have power. For a moment, Suja's background gradually became richer in her imagination.
Ding dong. Mi Weiwei's cell phone rang.
She picked it up, looked at it, and then returned to her desk.
"My crush, a belated gift. Confession Night MP3.
Looking at the message sent by Suja, Mi Weiwei showed a beautiful smile that covered up the ugliness of her military training uniform, and her heart was beating with joy.
He loves me so much.
She subconsciously wanted to reply, but the next moment the Queen of the Sea's manners stopped her.
You must not reply immediately when chatting with a man.
Suja, who was working at Xingha Media, laughed a few times when he saw the words, "The other party is typing."
Mi Weiwei took out the Bluetooth headset, but after thinking about it, she put it back.
Turn the volume up to maximum.
Click MP3. The sounds of percussion and string instruments and the prelude echoed throughout the spacious dormitory. At first, the other three people in the dormitory didn't care. Art students like them usually like to listen to some pure music. To put it elegantly, it is to be influenced by art, and to put it vulgarly, it is to appear classy.
Especially the more niche the music is, the more it can stand out.
But when the violin started playing, they felt something was not right. Such excellent music should not be niche. Mi Weiwei set the song to loop playback and continued playing it the second time. Sui-san asked, "What song is this? Please share it with me, it's quite nice." He.
Mi Weiwei raised her eyebrows and finally asked her.
"Confession Night, it shouldn't be released yet, I posted the audio in the group." Mi Weiwei's tone rose slightly, with a hint of playfulness. I felt even more confident in Suja. "Xiao Qinghan, what's wrong with you?"
Zhang Qinghan looks rather thin and her family conditions are not very good. Several people in the dormitory take good care of her and call her Xiao Qinghan. Yang Chuxia saw tears as big as beans in Zhang Qinghan's eyes and hurried forward to ask. Zhang Qinghan's nose was slightly red at this time.
He took the tissue from Yang Chuxia and said, "It's okay, I'm fine. This song is a bit sad. It reminds me of when my mother was seriously ill."
The tears that had stopped burst out again. Listening to Zhang Qinghan's words, Yang Chuxia sighed and patted him gently. "Okay, you will recover slowly."
Zhang Qinghan's family affairs were mentioned when she explained her relationship with Suja.
Everyone knows about her family situation.
"Yeah, luckily I met Brother Su. It was just a sudden emotion, and it would be fine after a while." Mi Weiwei on the side was a little unhappy. What does this mean? Why does this song sound a little sad?
This is the confession song Suja gave her. Really, whether you know how to appreciate it or not, she admits that this piece of music has emotional connotations of sadness and regret, but doesn't it also contain a sense of steadfast strength and hope for the future?
Isn't that what love is all about?
Mi Weiwei became angrier as she listened, but seeing Zhang Qinghan's pitiful look with tears in her eyes, she gave up the urge to argue with her. She continued to enjoy this elegant music, but Zhang Qinghan's words gave her some inspiration.
Mi Weiwei could feel that Suja definitely liked her, but why didn't he confess? The answer seemed to be in this song. Night of Confession is by Suja. Sui-san opened the audio source that Mi Weiwei sent to the dormitory group for fairies. When I clicked on it and saw Suja's signature, I exclaimed in surprise. Then he subconsciously looked at Mi Weiwei. Sui-san had been smart since she was young, and she noticed something was wrong in just a moment. Mi Weiwei was delighted and was not embarrassed at all that her little thoughts were discovered. Sui-san's exclamation attracted the attention of Yang Chusha and Zhang Qinghan on the other side. Zhang Qinghan suddenly picked up his phone and opened the group chat. At first glance, Suja's name was indeed on it. I was stunned for a moment and clenched the phone in my hand. The screen flashed red, indicating that the phone was turned off. Are you together? There was a hint of stiffness in Zhang Qinghan's soft voice, and her eyes twinkled with hope. She comes from a single-parent family and was raised by her mother. Her mother is everything to her. When she was in high school, she just mentioned that she liked music, and her mother sent her on the path of art examination without hesitation. However, life as a single mother is very hard. The hardships that Zhang Qinghan saw were just the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps because she was too happy to feel that the burden was lightened, her mother fell ill the moment Zhang Qinghan received the admission notice from the Shanghai Theatre Academy. It's unfortunate, but also lucky to meet Suja. The first thing her mother did after waking up was to ask about the medical money. Zhang Qinghan was not good at speaking and stammered. Her mother just sighed and warned her to be grateful but to protect herself. Zhang Qinghan and Suja promised to be lovers for a year, but now she seems to have changed her mind. Mi Weiwei looked at the stubborn Zhang Qinghan and really wanted to answer yes. But her pride would not allow her to lose face. As a queen of the sea, she could not do such a thing. After a pause, he turned his chair to face Zhang Qinghan and told her everything that happened with Suja in the restaurant that day. The purpose of her saying this was to tell Zhang Qinghan not to spend her time on Suja anymore. Suja liked her, so she should not hurt the harmony between roommates. After Mi Weiwei finished speaking, Sui-san was extremely angry. Bah! Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Sui-san was yelling, her golden hair standing up like a frightened little lion. Mi Weiwei narrowed her eyes slightly and asked sinisterly, what are you spitting at? Sui-san was good at making excuses. She said confidently, Suja is such a scumbag. I've even seen him flirting with other girls in the class before. Real? Of course it was fake, but in order to hide her and Suja's identities as good brothers, she swore to confirm it. Brother Su, Sister Shanshan told Sister Weiwei that you were hooking up with other girls in the class. As Suja's lover, since Suja likes Mi Weiwei, she should help him, so Zhang Qinghan thinks this matter should be reported. Chapter 49, Code. 10 days later. During these 10 days, Suja moved between Aunt Su's luxurious villa and company. I gained a lot. My relationship with Aunt Su is getting better and better. With the help of my baby Nan Nan, we will soon have a full-fledged family. As for the company, Suja was somewhat surprised by the smooth progress of the program. 5 days ago, General Manager Han Jinyu told him that Su Group wanted to invest in Star Journey Sound Dream and directly fill the remaining share. Suja suspected that Su Yunshu was behind this. With the participation of Su Group, the program was accelerated a lot, and the publicity and promotion of the program in the later period was contracted by Su Group. There is a feeling of winning without doing anything. Nan Nan baby, Daddy has to go to school too. I'll come see you when I have time. After the military training, it was time to go to school. Suja was still interested in the university courses for art students, so he said goodbye to his lovely daughter and the warm Aunt Su for a short while. When sitting in the classroom again, Suja felt as if he was in another world. There is only one class on Monday morning, which is a professional foundation course, Basic Music Theory. Suja didn't listen much, nor did he need to listen, so he took out his cell phone during class. He usually had no desire to chat on his phone, but it was different during class. He was very interested in sending flirtatious messages to Yen Dayman Mi Weiwei, and his chats with the senior students were bold and even explicit. The two are already in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, so it's time to discipline them. Teachers and students, get out of class is over. After the morning class, as soon as the teacher left the classroom, Yang Chusha, who was sitting in the first row, quickly walked to the podium. Let me tell you something. The students who signed up for the freshman orientation party have to take the preliminary exam today. My class monitor Suja and I will take you there later. The performers of the welcome party are not only the freshmen of this year, but also seniors. The competition is particularly fierce, and those who want to perform on stage must go through a selection process. Suja, who was sitting in the last row, was a little surprised. How come he didn't know that he had this task? But if you think about it carefully, since he became the class monitor, except for organizing a class team building, all the tasks were basically handled by young Chuxia, the deputy class monitor. There must be resentment, so he was dragged into it. The time for the preliminary examination is scheduled for 4:30 p.m. in the school's auditorium number 5. At this time, there was already a long queue in the waiting area of the auditorium. Several student union members wearing vests were standing at the door of the waiting area to maintain order. They called out names according to the list, and those whose names were called had to go in to perform.
Come on, Shan-chan.
The next performer was Sui-san, and Yang Chuxia cheered her on. 5 people from their class had already entered, but they were all eliminated, which made Yang Chuxia a little depressed. Sui-san showed off her beautiful swan neck and wore an A-line skirt today. Her long legs were so white that they were dazzling, and her long golden hair made her so beautiful that people dared not look directly at her. Suja walked up to her, patted her smooth snow-white shoulders and nodded affirmatively. Come on, good brother. This behavior made Sui-san glare at him, and she opened his hand and strode inside.
Yang Chuxia was a little confused. When did you and Shan-chan become good brothers?
I saved her life, and she became my sworn brother.
Yang Chuxia nodded. Sui-san's personality was indeed capable of doing this.
5 minutes later, Sui-san came out, but her expression was not right, no longer as lively as before. When Yang Chuxia saw this, her heart skipped a beat, thinking that she had also been eliminated, and she quickly comforted her, saying that it was okay.
Why are you like a dead person? Fortunately, my brother didn't even comfort me.
Sui-san told Yang Chuxia that it was okay, but when she saw Suja hanging there, she suddenly felt angry. Suja was frowning. This little golden retriever really needed to be disciplined. He said bad things about him in front of me Weiwei a few days ago, and now he was provoking him again. Just as she was about to speak, Sui-san said again, becoming your brother is the stupidest decision I have ever made in my life. Then he changed the subject, I don't need your comfort, luckily I passed.
Yang Chuxia was stunned. Then why do you look so distressed?
Sui-san chuckled, I'm just kidding, you're the best, unlike someone else, Suja looked at Sui-san's long, white legs, and his hands couldn't help but feel itchy.
Next one, Suja.
Feeling the blunt gaze, Sui-san glared at him and said, get out. Sui-san looked at Suja's back as he left and sighed softly. She didn't know what was going on with her recently. She missed Suja a little after not seeing him for a long time, but as soon as she saw Suja, she wanted to be with him.
Boom boom boom.
I knocked on the door out of habit.
Come in.
The judges' voices came from inside, and Suja immediately pushed the door open and walked in. But when he saw the judges, he was stunned.
Guess who he saw?
I didn't expect that my senior sister Yen Daiman was among the judges. Looking at the ID card above, Yen Daiman was the chief judge. This really surprised Suja. He didn't expect Yen Daiman to be so outstanding and be able to become the chief judge in the first semester of his sophomore year. The judges for this preliminary examination are all student leaders, no teachers. Suja saw Yen Daiman, and Yen Daiman naturally saw Suja as well. The two looked at each other tacitly and smiled at each other tacitly.
Student Suja, please start your performance.
Yen Daiman pushed the gold-rimmed half-frame glasses on his straight nose and made a cold voice.
This song is called Secret Code.
Suja nodded and began to sing, You know what I want and what I want more than anyone else. After singing just 2 lines, Yen Daiman stopped, that's enough. The other judges were shocked and looked at him strangely.
Could it be that this handsome guy had a grudge against the senior?
Very good, classmate Suja, you passed. The other judges looked confused.
What's going on? He only sang 1 line and it was over?
What's the background of this Suja that allowed the selfless goddess Yen to open the back door?
I've seen Suja's skills. I'll try to finish the preliminary exam before 7 o'clock. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. Yen Daiman smiled immediately. She knew that this was against the rules, but so what?
It was just a small act of willfulness. She dotes on her boyfriend, but is this song written for her?
Secret Code should be about her secret love affair with Suja. That's thoughtful.
Then can I leave?
Suja was also a little confused.
Yen Daiman nodded, yes.
I look forward to your performance at the party.
The selection for this welcome party is divided into preliminary and re-examination. Judging from the situation, Suja has already had the green light. It will also save trouble and find an opportunity to reward the senior. After saying thank you, Suja turned and left. Yang Chuxia and Sui-san knew about Suja's musical talent and did not think he would be eliminated. So Sui-san didn't ask him about the situation. Yang Chuxia asked as usual. How about it? It was an original song. I passed after singing 2 lines. Question mark. Yang Chuxia was a little surprised. This was too outrageous. Suddenly I was looking forward to the original work that Suja mentioned. Chapter 50, he won tea confess at the party, will he? After the issue of selecting the program for the welcome party was resolved, there were no more trivial matters to deal with. In the following time, Suja did not do anything else and peacefully relived his wonderful college life. This is probably the common idea of every time traveler or reborn person. What they want to relive is not the college classroom, but the carefree and unrestrained youth time. I resumed my morning run after neglecting it for half a month, and now I check in with Yang Chuxia on the playground at 6:40 every morning. Every few days, call out the cold and beautiful elder sister to exchange feelings. From time to time, I go to see my baby daughter Nan Nan and her mother. Brother Zhe, aren't you going to class again this morning? There are very few courses in the music and instrument class this semester. According to senior students, the intensity of the course starts in the freshman and sophomore years. Suja shook his head and continued playing the game he had just bought. As I said before, Suja wanted to relive the unbridled days in college. Half an hour later, Suja received a message on WeChat from Yang Chuxia, saying that he should skip fewer classes. It was not good to skip 6 or 7 classes out of 12 in a week, which made her feel a little embarrassed. In response, Suja thanked Yang Chuxia for her great kindness and promised to escape less in the future. In fact, he didn't want to skip classes, mainly because most of the current courses were basic courses, and in terms of skills, none of the teachers could compare to Suja. Such classes are pure jail time. He said a few words casually and continued to operate. After a while, the phone next to the mouse lit up again. He turned around and saw that it was a message from that beautiful girl Mi Weiwei. The content was quite interesting. It was obvious that she wanted to chat with him. Suja, it's time to eat the big melon. Suja didn't want to reply at first, but then he thought about it and realized that he had been neglecting her too much recently. He immediately replied, what do you mean? Mi Weiwei replied with a long paragraph, which must have been typed in advance. You know Dong Xiaoqian from our class? She was in a relationship with a sophomore composition student, but he took her away after just a few days. That guy was a scumbag. He broke up with her right after he got her. Dong Xiaoqian is such a slut. I heard she even knelt down and begged that guy not to leave last night. That's outrageous. I really don't understand what these women are thinking. They can't live without men, right? They don't even care about their dignity. If I ever fall in love again, I'll definitely make sure my boyfriend treats me like the boss. Suja first replied with a shocked panda emoji, then typed, maybe that guy has some special skills. What about you? With a teasing dog head. My second brother is invincible. I don't believe it. Mi Weiwei is a sea queen, and she might know more than Suja in some aspects, so Suja is much bolder when talking to her. Apart from anything else, it was really comfortable to chat with Hai Ho, and Mi Weiwei could catch everything Suja said. As they interacted with each other, the ambiguity grew stronger, even to the point of being a little intoxicating. To be honest, Suja felt that if he were to talk about a girlfriend, he might prefer Mi Weiwei, because she really understood him, and her free and easy attitude towards love was very much to his liking. She also doesn't want to make her relationship public because it will make it difficult to find her next partner. Unfortunately, it's a bit strong. Mi Weiwei suddenly changed the subject. I heard you were going to sing a new song at the welcome party, and you didn't even tell me. This is the brilliance of Mi Weiwei, she is always stirring up men's emotions. Really? I didn't tell you because I wanted to give you a surprise. Suja turned the tables. What kind of surprise? Mi Weiwei, who was in class at the time, put down her phone after sending this message. She was extremely happy and had some guesses that this original song must be about confession. She pushed aside her dark brown, slightly curly long hair that was hanging on the table, placed her right hand on the desk to support her delicate chin, and also placed a pair of shoe and eye who were several sizes taller than hers on the desk. This was more labor-saving. It was too much of a burden to bend over to play with the phone just now. After a long while, he opened his phone and continued to read Suja's reply. The first two words that caught my eye were code. These two words were like a sledgehammer, striking me Weiwei's heart hard. Sure enough, as she expected, this song was written for her. Judging from the song title, this code probably refers to Night of Confession, or his feelings.
For a moment, I couldn't stop feeling happy. Etc. What if Suja uses this song to confess his love to her at the welcome party? Should I accept or reject? Ni Weiwei suddenly realized this problem.
It is true that she has a good impression of Suja, but to be honest, she does not really believe in love, and she does not like high-profile relationships.
There are at least 1,000 or 2,000 people attending the welcome party. If Suja confesses his feelings on the stage, won't everyone in the school know about it?
When Ni Weiwei thought of this, she felt a little depressed again.
Suja didn't think too much about it.
Seeing that Ni Weiwei no longer replied, he sent a message to Yang Yang asking him to bring lunch and then continued playing games.
At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Suja walked out of the dormitory.
This class is piano class, and Suja basically skips this kind of instrument class. But there's no escaping today. Because Suja had never attended this class, the teacher found out and said that if he didn't come today, he would have to report to the college, which would not only mean failing the course.
Of course, the main purpose was to save Yang Chusha's face.
This class is held in a large classroom with two classes together.
As soon as I arrived, I chose a seat in the last row.
This kind of class is the best to slack off in, since it is a theoretical class after all.
The teacher was a middle-aged man named Yang with a small mustache on his chin. Is Suja here? Teacher Yang called the roll as soon as the class started. Suja stood up. Teacher, I'm here. Teacher Yang glanced at him dimly and said, Student Su, you are so hard to please.
This middle-aged teacher was quite humorous and caused a burst of laughter after he finished speaking. Then Teacher Yang said, Come, I've reserved a seat for you in the first row.
Please take a seat.
Suja scratched his head. If the teacher had been more firm, he could have refused. He is soft-hearted and does not respond to harsh words, so what Teacher Yang handed him was a soft knife. In the end, Yang Yang and the other two sat in the VIP seat while they were gloating. The school has just started and the piano class is still learning theory. There is an elegant piano on the podium. Teacher Yang sits in front of the piano with his hands naturally placed on the keys. Suja's seat gave him a clearer view. Teacher Yang's fingers were short and thick, and looked very powerful. He must be a master. Generally, people who are good at playing the piano and are talented do not have fingers as slender as people say on the internet.
In fact, slender fingers are a disadvantage. Because playing piano music requires certain finger strength, slender fingers are prone to lack of stamina. Teacher Yang's fingers moved, dancing on the black and white keys. Pleasant piano sounds came from the piano keys. However, Suja in the audience was happy. Because he was very familiar with this song, it was the piano version of Night of Confession. Chapter 51, Will-O-Wisp. It turns out that classics remain classics no matter where they are. Suja listened carefully to the piano version of Night of Confession. Teacher Yang's level was very good, not much different from his advanced level. When the song ended, Suja applauded enthusiastically like other classmates. No one came out and said it was his song. Suja likes to show off, but he likes to show off in a high-end way. Simply put, he won't go around proclaiming how awesome he is like Hal, saying that this song is his original creation. I prefer to let others discover it, and one day at some time someone will accidentally discover that Suja is the original creator and show an expression of extreme admiration. After receiving all kinds of compliments, Suja said lightly, Thank you for your recognition, it's just a casual work. After completing the pre-class performance, Teacher Yang started teaching as normal. He turned on the multimedia computer and found today's courseware. I forgot one thing. We haven't done today's review yet. Is there any student who would like to volunteer? University teachers are generally more casual in teaching, as long as they can complete the teaching tasks. After Teacher Yang finished speaking, she glanced at the full classroom with a smile. Well, no one responded. You guys aren't very active at all, so let's call the roll. Teacher Yang said as he took out the list given to him by the discipline committee, let's select the music performance class today, Suja. Hearing this, Suja's body trembled and he couldn't help laughing. He seriously suspected that the Teacher Yang with thick eyebrows and big eyes did it on purpose. But how could a little student defeat a majestic teacher? I had no choice but to stand up obediently. As soon as I started to stand up, Teacher Yang quickly told me to just sit down. Let me ask you a question today, Why is this course required for pianists?
Suja was a little surprised. He thought that teacher Yang would ask some tricky questions to embarrass him.
He is a nice person.
After thinking for a moment, he said, because the piano is the foundation of music composition, music theory, harmony, and work analysis, it is the best teaching tool in music teaching. The piano is comprehensive, whether in sight singing and listening training, vocal and instrumental music, harmony, or composition.
Suja answered casually. There was no punishment for asking questions in advance anyway.
Seeing Suja talking without pause, teacher Yang nodded with satisfaction. I didn't expect that Suja has such good basic skills.
After a pause, he continued, we'll continue the lesson next time. This time, you guys will come up according to your student numbers and play a few times to see how good you are. Class monitor, you will organize it.
After he finished speaking, Suja turned around to look for Yang Chuxia, and it happened that Yang Chuxia was also looking at him.
Aren't you organized? You are the squad leader, I am the deputy. After a brief eye contact, Suja stood up and faced teacher Yang's surprised gaze. Even though he was thick-skinned, he still felt a little embarrassed. Then inevitably came a few more teasing remarks. What can I say? I'm speechless, my family members.
The first person to go up was a quiet girl who chose this world-famous etude. After he finished playing, teacher Yang covered his thermos cup and said in a friendly tone, practice more on your 5 fingers.
Your fingers lack independence and flexibility in fast scales and arpeggios. Next one.
Your basic skills are barely passable, but lack suppleness. Keep your wrist relaxed and feel with your heart. In this way, teacher Yang would give brief guidance to each student.
Student Yang Chuxia. Soon it was Yang Chuxia's turn.
Old Yang could clearly feel a change in his attitude towards Yang Chuxia, which was very strange. Yang Chuxia smiled at Lao Yang and immediately sat on the chair. Teacher, I want to play the fantasy impromptu.
Old Yang nodded. This is a piece by Chopin.
The moment she sat on it, her temperament changed instantly.
Normally, Yang Chuxia has the image of a classical beauty, goddess, or fairy, but at this moment she has become a confident pianist, full of aura. Yang Chuxia's fingers were flying on the piano keys, and every note was full of passion and vitality.
His playing technique is astonishing, switching effortlessly between fast scales and complex chords while also bringing his own emotion.
Judging from the enjoyment on Lao Yang's face, it can be seen that Yang Chuxia's piano skills are not low. Ha, Chuxia has a solid foundation. Almost at the performance level, right? If you practice for a few more years, there won't be anything left for me to teach you.
Old Yang had a very high opinion of Yang Chuxia.
He looked at the others and said, Today I'm setting a rule in class.
If you can surpass Yang Chuxia in piano skills, you won't have to do homework in my piano lessons. You can come or not, and I'll give you a score of 95 or above on the final exam.
I mean what I say.
The point of this statement was clear, and everyone looked at someone at the same time. Suja touched his nose and sighed softly. He originally wanted to keep a low profile today, but old Yang wouldn't allow it.
Next one, Suja. Suja read out his own name. His student number was 26, right after Yang Chuxia. Hello, teacher. Courtesy is always appreciated, so Suja greeted him with a smile.
Old Yang smiled helplessly. In his opinion, Suja was a promising talent because he had such a good image and was a good candidate to enter the entertainment industry.
Therefore, I made up my mind to bring him back to the right path. Stop being so joking. What song do you want to play?
Suja sat and thought for a while before saying, Willow. Old Yang raised his thick eyebrows, obviously not expecting Suja to choose the song.
Will-O-the-Wisp is incredibly difficult. It's the most challenging of Liszt's 12 etudes, featuring a challenging double-stop technique that demands exceptional forearm flexibility. Rachmaninoff called it the world's most difficult etude, bar none.
Suja's voice was also heard by the students sitting there, and they all stared with wide eyes in disbelief.
Ha 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 ha. Even people from another class laughed mockingly.
They had been unhappy with Suja for a long time. Damn, he was so handsome, but he seduced all the girls in his class.
Yang Chuxia had some anticipation in her eyes.
She knew that Suja was talented. His violin skills were so high, so his piano skills, which were considered a must for music students, must not be low either. Suja glanced contemptuously at the people who were mocking him in the audience and didn't take them seriously. The song Willow is indeed difficult, but the visual impact of the showmanship is too strong, so if he wants to pretend, he has to do it thoroughly. Buzz. The fingers pressed down, and the first note jumped out from the keys. In an instant, Suja's temperament suddenly changed, as if he was a master who had been immersed in this art for decades.
Everyone in the audience suddenly fell silent.
Old Yang also sat up straight. The next moment, Suja's hand suddenly moved. The speed is so fast that the fingers flying on the keys are dazzling. The exciting piano sound is just like the title of the song, as warm, passionate and crazy as a will-o'-the-wisp.
It's like a tremendous thunder.
This. The whole audience was silent. The eyes of the group of people who had just mocked Suja were full of disbelief. Yang Chuxia was also surprised as expected. She could guess that Suja's level was not low, but she didn't dare to think that his level would be so high. If she was as tall as 3 floors, then Suja was at least as tall as 9 floors.
Chapter 52, Being Alone with My Lover. Yang Chuxia also knows the song Willows and often practices it during private practice, so she could better understand Suja's terrifying piano level. There is not a single substance in the entire song, not even a little bit. Moreover, as the music progressed, Suja's control of the force became more precise. The most difficult double tone technique of this piece of music was like an egg in a pot in Suja's hands, allowing him to flip and manipulate it at will. Genius. Absolute genius.
Suddenly, all the students in the 2 classes were shocked and excited, with madness and admiration in their eyes.
Oh my god, could the monitor be the reincarnation of Chopin, Liszt, or Mozart? Sister. I'm in love. From now on, Suja is my only boy. So cool. Rich, talented, and handsome. I'm so jealous. Hey, look, Lao Yang is confused. How funny. Really? I was shocked by Su Shen, huh?
Below the stage, Mi Weiwei stared at Suja blankly and was surprised by Suja again. My recognition of him rose again by several degrees. Putting aside money, talent is the best packaging for a man. If a plain-looking man can sing a good song, he will look more handsome and will not lack girlfriends. What's more, there is the talented Suja. At this moment, Suja was like a poison emitting a charming scent, making Mi Weiwei gradually addicted to it. In a trance, she felt that even if Suja confessed his feelings to her at the welcome party, it would be acceptable. Mi Weiwei happily turned around and wanted to share, but when she turned around, she saw the soft and tender little Jiang Qinghan looking at Suja infatuatedly. She was very unhappy with the longing look on her face. It felt like her treasure was being coveted by others. But seeing Jiang Qinghan's timid look, he felt no ill will towards her. After a pause, Mi Weiwei jokingly asked, Xiao Qinghan is so engrossed in watching this, maybe she has fallen deeply in love with your brother Su? When Jiang Qinghan heard this, her delicate face instantly turned red. He turned his head and met Mi Weiwei's eyes, then looked away unnaturally and quickly denied it. According to Jiang Qinghan's own observation, her brother Su seemed to be interested in Mi Weiwei, so she couldn't ruin his good fortune. But Mi Weiwei didn't care. She was confident that if she was with Suja, she could easily control him, and no one could take away her things. However, the two did not notice Sui-san, who was sitting at the innermost part against the wall. Her eyes were also fixed on Suja. On the podium, Teacher Yang stared for a long time, with a bright red wolfberry hanging from the corner of his mouth, which he had not swallowed yet. After the audience finally quieted down, he pointed at Suja with his trembling fingertips. Teacher Yang? Suja was very satisfied with Zhongdeng's reaction. Tremble, mortals, tremble for my talent. Old Yang trembled for a long time, and finally uttered 3 words. You're awesome. The classroom, which had finally quieted down, suddenly burst into laughter again. The 2 words Nobi and Shabi are truly the greatest linguistic creations of this century, and they can often serve as the finishing touch in many situations. Lao Yan didn't care about the noise from the audience. We were all artists, so we should be more active. He smiled and said to Suja, no wonder you didn't come to class. He seemed to know what Suja was thinking, and continued, don't worry, I keep my word. You can come to my class whenever you want in the future. Anyway, I don't have anything to teach you. Suja smiled. This teacher was really to his liking. He wished all teachers were so understanding. Did you attend the party? Lao Yang suddenly asked. Suja replied, I participated. Is it a piano solo? Old Yang really valued Suja's talent. He was truly a piano genius. At the age of 18, he already possessed performance-level skills.
His future was limitless. Piano is a Western music. Currently, there are only a few true piano masters in China who are recognized by the international community, lagging behind the world. At this moment, old Yang saw hope for revitalization in Suzhou. He wanted to push Suzhou to a higher stage. Suzhou shook his shoulders. It's a solo. Lao Yang was very surprised. Playing the piano requires stage experience. He has been in this circle for 20 or 30 years, but has never heard of the genius Suzhou, which means that he has never participated in any competition before. For example, Yang Chuxia was the runner-up in the Imperial Capital Middle School piano competition. Even without any stage experience, she can surpass him. You can imagine her talent. Suzhou roughly understood Lao Yang's thoughts. How should I put it? He was quite touched. There are many good horses but few good horse trainers. Unfortunately, he has the system as his good horse trainer. Teacher, you can go and have a look when you have time. You won't be disappointed. After saying that, Suzhou went downstairs. When he returned to his seat, he naturally took out his cell phone. Anyway, Lao Yang's decree has been issued, we can even skip classes, so what's the big deal about playing with mobile phones in class? Open WeChat and find Yang Chuxia, gauze. Roll eyes. Seeing Yang Chuxia's reply, Suzhou smiled. Then open the shovel. This little game is very good and very suitable for college students. Soon, after 5 games, it was time to end the get out of class. Lao Yang made a final statement before the get out of class ended. I have a general understanding of everyone's basic skills. In order for you to enjoy the practical classes later, I have decided to provide some support, with the more advanced students guiding the less advanced ones. Zhang Qinghan, let Suzhou teach you. Your piano skills are 0. As the class monitor, you need to put in more effort. If Zhang Qinghan fails the final exam, don't blame me. When Suzhou heard this, he looked at Lao Yang angrily, this old bidden. He actually used righteousness to pressure him. Forget it, Qinghan baby is also good to tutor him. Okay, Zhang Qinghan said in a cheerful tone, with a smile on his face. There are very few classes in the first semester of their first year of music performance class. There is only this one class this afternoon, and the get out of class ends at 3:40. There was nothing to do after class, so Suzhou simply called him to the piano room at school. Shanghai Theatre Academy is a nationally renowned art school with many piano rooms. Suzhou received the imperial edict from Lao Yang and took Zhang Qinghan to find an independent piano room in this teaching building. When I entered the piano room, there were 2 chairs in front of the piano. Suzhou sat down and looked at Zhang Qinghan, who was still standing there stupidly. He smiled dotingly and said, "Stupid, what are you doing standing there?" Oh. This was the first time the 2 of them were alone together. Zhang Qinghan behaved very reservedly and remained silent along the way, just following with his head down. At this time, the small piano room was very quiet. The faint fragrance from Suzhou's body was clearly audible, causing Zhang Qinghan's delicate cheeks to turn slightly red. Zhang Qinghan has soft and sweet facial features, fair and delicate skin. In terms of appearance, she is not inferior to Yin Daiman, Mi Weiwei, and the others. There is also a kind of feeling about her that makes people inexplicably want to protect and love her, like a ray of white moonlight shining into the world in the dark night. Looking at her pink little mouth, Suzhou couldn't help but want to bully her. Suddenly, he chuckled. Chapter 53, Zhang Qinghan and I are definitely not a couple. Zhang Qinghan let out a soft cry, and the pair of small hands wrapped by Suzhou subconsciously stretched back. Their bodies were almost pressed together, and Suzhou's hot breath blew on Zhang Qinghan's delicate neck. A layer of goosebumps appeared and the skin turned visibly red. I have sensitive skin. Suzhou smiled slightly and moved his profile closer again. You can be more direct when dealing with Zhang Qinghan because the 2 of you already have a special relationship. Moreover, Suzhou had long discovered that Zhang Qinghan really regarded him as everything. His lips were close to Zhang Qinghan's pink cheek, and there was a faint scent of milk. Looking at it from such a close distance, the fine hairs on Zhang Qinghan's young cheeks are clearly visible. She tied her hair into a neat ponytail today, which added a bit of agility and liveliness to her. Because the 2 of them were too close, Zhang Qinghan nervously blinked her eyelashes. In short, she is a shy girl. Don't move, I'll teach you step by step. Suzhou fiddled with Zhang Qinghan's white and slender fingers, spread out her 10 fingers and interlocked their fingers. Zhang Qinghan did not resist this, but just kept her eyes lowered,
biting her lower lip lightly, trying to hide her inner nervousness and anxiety. Although she was sitting shoulder to shoulder with Suja, she didn't dare turn around to look at him. She just glanced at him out of the corner of her eyes.
Of course, Suja noticed his lover Jiang Qinghan's nervousness, but he couldn't help laughing.
How could I, being so timid, have dared to serve him tea and water on the first day of military training?
TSK.
Hearing Suja's tisk sound, Jiang Qinghan suddenly raised his head and briefly met Suja's eyes. His lips trembled with pout, and his eyes were filled with stubbornness. Yes, am I too stupid?
No, you're very talented.
Yes, I will study hard. Jiang Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly lowered his eyes. Recalling his reaction just now, a faint blush appeared on his face again, as if the clouds under the sunset were dyed with rouge.
So cute. But, can you please stop looking at me? Jiang Qinghan was stared at by Suja's fiery eyes and couldn't calm down.
He organized his thoughts for a long time before he dared to say this.
Suja chuckled, why not look, my Qinghan is so pretty.
Hearing this, Jiang Qinghan lowered her head again, her round toes intertwined in her little white shoes, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up.
Suja's words made Jiang Qinghan feel like she had eaten a piece of honey.
The sweetness spread from the tip of her tongue to the bottom of her heart.
Because Suja said my Qinghan. Suja coughed lightly and decided to get to the point.
He was afraid that Xiao Qinghan would combust if he continued teasing her.
Come, let's first learn about the structure of a piano.
A piano is composed of components such as the keyboard, strings, action, and soundboard.
The keyboard has 88 keys, divided into black and white keys, with 52 white keys and 36 black keys.
Jiang Qinghan's family conditions were poor and she had no conditions to learn piano before, so her piano foundation was zero and Suja taught her from scratch.
After a brief introduction, Suja combined Jiang Qinghan's conditions and chose to teach the student in accordance with his aptitude.
Decided to start teaching from fingering.
The music chosen is for release, which is a must-learn for beginners.
Today we'll start with the finger lift exercise, raising your fingers as high as possible. Jiang Qinghan listened to Suja's words, raised her slender jade fingers as high as she could, and then brought them down forcefully to hit the keyboard.
Let me demonstrate.
Suja's fingers were very flexible and he moved slowly at first so that Jiang Qinghan could see clearly. After demonstrating several times, the speed of the finger movements suddenly increased, almost forming a line, but at the same time, the notes played were still clear and crisp, as fast as an afterimage.
Amazing. Jiang Qinghan's eyelashes were curved as she looked at Suja with admiration. 2 hours later. You can go to that piano room anytime.
I'll help you apply for usage rights later. After Suja taught Jiang Qinghan piano for 2 hours, he sent her back to the dormitory. Considering that Jiang Qinghan had little foundation and wanted to achieve results in a short period of time, she would need a lot of time to practice. In order to make her improve quickly, Suja decided to find director Wei of the college.
Yes. Jiang Qinghan nodded obediently.
Suja looked at her soft and cute appearance, and couldn't help but feel a surge of thoughts in his heart. He was very well behaved in the piano room just now, mainly because Jiang Qinghan looked so innocent, and bullying her felt like a crime. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, I worked so hard today, and you didn't even give me a thank you hug. After saying this, Suja thought that this shy girl would be shy for a while. Unexpectedly, she opened her arms wide.
Suja was stunned for a moment, then looked down and saw a strap on Jiang Qinghan's smooth back.
With a thought, he reached out and pulled it. The hug was brief, and Suja waved Jiang Qinghan back to the dormitory.
Immediately, I prepared to go back to the dormitory. Can.
The moment he turned his head, he was dumbfounded.
Senior. Suja gritted his teeth and greeted Yen Daiman.
Then he walked forward calmly. Yen Daiman's face was frosty at this time, and there was calmness in her beautiful eyes. The two looked at each other for a moment. The next moment, Yen Daiman turned around and walked away with her long legs. The moment she turned around, a trace of pain and disappointment flashed in her eyes. Looking at the senior sisters hurriedly leaving back, Suja couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. After thinking about it, he jogged to catch up with her. The moment he caught up with him, he didn't say anything, but just grabbed Yen Daiman's hand tightly and strode towards a place with few people.
Start from 0 frame.
Suja didn't let Yen Daiman open her mouth, he just lowered his head and kissed her soft lips.
Hiss. The next moment, Suja, feeling severe pain, was forced to separate. Yen Daiman's lower lip was stained with bright red blood, and his voice was filled with sorrow. Aren't you going to explain?
Seeing that it wasn't so easy to fool him, Suja sighed helplessly. Do you believe me when I say you misunderstood? I can guarantee that Jiang Qinghan and I are definitely not in a relationship, and it will never develop into such a relationship. Suja doesn't like to lie to women unless he has to, because once a lie is exposed, it will require countless lies to cover it up.
Here's what happened. Today, teacher Yang from the piano class asked me to give Jiang Qinghan some extra tutoring after class.
Since I'm the class monitor and my piano skills are pretty good, she and I just came out of the piano room.
When I came out, I thought I'd come see you and give you a ride. Yan Daiman was very disdainful of this statement and looked at Suja expressionlessly. So she hugged you to repay you?
Suja smiled bitterly upon hearing this, revealing an innocent expression. This hug was because I helped Jiang Qinghan on the first day of school.
Her family had some problems, and I gave her some money.
You know I'm not short of money, and since she's a classmate, then she hugged me directly to repay me.
I was also very confused. I really feel wronged.
Chapter 54, Senior Sister's Boldness. After saying that, Suja looked straight into Yan Damon's eyes. After listening to Suja's well-reasoned explanation, he looked at his determined eyes.
The anger in my heart immediately dissipated. Thinking carefully about what Suja said, it seemed to be true.
What I saw just now was indeed Jiang Qinghan suddenly hugging Suja. At that moment, Yan Daiman could see that Suja was confused. As the assistant of the music performance class, Yan Daiman had some understanding of the situation of Jiang Qinghan, the only one who had delayed reporting. I vaguely remember that the reason I gave for asking for leave was that something major happened in my family. It seems that Suja was really wronged.
After a moment of silence, Yan Daiman said stiffly, "Does it hurt?"
Suja's lower lip was covered in bright red blood, which was caused by Yan Daiman biting it in anger.
Pain.
Seeing this, Suja was delighted, but he immediately frowned and made a bitter face, trying to arouse the senior sister's sympathy. Looking at his lips that were still bleeding, a trace of guilt flashed through Yan Damon's heart.
Too impulsive, why don't you listen to Suja's explanation first?
She didn't put on airs and admitted her mistake frankly. I'm sorry, I took you to buy some medicine.
It looked scary.
As he said that, he was about to pull Suja to the infirmary. But Suja did not move at all, and exerted force with his backhand. No, I want you to help me disinfect.
Hearing this, Yan Daiman was stunned and didn't understand what he meant. Sudden. Start again at 0 frame.
He suddenly hugged Yan Daiman in his arms, covering Yan Damon's pink lips with her bright red lips. This time, Yan Daiman only put up a symbolic resistance before giving up. Suja easily pried open her pearly teeth, and his thick and powerful tongue wreaked havoc in another space. The fishy and sweet taste of blood further aroused the lust of the two. Perhaps out of guilt,
Yan Daiman completely let down his guard. Yan Damon's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. The little hand subconsciously tried to push Suja's hand away. But it didn't work. After a moment, Yan Daiman felt his body relax. It feels like returning to nature. This made her alert instantly. Relax.
Seeing that the senior sister was so alert, Suja spoke softly and caringly. Suja, who is proficient in advanced musical instruments, is also quite good at playing the pipa. Transformed into the pipa girl in Pipa Xing, she plays the pipa with ease and grace. Yan Daiman let out a soft moan. Feeling the increasingly excessive actions, Yan Daiman suppressed the trembling in his voice and said, Okay, we'll be discovered soon.
Shall we go outside?
Suja's eyes were red and he was getting emotional.
No, it's not convenient today.
Yan Daiman quickly shook her head to refuse. This was too fast for her. What she did today was completely beyond her ability to bear. Although Suja gave a good explanation for this matter, it still planted a thorn in Yan Damon's heart. Jiang Qinghan is very beautiful, the white moonlight type among all boys.
She doesn't believe that Suja is not moved at all.
So she didn't want to give herself away so quickly and wanted to investigate further.
Time reveals a person's true character. Suja was a little helpless about this. Isn't this just an excuse?
He didn't believe it would be such a coincidence.
Yeah, it's okay. I was talking about going out for a walk. What were you thinking about? I don't believe it.
A cunning look flashed in Yan Damon's eyes, and she raised her slender hand and extended her fingertips.
Poke down gently.
Suja subconsciously bent over and raised his hips. He didn't expect the senior to be so bold, but the touch at that moment was really great.
Your swelling is so big, I don't believe you just want to take me out for a walk. I'm going back first. Suja looked at the ugly appearance of his lower body, then looked at the graceful back of the senior sister who turned and left, and the seductive body hidden under the loose clothes. I couldn't help but sigh to the sky. Ah. I'm suffocating to death. He calmed down for a while before straightening his back and returning to the dormitory. Apart from the little benefit I received from my senior, today was generally unlucky. First, he was exposed by Lao Yang, and then he almost fell into trouble. Then there is an old saying that goes, misfortunes never come singly, if there is one, there will be two, and there will be three. Just then, Suja, who was lying in bed at night and communicating with his sisters, received the third bad news. Guo Zhuan told him the news. A post appeared on the school forum today. I don't know who posted it, but the title is quite attractive. A student union official abused his power and opened a backdoor for freshman Suja. The content roughly says that Suja wrote an original article that was worse than shit, and passed the test without taking the test due to some shady dealings. He also explained in detail that he only sang one line of lyrics during the initial audition, did not participate in the second audition, and did not participate in the rehearsal. The post concluded by emphasizing that even original songs written by junior and senior students in the composition department were rejected, yet an original piece by a freshman was passed without even being sung. It quotes classics and is very touching. It laments the darkness of the world and the loss of the future of Chinese music. This post had a great impact. Although it was deleted as soon as it was published, it was widely circulated throughout the school with the help of justice-minded classmates. One by one, people condemned Suja indignantly on the internet. It even reached the official website and the official accounts of Douyin and Weibo. One look at Dingjin. Suja looked at the composition students who were full of enthusiasm in the comments section and instantly understood the person behind this matter. Most likely, it's because their fragile glass hearts are unbalanced. When I opened the class group, I saw that many classmates were concerned about Suja and comforted him not to care about the public opinions. Of course, Zhou Xuetong is an exception. Because the classmates had already witnessed Suja's talent at Phoenix Manor. Suja replied uniformly, "It's okay, just a small problem." Then he left the class group. He really didn't take this matter to heart. For incidents like this, college students will only discuss them for a day or two at most, and they will no longer care about them after the novelty wears off. Especially for male compatriots, this kind of thing is not as attractive to them as their roommate saying, "I play walnut." But after thinking about it, Suja still sent a message to his cold girlfriend. Yan Daiman is also the center of public opinion on this matter. I wonder if it will affect her. But in fact, Yan Daiman was calmer than him. So the conversation changed from comfort to Suja's explicit chat. Time passed quickly, and the development of the post incident was just as Suja expected. After 2 days, no one was talking about it anymore. In the blink of an eye, it was Sunday, September 29th. Today is the day of the welcome party. Since today is Sunday, the school directly announced that there will be no classes tomorrow, Monday, in order to motivate everyone to participate. The day after tomorrow is National Day, so it doesn't make much difference whether we have a day off earlier or later. Suja and Sui-san were preparing to go on stage in the preparation area. According to the program order, Sui-san's program is right before Suja's. Sui-san's program is a solo dance, and her outfit is also carefully prepared for the performance. She wore a light and appropriate amount of makeup, with her thick golden hair naturally spread out. She wore a super short t-shirt and jeans, exposing a large area of her white body. She is definitely the most beautiful girl today. Chapter 55, Sui-san on the stage is full of charm. Roll. Sui-san let out a low growl of shame and anger. This damn scumbag Suja is really getting more and more outrageous. He actually pinched her round buttocks outlined by her jeans in public. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Sui-san gritted her teeth, raised her long white jade legs and kicked Suja hard. Seeing this scene, a smile immediately appeared on Suja's lips. Isn't this a benefit that comes right to his door? He took a step back and quickly grabbed Sui-san's ankle. When Suja touched the jade legs, his first feeling was smoothness, followed by firmness. Although the two were in a corner, their fight and playfulness still attracted a lot of attention. However, the two were classmates, and it was normal for college students to play around, so it was not very noticeable. Sui-san was grabbed by Suja's ankle and stood at a right angle, and a strange feeling arose in her heart. Why is it so spicy today? Suja moved his thumb to scratch the sole of Sui-san's foot and raised his eyebrows.
Seeing her hesitating, he took 2 steps back, wanting to tease her further. But at this moment, Sui-san, who was standing on one leg, lost her balance and fell forward.
Oh shit. Suja was horrified and rushed forward to support Sui-san. It would be bad if she got hurt.
Fortunately, Sui-san lost her balance towards Suja, so she was caught easily.
Are you okay? Suja asked with concern.
But all he got in response was a deep blush. He was a little confused at first, but the next moment Suja looked down and understood what was going on. It turns out it's this bad posture. At this time, Sui-san's 2 slender legs were in a split position. This is not the worst.
Well, there is a feeling of being on the verge of breaking up at any moment.
I looked around feeling a little guilty, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that everyone was getting ready for the performance.
Student Sui-san, it's your turn.
After Sui-san put her legs together, she scolded Suja as usual. When she heard the student union staff call out her name, she left a harsh word and walked onto the stage in small steps.
It's Sui-san.
Wow, Sui-san is so beautiful, and she has a great figure too. Slurp.
I've become a pouty lip.
When the students in the music performance class saw Sui-san appear on stage, they immediately became excited and shouted loudly to cheer for her. People from other classes and departments, especially the male students, immediately became furious when they saw Sui-san wearing hot pants, and the empty space was instantly filled with noise.
Sui-san is definitely the most beautiful contestant who appeared today.
In addition to her good looks, her fair, slender, tight legs and obvious waistline are her ultimate attraction. Those sitting in the front opened their eyes wide, and those sitting in the back tried their best to see more clearly. The performance began with applause and whistles.
Sui-san's dance is a jazz dance that she choreographed herself.
As the music started, her body danced along, and every movement was full of power and sexiness. The twisting slender waist is like a nimble water snake, soft and full of temptation.
The slender legs sometimes kick powerfully and sometimes bend gracefully, and each stretch shows the perfection of the leg lines.
Her golden hair seemed alive under the stage lights, her arms drew sexy arcs in the air, her fingers slightly bent, as if telling endless charm to the people in the audience. When the dance reached its climax, her movements became more passionate, the swing of her body became larger and larger, and she kept changing her postures, sometimes bending over and sometimes sticking out her chest, showing off her proud figure to the fullest. As the music gradually subsided, Sui-san's dance slowly came to an end and her movements became gentle. The music stopped, but the audience had already been captivated by her stunning dance. It was not until the host came forward that they burst into thunderous applause.
I love you, little sister. I have a brother who wants to ask if you are single. Goddess. Goddess. Sister, kill me. Sui-san dancing on the stage and Sui-san in daily life are completely different people.
At this moment, Suja seemed to have truly witnessed Sui-san's charm. In the past, he teased Sui-san only because of her looks, but now he wanted to get to know her more deeply.
After the performance, Suja took a deep breath.
He could also see Sui-san's performance backstage, but from a different perspective. There's so much more to see from his perspective. Next time, I must let Sui-san wear this dress and dance a song for him alone. It must be a great feeling. As he thought about it, Suja felt his pants became 3 points tighter.
That's bad enough.
In this state, the shaking pants can no longer restrain me. Just then, the host on stage read out the link. Thank you contestant Sui-san for lighting up the stage for us.
Next, let's welcome contestant Suja to perform his original song code. Hearing this voice, Suja was moved to tears. Can this go on stage? Please welcome Suja. Suja? The female host on the stage sounded a little anxious.
Listening to the constant shouting, he frowned, made up his mind, pushed open the curtain, and slowly walked to the center of the stage with his hands in his pockets.
It seems a bit arrogant, but there is nothing we can do about it.
In order to avoid showing off his supermodel physique in front of so many teachers and students, he could only pose like this.
Oh my god, is this guy really that good? Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Back then, I had my hands in my pockets and didn't know what a rival was.
Even though I haven't heard his songs yet, I already recognize him based on his entrance gesture.
Suja? This name sounds familiar. Are you a pig?
Suja is the shady contestant who caused such a big fuss a few days ago. There were rumors that he was the principal's son.
It seems they were right. He was still able to go on stage despite causing such a big fuss. That's right.
Those people in the composition department are so angry that their faces are turning green.
Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter.
As luck would have it, someone from the composition department was right next to them, and when they heard this, their faces turned red and green.
To be so arrogant while engaging in shady dealings is simply too much. I can tolerate my aunt, but I can't tolerate my uncle. Is that a draft? Get down. Eliminate the cancer in the school and give me back a pure campus. Are the school leaders idiots?
They let this shady contestant on stage.
Are you trying to ruin the Chinese music scene? I'm going to report it to the central government.
There is no doubt that these sounds were all made by students from the composition department.
Leader, please listen to my explanation.
The counselor sitting in the front suddenly changed his expression and quickly stood up to control the chaos. Suja still stood in front of the microphone with his hands in his pockets, hee.
Contemptuous jeers echoed throughout the venue.
Like a heavy hammer, it cruelly hit the heart of the composition students.
Jiang Qinghan looked worried. Isn't Suja really being punished for doing this? Suja's uncharacteristic behavior also caused Yang Chuxia to wonder, what is he doing? But Mi Weiwei showed an admiring look.
Actually, I really don't want to pay attention to the chirping of insects, but hearing them too much is annoying.
If you don't write songs, you'll see me like a frog in a well seeing the moon in the sky. If you write songs, you'll see me like a mayfly seeing the sky.
Suja's tone was very flat, with no joy or sadness and no ups or downs in his voice.
However, it is this kind of calmness that makes people even more vulnerable. Fuck. This guy is so sexy. King Bai. Meet the King Bai.
Suja's flamboyance caused laughter from the audience, which is very much to the taste of contemporary college students. Ignoring the cursing from the audience, Suja, who had successfully controlled the gun, stretched out his hands and pressed down 3 times with his palms facing down.
Music, start. Chapter 56, keep shouting. Ah, this guy is so funny.
Let's not talk about how strong this guy is, just his show-off skills have already made the goddess hot. The composition students in the audience saw Suja's gesture and looked at him coldly, clown. See how you're going to make a fool of yourself later. Although he had never been on stage, Suja was not at all nervous because he had strong strength to back him up. When the prelude sounded, Suja did not stand there stupidly.
This song is called Secret Code. I'll ask the geniuses in the composition department to correct me later. I'm dedicating this song to someone in the audience. I hope you like it. Yang Chuxia seemed to be thinking, who do you think he dedicated this song to? Hearing this, Mi Weiwei just smiled and said nothing.
Jiang Qinghan opened her cherry lips slightly, wanting to say something but stopping herself. In another area, Yan Daiman had a smile on his face. The prelude was about to end, and the first line of lyrics appeared on the big screen behind Suja.
You know what I want and what I want to do better than anyone else. I know everything you want to say and give.
On the stage, Suja took off the microphone and sang with his head down. The Cultural and Sports Center, which was noisy just a moment ago, suddenly became silent. Even the composition students were surprised. Subjective consciousness aside, there is nothing wrong with the prelude and the first line of lyrics of the code. If they were to write it, they probably wouldn't be able to finish it even after 10 years.
Could it be that Suja was not involved in any shady dealings? If he hadn't been involved in any shady dealings, wouldn't he have been liquidated?
The students in the composition department lost their previous arrogance and became nervous. On the stage, Suja continued to sing with emotion. A missed call with no message must be a sign of your loneliness and longing.
No one can guess this. This is our secret code. They can guess at will, it doesn't matter. Only by connecting to each other's signal can we have something to rely on.
Hearing this, Jiang Qinghan's expectant look disappeared and she smiled sweetly. She was sure that this song was written for her by Suja. The missed call refers to her relationship with Suja, and is a secret code between them. Suja is a good man, the best man in the world. At this moment, Jiang Qinghan completely understood why Suja never contacted her actively and never made excessive demands on her as a lover. It is because Suja loves her, and because he loves her, he takes care of her little inferiority complex. Suja continued to sing, I'm afraid that your heart will be broken and no one will help wipe your tears. Don't worry about right or wrong, as long as we feel right for each other. I'm afraid that your heart will be broken and no one will help wipe your tears.
Don't leave me.
Only with you by my side can my world be perfect.
Hearing this, Jiang Qinghan's eyes felt inexplicably sore.
It turned out that she was not being self-indulgent. She also has a place in Suja's heart.
Very nice. But you don't want to keep walking in the dark underground. You want to feel the wind, you want to be free, you want to hold hands and watch the sea together, wandering around the world. I'm afraid that you will be heartbroken and no one will help you wipe your tears. Don't worry about right or wrong, as long as we feel right for each other. I'm afraid that you will be heartbroken and no one will help you wipe your tears. When Suja sang this song, he referred to the singing style of King Joe in his previous life, combined with his own God-given voice, and achieved the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 3. In the sophomore music class area, Yen Damon's eyes were slightly red. I thought you would let me be your secret girlfriend for life. She remembered their first quarrel that day and the lip she had bitten. She slowly lowered her eyes. She didn't expect Suja to be so sensitive. I couldn't stop feeling guilty.
Sui-san, who had just returned to the backstage after the performance, shook her head and listened to Suja's beautiful music. He chuckled and said, "Forget it, for the sake of this song, I'll forgive him this time." Suddenly, Sui-san shook her head again. No, I have to find time to talk to Suja.
I said I don't want to be in love. These lyrics are really embarrassing. The world is perfect only with you.
I'm getting goosebumps. Everyone was enjoying themselves, except for the guys in the composition department who were suffering. Their counselor walked away from the leader, sweating profusely, and returned to his class area.
Pointing at the group of dejected students sitting down, he said, "Come on, why don't you keep yelling? You all think you're so great, don't you? You've completely lost face. Even I couldn't write this song, and you still have the nerve to accuse me of something shady. Go back and write a 10,000-word self-criticism each."
I'll tell you that the leadership is furious right now.
Write your self-criticisms thoroughly. This is the last time I'll protect you from punishment.
Faced with the counselor's criticism, the students who had been shouting just now were now embarrassed and ashamed, and they didn't dare to raise their heads. Just as Suja said, after learning music, seeing him was like a mayfly seeing the blue sky.
They all studied music. They may not be very good at writing lyrics and composing music, but they still have some appreciation ability. Even if one is going against one's conscience, there is nothing to criticize about Suja's song. The overall quality is still top-notch even if it is brought to the entertainment industry.
For them, it is simply a dimensionality reduction attack.
For a moment they even felt a little aggrieved. Why didn't you say you were so awesome earlier? You're making everyone look like a clown. Compared to the speechless students in the composition department, students from other majors had different expressions.
They were in a fun-loving mood, and seeing a pretentious show was already a gain, and this auditory feast was an unexpected bonus. Even the leaders in the front row were full of praise. The handsome old man in the middle smiled and said, "This song is interesting. If I'm not mistaken, the lyrics use radio terms like noise, interference, and weak signal to reinforce the theme.
Overall, it's a song that's catchy and flexible. Not bad, really good."
The second brother next to him said approvingly, "That's right, this song describes some details very well, and it can bring back some memories for the listeners.
It's limitless, limitless.
I'm afraid that you'll be heartbroken and no one will wipe your tears.
Don't worry about right or wrong as long as we feel for each other. I'm afraid that you'll be heartbroken. No one helps you wipe your tears. Don't leave me. Only with you can my world be perfect. You say you want to escape and run away. I am addicted to love and I can't let it go. Can I start over?"
The singing continued, and Suja had already opened his eyes. It was his first time performing on stage and he wanted to remember this moment.
Suja has an alternative collecting habit, he likes to collect firsts. He moved around smiling, interacting with the audience as he sang. Walk to the front of the meter class. The squad leader is awesome. The squad leader is so handsome.
Ha, call me the clown from the composition department.
Male god. The classmates in the class were very supportive and kept cheering for Suja. Suja responded with a smile. His eyes scanned. Greeted Yang Chuxia and Jiang Qinghan. And Suja frowned. Where is Ni Weiwei? Chapter 57, I want to confess. Where is Ni Weiwei? Suja looked at the empty seat with some confusion.
But I didn't think much about it, maybe he went to the bathroom. In the waiting area of the stage, Sui-san looked at Suja and listened to him singing, her pretty face flushed. Just now, before Suja sang, he said that this song was dedicated to someone. Others don't know who it is for, but Sui-san knows. Without a doubt,
it was definitely given to her. Isn't good brothers just a code word that belongs only to them? But the lyrics are too weird, right? Really, I said I don't want to be in a relationship. How can we be good friends in the future if we become so affectionate? Sui-san thought about it and gave up the idea of talking to Suja. If she went to Suja specifically to talk about this, it might make Suja a little embarrassed. But why am I a little happy? She felt so happy listening to Suja's beautiful singing that her heart was beating wildly. In order to see Suja more clearly, she couldn't help but tiptoe. Suddenly, a voice rang in my ears. Sui-san, is it too hot? Your face is so red. Turning around, I saw the female host in a dress. In an instant, Sui-san stroked her hair a little guiltily and nodded. Yeah, it's a little hot. As he said this, he fanned himself with his hands. Your performance just now was really wonderful. The female host was very good at finding topics. She looked at Suja on the stage again, with a hint of admiration in her eyes, and then said, Suja is in your class too, right? He's really talented, and he sings beautifully, with a great stage presence, like a superstar. He glanced at Sui-san and continued, you two really look like a perfect match, huh? Hearing this, Sui-san's face looked a little unnatural. He is indeed quite talented. On the stage, Suja's singing continued. He was extremely dazzling at this moment. At this moment, Mi Weiwei was also wavering in her heart. In Mi Weiwei's opinion, this song's secret code is dedicated to her, just like Night of Confession. She could find many resonances in the lyrics. Just like the first sentence at the beginning, you know what I want and what I want better than anyone else. I know everything you want to say and give. Isn't this what is said about the two of them? During their interactions during this period, they pulled each other and knew each other's feelings. If this sentence is a bit far-fetched, then Mi Weiwei feels that the sentence I want to feel the wind, I want freedom, I want to hold hands and watch the sea and wander around the world is written about herself. Because one night when they were chatting online, Mi Weiwei told Suja that she liked freedom, wanted to go to the grassland to feel the breeze, wanted to go to Weihai to see the bluevis, and wanted to travel around the world hand in hand with the person she loved. Suja wrote all of this into the song. Sure enough, he loves me so much. In the past, Mi Weiwei always thought that Suja didn't confess his feelings to her because he was trying to hold her back. After listening to this song, she completely understood that it was Suja who was worried and afraid. Just like what he said in the song, there are too many people and too many things roaring between us. Mi Weiwei didn't know what had happened to Suja in the past that had such a big impact on him that made him so timid. Looking at Suja shining on the stage, Mi Weiwei's eyes revealed a hint of determination. It doesn't matter. I don't care about your past, but I will always be here for your future. Mi Weiwei curled up the corner of her mouth into a smile, and made a decision that went against her principles in her heart. She wants to confess to Suja. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I will come to the mountain. After having this thought, Mi Weiwei stood up and left her seat. She is going to confess to Suja today. Go outside. Today, Mi Weiwei rarely put on heavy makeup. She is really good looking, and she looks natural even without makeup. But with makeup on, she is a textbook beauty with heavy makeup, which adds a sense of maturity to her. The outfit is very simple, a slim-fitting black sweater with alluring and surprisingly full curves, and a pair of high-waisted flared pants on the two beautiful legs. Just standing there attracted countless gazes. If it were any other time, Mi Weiwei would still enjoy this moment of attention, but now, she didn't care. A pair of beautiful eyes looked around, trying to see if there were any flowers. After years of experience at sea, I have learned that men enjoy surprises much more than women. Because many men may only receive a handful of surprise gifts in their lifetime. Especially flowers. Many men may never receive flowers in their entire lives except for wreaths when they die. Mi Weiwei couldn't help laughing when she thought of Suja's expression when he received the flowers she gave him on the stage. But where are the flowers? Mi Weiwei looked around and found no one selling flowers. She knew there was a flower shop in the school's commercial street, but it would take too long to go there and back, and Suja would have finished singing by then. Just when I was in distress, a man suddenly appeared. Guozhuan was holding a large bouquet of flowers, his hair neatly combed, and his white teeth showing. Weiwei, these are 99 red roses I picked myself in the garden today for you. Mi Weiwei's eyes lit up. What beautiful roses, will you give them to me? You are such a good person. After thanking him, he took the bouquet of flowers naturally. How much is it? I'll give it to you. Mi Weiwei certainly knew what Guozhuan meant by giving her flowers. If it were in the past, she would have accepted them naturally.
But now, Guozhuan and Suja are roommates. If she wanted to date Suja, it would not be good for her to accept Guizhun's flowers. It would be best to settle it with money.
No, no. Guozhuan quickly waved his hands, feeling a little depressed.
He wondered if Mi Weiwei would mistake him for a flower vendor. The look in his eyes when he looked at Mi Weiwei was somewhat obsessed.
In fact, Guozhuan had a secret in his heart.
When he saw Mi Weiwei for the first time, he fell in love with this confident, generous, and beautiful girl. Before, because of my roommate Wan Long, I had always buried this feeling in my heart. But after observing for such a long time, it was found that the probability that Mi Weiwei likes Wan Long is 0.
So he decided to be brave for once. Mi Weiwei opened her phone, found Guozhuan in the WeChat class group, and added him as a friend.
Guozhuan lowered his head, took a deep breath, and said what he had prepared. Weiwei, please allow me to call you that.
Do you know what the language of roses is? Slight? When Guozhuan raised his head again,
the beautiful figure just now disappeared without a trace at some point.
Chapter 58, Being brave once, but losing so completely. Great, there's still time. Mi Weiwei took small steps back to the Olympic Sports Center.
At this time, Suja's singing was just coming to an end. I really have to thank Guozhuan, otherwise where would I find such beautiful flowers?
After Suja finished singing, the two hosts walked onto the stage. Thank you, contestant Suja, for the amazing performance.
The female host pulled Suja aside and asked him to say a few words to the audience on the stage. This was a temporary decision made by the leading teacher because his performance was truly amazing and the school needed such outstanding talents. When Suja just took over the microphone, Mi Weiwei walked onto the stage holding 99 bright red roses under the gaze of thousands of spectators.
See this scene. Thousands of audience members in the audience cheered in unison.
I loved to stir up trouble when I was a student, especially when it came to relationships between men and women.
The busiest area is the music performance class. Frog Fun, the family was shocked.
Mi Weiwei actually sent flowers to Suja, and they were red roses. What a shame, the beauty is already taken, but I support Mi Weiwei and the class monitor being together, they are a perfect match.
What an enviable college love. The flower language of roses is love, so does Mi Weiwei like Suja? Guozhuan, feeling depressed, also returned to the lobby.
As soon as he entered, he saw this heartbreaking scene.
My head is buzzing. Take my flowers to Suja? Guozhuan's fair face turned pale and blue.
I clenched my hands tightly. I didn't expect that after finally being brave for once, I would lose so completely. Oh, Guozhuan, you're such a complete clown.
How despicable. Ha ha ha. Guozhuan laughed heartily twice and staggered out again.
The students sitting in the last row saw Guozhuan's abnormal behavior and whispered to each other.
Back on stage. The two hosts understood the atmosphere very well.
They saw a beautiful and graceful woman coming on stage holding a large bouquet of roses. Shichi put the microphone to his mouth. Wow, a beautiful woman is giving me flowers. Suddenly, there was another round of booing from the audience. As the protagonist, Suja was actually a little confused when he saw this scene.
What is going on?
My brain was working fast, it should be a simple flower presentation.
It can't be a confession, considering Suja's understanding of Mi Weiwei.
Mi Weiwei is a proud sea queen, and confessing in front of thousands of people is definitely not something she can do.
It does make sense when you think about it this way.
So Suja took the microphone, said thank you, took the bouquet, and prepared to leave, but he always had a bad feeling.
Mi Weiwei became a little anxious when she saw this. She took a deep breath and said, Suja, wait a minute. Suja paused and looked back at Mi Weiwei. What's wrong?
His temples were throbbing, and the sense of foreboding grew stronger. The female host's eyes rolled around, as if she smelled the scent of melon.
She handed the microphone to Mi Weiwei. Mi Weiwei held the microphone, her mind blank.
This was the first time in her life that she confessed to someone, and in front of thousands of people.
Nervous.
Suddenly, a sentence appeared in my mind, as if I had heard it somewhere.
So she blurted out, Suja, do you know what the language of roses is?
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent.
I was just guessing, but now it's confirmed. Fuck, Suja is so lucky. Such a gorgeous goddess actually pursues him. All the boys in the audience showed envy. Mi Weiwei is the girl that every boy dreams of having.
Her appearance is truly carefully sculpted by the goddess Niwa, and her figure is the type that all women envy. Plump yet light, fat where it should be fat and thin where it should be thin.
The plump curves and slender waist form a perfect waist-to-hip ratio, and she also has a charming aura.
If we were to look for a prototype in history, perhaps only Bousy, who played tricks on the princes by lighting beacons, and Dodgy, who brought disaster to the country and the people, could be compared to her.
Everyone was laughing, except Jiang Qinghan, Sui-san, Yen Daiman, and Suja.
Suja twitched his lips.
Why is this happening? What's wrong with you, Mi Weiwei, today? Where's your pride as a goddess? The first thing Suja did was look towards Yen Daiman's position, and coincidentally, his eyes met hers. What does it mean when Yen Daiman supports his chin?
At this moment, Suja was in a state of confusion.
But the reality didn't allow him to think too much. Because Mi Weiwei was still waiting for his answer. If it took too long, she would be embarrassed. But how to answer? If this problem is not handled properly, we will really be in trouble.
My brain started racing again. Suja smiled slightly and replied, "The red rose symbolizes passion, devotion, ardent love, and I love you. It is a classic symbol of love and is often used on Valentine's Day, anniversaries, confessions, proposals, and other occasions."
How do you think this answer is standard?
This is the solution Suja thought of to break the deadlock.
The more standard the answer, the better.
Mi was slightly startled. The whole place fell silent again. Yen Daiman in the crowd smiled again. Anyone with a little emotional intelligence would know that Suja was politely rejecting Mi Weiwei.
Who would give such a standard answer? Most people would just say "I love you" directly.
As for Suja, he seemed distant when answering.
The audience in the audience didn't understand, and even the leaders present didn't understand.
They didn't understand why Suja would refuse the confession of such a beautiful girl.
He really is a Sigma man, right?
The two hosts on stage were also a little embarrassed. They had just thought they were going to witness the birth of a perfect couple, but unexpectedly.
Suddenly, Mi Weiwei said again with a smile on her pretty face, "Ha, what a good answer."
After saying that, she turned around and walked off the stage, her posture still as confident and generous as usual.
The audience in the audience looked at this sudden change and were confused. So, did they misunderstand just now? In fact, Mi Weiwei was just giving flowers, not confessing her love. Because they didn't see anything unusual on their faces. Especially Mi Weiwei, if she really was rejected after confessing in front of so many people, how could she be so calm? Mi Weiwei walked to the corner and suddenly heard someone calling her. Mi Weiwei.
Looking back, it was Sui-san, who looked youthful in hot pants.
Sui-san took a few big steps, then jumped down the stairs and came to Mi Weiwei, and said with a concerned look, Are you okay?" At this time, Sui-san didn't know what to say. Fine. Mi forced a smile and started moving again. How could it be okay?
At that moment, anger, humiliation, regret, and other emotions filled Mi Weiwei's heart.
It's shameful, so fucking shameful. I've never been so embarrassed in my life.
The only time I was brave, but I lost so completely.
At this moment, Mi Weiwei just wanted to escape from here, and even wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into.
If God gave her another chance, she would never do such a stupid thing again.
If she could be reborn, she would also let Suja experience the feeling of being treated like a clown. Suja walked off the stage behind Mi Weiwei.
The first thing I did was to send a message to Yen Daiman.
I don't know what happened today.
I'm going to go check on Mi Weiwei, worried she might do something stupid.
Yen Daiman quickly replied, "It's okay, I believe you, go ahead." Yen Daiman put down his phone, smiled, and continued watching the show. Where did Mi Weiwei go? Suja asked Sui-san.
This time, Sui-san did not mock Suja, but pointed in the direction where Mi Weiwei left and spoke.
Chapter 59, okay, I promise you. The moment you walk out the door.
Mi Weiwei could no longer suppress her emotions, and the endless grievances in her heart turned into tears. The street lights were dim at this time.
Mi Weiwei walked aimlessly until she came to an artificial lake in the school.
She sat on the steps and looked at her reflection in the calm lake.
Is this me? Mi Weiwei looked at her own reflection and couldn't believe it.
It turned out that even someone as proud as her could cry so sadly.
Suja, you bastard.
Mi Weiwei hugged her long legs with her arms, feeling aggrieved but unable to vent. It turned out that she had been being sentimental and self-touching all along.
Like a clown, he thought that since Suja didn't confess, Mi Weiwei took the initiative to confess, which moved him to death. If you ever fall for a man again, I'll be a dog. Mi Weiwei swore secretly in her heart. Suddenly, a tissue was handed over.
Still in tune with each other. Mi was slightly stunned, raised her tearful eyes, and suddenly panicked.
Are you satisfied with the way I am now? Mi Weiwei quickly wiped the tears from her face.
She didn't want the person who started it to see her in such a miserable state.
Suzha shook his head and sat next to her. Don't move. Mies but stopped moving subconsciously.
Suzha unfolded the tissue, gently wiped Mi Weiwei's tears, and then said softly,
I'm sorry. I beg you not to be angry. I didn't mean to reject your confession just now.
It all happened so suddenly. You know, I don't like having my private life noticed, especially when it comes to relationships.
I especially don't like too much attention. It makes me feel uncomfortable.
How about this, we can date secretly from now on. I think you'd like this kind of relationship, right?
Mi Weiwei was stunned for a moment.
She suddenly raised her head and looked at Suzhou in disbelief, her seductive lips trembling slightly.
The opposite of Tiangang. Isn't that her word? Why, you don't want to? Suzha asked again. He had already made up his mind. If Mi Weiwei agreed, they would talk about it first. If not, he would have no choice but to let Mi Weiwei go. Because his current decent girlfriend is a senior, and she trusts him very much. Okay. Mi's trembling lips stopped and a smile appeared. She finally saw clearly that Suzha was a scumbag, a complete scumbag.
She said she didn't like making her relationship public. She was very familiar with this tactic and she said it a lot when she was raising fish. The reason for agreeing to Suzha was because he was unwilling to give in. She wants to get back her lost dignity. She wants to make this bastard fall deeply in love with her, and then abandon him cruelly. This is the only way to avenge the hatred in my heart. Little fool, don't give me such a surprise again in the future. It's a shock to me. A smile appeared on Suzha's lips. He naturally reached out and took Mi Weiwei into his arms, gently patting her shoulders to comfort her. Mi Weiwei frowned slightly and subconsciously wanted to push the Sea King away. Mi Weiwei, who had now regained consciousness, analyzed Suzha's words rationally. The so-called unwillingness to make the relationship public is definitely due to the desire to remain together forever. Humph, let us compromise for now, and then find a suitable opportunity to burn down Chibi. After thinking it through, Mi Weiwei blinked a few times, making her charming eyes a little more hazy, and she looked pitiful. In a tone of grievance, he said, I'm sorry, I was impulsive. I thought you wouldn't like me. Hiss. Mi Weiwei's look at that moment deeply struck Suzha's heart. I believe many people will understand this feeling in a woman's heart. Yes, that's how he feels now. Only then did Suzha finally breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, he still didn't want to let Mi Weiwei go. This was the result he most wanted to see. Suzha played with Mi Weiwei's little hand and said, It's okay. Love is uncontrollable, I understand. Sometimes it's like this when you're intoxicated. For example, I want to kiss you right now, but the difference between you and me is that I will hold back because I'm afraid it will scare you. After saying that, one could feel that the resistance of the jade hand in Suzha's hand had decreased a lot. The dragon people always like to reconcile and compromise. If he had said he wanted to hold hands at the beginning, Mi Weiwei might have felt that it was inappropriate, but he mentioned kissing first, so in the end he had no choice but to compromise. Baby, your hands are so small. Suzha looked at the hand in his hand that was as soft as jade and with fingers as green onions and commented. Ha, isn't it nice to be completely covered by you like this? Mi Weiwei has regained her former self, returning to her original rational and wise self, teasing Suzha's emotions. Suzha raised his eyebrows and spread out his 5 fingers. Really? Come and open them and compare. Mi Weiwei didn't suspect anything and opened her palm cooperatively. However, the next moment, Suzha actually inserted his finger into the gap between her 5 fingers. Fingers intertwined. You are so good, Mi Weiwei sneered in her heart. She was really blind at the time and didn't recognize the true appearance of this bastard. I must have been mesmerized by the song Night of Confession at first. Mi Weiwei frantically reviewed the situation in her mind. She continued, Suzha, so are we boyfriend and girlfriend now? Suzha pretended to be thoughtful, then said, I don't think so. I think it lacks a sense of ceremony. Mi Weiwei felt very disdainful of what Suzha said. Without even thinking about it, she knew that the sense of ritual this bastard was talking about must be a kiss and a hug. For the sake of future achievements, just treat it as being bitten by a dog.
Immediately, Mi Weiwei showed a shy expression. What sense of ceremony? Close your eyes.
Mi Weiwei cooperated and closed her eyes. Her plump red lips were slightly parted, looking particularly alluring in the dusk.
10 seconds later. Open your eyes.
Mi opened her eyes slightly in confusion. She didn't expect that Suja didn't kiss her even though she was ready. However, the moment she opened her eyes, a look of surprise appeared on her pretty face.
Suja was holding a beautiful necklace in his hand, sparkling, which really hit her aesthetic point. Where did he get the necklace? At this moment, Mi Weiwei was full of doubts. Did I really blame Suja wrongly? In fact, he really doesn't like to make his relationship public. In fact, he also plans to confess his feelings to himself today. And I ruined Suja's plan?
At this moment, countless questions flashed through Mi Weiwei's mind.
What's wrong? Don't you like it?
Mi Weiwei came back to her senses and nodded. No, it's very beautiful, I like it very much. When Suja heard this, he patted his chest in relief. I was so scared, I thought you didn't like it. I picked this necklace for a long time, let me put it on you.
Mi Weiwei lifted up her dark brown curly hair, revealing her fair swan neck. Suja moved closer and gently put it on her. Mi Weiwei looked at the handsome face so close to her, feeling dazed. Is Suja just teasing her, or is he serious? Chapter 60, Baby, I'll touch you. Smelling the fragrance on Mi Weiwei's body, Suja smiled.
As clever as he was, the jewelry he carried with him came in handy. As a scumbag, he should carry small items such as tissues with him, but Suja is even more sophisticated. Usually when I go out, I will carry some exquisite and beautiful small items with me, like this necklace.
Because you never know when the right time to confess will come. TSK, my girlfriend is so beautiful.
I'll buy her a better necklace when I get the chance.
This one doesn't look good enough for you.
Hearing this praise, Mi Weiwei felt as if she had eaten honey in her heart, but she suppressed the corner of her mouth that was about to turn up. I don't believe it.
If you really think so, why did you just? Ugh.
Mi Weiwei's voice was interrupted because Suja suddenly kissed her red lips.
Ha, you bastard, he's still lusting after her body. Mi Weiwei felt disdainful. But this kiss feels good. My heartbeat inexplicably quickened, making me feel a little uneasy. Suja has superb kissing skills. As the queen of the sea, Mi Weiwei didn't want to appear too naive. Thinking frantically about the information I had read before. Recalling how they kissed. Well, that seems to be the case.
Mi Weiwei closed her eyes slightly, hooked her hands around Suja's neck, and stuck out her pink tongue to respond to Suja's crazy tongue.
After a few rounds, Mi Weiwei's body was already a little weak. Baby, you're so hot.
Their lips parted, and Suja touched Mi Weiwei's delicate body. Her body temperature had risen several degrees compared to usual. He was a little surprised.
He didn't expect that Mi Weiwei would have such a special situation. Mi Weiwei did not answer Suja.
Because her eyes were still a little blurry at the moment.
So this is what kissing feels like. No wonder books always use all kinds of beautiful words to describe it.
Mi Weiwei was a little greedy for this feeling, and her body was surprisingly soft.
Falling into Suja's arms, I actually felt a little comfortable.
Suja looked at the beauty in his arms, and ripples began to form in his heart. One hand held the back of her head while the other began to wander. Start from the slightly delicate and plump neat leg. Suddenly, Mi Weiwei found strength from nowhere and held down Suja's hand.
Satyr. Suja raised his eyebrows slightly, he was playing hard to get.
Judging from the kiss between the two just now, Suja thought that Mi Weiwei must also have experience, otherwise how could she be so skilled? But it's better this way, as his sense of guilt has eased a lot.
Baby, I just want to touch you, nothing else.
Mi Weiwei wanted to refuse, but Suja had already broken free from her hand.
Thump 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 thump. Suddenly, Mi Weiwei's cell phone rang.
So he quickly broke free from his embrace and stood up with his legs clamped together.
It's okay, what can happen to me? I'm back now. Mi Weiwei answered the phone and said a few words.
It was Yang Chuxia calling. I'm afraid that Mi Weiwei might get upset and something unexpected might happen.
Yang Chuxia is really a perfect partner. She is very thoughtful and has high IQ and EQ.
Suja felt sincerely moved in his heart.
Then go back now and don't let your roommate worry.
Suja took the initiative to say that when communicating with women, you can't be too flattering and make the other party think that you are addicted.
Seeing that Mi Weiwei didn't say anything, he stepped forward and scratched Mi Weiwei's nose. We are in an underground relationship. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, I won't send you back. In fact, Suja was afraid of meeting Yin Daiman again. Well, okay then. Mi Weiwei thought she had to show her reluctance. But it seems that there is no need to show it deliberately. I feel reluctant to part with you naturally in my heart. Suja looked at Mi Weiwei with the corners of her mouth turned down, walked forward and hugged her, and the two of them were tightly pressed together. Mi Weiwei is 1.7 meters tall and Suja is about 1.8 meters tall, but Mi Weiwei is wearing 7 or 8 centimeters high heels today. The two of them hugged each other, and their heads were not much different. Just happened to come across it. Mi Weiwei was very sensitive at the moment and could naturally notice Suja's little movements. After hugging for a while and then separating, Mi Weiwei reached out and poked Suja's penis as if possessed by some unknown force. Hiss. Suja took a breath of cold air. Mi chuckled slightly. Not bad, there is something. Suja looked at the graceful figure leaving, and had no place to vent his anger. No, I can't let my good brother suffer anymore. It's so hot, I urgently need spring water. Suja gritted his teeth and thought about his next plan. He now has 2 girlfriends, and his senior Yin Daiman is more attractive to him because she is still a virgin. But the difficulty also becomes higher accordingly. As for Mi Weiwei, judging from her current performance, it shouldn't be that difficult. Fuck. There was a fire in the dormitory? Suja calmed down by the lake for a while and then walked back to the dormitory. As soon as I opened the door, I coughed several times at the pungent smell of cigarettes. Entering the dormitory is like working in heaven, surrounded by fairy mist. Yang Yang saw Suja coming back and hurriedly grabbed him. Brotherja, please try to persuade them both. Suja looked over and saw that the 2 brothers Guozhuan and Wang Long were on the balcony. There are 3 chairs, 1 for each person to sit on. On the middle chair is an ashtray and a cup of erguotu. The ashtray was already covered with cigarette butts. Suja frowned. He had never known that they smoked before. But after thinking about it, I still went to the balcony. After all, the 2 of them were so depressed, it went without saying that it was because of Mi Weiwei's confession to him. However, Wang Long is Mi Weiwei's diehard licker, so it's okay if he's sad. But what's the matter with you, Guozhuan, standing there like a dying man? How is it? Suja asked after a pause. Wang Long's voice was a little hoarse. Dizzy, I feel so dizzy. Come on, keep drinking. Guozhuan raised the water jar. Suja let out a breath. How could he not feel dizzy? He smoked so many cigarettes and drank so much white wine. It would be amazing if he didn't faint. Seeing that the 2 men were already unconscious, Suja was too lazy to persuade them anymore. In love, it's normal to be a little bitter. Anyway, with him and Yang Yang around, nothing will go wrong. Suja opened the glass sliding door of the balcony completely, and then opened the dormitory door to enhance ventilation. Otherwise he was afraid of choking to death in the dormitory. Baby, National Day is coming, have you thought of a gift for me? As soon as Suja sat down, he heard Yang Yang sending a voice message. Curiously, he leaned forward and asked, what are you doing? Yang Yang chuckled and was about to reply to Suja when his phone rang again. It was a female voice, and the voice was quite nice, but a little sad. Huh? Didn't I just give you a pure gold mooncake during the Mid-Autumn Festival? Why are you giving you another one during the National Day? Yang Yang, this is a sense of ritual. Isn't it right to give me a gift as a commemoration on every special holiday? I told you that my roommate's girlfriend gave him a red flag made of pure gold. Suja was dumbfounded watching from the side. He looked at Yang Yang strangely. He actually had a master. After sending the message, Yang Yang turned to Suju and said, Brotherja, don't get me wrong. My girlfriend is a boxer I met online. I had nothing to do during the summer vacation, so I wanted to tease her. I didn't expect her to fall for my PUA. It really made me laugh to death. Suja listened with great interest. I didn't bother with his business. This is called If We Reversed Our Roles, I'd let you see what true cruelty is. Chapter 61, Good brother, you are so nice. This year's welcome party has ended. Overall, the most profound impression left by this event was not a particular program. Instead, Mi Weiwei confessed to Suja. This incident has been uploaded to Douyin by bored college students, and after fermenting overnight, it has become a small hot search.
Most people were scolding Suja for wasting his talent, saying that he was too young to know how difficult it was to find a girlfriend, and that he would be more obedient in the future. Of course, there are also some people who worship Suja and regard him as the ancestor, and ask him to open a class. At the same time, careful netizens also discovered Suja's talent. Suja came into the public eye with his singing of Secret Code at the welcome party and Look at the Girl across the street some time ago. There are also some voices saying that the popular song Night of Confession was also created by Suja, because these audio sources have been uploaded to the platform. The signatures are all Suja. Suja was labeled a talented person. Of course, Suja didn't care about these and ignored them, because he is now replying to Aunt Su's message. When he woke up this morning, he saw that Su Yunshu had sent him a message. Xiao Su, why did you refuse? The girl you confessed to is so beautiful that even my heart is moved. When Suja saw this message, he was very happy, because this shows that Su Yunshu is always paying attention to him, and the message he sent must be a test. Suja replied, I don't care about looks when it comes to relationships. If I accept someone just because they're pretty, doesn't that mean I'm too casual? And I think you're prettier, Sister Su. If I follow that logic, should I agree just because you want to be my girlfriend? Su Yunshu replied quickly, you're making fun of me again. Forget it. It seems that your standards are quite high. I really don't know if you can find your destiny in the future. Actually, I've already found it. I should say it's destiny sent to me by God. Did you hear the song I sang at the party? Don't worry about right or wrong, as long as we feel it is right. Suja turned on the voice chat and sang. This time, Su Yunshu's reply was much slower. After a long time, I received a reply, what are your plans for the holiday? I want to take my daughter out to play during this long vacation. Do you want to come? My daughter asked me to ask. Well, I'll come over as soon as I finish something. Suja was chatting with Su Yunshu in a good mood, and it seemed that Su Yunshu's heart was about to be moved. As he was smiling, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. There was a pungent smell of tobacco mixed with the smell of white wine. You? Suja raised his head and looked at Guozhuan and Wang Long, both of whom had gloomy faces, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Wang Long said, are you chatting with Wei Wei? Suja was about to answer no, but Wang Long interrupted and continued. Suja, you know, I've liked Wei Wei for 3 years, 3 whole years. I'm willing to do anything for her. I came to this school for her, but why did you reject her? Suja was speechless after hearing this. Do you like me to agree to her? No. It's not. Wang Long said quickly. Suja looked at Wang Long's conflicted expression and roughly understood that he had licked too deep, even to the point where he was willing to push Suja from behind. Turning to look at Guozhuan, he said, I understand why Wang Long is so sad, but what's wrong with you? Are you also Mi Wei Wei's liquor? Guozhuan, who had already woken up at this time, only reacted after Suja said this. He hesitated for a long time. Wang Long glanced at Guozhuan and patted him on the shoulder. It's okay, brother. It's not something you can't express your love for Wei Wei. I won't be angry. This just shows how charming Wei Wei is. Then he said to Suja, thank you, brother Jia. You are really considerate. You rejected Wei Wei for my sake. Thank you. Yes, in Wang Long's opinion, as long as the man is of normal sexual orientation, there is no reason to reject Mi Wei Wei. And Suja must have done all this for his sake. That's very polite. Okay, let's log in. The atmosphere is quite awkward. Suja pulled the two of them into the account and played the game, and they were no longer sad. They played until noon and then started packing their luggage. Tomorrow is a long vacation, and some people in Suja's dormitory are going home, while others are going out to play. Suja sent a message to Mi Wei Wei. Suja had already made the contact last night. His first girlfriend Yen Daiman was going home this holiday, so he made an appointment with Mi Wei Wei. As for the destination, it is Jin Yuan, a new property purchased by Suja. And the purpose? An hour later, Suja met Mi Wei Wei in a small coffee shop outside the school. Today, Mi Wei Wei is wearing a black knitted tank top with her belly faintly exposed, and blue shorts on her lower body. She has a round butt and a protruding nipple, which makes her look extremely sexy. Her white neck was still wearing the necklace that Suja gave her. I ordered it for you. Suja handed Mi Wei Wei a half cup of iced coffee. Thanks. Suja pressed the car key, and the cool scissor doors of the Apollo IE's super sports car parked on the side of the road opened automatically. "Princess, please get in the car." Chuckle, chuckle. This kind of words are quite awkward, but when Suja said it, it made people feel comfortable. The cool Apollo parked on the roadside became a focus, and many people stopped to watch. When they saw Suja inviting Mi Weiwei to get in the car, all the men and women around were amazed and envious. Especially some women who stopped, they had some purpose in mind. When he saw Suja, it was like seeing Tang Monk's flesh, and his eyes were emitting green light. But the moment he saw Mi Weiwei, he felt discouraged again. There was no comparison in appearance, no comparison in figure.
Mi Weiwei naturally noticed these glances and whispers.
Although her face was cold, she felt an irrepressible sweetness flowing out of her heart. Suja's attention made her feel that Suja really loved her. "Weiwei, there will be a talent show after this holiday.
Do you want to participate?"
After getting in the car, Suja said.
Mi was slightly stunned. "How do you know?" "This is held by my company. No one else knows about it."
"I'm only telling you because you're my girlfriend."
Mi Weiwei was delighted when she heard this. "I'll think about it. I don't really like participating in talent shows, but if I do, you should let me in through the back door, right?" "Of course, you are my woman." Mi Weiwei was a little dazed.
It seemed that the feeling of being valued and pampered by others was really good.
"Suja doesn't look like a scumbag today. Could it be that because Suju and I are in a relationship, and because he has such an outstanding girlfriend like me, he has changed his mind?"
Mi Weiwei thought so in her heart. This reason is also very convincing. After all, I am a super goddess.
Chapter 62, Baby, you are so beautiful today. Half an hour later, we finally arrived at Jinyuan.
The large flat that Suja purchased in full came with 2 parking spaces. After parking the car, Suja said to Mi Weiwei, who got out of the car, "Baby, help me get something from the trunk."
"Oh." Mi Weiwei unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car.
She walked to the car window and waved to Suja to open the hood.
"You're not taking the Smurfs, are you?"
Mi Weiwei was thinking about it, because in her impression, Suja was a lustful man. But, the moment the hood of the car was opened,
she was completely stunned.
Looking at it in disbelief, countless surprises and emotions blossomed in his eyes.
Suja actually filled the entire space with flowers. Red, white, pink, blue, a colorful sight.
In the center is a bunch of bright red roses, with a sparkling diamond ring standing on the roses. Smelling the rich fragrance and looking at the shining ring, Mi Weiwei felt as if she was drunk, a little dizzy, and her whole heart seemed to be melting. Although people's evaluation of diamond rings has dropped a lot in recent years, it is said that giving a diamond ring is not as good as giving a gold ring.
But which woman can refuse this diamond ring as big as a pigeon egg? Why are you still standing there? Do you want me to bring it to you?
At some point, Suja got out of the car, stood behind Mi Weiwei, and gently reached out his hands to hold her delicate body in his arms. While the 2 bodies were pressed tightly together, Suja rested his chin on Mi Weiwei's shoulder. His mouth was very close to her transparent earlobe, and he whispered softly,
"Weiwei, thank you for the 99 roses yesterday. Today I'm giving you 999 roses, which means I'll treat you 100 times better in the future."
After saying that, Suja separated from Mi Weiwei's delicate body and took off the diamond ring from the red rose. Kneeling on one knee, 999 roses are my apology to you, and this diamond ring is my belated confession of love to you.
Are you willing to accept my apology?
After saying that, Suja looked at Mi Weiwei affectionately. Routines have always been used to win people's hearts.
Suja knew very well that rejecting Mi Weiwei's confession on the stage yesterday would definitely leave a shadow on her. There may even be a gap between the two of them.
Based on Suja's understanding of Mi Weiwei, the reason why she still wants to be Suja's girlfriend may be that she is thinking of taking revenge on him in the future. Suja wanted to eat, so he specially prepared this.
Women are emotional creatures.
They hold grudges very well.
Sometimes they will remember every little thing in life for a long time and bring up old things when they quarrel.
But they are also very forgetful, especially when they are emotional. They are like idiots with an IQ of 50.
Thank you for the surprise. Mi Weiwei was a little choked up at this time.
She had never expected such a scene.
Suja took Mi Weiwei's delicate hand and put the huge, sparkling diamond ring on her middle finger.
He immediately stood up, took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped her tears. Both of us wiped away our tears, but yesterday was painful and today is happy.
After wiping, Suja hugged Mi Weiwei tightly again, and said softly, "Did you ask yesterday what the meaning of roses is? Now I tell you, red roses represent my love for you, I love you, pink roses represent innocence and shyness, white roses represent purity, blue roses represent true love and miracles." Suja said this and suddenly paused. Then he added, "I love you." At this time, Mi Weiwei was completely speechless. Her breathing became increasingly irregular and her mind was blank. Suja could clearly feel the abnormality in Mi Weiwei's body. Suddenly, Suja took Mi Weiwei's almost transparent earlobe into his mouth and bit it gently with his hard teeth. "Stick out your tongue. Lick it." Mi Weiwei snorted softly and did not reject Suja's behavior. Suja was secretly happy. It's settled. So he kissed Mi Weiwei's earlobe all the way. Inhaling greedily. Mi Weiwei sprayed some perfume when she went out today. Suja didn't know the brand of the perfume, but he liked the smell very much. Not cheap, not pungent, very fresh. The passionate kiss and rough movements made Mi Weiwei's voice tremble slightly. "No, not here. Good food is never too late, but the main problem is that the underground garage is indeed not very convenient. There are more surveillance cameras in the underground garage of this high-end residential complex than in cars. Suja doesn't want to appear in the area of domestic goddesses." The elevator slowly rose. The house that Sujishin purchased is a 1-unit per floor house with an area of 230 square meters. It is fully furnished and ready for you to move into. All the home appliances in there are fully equipped, all of which are international brands, and the prices are not expensive, only 8 figures. The most expensive item here is the mattress that Suja bought at a high price. The mattress cost 4 million yuan each. Suja was curious about why it was so expensive, so he bought it. Calm down, you must calm down." Watching Suja open the door, Mi Weiwei felt her heart was about to jump out. "Come in, this is what I just bought. This will be our home from now on." Suja took Mi Weiwei's soft and delicate hand and walked into the door. These words made Mi Weiwei a little stunned, and there was some expectation in her eyes. "Our home?" After all, Mi Weiwei is just an 18-year-old girl who has just left home and gone far away. Such little girls generally hope to have their own home, live independently, and be free from the troubles of their family members. The tension just now was replaced by anticipation. As I walked through the entrance hall, all the lights in the large flat came on. Wow, it's huge. What caught her eye was a vast expanse of space, and what pleased Mi Weiwei the most was the spacious open kitchen. Her family is from Jinchang, a middle-class family, and they live in a residential complex, which is about 180 square meters. But the two houses gave her completely different feelings. Suja took Mi Weiwei on a tour to familiarize herself with the layout of the house. Finally, we came to the master bedroom. "Go in and take a look. I have prepared a 4 million gift for you." Mi Weiwei doesn't worship money, but no one hates money. Suja's series of romance created with money made her look forward to it. Open the door and walk into the master bedroom. Mi Weiwei looked around the room in confusion. Where is the gift? Is it hidden? Suja smiled and pointed at the 4-meter-wide bed. It's on the bed, go look for it. Mi Weiwei had no doubts and walked forward cooperatively. He supported himself on the bed with both hands, searching. She is wearing a tank top and shorts today. This action perfectly shows Mi Weiwei's graceful figure. The round and perky buttocks faced Suja, and the slender waist and the abrupt minefield created a visual impact that made Suja's heart uncontrollably flutter. Now in the bedroom, Suja could no longer suppress his restless heart. He walked forward in small steps and hugged Mi Weiwei from behind. Haven't you found it yet? Mi Weiwei's body froze instantly, and even she, as smart as she was, realized what was going on. Did you lie to me? Actually, you've already found it. This mattress under you is my gift to you. It costs 4 million. Suja said frivolously. Mi Weiwei heard it and said coquettishly, pervert, so you hit. However, the next moment, Mi Weiwei's words were interrupted. Suja turned her slender body over. Suja placed his hands on her chest, and at the same time a deep and magnetic voice sounded in his ears. Baby, you look so beautiful today. Chapter 63, Suja, please don't cheat on me. Baby, you're so beautiful. Mi Weiwei met Suja's fiery eyes, and his hot breath hit her cheeks. This made Mi Weiwei panic. At this point, she already knew what Suja was going to do. After a few seconds, Mi Weiwei quickly calmed down. She turned her pretty face to the side and nodded. You hit me.
From this angle, Mi Weiwei's long hair covers the bed, her cheeks are slightly red, and she exudes endless temptation.
Suja no longer hesitated.
He took the initiative, raised one hand and gently lifted Mi Weiwei's chin to straighten her face. It became a perspective of looking up at Suja.
You'll like it. Suja looked into Mi Weiwei's beautiful eyes and spoke.
The two of them looked into each other's eyes affectionately, which quickly heated up the bedroom.
Suja lowered his head and moved his right hand to gently stroke Mi Weiwei's pretty face.
His fingers slid lightly across her smooth skin, and the touch felt like touching high-quality silk.
Along the cheeks all the way to the neck. Gradually, their breathing became rapid. Suja observed Mi Weiwei's reaction and knew it was time.
So he stopped and slowly leaned over. I closed my eyes after feeling Mi's slightly warm and soft lips. Mi Weiwei also closed her eyes. She found that closing her eyes during the kiss allowed her to better appreciate the wonderful feeling.
Actively cooperate with Suja and exchange angles.
Seeing Suja's whole body, Mi Weiwei also wrapped her arms around Suja's neck. She likes kissing Suja very much. Their kiss grew deeper and deeper. Suja is very greedy, but he also knows the limits and rhythm, and knows what to do and when. After a few minutes, feeling that he had reached the right level, Suja's hands, which had just stopped, started moving again. He studied art, so naturally he wanted to pay tribute to the master of art. Today Suja plans to pay tribute to Master Monet. He likes one of Monet's masterpieces, Water Lilies, very much. It has to be said that human beings have a common understanding and pursuit of art. This Water Lilies is cute and soft, and it is obviously a masterpiece handed down from generation to generation.
Suja not only likes art appreciation, but also likes playing games. He has recently become addicted to a chess game. This game has one of his favorite rewards, which is the Hero Replicator. Hero Replicators are great, and basically everyone dreams of getting one. One replicator is already rare, but Suja has two. Simply put, he can basically chase 3 stars and 5 mana. Even 3 stars and 6 mana is not a dream. In contrast, Mi Weiwei was still unwilling to accept the result.
Everyone knew the importance of the Hero Replicator, not to mention that it originally belonged to her. But many times people's subjective initiative is really very small, and many things are not affected by their consciousness.
Mi Weiwei opened her mouth slightly and her neck tilted back subconsciously. Suja looked around, always paying attention to Mi Weiwei's reaction. His eyes turned. Suja frowned. Why is it so soft? Etc. Wrong. Suja had rich experience in games and immediately realized that something was wrong.
In an instant, the whole person froze, looking at Mi Weiwei with a gloomy look in his eyes, and his voice was a little depressed.
You can't drink ice today?
Mi Weiwei felt that Suja was a little disappointed, and her heart skipped a beat, and she felt very nervous. For some reason, she was actually afraid that Suja would be disappointed and angry because of this. After all, this is such a spoiler. The fact was just as Mi Weiwei had thought, Suja was indeed very disappointed. Suja decisively separated from Mi Weiwei, sat aside and sighed softly.
It's okay, I won't blame you. Come over and lie down and experience this $4 million mattress. Suja was not angry, just depressed. He thought he would be able to eat today.
Mi Weiwei saw that Suja had started playing with his mobile phone, and her heart tightened.
As expected, he was unhappy.
After a moment's hesitation, Mi Weiwei suddenly stood up and stepped forward, whispering in his ear.
Don't be angry, okay? I'll accompany you. Suja was stunned. Looking at Mi Weiwei in disbelief. Mi Weiwei tried hard to suppress the shame in her heart.
Mi Weiwei shook her hands and looked at Suja with some grievance and complaint. Mi Weiwei's hands were not too small, but Suja was gifted. After trying for a long time, there was no effect.
Suja smiled slightly, then take a rest, I'll do it.
He stood up and hugged Mi Weiwei. I suddenly remembered something.
I remember you can have ice cream today, right?
In the past half hour, Suja suddenly remembered that he handed Mi Weiwei a cup of iced coffee at noon today. I remember she drank very quickly at that time.
Hearing this, Mi Weiwei's body stiffened.
With the delicate body in his arms, Suja felt something strange for a moment. He raised his eyebrows slightly, which further confirmed his guess.
Don't you trust me? Do you think I'm lying to you? No. No.
While talking, Mi Weiwei suddenly groaned, and frowned because of the sudden slight pain.
I twisted my body unnaturally, wondering, could it be that he has discovered it? In fact, Ni Weiwei is very healthy today. The reason why she is padded is because she doesn't want to give herself up so soon. Ni Weiwei always felt that Suja was not sincere in this relationship, like a playboy. But the surprise and romance carefully prepared today gradually melted her heart. The evening breeze was filled with the scent of gardenias, and Suja's warm palms were pressed against her waist. Ni Weiwei's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her fingertips unconsciously grabbed the hem of his shirt. The wonderful feeling made her lose herself. Suja didn't say anything, just kept talking. He concentrated on practicing drawing circles. He really wanted to learn Zhou Buotong's technique of fighting with both hands. This magical power had little to do with talent and hard work, and Suja happened to be very talented. The rice was slightly tightly pressed together, and it felt like it was about to break. Just when Ni Weiwei was thinking, Suja suddenly reached out. Later, Suja looked at his hands and sneered. Sure enough, Ni Weiwei was playing tricks on him. In this situation, Ni Weiwei knew that she could no longer pretend, and she couldn't escape today. Because she was actually looking forward to this happening. The next moment, Ni Weiwei hugged Suja tightly and said insecurely, Suja, you must always love me and treat me well forever. Of course. Always. Suja responded and kissed her passionately again. Feeling the increasingly bold movements, Ni Weiwei's eyes were filled with a mist, and her face showed nervousness and anticipation. In the midst of the entangled breathing, Ni Weiwei suddenly laughed. What's wrong? You know how your eyes lit up when you said forever. Seeing me slightly shy look, Suja did not stop. At this point, Ni Weiwei simply made up her mind and became the confident and shining Queen Weiwei again. He looked at Suja firmly. Suja, you can't cheat on me in the future. How could that be? Suja quickly said that he was a loyal and loving man and would definitely pamper his girlfriend. Seeing Suja's firm assurance, Ni Weiwei took a deep breath. How could this happen? The moment he opened Ni Weiwei, Suja felt a little complicated. He was a little happy, after all, everyone liked her. But there were also worries. Suja paused as he looked at the incredibly beautiful woman under him. All he wanted was not to miss the good girls and not to waste the bad girls. I didn't expect it to be like this. Forget it, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. He will be responsible for what happens next. But now. Chapter 64, Husband Sticky. After several passionate double rows, Ni Weiwei lay lazily in Suja's arms, gently hooking Suja with her transparent fingernails. It is very comfortable to be in love with a woman like Ni Weiwei, who knows how to make her boyfriend feel a sense of accomplishment. Of course, what Ni Weiwei said was true. After lying down for a while, Ni Weiwei moved her sore body slightly and placed her ear on Suja's heart. Listening to his heartbeat, she said in a sweet voice, should I call you husband now? Can you call me wife too? Wife. Suja called out gently, but he felt something was wrong. Ni Weiwei seems a little unexpectedly clingy. It's not that being clingy is bad, it's just that it's not conducive to his future career planning. Are you hungry? Suja saw Ni Weiwei holding her phone and opening Kangaroo and asked. Honey, I'm buying birth control pills. Can you tell me which one is better? By the way, why don't you call me wife? Well, honey, please don't take the birth control pill. It's a bit harmful to your health. It was in vitro fertilization just now, and the probability of conception is not very high, so Suja is not very worried. In this regard, girls seem to be generally more afraid. When taking a shower just now, Ni Weiwei kept rinsing. Seeing that Ni Weiwei was still worried, Suja buried his head in the snow and said, It's okay. At worst, just give me a child. I won't deny it. Ni Weiwei rolled her eyes and said, Tisk, who wants to give birth to your child? Although she said this, the scene of a happy family of 3 had already emerged in her mind. It seems quite beautiful. So happy. Ni Weiwei rubbed against Suja's arms several times like a cat. This made Suja feel a little itchy. Wife, please get up quickly. It's getting dark. I'll make you something to eat. Suja flicked it, causing me to pout slightly. Dinner was simple. Cook whatever ingredients are in the refrigerator. I fried 2 steaks, steamed 2 small blue dragons and 10 super large oysters from Jinadu No. 0, which are known as the Queen of Oysters. Suja doesn't flaunt anything or deliberately make Chinese food. Now I just want to save trouble and supplement nutrition. Suja planned to fry 2 pieces of Australian M7 Wagyu beef until they were medium rare. This kind of marbling steak really cannot be fully cooked. If it is overcooked, it will lose its true flavor. But I accidentally over-fried it. Because during the cooking process, Suja really couldn't stay focused. Mi Weiwei was sticking to him, and if that was all she did, that would be fine. The key point is that Mi Weiwei had just taken a shower and was wearing Suja's clothes. Suja's clothes were too big for her, so Mi Weiwei wore a loose white t-shirt. The effect of this upper body is so eye-catching that it makes her look bigger and longer, giving her a 3D effect. Okay, go sit still and walk like a duck. Suja threw the overcooked steak into the trash can and took out 2 more pieces. In order to have dinner earlier, he drove Mi Weiwei away. Mi pursed his lips slightly and said jokingly, "Oh, now you say you want a duck, but I don't know who the duck is, TSK TSK TSK. After saying that, Mi Weiwei raised her pink fist and waved it fiercely. Then she quickly left the kitchen, not giving Suja a chance to retaliate against her. Suja looked at the departing figure and shook his head. He had already made up his mind to be nicer to Mi Weiwei in the future, at least behind her back. After taking a step further with Mi Weiwei, Suja discovered that this girl was more innocent and cute than he had imagined. Suja gave the impression of being a love-brained person. It would be hard to feel at ease if I let down a girl like this. Husband, eat more. Mi Weiwei took out the meat from the steamed super large-size oysters, and the meat from 5 oysters filled Suja's porcelain bowl. Eat it quickly, the steak won't taste good if it's cold. Yes, thank you, husband. It's delicious, hee hee. Husband kiss. Mi Weiwei took a piece, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she kissed Suja with her greasy little mouth. Before Suja could react. Suja couldn't help laughing as he looked at Mi Weiwei, who was shaking her head and laughing foolishly. He was sure that this beautiful girl was really a love-brained person. It's really interesting that a super queen of the sea is actually a love-brained person. Honey, sit down and I'll clean up. After dinner, Mi Weiwei stood up and cleared the dishes and cutlery on the table. Her philosophy is that one person should not be made to work alone. Put the dishes aside first, I have something important to do. Suja suddenly hugged Mi Weiwei and held her in his arms. What's the matter? Mi Weiwei said sweetly. Are you still pretending not to understand? Suja asked back, his hands already covered. It's all because Mi Weiwei is too tempting. Because of the different body shapes of men and women, Suja's clothes look big and long on Mi Weiwei. Of course, what attracts Suja the most is not the clothes themselves, but the person wearing the clothes. Such a vacuum pattern constitutes a beautiful art of light and shadow. However, what Suja couldn't understand was that Mi Weiwei actually complained and wanted her breasts to be smaller. Mi Weiwei said coquettishly that she was still not feeling well. Suja thought about it and decided that he really couldn't be impulsive anymore. Then he said beside Mi Weiwei's transparent earlobe. You. So baby, are you willing to make this dream of mine come true? As he said this, he gave Mi Weiwei an encouraging look. Suddenly, Mi Weiwei blushed, she still lacked experience. This is not good. The first time, Mi Weiwei was wearing a suspender, but if she wanted to fulfill Suja's wish, it would be completely different. Suja chuckled, actually, I had this idea when I first met you. Hey, pervert. Mi Weiwei's foxy eyes revealed a look of disgust. I never thought you looked like a decent person, but you were actually so evil inside. Suja didn't care at all and said directly, I'm not like this to everyone I see. It's just that you are too beautiful, right, my wife? Okay. Mi Weiwei couldn't resist Suja calling her that, and hesitantly agreed to Suja's unreasonable request. After all, he is her husband. After everything was done, Mi Weiwei took a shower and the atmosphere in the room was warm. Suja said that this mattress worth 4 million is worth the money. For the first time, I felt the convenience of human technology. Mi Weiwei lay quietly beside Suja, and as soon as she saw Suja's face, she wanted to hug him. Now she seemed to understand why couples in the honeymoon period were always inseparable and sometimes even did shameless things. It's just so annoying. Mi Weiwei felt a little annoyed again because her relationship with Suja was an underground one and they couldn't hold hands openly. I'm so annoyed, I don't want to be apart for a moment. Chapter 65, Personal Customization. The next day. Mi Weiwei is going home today. She said she doesn't want to leave Suja. In order to prevent Suja from doing anything wrong during this holiday, Mi Weiwei dragged Suja to play basketball. Morning exercise is the best. Young people have energy from 8 in the morning to 12 at noon. Suja didn't remember how many games he played, but each game lasted at least half an hour. When I finally left Jinyuan, I couldn't close my legs. I saw Mi Weiwei off to the plane and yawned deeply as I watched her leaving. I feel like I'm addicted to it and can't help myself. Mi Weiwei's departure was exactly what Suja wanted, because he had another appointment. Look, I sent a message to urge you. Dad, are you coming? Suja felt strange when he saw Su Yunshu's account calling him dad. Play for a while, Nan. I'll be here soon. After sending the message, the luxury car that Suja ordered on the platform also arrived. It's a phantom. It's outrageous. Suja actually has always had a question: why do the owners of these million-dollar luxury cars drive online ride-hailing cars? The driver who picked up Suja was a young man in his early 30s, well-dressed, and his name displayed on the platform was Zhang Bin. After Suja got in the car, he was bored and asked this question. Zhang Bin's answer surprised Suja a little. These luxury cars are usually used for the following reasons. Some people do it simply to experience life and are a little tired of the daily luxurious life, while others do it to show off and pick up girls. Suja nodded, he could understand this. Many of those who order luxury private cars are young and beautiful girls, and they also want to catch rich men. Zhang Bin continued, others are for publicity and promotion. Car dealers want to attract customers. Suja raised his eyebrows, then why do you drive a ride-hailing car? Just when they were waiting for the traffic light, Zhang Bin turned around and gave Suja a look that all men understood. Suja smiled. Indeed, driving a phantom could even get you a free picnic. Dad, you're finally here. Suja's fingerprints had been recorded in the villa, so he opened the door directly when he arrived. Nan, like a little princess, sat at the door with her chin propped up, waiting for Suja. A pair of big, blinking eyes looked eagerly at Suja. The moment he saw Suja get off the car, he quickly stood up and ran away with his calves. An unnatural kindness appeared on Suja's young face. He picked up his daughter and walked into the living room. At this time, in addition to Su Yunshu, there was also a middle-aged woman in black shorts in the living room. Suja, you're here. It's a good opportunity for you to measure your size as well. After more than half a month of unremitting efforts, the sense of boundary between Su Yunshu and Suja became increasingly weak. After Suja asked about the situation, he found out that Su Yunshu was having a tailor make clothes for her. Suja arrived at the right time. Su Yunshu said that Suja was also a big boss of a company and didn't have many formal suits, so it was not appropriate. Suja agreed to her request in Su Yunshu's soft snowball. However, when the tailor was measuring his body, Suja felt like he was about to fall apart. I have never experienced such naked service and I couldn't accept it at first. Mr. Su, all your data are very standard. You will look good in a suit. Suja covered his mouth and said, ahem, so you guys who do custom-made things don't wear clothes when you measure data? The seamstress smiled without thinking and said, don't be shy, Mr. Su. We tailors are just like doctors. We do this to make the clothes fit better. Then he asked, by the way, Mr. Su, do you usually put it on the left or the right? Although the female tailor's appearance was rated at 7 points, he still didn't want to react at this time. But this tailor is really dedicated. A few minutes later, Suja put on his clothes again and came out of a room. Su Yunshu already had a freshly released copy of Suja's physical data in his hand and was looking at it carefully. Well, it's standard perfect human body data. The shoulder width, chest circumference, waist circumference, and leg length are all very good. The most important thing is that part is also very impressive. Su Yunshu nodded with satisfaction. She had known Suja's feelings for her for a long time, and had considered it seriously for some time. It would be really nice to have Suja be her daughter's father. Now looking at this data report, Suja is definitely the best choice to be Nan's father. When do we leave? Suja sat next to Su Yunshu naturally. Su Yunshu smiled gently, let's leave at 3 in the afternoon. How about we drive ourselves? I'll do as you say. Su Yunshu suddenly stood up. She saw that Suja's collar was turned up, so she reached out and concentrated on straightening his clothes. Suja was much taller than Su Yunshu, and he could just sit there and see Su Yunshu's extraordinary talent. Looking at it this way, Su Yunshu's gentle face looks even more charming and virtuous. It's like a wife. Suja closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and smelled the refreshing fragrance. He didn't know whether he was a pervert or just lustful. Every time I face Su Yunshu, I always have a special feeling in my heart, a feeling that Mi Weiwei and the others cannot give me. Mr. Su, how often do you make clothes?
Su Yunshu smiled gently.
I'm older now, not a little girl anymore.
Usually, I only need to do a few sets every 1 or 2 months.
Although he spoke gently, Suja's scalp was throbbing violently. This is a trap.
If you follow her words, well, yes, in my 30s, family and career are already the most important things. And then there will be no more, the tank will explode directly. So, Suja retorted in a critical tone.
Nonsense. A truly beautiful woman would look like Paris Fashion Week even if she were wearing a coloring bag. How can you squander such a beautiful woman like you? Besides, the saying that time never fades beauty refers to you, President Su.
Su Yunshu was very impressed by this and immediately narrowed her eyes in pleasure. Seeing this, Suja continued, when we go out to travel, I will buy you lots of nice clothes and take lots of beautiful photos of you. Su Yunshu's eyes were filled with affection at this moment. Okay, I'm looking forward to it, but I won't buy any clothes.
Ah? Suja was a little puzzled. Why? Does it mean that rich people only like custom-made clothes?
Su Yunshu did not answer directly. She brushed her hair behind her shoulders and moved closer to Suja. With a light laugh, he said softly and aggrievedly. A lot of nice clothes out there are one size fits all, and I'm wearing.
It's so tight.
Suja widened his eyes and looked at Su Yunshu in shock, then looked at her snowball, which was only a little bigger than rice.
My heart was pounding uncontrollably.
I haven't seen her for a few days.
What happened to Aunt Su? Why has she become so energetic? Were you seducing him just now?
Suja wanted to ask, but Su Yunshu had already left on his own.
Chapter 66, Super Soldier Serum.
Hiding in a corner, Su Yunshu covered her blushing cheeks, and a huge snowball rose and fell. When she thought of Suja's shocked expression just now, the corners of her mouth rose again. During the days when Suja returned to school, she had already confirmed that Suja had a good impression of her, and she did the same. The reason why she was able to do what she did just now was because she was sure that Suja didn't care about her age or that she had children.
Besides, Suja is an adult anyway. 18 years old is the right age to be a father.
Her plan is to cultivate their relationship in the future and get a marriage certificate when they reach marriageable age.
Dad, Nan is done packing. Hey, where's Mom? Nan came down from the second floor happily, carrying a baby on her back.
It was obvious that Nan was looking forward to this trip. It was the agreed departure time. Suja held Nan and put her on his head, then followed Su Yunshu to her garage.
Fuck. So big.
What caught my eye was an extra-large RV. Su Yunshu did not blame Suja for his sudden outburst, but was very satisfied with his reaction.
He smiled and said, see if you are satisfied. I found it specially.
It costs more than 60 million. Su Yunshu raised his chin with a proud expression. Unlike the first time I met Su Yunshu, this time she was more like a little woman, waiting for her partner's praise.
Mom is great, long live Mom.
The girl above Suja's head shouted and controlled Suja to move forward to Su Yunshu.
Suja put the girl down, and then the girl kissed Su Yunshu hard. Dad, why don't you praise Mom? Suja quickly said, that's amazing.
Thank you for your hard work.
Daddy doesn't kiss Mommy, but Nan kisses Mommy. Nan pouted and pulled Suja's sleeve.
Suja gave Nan a thumbs up in his heart, then looked at Su Yunshu's reaction and decided to let Nan try harder.
Sure enough, Nan made another dissatisfied sound, humph. Daddy doesn't love Mommy and has never kissed Mommy. Mr. Su? Su Yunshu did not respond. Suja was delighted. He suppressed the upward curve of his lips and put his lips on Su Yunshu's unmade-up cheek. A dragonfly skimming the water.
Su Yunshu takes really good care of herself.
Her skin condition is no worse than Mi Weiwei's. Her unique mature charm is even more charming. Pa. Seeing that the goal was achieved, Nan clapped happily. Look at the car.
Suja looked at Su Yunshu with blushing cheeks and quickly changed the subject. This RV is really a mobile house, with a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a bedroom. The driving system is also very advanced, with automatic driving, automatic parking, automatic braking, everything you need. I can't imagine how fun it would be to travel in this RV.
Don't worry, there's a surprise.
After recovering, Su Yunshu pulled Suja to the side of the RV.
What surprise?
Su Yunshu didn't answer, but took out a key from her bag and pressed the button on it. The next moment, the RV made a pleasant mechanical collision sound.
Then, a cool black flash appeared in Suja's eyes.
Suja never expected that there was a supercar in the space under this RV.
Bugatti Veyron. Suja knew the brand, but not the model.
Of course it doesn't matter.
Mr. Su.
Suja turned his head and met Su Yunshu's watery eyes.
You're so nice to me.
I was really touched. I never expected that Su Yunshu would prepare a supercar worth tens of millions for him.
Thanks.
Suja put his arms around Su Yunshu's fair neck and hugged her tightly. This time I wasn't really taking advantage of her, but I was genuinely touched.
As long as you like it. Su Yunshu didn't react at first.
After several seconds, she felt Suja's strong masculine scent and her cheeks turned red. Suja placed his hands on Su Yunshu's soft arms to separate them, then held her beautiful face in his hands,
looking at her passionately. The next moment.
Kiss her rosy lips. This is involuntary, but also deliberate. Suja knew that if he kissed Su Yunshu at this time, she would not blame him.
Hey, Daddy actually kissed Mommy on the mouth, shame on you.
Nan Nan saw this scene just as she got out of the car. Su Yunshu hurriedly pushed Suja away. The two of them bit their red lips with their pearly teeth, looked at each other, and turned their heads away a little embarrassedly.
I think the scenery here is quite nice. Why don't we rest here today?
After driving for more than 3 hours, we drove out of the city and passed by a beautiful meadow with a small river next to it. So Suja suggested. Su Yunshu was driving the whole time, while Suja was playing with his daughter.
Because Suja doesn't have a RV driver's license. Su Yunshu stretched his neck.
Although the seat also had black technology that could greatly alleviate discomfort, it was still a bit uncomfortable to drive for more than 3 hours.
Park the car. Suja got out of the car and set up the camp.
Although you can cook in the car, when you go out for a drive, the purpose is to enjoy the scenery of nature. After the arrangement was completed, Suja volunteered to cook a dinner for the mother and daughter to repay Su Yunshu for the gift she gave him and for the help from her baby Nan Nan. Ding, the system detects the host's first trip. For the host's personal safety, I'll reward the host with a dose of super soldier serum. Yes, it has nothing to do with Captain America, that's the name. In order to prevent the host from starving to death in the wild, I'm rewarding the host with the skill the art of being a good person effect, becoming a top-notch gourmet.
Stunned. When Suja heard the reward given by the system, he was ecstatic.
Unexpectedly, the system that had been silent for a long time came back to life. This reward was quite to his liking.
Suja had always felt uneasy because he did not have the physical enhancement that the protagonists had. Without physical enhancement, what if you encounter a gangster? What if you encounter a hero who saves a damsel in distress? Without hesitation, Suja used the serum.
Then, many changes were felt in the muscles of the body. Suja took a look and found that his muscles had become larger, his strength had increased by who knows how many times, and he was full of energy. The worst thing is that the sphincter has become even harder.
Very good, very good. I will give me Weiwei a big surprise when I return to school. Suja had an evil idea in his heart.
After getting familiar with his strengthened body, gourmet Suja came online. He took out some of the ingredients Su Yunshu had placed in the refrigerator.
No need to wash, just put it in the basin.
He took out 3 potatoes and said, "Look here, my dear.
Dad will show you a special skill." Suja spoke so loudly that Su Yunshu was attracted over. Seeing that the mother and daughter were acting as spectators, Suja took a deep breath and peeled a flat surface on the potato. Then, da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da.
The crisp and rhythmic sound of the knife hitting the chopping board rang out dozens of times. The board was immersed in water, and the next moment a pile of potato shreds as thin as silver needles floated up.
Wow, Mom, look, Dad is so awesome.
Nanan's palms were almost red from clapping, her eyes were wide open, and her head was almost buried in the basin of water. Su Yunshu also slightly opened her red lips.
Suja is really awesome. Chapter 67, Stir-Fried Beef. Mr. Su, are you teaching Nan Nan how to cook?
Suja was preparing ingredients when he suddenly saw that the mother and daughter were also busy.
Well, Nan Nan wants to learn.
Su Yunshu's parenting philosophy surprised Suja a little. Generally speaking, she didn't want her daughter to develop the image of a spoiled young lady.
Suja smiled.
Su Yunshu was pleasing to the eye just standing there, and even more pleasing to the eye when he was working. Su Yunshu took her daughter to cook in the car, while Suja was in the camp.
Soon, Suja prepared 3 dishes and a soup.
The ingredients are prepared in advance, so cooking is not difficult, just half an hour.
What delicious food is Nan Nan making?
At this time, Su Yinshu was not well yet, so Suja went back to the car to check on him. When I got in the car, I saw that the progress was still at the stage of starting the fire and heating the oil. When Nan Nan saw Suja coming up, she hurried forward and lifted up her slightly wet clothes and said proudly, "Dad, look, I just helped Mom cut beef and washed the greens, and my clothes are all wet."
Suja had no resistance to a super cute human cub like Nan Nan.
He picked her up lovingly and said, "Wow, Nan Nan is so great.
Come on, Daddy will take you to change clothes."
After saying something to Su Yinshu, he carried his daughter to the bedroom.
After changing clothes, Suja took Nan Nan's hand and got out of the car.
The dish that Su Yinshu and Nan Nan had cooked together was just finished.
Well, it is a dish of stir-fried beef with good color, aroma, and taste. Come over and eat.
A strand of Su Yinshu's hair was wet and stuck to her temples. She wore a teddy bear apron around her waist, and her 2 naturally gifted headlights were about to show. The golden light sprinkled on her body, as if she was covered with a layer of gold.
So gentle. Suja was a little dazed. Su Yinshu really gives people a feeling of peace and tranquility, which makes people feel at ease. Intellectual, gentle, soft, and full. What's wrong?
Suja stopped in front of Su Yinshu, and Su Yinshu tilted his head and asked in confusion.
So careless.
Suja's low voice sounded in Su Yinshu's ear, and his slender fingers slid from her delicate cheek to her temples. Su Yinshu's beautiful eyes stared at the handsome and gentle man in front of her, and a sense of anticipation rose in her.
Okay, Miss Su is so beautiful. Suja tucked the strand of hair behind Su Yinshu's ear. Nan Nan, let's go eat.
After flirting with Su Yinshu, Suja pulled his daughter to the dining table.
Yeah. A gentle smile appeared on Su Yinshu's lips. Come to the table.
Su Yinshu had already scooped out rice for the 3 of them.
Eat more beef. Nan Nan, this dish was made by you. Su Yinshu picked up a little and put it in Nan Nan's special small bowl.
At this moment, Suja suddenly fixed his eyes and stopped Su Yinshu.
What's wrong?
Su Yinshu looked at Suja with some confusion. But Suja felt a little numb on his scalp.
Gulu. He swallowed, his heart beating very fast. Don't you think this meat doesn't smell like beef? Really? That's quite normal.
Seeing Suja's serious expression, Su Yinshu picked up a piece of meat and took a look, but didn't find anything unusual. In order to verify his guess, Suja picked up a larger piece of meat.
Look carefully.
From the outside, the meat looks more like pork. When I tore it with my hands, it was tougher than pork and felt more like beef. Su Yinshu looked at Suja's strange behavior and was a little puzzled. What she didn't know was that at this moment, Suja's heart was already in turmoil. The human skills that the system rewarded him just now turned him into a gourmet. It turns out that the skill of being a human being is really how to be a human being. Steamed, braised, stewed, roasted, salt-baked. Moreover, this reward also takes into account the possibility of resistance from the ingredients, and many sets of techniques are imprinted in Suja's mind to ensure that the ingredients can be cooked safely.
For example, with one cut, the flesh and bones are separated.
At this moment, Suja truly understood this underestimated reward. It is no exaggeration to say that Suja may be even more arrogant than Diao Buyu and Ba Shu now. Thinking of this, Suja took a deep breath, suppressed his pounding heart, picked up the stir-fried beef on the table, pulled Sui-san up and walked to the other side.
Nan Nan tilted her head and didn't follow.
She was very sensible and wouldn't disturb her parents from communicating with each other.
What's wrong? Why are you acting weird all of a sudden? This could be human flesh. Su Yinshu. Su Yinshu? Ah.
In an instant, Su Yinshu took 2 steps back uncontrollably, and her rosy face turned pale in an instant. The first thing she did was look at Suja's expression, hoping that Suja was joking.
But Suja's expression was extremely solemn.
The next moment, Su Yinshu took out his mobile phone and opened the browser.
Search how to distinguish human meat from pork and beef?
The answer is, human flesh has relatively thin muscle fibers and is lighter in color. The more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. After comparing it a few times and confirming that the beef was actually human flesh, Su Yinshu was so scared that he dropped his phone.
Extremely terrified. Think about what you did just now. If Suja hadn't discovered it, she and Nan Nan would have eaten it. Scary, so scary. Call the police, I'll call the police, don't let Nan Nan know about this.
Suja put down the plate of beef in his hand, picked up Su Yunshu's cell phone and quickly called the police. Then he supported Su Yunshu's soft body and brought them to a place to rest and comfort her. Su Yunshu leaned in Suja's arms, shocked and scared. Suddenly, he remembered that his daughter was still at the dining table, and he quickly stood up.
Suja's other dishes are normal meat, right? Well, everything is normal. Let's go eat something first. I know you can't eat much, but at least don't let Nan Nan find out anything unusual. Kids nowadays are actually smarter than we think.
The place where Suju and his team parked was not remote, and it was a big case like Hero Fragments. The nearby police arrived soon. He also brought several forensic doctors.
After they arrived, Suja told them about his discovery.
The forensic doctor immediately distinguished the fried meat from the remaining meat in the refrigerator's fresh-keeping layer. After screening, the forensic doctor took off his mask and said with certainty, it should be the leg flesh of an adult male. The specific details need to be carefully examined when we return.
Su Yunshu was standing next to Suja.
When she heard these words, her heart finally settled down.
The captain said to Suju and the others, Mr. Su and Ms. Su, you may need to go back with us. Okay, clean this place up.
Suja had already thought of this result.
Suju asked Su Yunshu to accompany Nan Nan. Nan Nan was very sensible.
When she saw the uncles coming, she immediately went back to the bedroom in the car. It's just that it's so fucking terrible, Suja was speechless. Taking advantage of the national celebration, I want to go out and have some fun and see the beautiful scenery.
I didn't expect to encounter this.
Thinking about this, I felt a little worried about Su Yunshu, wondering if it would leave a lifelong psychological trauma for him.
Chapter 68. It turns out it's not just a script.
After packing up, Sujo and the other two followed the police back. Instead of going back to the nearest police station, he returned to the city.
Beef requires professional analysis.
After returning, Suja and Su Yunshu were questioned separately. The person who questioned Suja was a middle-aged policeman with sharp eyes.
Are you a biology student?
Suja waved his hand.
No, I'm a college student. The young female police officer who was taking notes nearby burst out laughing.
Yes, it makes sense for bored college students to know some of this knowledge. It is called an interrogation, but in fact it is just a simple record-taking.
In terms of motivation, neither Suja nor Su Yunshu had obvious motives.
Both of them are bosses and CEOs of large companies, especially Su Yunshu. When the police learned her identity, they treated her even more cautiously.
Just kidding, the Su Group is the first group in China to control public opinion channels besides CCTV.
Now that the internet is well developed, the speed at which people receive information is incomparable to 10 years ago.
After finishing the statement, Suju went to the rest area to find Nan Nan. When he arrived, Su Yunshu had already come out.
When she saw Su Yunshu again, she had recovered as before. Suja praised her adaptability. Come to think of it, after all, he is the president of Su Group, it is impossible for him not to have this mentality.
Mr. Su, shall we go home?
The two looked at each other and smiled.
No one would have thought that this would happen.
The original plan was to head west to Huangguoshu, but unexpectedly, we turned back not long after leaving the city.
There is really no one else.
Holding the daughter who had fallen asleep, he got into Su Yunshu's RV, but the RV wouldn't let him leave. Su Yunshu asked the butler to drive the car over. As soon as he returned to the villa, Suja's cell phone rang. It was news from that uncle in the hat, saying that the case had been solved.
Suja was surprised. Is the efficiency of solving cases so fast now? The reason why the result of the case was told to Suja was, firstly, because it was Suja's request, and secondly, because of the identities of Suja and Su Yunshu. As soon as we received the alarm call, we immediately dispatched police to the suspicious scene, and after investigation we finally determined that the deceased was a 42-year-old male. The deceased was identified as Joe, a deliveryman from Fresh Supermarket. After investigation, it was learned that the person who killed Joe was his colleague Wang. The two had no business dealings and no work disputes.
But the chat records between the two showed that Joe had suggested that Wang have a romantic relationship with his wife lay in front of him. Suju was on the hands-free mode, and the police's words instantly refreshed the tired Su Yunshu. I love listening to this kind of plot.
Suja had a strange expression on his face. Could this be a serious love relationship? And why did this plot feel a little familiar to him? Fall in love? Yes. Fall in love.
The police themselves were a little overwhelmed. Suja looked at Su Yunshu and pursed his lips. Please continue. Zhou's purpose in having Wang and his wife fall in love was to hope that Wang, his colleague, could have a child with his wife on his behalf.
That's right, absolutely right. Suja couldn't hold it in any longer, his expression became even weirder, and one of his hands uncontrollably rested on Su Yunshu's voluptuous legs, trying to suppress his laughter in this way. Don't Zhou and his wife have children? Su Yunshu also became interested in eating melons and asked curiously. Have. At this moment, Suja couldn't hold it in any longer. What else was there to say? He just wanted to say that this was definitely not a serious relationship. He had always thought that these were all scripts, but it turns out they really existed. This time the police said it all at once. During our interrogation, we learned that Wang killed Zhou because he fell in love with Lei during their relationship and the two had established a private relationship. Wang was very disgusted with Zhou's behavior of letting his wife fall in love with another man. At the same time, he felt sorry for Lei and wanted to help Lei get out of his misery, so he persuaded Lei to divorce Zhou. However, Lei refused on the grounds that Zhou did not want to divorce. Wang believed that this was because Zhou had used some hateful and unknown despicable means to control Lei, so he found Zhou to argue with him today. During the argument, Zhou said that all this was Lei's idea, and at the same time insulted Wang for being ungrateful. However, Wang had already fallen in love with Lei, so he certainly did not believe Zhou's words and thought he was deceiving him, so the two had an argument. During the dispute, Zhou slapped Wang in the face and insulted Lei, calling her a slut. He said that if Wang really liked Lei, he could give Lei to Wang as a dog. Wang couldn't bear to see his beloved being insulted like this, so he strangled Zhou to death while Zhou wasn't paying attention. After killing Zhou, Wang exploited his position to dismember Zhou's body and use it as a substitute for beef delivery. Police have recovered most of the body parts. Finally, the police commended Suja and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Suja finally released the laughter that he had suppressed for a long time. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. I laughed so hard that I was out of breath, and subconsciously moved closer. The next moment, he could no longer laugh. Suja only felt that his mouth and nose were blocked by a huge snowball. Smells so good. So soft. It has a milky flavor. Ahem, I lost my composure. Suja quickly straightened up. He didn't know how things turned out like this. Of course, the process is not important, as long as the result is good. Su Yunshu is 30 years old after all, and he is the president of Su Group, the leading company in the entertainment industry, and has rich experience. She didn't blush or feel shy like a little girl, but she still felt very unnatural and a little embarrassed. Mr. Su. After having sex with Mi Weiwei for the first time, Suja had become addicted to it. Looking at the charming Su Yunshu, he recalled the wonderful touch just now. Suddenly feeling a little excited. Suja's fiery gaze made Su Yunshu feel a little uncomfortable. She is now at the age of being as vigorous as a wolf and a tiger, and she is also somewhat moved by Suja, an 18-year-old young man with a strong body and handsome appearance. But the beautiful thought that had just arisen in Su Yunshu's mind instantly disappeared. I'm tired today, how about soaking your feet? Suja's fiery eyes disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared. Okay. Then you sit here and I'll go get some water. As he spoke, Suja stood up and touched Su Yunshu's head. Su Yunshu's head was buzzing. Why did Suja touch my head? She bit her lip lightly, looked down, and twisted her legs, which were tightly together, feeling a little sticky. Soon, Suja brought a basin of water, milk, and some essential oils. In the living room, warm yellow light poured down. Su Yunshu was sitting on the waterproof leather sofa in her pajamas, feeling a little helpless. Suja took a small stool that his daughter used to play on, sat down on it, and placed Su Yunshu's fair and beautiful feet, with clearly visible blue meridians, in warm water. Are you comfortable? Su Yunshu was so comfortable that he couldn't speak, but he just groaned in pain. Chapter 69, Dried Water Stains. Su Yunshu was so comfortable that he couldn't speak, but he just groaned in pain. Suju ignored Su Yunshu's moans. Continue to focus on massaging his feet. Suja grabbed Su Yunshu's ankle, who was a little scared and wanted to retreat, and forced him back into the water. He lowered his head and said seriously, Mr. Su, if you feel pain when pressing these acupuncture points on your feet, it means that there may be some problems in your body and you need to pay attention to it. Especially high heels. Although they are beautiful, they should be worn less. If you ask me, these high heels are not meant for human beings. They are just like foot binding in the past. They are inhumane. I'll give you a few more massages. I hope you'll feel more comfortable. Oh, and I'll buy you some anti-friction patches later. They're invisible and won't affect your beauty. Warm yellow light, familiar home, comfortable feeling, nagging. Spouse? Spouse. The word lover appeared in Su Yunshu's mind, and she suddenly opened her eyes. Her heart was pounding, and she glanced down at Suja inconspicuously, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. So warm. Su Yunshu smiled. He curled up the corners of his mouth and reached out a hand to touch Suja's slightly itchy head. Suja raised his head with a charming smile and looked at Su Yunshu. Mr. Su? The two looked at each other. Boom. Suddenly, a white light flashed outside the window, followed by bursts of roaring sounds accompanied by violent storms, and crackling raindrops as big as beans hit the window. This is what summer rain is like. Boom. There was another thunder, even more shocking than the first. Su Yunshu, who was sitting on the sofa, shuddered suddenly, with uneasiness in his eyes. It seems that she is a little afraid of thunder. Suja was not afraid, but he just hated the rain sometimes. Because the ground becomes muddy after rain. Nan nan. Su Yunshu suddenly raised her pink and white feet and looked towards the bedroom. You go back first, I'll clean up here. Good. After Su Yunshu left, there were a lot of water droplets on the sofa. Suja let out a long sigh. It was really bad luck. The atmosphere he had built up for so long was destroyed by 2 thunderclaps. Otherwise, I feel like I can eat it tonight. Because Suja saw the desire that had been buried for many years in Ansu's eyes. Just when he thought there would be no follow-up tonight, Suja suddenly received another message from Su Yunshu. Can you come here for a moment? No reason was given. Suja didn't care about the reason and rushed to her bedroom immediately. When we got to the bedroom, Nan Nan was sleeping soundly. Su Yunshu was sitting on the other side of the bed. His face turned a little pale. Are you scared? Sitting next to him, he asked softly. Suja was a man of action. Before Su Yunshu could answer, he grabbed her soft hand. It seems that he is really afraid of thunder, his hands have become cold. Suja was delighted. It was good to be afraid of thunder. Su Yunshu looked down at her hands being wrapped in Suja's large hands. Her cheeks felt slightly hot and she hummed in frustration. She seemed embarrassed, thinking that as a mother, she was afraid of thunder. Don't be afraid, I'm with you. Suja grabbed Su Yunshu's wrist and put his arm through her legs. Ah! Su Yunshu screamed, but was afraid of waking up her daughter, so she quickly covered her mouth. Looking at Su Yunshu's cute behavior, Suja smiled. Just lie down and I won't leave until you fall asleep. Su Yunshu didn't expect that Suja would be so proactive and flirtatious tonight. But at the age of 30, she was not afraid of the stage, because she knew what the other person was thinking anyway. So she glanced at Suja. Her cheeks were rosy at this moment, and her look was full of charm. Su Yunshu was a talented player, and the sight of him made Suja's heart flutter. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Boss Chow, your aesthetic taste is really high-end. 20 minutes later. Su Yunshu tilted his head, pressed his hands together and stared at Suja, who was sitting like a pine tree. For nearly half an hour, Suja just sat there straight, speaking gentle words. Why don't you come sleep up here too? After saying this, Su Yunshu's cheeks suddenly turned red. She didn't know why she said such a thing. Nan Nan is still beside me. Okay. Suja took off his slippers and got into the summer quilt that Su Yunshu was covering herself with. He also leaned sideways to look at Su Yunshu's beautiful face. Su Yunshu was confused. She thought that Suja was an innocent 18-year-old college student and would probably not agree with what she had just said. Unexpectedly. Go to sleep. Su Yunshu was not used to Suja's fiery gaze, so he turned around hurriedly and buried his head in the quilt. 10 minutes later. Su Yunshu's body suddenly stiffened. A hand was placed on her. Suja? Su Yunshu's voice trembled slightly. Then she was answered with a steady and long breath. This made Su Yunshu breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had fallen asleep. It turns out that Suja can be so restless when he is asleep. Su Yunshu felt someone poking her from behind, her beautiful eyes flickering. So cool. After taking the super soldier serum, Suja had great energy and excellent sleep quality. I woke up naturally before 7 in the morning.
I looked down and saw that it was indeed even harder.
Fuck, how could this happen? Suja was suddenly shocked to find that the knife had found its scabbard.
Suddenly Su Yunshu moved, as if he was about to wake up. Suja quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, moving as if inadvertently. The corners of Su Yunshu's eyes trembled slightly, and he opened his eyes hazily. I felt something strange and my heart was slightly moved. He whispered, "You're such a young man, you have endless energy." So I went back to sleep for another nap. Until 8 o'clock. Dad, lazy dad has bugs and the sun is drying his butt. As soon as Suja opened his eyes, he saw a cute little creature throwing a tantrum on him.
Needless to say, this feeling is really wonderful. I fall asleep with a super goddess by my side at night, and when I wake up, I find myself in a big bed in a luxurious villa, with a super cute daughter to wake me up. That is so true. Hee, Dad, did you sleep with Mom in your arms last night? Nan snuggled into Suja's arms and pinched his nostrils happily. I don't think so.
Suja remembered that he wanted to tease Su Yunshu last night like a little child.
And then, it seemed like nothing happened. I pretended to be asleep and then I really fell asleep. Yes. Nan saw it all. Nan said sweetly to Suja, "Dad, when are you and Mom going to get married?" Suja laughed. As expected, Nan knew everything. She was really a little smart girl. Get up, wash up, and then have breakfast. The good thing about young women is that they have food to eat as soon as they wake up. Good morning, Mr. Su. Did you sleep well last night?
Su Yunshu was still wearing the nightgown she wore last night, and her hair was tied into a big bun with a hairband. The soft nightgown could not cover her graceful body, and a ball of snow was faintly visible in her beautifully gifted place.
Hey, why are there signs of dried water there?
After taking the serum, Suja now has extremely good eyesight and can clearly see some traces from behind Su Yunshu.
Chapter 70, Yen Daiman sent an invitation. It smells so good. Suja gently hugged Su Yunshu's soft body from behind. This delicate body could clearly feel a little stiff. Obviously Su Yunshu didn't expect Suja to suddenly do this. When it came to how to conquer Su Yunshu, his first thought was to be bold but careful. After the excitement of last night and today, he felt that the time was right. Since he was sure that Aunt Su wouldn't reject him, why not be bolder? Su Yunshu was making soup at this time. The casserole was simmering on low heat. There were many ingredients in the pot, including abalone and shrimp that Suja knew, and there were more ingredients that Suja did not recognize. Sure enough, this is the life of rich people. Unlike him, even with the system, the food he eats is not much different from that in his previous life, and he still eats in the cafeteria most of the time. I got rich too quickly, and my vision and foundation haven't caught up yet. I have porridge in the morning, and I also make steamed buns. Su Yunshu was stiff for just a moment before recovering. Wow, the food is so delicious, Mr. Su is so awesome. Suja was well aware of the importance of emotional value. He sniffed hard, inhaling the fragrance of the rice grains. I never realized you were so good with your mouth before. Su Yunshu couldn't help laughing out loud. Suja smiled without saying anything, and after glancing at her face briefly, he quickly left. Tea. Not only men like tea art, women also enjoy it. Su Yunshu looked at Suja, who left in a hurry, smiled and shook his head, thinking that he was just shy. After all, he is a pure boy. On the round dining table, Su Yunshu sipped his porridge and suddenly said, "How about we go to the concert today?" After saying that, she looked at Suja. The 7-day holiday was originally planned to be a trip, but it was disrupted by an accident. There is nothing to do at home during the day. At the same time, Su Yunshu found that Suja was becoming more and more courageous, and she had no way to resist. If she stayed at home all the time, she was afraid. Okay. Whose concert is it? Suja nodded, he had no objection. He had never been to a concert and was quite interested in it. Zhong Ruoshi's. Upon hearing the name, Suja became even more interested. He was very familiar with this name. In his memory of this life, Zhong Ruoshi was his goddess and the only actress he liked. Zhong Ruoshi is also quite legendary. She debuted at the age of 18 and became famous all over the country within a year. At the age of 28, she became a super queen of the Chinese music scene and even went abroad. She should be 31 this year, a little older than Aunt Su. Zhong Ruoshi is also an artist of the Su group and the group's Cash Cow. If nothing unexpected happens, this concert will probably be her last. Ah? Why? Suja was stunned. Could it be that Zhong Ruoshi has a terminal illness? You're still an insider, how could you not know about such sensational news?
Su Yunshu teased Suja, then continued, she's getting married, so she decided to retire from the entertainment industry. This is her farewell concert.
Get married?
Suja exclaimed, and for some reason he felt a little sorry.
Are we going to listen to Auntie Zhong sing again? Great, Dad, let me tell you, Auntie Zhong sings very well. But I think Dad sings better, hee. Nan was enthusiastically promoting Suja and even took the time to praise him. After dinner, Suja had nothing to do, so he just checked his phone.
When I opened Douyin, I found that Zhong Ruoshi had already dominated the list. The news of his retirement was announced yesterday morning, and the concert was decided in the afternoon. There is no need to say much about the quality of Super Queen, and the tickets were sold out the moment they were released. As the most popular and talented female artist in the past decade, Zhong Ruoshi has an inestimable number of fans. 100,000 tickets simply cannot satisfy the market. Because the concert tickets were so hard to get, it even became a hot topic. Hashtag Zhong Ruoshi's farewell concert tickets sold out instantly. Hashtag the most difficult ticket in history is born. Hashtag thousands of netizens are calling on the queen of pop, Zhong Ruoshi, to hold another concert, causing the Weibo server to crash. Hashtag the highest honor in the circle of friends, sharing Zhong Ruoshi's concert tickets. Hashtag boss buys front row tickets for millions. Hashtag. What is even more interesting is that Suja actually saw the explosive news about the concert's replacement in the 2024 freshman group. There are even quite a few of them. Suja was a little curious. Do these people really not care about their reputation? Ding dong. Suddenly, Suja received a message. It was sent by senior student Yen Daiman. What caught my eye were 2 electronic ticket stubs. These are the tickets for Zhong Ruoshi's concert. Suja was stunned. It was bad. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Zhong Ruoshi's farewell concert began. The place was filled with noise and screams. In this ocean of sound, even the host's speech had to be shouted into your ear to be heard. Suja and Su Yunshu were in the box, after all, he was the big boss. But even in the box, Suja was still overwhelmed by the lively atmosphere. So this is what a concert is like. It's pretty good. At this moment, Suja couldn't help but imagine himself standing on this stage, receiving cheers from 100,000 people. It feels good to think about it. Suddenly, the stage light shone brightly, and the next moment, Chushi appeared. She was actually sitting on a swing, slowly descending to the prelude of her debut song. Zhong Ruoshi. Zhong Ruoshi. Ah! Sister is so beautiful. Amid the cheers of fans, Zhong Ruoshi swung high in the air and sang her first song after her debut, Starlight. The opening song of his farewell concert was his debut work. Nothing could be more touching than this. What's more, most of the people at the scene were Zhong Ruoshi's die-hard fans, and the first song had already become a chorus. Countless people in the audience were actually crying while singing. Ah, time flies by so fast. I first met Ruoshi when she was a freshman in college. Back then she was just a pure and innocent little girl. I never thought 13 years would pass by like this. Su Yunshu couldn't help but feel emotional when watching Zhong Ruoshi reminiscing about the past on the stage. Suja was standing by and his heart suddenly became alarmed. His excellent gank prevention awareness made him speak quickly. 13 years have already passed so quickly. I see you've become even more beautiful and charming now, Miss Su. Time has been so kind to you. Your skin is just as good as Nanan's. Su Yunshu glanced at Suja charmingly. Oh, are you still the Suja I knew? How come you are getting better and better at talking? On the stage, Zhong Ruoshi was still singing passionately. The songs she sings are all quite representative, the kind that even non-fans can hum a few lines of. Not to mention that the venue was full of Zhong Ruoshi's die-hard fans, and everyone could sing as soon as they opened their mouths. After singing several songs, Zhong Ruoshi took the microphone and said, thank you everyone for taking care of me over the years. Zhong Ruoshi reviewed the glory and gains and losses of the years since her debut, and she couldn't help choking up when she was emotional. Many fans at the scene also had tears in their eyes. There's a really nice song that I found online recently. I really like it, so I'm giving it to you guys. You've all heard this song before.
It's Night of Confession, an original piece by a talented and handsome guy from my alma mater.
In the box, Suja stood up suddenly. Below the stage, in the first row, Yen Daiman tilted his head, his eyes full of color.
Chapter 71, Why is she here?
Zhong Ruoshi wiped the sweat from her forehead on the stage and breathed softly. I'm sorry, I've been singing for 3 hours straight. If I continue, my voice will be very strained. So, I've decided to first perform a beautiful song for everyone, and then chat with you for an hour.
The audience was cheering, they really didn't want Zhong Ruoshi to retire.
The current entertainment industry can be said to have no successors, and the popular works nowadays are really a mess. When Zhong Ruoshi was still around, she was the pillar of the Chinese music scene, but now Zhong Ruoshi is about to retire.
Zhong Ruoshi continued, You must have heard this song before. I was deeply moved the first time I heard it. Do you want to listen to it? Think.
The 100,000 fans in the audience were very enthusiastic, and the terrifying roar could be heard clearly outside the stadium. Everyone knows that Zhong Ruoshi is very picky about music, and it must be extraordinary to be praised so highly by her.
In the box.
Su Yunshu saw Suja suddenly stand up, smiled and said, The song has been authorized by President Han. Then he said, You are the most talented man I have ever met.
Are you really not planning to make your debut? Suja shrugged and said, Maybe I'll make a debut for fun.
Regarding song authorization, Suja delegated this right to General Manager Han Jinyu.
I am the boss, so I definitely don't need to do this kind of thing myself.
Han Jinyu did talk about this with Suja a few days ago, but he seemed to be arguing with Mi Weiwei at the time. Under the spotlight, Zhong Ruoshi took out a violin and said, Because this is a piece of pure music, please enjoy it quietly. The 100,000 spectators were like good children. The originally noisy stadium suddenly became quiet, and everyone stared at the huge screen with wide eyes in anticipation. Old and die-hard fans all know that Zhong Ruoshi's violin skills are very high, but she just rarely plays.
Amid the anticipation of countless people, a piano sound rang out.
The melody was elegant and melodious, and it quickly caught the ears of the 100,000 fans present.
It sounds nice.
Yen Daiman, who was in the first row of the inner field, said with a smile, supporting his chin and listening attentively. She was very proud at this moment because this was the original work of her boyfriend Suja. The next moment, Yen Daiman's expression froze, because Zhong Ruoshi's violin sound joined in, blending perfectly with the piano melody. Every note is like a carefully carved gem, sparkling with dazzling light. Yen Daiman's head swayed to the rhythm of the music.
Zhong Ruoshi's violin playing skills are amazing.
Although it is the same song, Yen Daiman feels completely different emotions.
The main themes of Zhong Ruoshi's novel are separation and reluctance, while the main themes of Suja's novel are love and liking. Ever since Yen Daiman knew that Night of Confession was sung by Suja, she has listened to it often. As the music reached its climax, the atmosphere of the entire scene reached its peak, and countless fans were moved. A deep feeling of being moved and reluctant to leave boiled in my heart. Naturally, this also includes Yen Daiman.
Zhong Ruoshi is also her favorite star, and her eyes became moist unconsciously. Suddenly she felt her phone vibrate.
185 centimeters Pure Boy de Suja sent a voice message, Is it nice? This is specially prepared for you.
I'm truly sorry I can't accompany you to your goddess farewell concert.
I'm tied up at the company.
Since I spent all night begging for the goddess Zhong Ruoshi to play this piece, please forgive me.
Don't make me kneel down and beg you.
It is impossible for them to meet in person, as he has not yet mastered the skill of being a master of time management. Everything is based on first come first served, so I can only refuse Yen Daiman. Looking at the message sent by Suja, Yen Daiman opened his mouth wide and was speechless.
I'm really touched. So this song played by Zhong Ruoshi is dedicated to her?
In fact, she was not angry at all. She was not an unreasonable woman. Suja said last night that his company was going to make big moves, so she could understand it.
Thanks. Love you.
Suja was really thoughtful this time, and Yen Daiman was still filled with surprise and shock.
She wondered in her heart, should she give him a little reward?
The two have been boyfriend and girlfriend for so long, but she has never rewarded Suja for anything.
She even misunderstood that he and Jiang Qinghan were having an affair. The song Night of Confession made almost all the audience cry.
When the violin performance ended, the audience burst into thunderous applause. This is a recognition of Zhong Ruoshi's playing skills and also a recognition of the original author of this song. Amidst the thunderous applause, Su Yunshu looked at Suja with stars in his eyes.
How come you are so talented?
I even felt a bit of admiration in my heart. In fact, privately, Soo Yunshu investigated Suja's background, growth experience, and entrepreneurial journey.
Born into an ordinary family background, he became a billionaire at the age of 18. During the investigation, Suja's rise to wealth was even more legendary.
When he was in junior high school, he became fond of surfing the internet and bought a lot of virtual currency with his advanced vision. When I won the lottery in high school, I didn't plan to squander the money. Instead, I achieved financial freedom through investing.
Now he is also showing his extraordinary musical talent. Rationalization of funds provided by the system.
Suja felt a little embarrassed when he saw Soo Yunshu's admiring and worshipful eyes.
Is he that powerful? If you say there is one, then there is one. The concert has not ended yet. Jeong Ruwashi then chatted and sang some songs. Her hard work today made everyone realize that today's ticket price was worth it.
Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end.
At 11:30. This farewell concert is over.
As the bright lights in the stadium came on and the staff came out, the reluctant fans stood up with a sense of loss.
Oh, time flies by so fast. I really want to attend Sister Ruwashi's concert again. It's a pity this is the last time. Oh, by the way, what was the name of that song just now? It was quite nice. Are you a pig? It's called Farewell Night. 6. It's called Confession Night. I think Farewell Night is more appropriate. It's the song that made me cry.
Yen Daiman left through the VIP channel and listened to people around her discussing Night of Confession. A beautiful smile appeared on her face.
There is a feeling of honor. Let's go.
Soo Yunshu smiled slightly.
Suja picked up Nan Nan. The little girl had already fallen asleep.
However, Nan Nan woke up as soon as Suja held her in his arms.
Because there is a dinner party coming up, and Nan Nan, the foodie, won't miss it. Miss Sue, are you and Jeong Ruwashi good friends? How could you let this cash cow run away? On the way, Suja and Soo Yunshu were chatting. Yes, of course we've been friends for over 10 years. You don't have to feel uncomfortable later. We're all family. Now I am going to have dinner with Jeong Ruwashi.
Soon, we arrived at a private kitchen that looked of very high standards. There were 4 strong bodyguards standing at the door. When they saw Soo Yunshu, they quickly bowed and called out, "Good evening, Mr. Soo."
Then opened the door for it.
The moment the door opened, Suja was shocked and his pupils dilated instantly.
Why is she here? Chapter 72, Sister, you smell so good. No, why is she here?
The moment he entered the door, Suja was really confused. His breathing became disordered and his body froze in place.
Suja, why are you here?
Sui-san was playing with her mobile phone when she saw her good brother Suja carrying her cousin Nan Nan in the house. She suddenly stood up and pointed at Suja in shock. She looked at Suja, looked at the smiling girl in Suja's arms, and then looked at Soo Yunshu who was standing next to Suja. A huge wave of emotions surged in my heart.
These 3 people look like a family? No, it's impossible. Sui-san quickly shook her head, denying her guess. Sister, you know my father. Nan Nan landed on the ground and ran to Sui-san and said crisply. This time Sui-san was even more shocked. Huh? He's your father? Yes. Nan Nan tilted her head and replied firmly. Mr. Soo, Sui-san, and I are classmates.
Now Suja also reacted and hurriedly explained to Soo Yunshu. Soo Yunshu said oh somewhat awkwardly. She knew that her niece Sui-san would come here, but she didn't know that Sui-san and Suja were classmates. Soo Yunshu and Suja are now in a romantic relationship. Although they haven't revealed their feelings yet, the fact is already there. Even before, Soo Yunshu wanted to introduce Sui-san to Suja. After taking their seats, they looked at each other in silence.
There was an awkward atmosphere in the air.
Suja felt a strange urge to laugh in his heart.
This was too dramatic. Queen Jeong Ruwashi keenly sensed the strange atmosphere and said with a smile, Yunshu, this handsome guy is the talented man you mentioned to me, right? He really is a handsome man.
Suja smiled and said, Sister Ruwashi, you are so kind.
You are my goddess. I grew up listening to your songs. I am so excited to see you. Can you sign an autograph for me? The conversation between the two served as a lubricant and reduced the awkwardness. Soo Yunshu also joined the topic, talking about her encounter with Suja. Talking and laughing. Sui-san was a little depressed and even a little sad.
She pulled Nan Nan, rubbed her face fiercely and said viciously, "You are really amazing.
You actually made my classmate become my elder." An hour later, everyone went home.
This dinner can only be described in 2 words: strange, very strange. After returning to the villa, Suja took a shower first.
After coming out, I saw Su Yunshu sitting in the living room on the second floor.
She took off her coat now, which made Suja's eyes light up immediately.
She is really stunning now.
She wore a black t-shirt with a U-neck design on her upper body, which cleverly outlined her delicate collarbone line, which was simple yet sexy. She wore a mid-length white hip skirt on her lower body, which perfectly fit her figure and showed her graceful curves. From the color point of view, the black top and the white skirt form a sharp contrast, making her skin look whiter and more translucent under the light. In just a moment, a beautiful thought flashed through Suja's mind.
Is Nan Nan asleep?
Suja pulled out a chair and sat next to Su Yunshu. "Why don't you go and rest?" Su Yunshu intertwined his hands and placed them on her plump and round legs, his eyes fixed on the table. After a moment of silence, he said, "Suja, I can feel that Shanshan likes you." During these 10 minutes, Su Yunshu thought a lot. First of all, she was very sure that her niece Sui-san liked Suja. She instinctively knew that the niece she had raised since she was a child should not be too familiar with her. Sui-san had never lost her composure like this because of a man before. Moreover, at the dinner just now, Su Yunshu could smell sourness in Sui-san's words, and her words were full of sarcasm.
Suja paused and smiled. "Impossible, why are you saying that?"
Su Yunshu took a deep breath and smiled, but there was a hint of sadness in his smile.
She thought a lot during these few minutes.
After calming down, she realized that she had thought too simply before. A handsome, rich and talented young man like Suja is destined to be pursued by many beautiful girls, but she herself is just a 30-year-old mother. In a few years she will be old and ugly. Most importantly, she felt that her niece Sui-san seemed to be a better match for Suja. "I want to bring you and Shanshan together.
I believe in my judgment. Shanshan likes you. Then, Mr. Su, do you like me?"
At this time, Suja had already stood up and looked down at Su Yunshu. Su Yunshu was a little flustered. "You are still young, you don't understand much about love." Suja didn't let Su Yunshu continue and shouted, "Yunshu, I like you.
Whether you believe it or not, I just like you. Don't use Sui-san as an excuse.
I told you straight out that she's not my type. As for your feeling that she likes me, I don't care.
I just know that I like you."
Suja's series of "I like you" made Su Yunshu's heart beat fast, and a hint of sweetness flowed through her heart. She didn't expect Suja to be so straightforward.
"But no, there's nothing wrong with that. I know what you're worried about. If you ask me, these are really not problems. Don't feel burdened."
Suja suddenly took out a necklace from his pocket and put it on Su Yunshu.
This is a crescent-shaped silver necklace.
The design is simple and elegant, and the silver luster flows under the light, as if moonlight is sprinkled on her skin, adding a touch of mystery and noble temperament to her. The crescent shape of the necklace perfectly sets off the soft lines of her neck, making her even more beautiful and charming.
Don't you understand my feelings? This necklace represents my love.
I want to protect you just like this crescent moon in the night sky silently guards the earth.
Are you willing to face the joys and sorrows of life with me in the future?
Suja grabbed Su Yunshu's hands that were resting on her legs and spoke gently. In fact, many times, as long as the man and woman do not hate each other, a passionate confession will basically not disappoint people. Su Yunshu lowered her head and stared at the crescent necklace on her chest.
He took a deep breath and said, "Are you serious?"
Su Yunshu raised his head and looked at Suja with a dim gaze. Suja didn't answer, but suddenly reached out and put his arm around Su Yunshu's slender waist.
"Sister, you smell so good."
Suja's sudden action startled Su Yunshu, but the two had already had several physical contacts, plus Suja's affectionate confession just now. Su Yunshu did not resist and hummed softly.
"Well."
Suja knew he should be bolder, so he kissed Su Yunshu on the lips.
Moist.
Soft. And Su's lips had a sweet taste that made Suja feel like he was in spring. Suja's hand moved up along the waist. Su Yunshu's body trembled slightly, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, and the skin on her body seemed to become sensitive at this moment.
Chapter 73, Your Aunt Will Misunderstand.
Su Yunshu's heart began to flutter, and he couldn't help but close his eyes, enjoying the smoothness and entanglement of the moment. She had fallen for Suja's bold confession. Su Yunshu pressed his body against Suja, preventing him from moving his hands freely. Suja was not in a hurry. Even a moment of joy was a great enjoyment. Su Yunshu's belly didn't look like she had given birth to a child at all. It was as flat, smooth and delicate as Mi Weiwei's 18-year-old girl's skin, just like warm white jade.
Suddenly,
Su Yunshu suddenly opened her eyes, her brows slightly furrowed. Fool, you can't touch your belly button randomly.
Suja grinned and said, then you won't allow me to deduct points from other places either. Hearing these words, Su Yunshu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Suja then passionately kissed Su Yunshu's white and slender neck. Su Yunshu couldn't help but raise his head, giving people a feeling of enjoyment. No, not here. Can you come to my room?
Su Yunshu revealed a confused and infatuated expression. Whom? Her voice was so weak and soft that Suja couldn't tell which one was in agreement with him and which one was an involuntary response due to some physiological emotion. I want to take a shower first.
Go ahead. 30 minutes later. Su Yunshu walked nervously to the door of Suja's bedroom in her black silk nightgown.
Her beautiful cheeks were rosy, and at that moment Su Yunshu showed the innocence of a mature young woman and a pure girl.
You're so beautiful. Suja shamelessly walked forward and pulled Su Yunshu to the big bed. Mr. Su, your feet are so beautiful. Suja held Su Yunshu's feet.
Her toes were pink, tender and round, and they felt soft in his hands.
Ha ha, stop it. Su Yunshu quickly pressed down Suja's mischievous hand.
She was very sensitive and was very ticklish. But Suja did not stop and continued to tease her feet. Su Yunshu laughed so hard that he was out of breath. He gritted his teeth and fought back, pushing his feet forward hard. Unexpectedly, the toes were stuffed directly into Suja's mouth.
Suja was stunned. I licked it subconsciously.
Su Yunshu was also stunned. Suja quickly pushed Su Yunshu away and spat several times on the floor. Su Yunshu burst into laughter upon seeing this, totally unaware that her naked body was exposed in the air after the bath.
You still have the nerve to laugh. Suja gave Su Yunshu an unpleasant look.
Su Yunshu snorted, my feet don't smell bad to begin with, and I just took a shower, so they must smell good. Of course it smells good, even though it smells like shower gel.
In fact, Suja didn't hate this behavior. The reason he behaved like this was because if he didn't do so, he would seem like a pervert. Moreover, he noticed that Aunt Su was restrained and nervous, so wouldn't this make things much better? It still has to be me. I deserve it. Suja vomited a few times without saying anything. At this time, Aunt Su also stopped laughing and carefully observed Suja's expression. Are you angry? No. Suja pretended to be stubborn.
Aunt Su was confused, so she twisted her mouth and stretched her 2 feet in front of Suja. I won't move this time.
Suja showed his white teeth. I don't want to play with your feet now. Okay.
It turns out that he was pretending. Su Yunshu understood immediately, but things had already come to this point.
At the same time, it was also funny.
Suja was acting like a spoiled child just now, and Su Yunshu couldn't stand spoiled children the most, so she compromised.
Good.
Suja once again praised the system, praising the practical rewards it gave. The life skills awarded are really practical.
Suja likes to be with Aunt Su. There are many reasons to like someone, but the biggest reason why Suja likes Aunt Su is.
He was just startled for a moment, and looked at Su Yunshu with a puzzled look on his face. Mr. Su, you? Aunt Su also understood Suja's confusion, and she just gave him a seductive look in response.
And Suja understood it immediately. Once again, praise the system, praise the super soldier serum. Until it was dawn outside.
Suja and Su Yunshu returned to the master bedroom and fell asleep in each other's arms.
Dad, am I going to have a younger brother or sister?
When Suja woke up again, the person in his arms had changed from Aunt Su to the lovely girl.
Suja smiled and rubbed Nanan's head. What are you thinking about, you clever little ghost?
He thought about it and felt that it was really possible to give Nan a younger brother or sister.
I didn't take any protective measures last night. Mainly because he doesn't like the feeling of being bound. I held my daughter in my arms and lay in bed for a while. Suja really didn't expect that Aunt Su was actually a virgin. This is really magical and surprising.
Su Yunshu and Suja said that Nan was not actually her biological daughter, but her younger brother's daughter.
There are 3 siblings in her family. Su Yunshu is the second oldest, Su Jiangwo is the eldest, and there is a third oldest, who is Nanan's biological father.
As for why it has developed into what it is now, it is a tragedy. A few years ago, the Su Group made a big move. A big move by a company of the size of the Su Group could cause some of its peers to go bankrupt. This tragedy was caused by a colleague named Wang Tong, whose family was broken up by Su Jiangwo. Then people think they can't swallow this humiliation, so they hire someone to kill someone. Then, Nanan's biological parents became victims of this struggle. It's a very dramatic but also realistic thing. It's a pity that Aunt Su is not a serious wife. No, what a shame. Suja suddenly hit his head. Isn't the original one good enough? Get rid of bugs. Nan is so lazy, she still doesn't get rid of bugs. Suja pinched Nanan's rosy cheeks. Nan snorted and said unconvincingly, Dad, the villain is the first to accuse others. It's obviously you who are lazy. Looking at Nanan's cute expression, Suja laughed out loud. Lift the quilt and put on your clothes. I want to open my phone to check the time. Take a look. Wow. My eldest niece Sui-san sent dozens of messages. Suja, I warn you not to have any improper thoughts about my aunt. What are you doing? Why aren't you replying to messages? You're dead, that's what I said. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. How can you be my daughter's father? You're not really dead, talk to me. Voice call the other party has cancelled the call. Video call the other party has cancelled. The time span of the messages is very long, from evening to morning. Suja couldn't help but smile. He had already imagined the golden retriever's angry expression. So I replied, Niece, if you send me a message like this, your aunt will misunderstand. Chapter 74, Bali Family. Baby, why don't you rest a little longer? Suja hugged Su Yunshu tightly from behind. He found that he was actually a little obsessed with Su Yunshu's body. The body of a 30-year-old woman is really smooth. Su Yunshu is also gifted and naturally charming. At the same time, she is also a great water mage, and Suja even suspects that Su Yunshu is the reincarnation of Bai Sujin. He actually has the unique skill of flooding Jinshan Mountain. It's really amazing. You've been so dishonest ever since you started. I used to think you were a pure virgin, but I didn't expect you to be so capable. Su Yunshu felt the beautiful yet deadly scent of poppies behind her, and shuddered, with a beautiful smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. Suddenly he reached back and grabbed. Suja chuckled, I am a genius, you know that, Mr. Su. Hurry up and eat. Nan and I will go to the fresh food supermarket later. You wait for Shan at home. She just sent me a message saying she is coming over. After Su Yunshu finished speaking, he looked at Suja meaningfully. From what she knew about her eldest niece, she rarely came to visit her since she entered her rebellious period. The reason why he suddenly said he wanted to come today is not difficult to guess. Although he couldn't help but develop the situation with Suja to that point yesterday, to be honest, Su Yunshu was still conflicted inside. Because the age difference is obvious, if his eldest niece likes Suja, it will be really difficult for Su Yunshu to make a decision. Tired. Suja smacked his lips, spoke affectionately to Aunt Su, and then she and her daughter went out. I'm going to buy something. The last stir-fried beef incident left a psychological shadow. Not long after Su Yunshu left, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was a voice call from Sui-san. I'm at the door, come out and meet me. Question mark. Get in here yourself. Suja was annoyed. How could this golden retriever be so arrogant as to order her good brothers around? It's been a long time since I last practiced. Sui-san immediately exploded and shouted angrily, if you don't come out, I will wait here. Suja was speechless, wondering what medicine she had taken wrong today. But I still went out, not because I was giving in, but because I was afraid that it would be bad if Aunt Su came back and saw it. He didn't want this golden retriever to ruin his relationship with Aunt Su. Outside the villa, a small golden head is particularly eye-catching. Suja reluctantly pushed open the door, walked up the stone steps, and passed by a large lawn. Then I saw Sui-san standing outside. The sunlight fell on her hair, making every strand of golden hair seem to be shining. Suja was stunned at first sight. He didn't know why, but he felt that Sui-san was particularly beautiful today. As beautiful as an oil painting. Her eyes were slightly closed, her long eyelashes cast a shadow, and her pink little mouth was slightly open, moist and shiny. A simple avocado green short-sleeved shirt, light-colored jeans, and white sneakers exude a fresh and sweet girlish vibe. The summer wind blew into Suja's heart. What are you doing here? As the male head of the family and also Sui-san's uncle, Suja poured a glass of water for Sui-san.
What are you here for? Hearing this, Sui-san's face instantly turned cold. Why do Suja's words sound so harsh? At the same time, I felt a little aggrieved. How could this man be so hard-hearted? Although Sui-san and Suja told her that she didn't want to fall in love. But what they do is no different from what ordinary couples do. Why could Suja still treat her like this? Usually, Mi Weiwei and Jiang Qinghan in the dormitory have special feelings for Suja, and Sui-san knows all about it. But because she said she didn't want to be in a relationship, she could endure it and make herself not care. I just thought I was playing with Suja. But only she herself knew that she also liked Suja a little bit in her heart. If she didn't like her, she wouldn't have let Suja do such a ridiculous thing to her. Sui-san could barely tolerate Suja's entangled relationship with his roommate at school. However, his relationship with his own aunt was absolutely unbearable. Sui-san couldn't help feeling uncomfortable when she thought that Suja might have an improper relationship with Su Yun-shu. Sui-san couldn't help feeling angry when she saw Suja's smug look. She snorted coldly, picked up the water Suja poured for her and started drinking it. Suja didn't know what Sui-san was doing, so he kindly reminded her, drink slowly. Sui-san was very rebellious. She snorted and the gurgling sound became faster and louder. Half a minute later. Well. Not only was there a large wet area on Sui-san's chest, revealing the white lace underneath, but there was even some water in her collarbone. Suja sat next to Sui-san and said helplessly, "Do you really like drinking water like this?" Sui-san bit her lower lip, her face suddenly flushed, and she shook her head violently, letting her golden hair fall on Suja's face. "What do you care? Don't move." Suja was also a little thirsty, so he went to his good brother's collarbone to suck the water out of her. "You! Look how good I am to you, but you don't know what's good for you and are so mean to your good brother." Suja had long figured out that Sui-san was a proud and thin-skinned person, and was easy to control. Sui-san widened her eyes. This bastard really said both good and bad things about her. It was obviously Suja who treated him badly at the beginning. She sent dozens of messages but didn't reply. "What are you doing?" Seeing that Suja was still shamelessly holding her hand, Sui-san glared at Suja angrily, her golden hair covering her red ears. Suja felt the tight skin and said, "Why, after just a few days of not seeing each other, I can't even touch my good brother's hand?" Sui-san didn't answer, but snorted angrily, turned around, and left a golden back of her head to Suja. But he didn't pull his hand back. Suja smiled, he was really a little arrogant. He had already guessed the purpose of Sui-san's coming here, and her reaction now was just to get Suja to give an explanation. "Suja, comfort me." "Ah." This time it was Suja's turn to be confused. "What happened?" As his good brother, Suja still asked with concern. "I had a fight with my dad." Suja was shocked and not shocked. It seemed reasonable for Sui-san to do such a thing given her personality. "Tell me why you are fighting?" Suja continued to caress her, giving her emotional value. "That old dang wants to remarry." "Oh, I see." Suja nodded. He now knew that Sui-san's father was Su Jangwo, the man he met at the Ritz-Carlton. It is normal for that lecherous guy to remarry. Suja was about to comfort her, but Sui-san seemed to be getting angrier and angrier. She suddenly stood up and said, "Why are you men so lustful? This is his ninth wife." Hearing this, Suja was stunned. "I'm not as good as you." According to Suja's view on love, he generally will not get married, and if he does get married, it is for a lifetime relationship. Su Jangwo was quite aggressive and managed to create the Bali family for Sui-san. Chapter 75, Free Fighter Sui-san. Ah! There was a look of panic in Sui-san's black and white eyes. Looking up at Suja, I wondered what this man was going to do. "I'm just trying to comfort you." "Didn't you ask me to comfort you? I remember you really enjoyed kissing me. Is that okay?" Sui-san was speechless. How could there be such a shameless man? He is so shameless. As for Suja, although he was still asking Sui-san, he had actually taken action. After all, Sui-san was the first girl Suja had ever kissed. In previous intimate contacts, Sui-san rarely resisted and even responded to him enthusiastically. This is the confidence that gives Suja the courage to do this. Delicious. Soft. After a moment, Sui-san's face flushed and her body limply collapsed on Suja's legs. Sui-san had a grumpy look on her face and was a little angry.
She was angry that Suja had no respect for her at all.
Who would do such a thing to his brother? She was not as easy to fool as a 3-year-old child. If it were the past, Sui-san wouldn't care about it, even if he was having an affair with her roommate.
But now, under the stimulation of her aunt, her mentality has changed. After thinking about it all night, Sui-san finally had the answer in her heart. The brotherhood between her and Suja deteriorated. Suja caressed Sui-san gently and just kissed her for a while, without doing anything else excessive.
Don't take big steps, otherwise your crotch will be pulled. We just took Su Yunshu down last night.
If we do something too extreme to Sui-san now, it will be easy to backfire.
Suja said, "You haven't answered me what you are doing here. Can't I come to my own aunt's house? You don't think I came here just because of you, do you?"
Sui-san curled her lips. She came here because of Suju and wanted to find out what the relationship between him and Su Yunshu was. Because she felt that a pervert like Suja could not help but be attracted to Su Yunshu.
Family members know their own business. Sui-san sometimes envies her aunt's extraordinary talents.
But Sui-san would never admit it, it would be so embarrassing.
Suja looked down at Sui-san with a sly smile. Sui-san couldn't stand it anymore and struggled frantically to get up. After straightening his messy shirt, he asked, "What is your relationship with my aunt?" Suja couldn't help but laugh in his heart. The little golden retriever finally couldn't help it. So he said seriously, "I'm Nanan's father. What do you think you should call me now? You want to die?" Sui-san's face suddenly became filled with shame and anger.
He suddenly stood up and elbowed Suja.
"Hiss, where do you get so much energy?"
Even after being injected with serum, Suja still felt a dull pain in his chest. Seeing this, Sui-san raised her chin proudly, and a charming expression appeared on her beautiful face.
"Who told you to mess with me? I've learned free fighting. I'm telling you, the last person who messed with me had his arm broken by me." Suja was stunned.
He didn't expect that this little golden retriever was so powerful.
Too careless. Fortunately, there is serum, otherwise I would definitely suffer domestic violence in the future. Suja secretly rejoiced. "I didn't provoke you. It's true that Nan calls me dad. In a sense, you should call me uncle from now on, so be polite to me." Suja continued to tease Sui-san. For some reason, Sui-san's fierce look made Suja a little happy. "Well, to put it bluntly, it's a bit of a slut. Heh, I even dare to hit my old man." Suja immediately choked. 6. "I don't care. Suja, I'm warning you, you must never have any improper thoughts about my aunt."
A few minutes later, Sui-san pointed at Suja and said,
"Why? With the relationship between you and me, you still ask why? What's the relationship?" "Ah." Seeing Suja pretending to be stupid, Sui-san couldn't bear it anymore and got angry instantly. With his teeth bared, he pounced towards Suja. "Give him a rear naked choke."
When the soft jade came into his arms, Suja's eyes suddenly lit up.
"You were the one who wanted to reward me, so you can't blame me." Suja, who was pressed underneath, took a breath and instantly exerted force with his developed muscles.
Sui-san exclaimed in surprise, and was stunned to find that the offense and defense had switched.
"Don't, stop making trouble, they will be back soon." Sui-san was breathing heavily.
"I'll let you go, but please stop being naughty."
"I don't think you want your aunt to know about our relationship, right?"
Sui-san, who was lying down, felt that these words were strange.
Is there something shameful about this relationship?
If you think about it carefully, it does seem a bit shameful.
In a sense, Suja is really her uncle. I'm so angry. My teeth hurt when I think of the scene of Suja and her aunt together.
After Su Yunshu and Nan came back, Sui-san felt more and more that the relationship between Suja and Su Yunshu was not simple.
It feels like the three of them are really a family, and Suja and Su Yunshu really look like a couple. I'm so angry that my arse hurts.
After being a monk for a few days, Su Zhixing returned to school with his luggage in a depressed mood.
Sui-san is really a human being. I don't know what's wrong with this golden retriever.
When she arrived at Su Yunshu's house, she refused to leave, saying that she had a fight with her father and didn't want to go back. Suja saw through Sui-san's little thoughts at a glance, but he really had no way to drive her away. However, because Su Yunshu was concerned about Sui-san's identity, he didn't even have the chance to have an affair with Su Yunshu.
The last day of the National Day holiday. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Suja returned to school. Left secretly. These days, Sui-san has been like a follower, following him wherever he goes.
This made Su Yunshu feel upset again.
Suja did not return to his house, but returned to the school dormitory. Mi Weiwei hasn't come back yet, and there's nothing to do in Jinyuan, but all 3 roommates have returned. I might as well go back and play games with them. It was almost 10 o'clock when we got back to school.
When I opened the door, I saw Yang Yang, Wang Long and Guojuan talking and laughing with each other.
What are you talking about? Yang Yang was the first to ask, where did Brother Zhe go during his vacation?
Seeing this, Suja chuckled and replied casually. Guojuan answered Suja's question, we were just talking about a talent show called Star Path Sound Dream, also known as Youth Idol Produce Camp.
Suja was stunned when he heard this. Isn't this program owned by his company? The promotion has actually already started.
He, the big boss behind the scenes, is such a loser that he doesn't even know this.
Suja continued to listen to Guojuan. He did not say that the program was from his company.
Suja did not have the habit of showing off in front of his roommates.
Of course, if they discovered it by accident, they could secretly feel happy about it. Guojuan continued, the planner of this show is truly genius.
That company called Xinghai is also incredibly bold, having invested hundreds of millions of dollars in a variety show.
But I think this program will be very popular. It's about cultivating star idols, which sounds great. Guojuan recommended it enthusiastically. Suja secretly happy, keep going.
Chapter 76, Tragedy Caused by Rice Tofu.
302 Female Dormitory.
Zhang Qinghan was the last one to return to the dormitory, pulling the suitcase and carrying the bag. After returning, he warmly invited Yang Chuxia, Su Yunshu, and Mi Weiwei from the dormitory to taste the rice tofu he brought from home. This was made by her mother herself.
Her family used to sell this snack at a stall.
Rice tofu was Zhang Qinghan's favorite thing, so she thought of bringing some to share with her roommates. The rice tofu had been cut, and a can of prepared chili sauce was taken out of the box. Mix in the seasoning and it becomes bright red.
As a native of Jincheng, Mi Weiwei also likes spicy food. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she couldn't wait to take a big bite. Spicy and fragrant, icy and cool. Delicious, delicious.
Yang Chuxia and Sui-san rarely eat spicy food, but they also like the taste of rice tofu. As the head of the room, Yang Chuxia also said that next time she goes home, she will bring some local specialties for her roommates to try.
The 3 of them immediately looked embarrassed.
The director, Yang Chuxia, was from the imperial capital, and from what they had known during this period, she seemed to really like doji. The 3 of them had the opportunity to try this thing once in the school cafeteria.
How should I put it? It's like rotten water. I feel physically uncomfortable just thinking about the smell.
The few of them were eating and chatting about the past few days of vacation. Halfway through the meal, Mi Weiwei suddenly said, I really envy you Guizhou people for being able to make chili peppers so delicious. Oh, and I have a friend who also likes chili peppers.
Can I pack some for him?
Zhang Qinghan was very happy that everyone liked the food her mother cooked. He smiled and said, sure, I brought a lot, enough for many people to share.
Thank you.
Mi Weiwei was decisive in her actions. She quickly finished her rice tofu, took a portion that had not been mixed yet, added some chili peppers, and left the dormitory. After Mi Weiwei left, Sui-san's eyes flashed, and she pretended to have just remembered, hey, Xiao Qinghan, can I give 1 portion to my friend from so many? Let him have something good to eat. Okay. Zhang Qinghan agreed with a smile, and was a little envious of them for having so many friends. After seeing Zhang Qinghan agreed, Sui-san picked up a bowl of rice tofu and went out. When she turned her back, she stuck out her tongue guiltily.
Xiao Qinghan, are you going to send your friend off too?
Yan Chuxia saw that Zhang Qinghan also took 4 servings of rice tofu and asked curiously.
Yeah, I'll go give it to Suja. My mother specifically asked me to thank him. Yang Chuxia nodded. Indeed, Suja was indeed a great benefactor to Zhang Qinghan's family. But why do you have so much? Yang Chuxia pointed at the big bag in Zhang Qinghan's hand with amusement. There are 4 people in his dormitory, so 1 share won't be enough. I'm afraid Suja's roommate will snatch his. How thoughtful.
A smile appeared in the corner of Yang Chuxia's eyes.
Looking at the empty dormitory, Yang Chuxia shrugged and continued eating the rice tofu.
This thing is really delicious, and the chili content is also acceptable to her. And the other side. As soon as Mi Weiwei arrived at the boys' dormitory, she sent a message to Suje's husband, "Come down quickly, I brought you something good."
After sending the message, Mi Weiwei waited in the shade under a tree.
Many boys passing by couldn't help but look at her, and some even found a corner or paced back and forth.
It's no exaggeration, this is what boys are like.
As long as a girl appears waiting for someone downstairs of the boys' dormitory, she is bound to be the focus, even if the girl is not very pretty.
And those as beautiful as Mi Weiwei are even more attractive.
Everyone can't move, and can't help but envy and jealous, wondering which lucky guy has the bad luck to make such a goddess wait. Mi Weiwei was of course aware that those boys were stealing glances at her, but she didn't take it too seriously because she had been used to it since she was a child. At this moment, Mi Weiwei suddenly saw that Sui-san was actually walking towards her, and a strange feeling flashed through her mind.
Obviously, she didn't want people to know that she was sending something to Suja. Especially roommates.
The news that she was rejected by Suju at the welcome party spread throughout the school. Although she is now together with Suja, their relationship is not public, and it always feels weird to be seen by her roommates.
Makes me look like a bootlicker.
Following the principle of beauty attracts, Sui-san naturally saw Mi Weiwei under the shade of the tree, and she subconsciously wanted to turn around and run away.
He also didn't want his roommate to see him giving rice tofu to Suja. Now Suja has become an unavoidable topic in their dormitory.
Mi Weiwei confessed her love to Suja, and Jiang Qinghan was also interested in Suja.
Now it would feel weird if she were to be exposed again. But Mi Weiwei over there had already seen her.
If she turned around and left at this time, it would be completely obvious that she was trying to cover up her sin.
So Sui-san had to take a deep breath and walked over with her head held high. I greeted him awkwardly. "Hi, Weiwei, is your friend here too?" Yeah, you too?" Is that your boyfriend?" "It's Suja."
Sui-san had already thought of an excuse. "He saved me back then, so I thought I'd give him something good to eat."
The reason Sui-san gave was very legitimate, but Mi Weiwei still felt a little sour in her heart. What did this mean?
She watched other women bring food to her boyfriend, and she couldn't say anything.
"Why don't you change seats? You might be embarrassed when Suja comes down later."
"I'm giving it to Suju as well."
Sui-san was stunned. This style was unlike the Mi Weiwei she knew.
Just as she was about to speak, she accidentally looked up and suddenly saw a familiar figure walking towards her.
She immediately blurted out, "Xiao Qinghan? What happened to Qinghan?" Mi Weiwei's temples throbbed violently. Sui-san pointed to the distance with a strange expression. "No, she's sitting here." Mi Weiwei felt that she was a little unsteady and her red lips turned pale. "It feels like I drank a pound of vinegar, and my heart feels sour.
Why is my boyfriend so popular with girls?" Jiang Qinghan was walking on the road carrying a black bag, and she felt many eyes were staring at her along the way. This look made her a little scared, so she walked with her head down. As the distance got closer, Jiang Qinghan suddenly heard someone calling her. When he looked up, he saw her two roommates looking at him from under a tree.
"Why are you here?" Jiang Qinghan's delicate face showed astonishment. Weren't they going to see their friend off? Sui-san smiled awkwardly. Mi Weiwei looked gloomy and didn't want to talk.
The boys passing by were completely unable to walk. At the beginning, it was just the goddess Mi Weiwei that made these freshmen's hearts flutter, and now Sui-san and Jiang Qinghan were added to the mix. 3 different types of goddesses directly maximize the lethality.
Boys' dormitory. Corner.
Suja stood in the corner and saw Mi Weiwei, Sui-san and Jiang Qinghan under the tree through the window eaves. Especially Mi Weiwei, her face looked ugly and the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily.
Chapter 77, She's just my sister.
Before Suja went downstairs, he received 3 messages at the same time. These 3 messages came from Mi Weiwei, Sui-san and Jiang Qinghan respectively.
I can only say that they are worthy of being in the same dormitory and are good sisters.
Even the words he sent to Suja were the same. "I'm waiting for you downstairs, I have something good for you."
When Suja received these 3 messages, he knew something was wrong.
After coming down, he looked at the corner of the wall. After taking the serum, Suja's body was strengthened in all aspects and his eyesight was very good. Even though the distance was a bit far, he could still see the 3 goddess-like beauties under the tree at a glance.
Jiang Qinghan and Suja could not care less because this girl was too well behaved. Although this was very infuriating, this was the reality.
Sui-san is also easy to deal with, after all, he is a good brother.
The difficult one is Mi Weiwei.
Suja thinks he is a scumbag, even worse than any other scumbag, but he still has a basic conscience.
After all, Mi Weiwei gave her first time to Suja.
Mi Weiwei was originally a sea queen, and although she had already come ashore, she was still not easy to fool. After pacing for a while, Suja thought that he might as well pretend to be dead. But after a little thought, Suja walked out of the dormitory. You can't escape the fate of the day, so Suja thought about it and felt that pretending to be dead was the stupidest option, since it was just a delivery anyway. If you go out with confidence, you will have more room for maneuver. He strode up to the three of them. Considering that he didn't know the specific situation, Suja didn't say much but just smiled and greeted them. Hey there, what's up, three goddesses? When Sui-san saw Suja coming out, she hurriedly stuffed the rice tofu in her hand into his hand, said you're welcome, and left. She didn't want to stay in this awkward situation any longer.
Suja frowned in confusion.
Jiang Qinghan lowered his head and was silent for a while. My mother asked me to thank you, this is a little gift from her.
Oh.
Jiang Qinghan raised her clear eyes, spread the laces with both hands and passed them steadily through Suja's four fingers. Then I'm leaving, goodbye.
Goodbye. Jiang Qinghan walked a few steps and looked back.
Seeing his roommate Mi Weiwei and Suja standing together, he felt a little sad.
She wanted someone to take her out for a walk. Why are you looking at me? Suja asked Mi Weiwei without blushing or beating his heart.
Seeing Suja's expression, Mi Weiwei took a deep breath and said, let's go out and talk for a while.
Mi Weiwei still held back.
Even though she was full of doubts and sorrows in her heart, she still wanted to find a suitable place. The place under the boys' dormitory was too eye-catching, especially since she and Suja had just become the center of attention at the welcome party.
Suja brought Mi Weiwei to Jin Yuan.
After entering the house, Mi Weiwei put her hand on Suja's chest and asked softly, I can understand that Jiang Qinghan can give you something.
I know she likes you, but this is the situation between you and Sui-san.
Suja's body stiffened when he heard this.
Mi Weiwei's ear was pressed tightly against Suja's heart.
She could clearly sense something was wrong with her boyfriend.
She sneered and left Suja's chest and said, My heart is beating so fast, are you planning to lie to me?
Based on my understanding of Sui-san, even if you saved her life, she wouldn't rush to bring you food for this reason. From the time she met Sui-san downstairs of the boys' dormitory until now, Mi Weiwei has figured it all out. She believed that Suja loved her, otherwise he would not have prepared so many surprises for her.
Moreover, Mi Weiwei thought that Suja would not be so bold, and even if he was a playboy, he would not make a move on his roommate Sui-san.
So, from a comprehensive perspective, the most likely possibility is that Sui-san likes Suja, and because Suja rejected her at the welcome party, Sui-san did this.
The reasoning is very reasonable.
The reason for this reasoning is that Mi Weiwei believes that Suja loves her.
Mi Weiwei has her own purpose in asking this question now.
One is to tell him to restrain herself and not do anything embarrassing. The second is to tell Suja that Mi Weiwei is very smart, and don't try to deceive her or her feelings.
Baby.
Thousands of thoughts flashed through Suja's mind, and then he smiled bitterly and said seriously, you know, ever since I saved Sui-san last time, she has wanted to recognize me as her brother.
She and I are just good friends.
Good buddy, how good is that?
Mi asked with a smile.
Suja's answer reminded her of the common words used by scumbag men and women, we are just friends or something like that.
Classic, too classic. Mi Weiwei said coldly, how about I find a boy and make him my best friend? What nonsense are you talking about?
Suja originally wanted to calm Mi Weiwei's emotions, but when he heard him say this, he became angry and his tone became heavier.
Mi Weiwei's smile froze instantly.
She didn't expect Suja to speak to her so loudly, even though it was clearly Suja's fault.
Why?
Her eyes were red as she said, Suja, why didn't you apologize when it was clearly your fault?
You even yelled at me.
I'm sorry, I felt bad when I heard you say that, and I couldn't control myself.
Huh, just because you're not feeling well, does that mean I'm feeling good too? Do you know how upset I felt just now downstairs in your dormitory?
You hypocritical dog.
Suja sighed deeply.
Arguing really wears out one's patience. He was silent for a while and then said, I promise, Sui-san is really a good brother in my heart.
I treat her as my sister.
She's just your sister?
She's just my sister.
Suja answered very confidently, at most she was his eldest niece. Seeing Suja being so frank, Mi Weiwei was so angry that she laughed, you are really a scumbag. I don't believe that there can be pure friendship between men and women.
Suja smacked his lips and reached out to hug Mi Weiwei into his arms, Wife, do you believe me? Let me put it this way, Suishan and I are classmates, and you and Suishan are roommates. If there is anything wrong between her and me, can I hide it from you?
Suja really didn't want to argue with her, so he decided to give in and admit his mistake. After all, she is his first woman, and she is also the one he likes. Being held in Suja's arms, Ni Weiwei did not struggle or respond. She just stood there and let him hold her.
I'll give you one chance. I can accept your relationship with Suishan. Ni Weiwei had thought it over. She asked herself honestly that she was reluctant to break up with Suja. During the few days she had been with Suja, she had already begun to like the feeling of being in love. So she decided to let Suja go, but to resolve the dispute with Sui-san. This was the biggest concession she could make.
Really?
Suja was a little surprised. Is this still the Mi Weiwei he knew? She is so generous. Mi Weiwei nodded. Well, but you should delete Suishan's WeChat and QQ first, let me see your sincerity. To be honest, this should not be too much.
Suja frowned when he heard this. That's not necessary.
We are all classmates. We will see each other sooner or later. Why not? I don't want to be stolen away by my roommate. Mi Weiwei is very rational and sensible now.
She is not the kind of person who makes unreasonable demands, and she does not think her request is excessive.
Suja let go of Mi Weiwei, shook his head and said, if you insist on doing this, I think we can end it. Finish? Mi Weiwei looked at Suja in disbelief. Chapter 78, Wife, are you hungry? Well, it's over. Suja repeated it again. He said this not out of anger. If Mi Weiwei insisted, the best outcome would be to break up and everyone would part ways amicably. Because Suja cannot accept a woman who always acts like a troublemaker. To be honest, he is a scumbag.
It is impossible for him to love only one person. A pauper couldn't even do it in his previous life, let alone in this life where he has a system to help him cheat. It would be considered a good conscience for Suja not to have a large harem.
Suja, is Sui-san really that important to you? More important than me? Mi Weiwei asked heavily.
She didn't expect Suja to break up with her just because she deleted their contact information.
She was really hurt. No, you are definitely more important to me than her. Then why? Mi Weiwei really wanted to ask, what was the significance of their relationship during this period? Because I don't like you doing this. I don't like you interfering in my personal space like this. It's suffocating. Suja asked back, if I ask you to do this, can you accept it? Mi Weiwei laughed angrily. Isn't this just a substitution of concepts? You're right, but is it of the same nature? I think it's the same, so what do you want to do?
Suja felt that his patience had been worn out.
Let's separate for a while.
Mi Weiwei originally wanted to say that we should break up, but when the words came to her lips, she couldn't help but leave room for it, and it became that we should separate for a while. Although Mi Weiwei now knows that Suja is a scumbag, she still can't help but like him in her heart.
She didn't know what attracted her to Suja.
Maybe it was the night called Confession Night, or maybe it was Suja's romance, or maybe it was the joy of being with Suja.
Don't leave tonight. This room is big. Let's calm down here.
Suja's anger usually comes and goes quickly, but now he has calmed down a lot.
I found that I was still a little reluctant to let Mi Weiwei go, so I tried to persuade her to stay. Don't want. Suja could see that Mi Weiwei was a little hesitant.
Without saying anything, he forcibly pulled her upstairs and said, I know you are upset when you see me.
I apologize for my attitude just now. You can rest here. I'm downstairs, so you won't be upset if you don't see me. Please don't abuse yourself and make me feel guilty.
Suja said something again as he closed the door.
I'm so bored. Mi Weiwei's expression was very cold.
She didn't even look at Suja and went back to the room to turn on her cell phone. Sleeping on this bed full of memories, I can still smell my own scent.
Water droplets appeared on Mi Weiwei's phone screen. Am I not generous enough? Mi Weiwei didn't understand and asked herself in her heart.
But she is already very generous. For Suja, she has abandoned her principles and given up her pride time and time again. If someone told Mi Weiwei in high school, she would confess her love to a man in front of thousands of people and cry for a man.
Mi Weiwei sneered. Who is she?
She is the queen of Mita, and she has always been the only one to be licked.
Yeah, when did I stop being myself?
Mi Weiwei suddenly realized that love was too humble.
Dong dong dong.
There was a knock on the master bedroom door.
Mi Weiwei quickly wiped away the tears from her eyes. What? Honey, are you hungry?
I made you a plate of baked green dragon with cheese.
Hearing this, Mi Weiwei was delighted.
Sure enough, her constant compromise with Suja had paid off.
This scumbag still couldn't leave her.
No, it would be too much of a loss to separate from him like this.
I thought so in my heart. He said, no, please don't disturb me, thank you. However, the door was already opened. Mi Weiwei's expression, which had just improved, turned gloomy again. Get out. Didn't I say I don't want it? Suja chuckled and walked in with the plate. Not eating is also a form of self-torture.
This is all my fault, but you must not starve yourself.
Come, eat a little.
Suja put the dish on the table, picked up a piece of shrimp meat that was brown on the outside and tender white on the inside with a fork and put it to Mi Weiwei's mouth. Suja made this wheel of cheese-baked green dragon into the shape of a rose, and the presentation was also unique. Seeing this, Mi Weiwei's anger subsided a little, but she still opened her mouth reluctantly. Just eat a little.
Yeah, thank you for your kindness, darling. Suja behaved very flatteringly. Mi Weiwei was speechless. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? I didn't mean to have a fight. Soon, a plate of more than 1 kilogram of qinglong was put into Mi Weiwei's mouth. What are you still doing here? Go away.
Suja said picked up the plate and walked out of the room. Then, he tiptoed back to the master bedroom.
Oh, go out? That's impossible. Hey, get out of here. Suja not only entered the room, but also got on the bed. Mi Weiwei drove him away with a coquettish look.
No, they were still arguing and in a cold war.
How could this bastard be so shameless as to touch her bed?
And Suja just chuckled.
Not only did he get on the bed, he also hugged Mi Weiwei tightly. The movements became irregular. The main character is shameless. In fact, from the very beginning when Mi Weiwei suggested that they separate for a period of time, Suja knew that she lacked confidence. Because of the same sentence.
If a boy says it, it is usually to pave the way for a breakup. If a girl says this, it is likely that she wants the boy to coax her and wants to give him a chance, not to really break up.
Mi Weiwei obviously fits this mentality.
Based on Suja's many years of experience, her real purpose is definitely not to break up with Suja. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to suggest finding a convenient place to talk.
Will not stay in this room.
That's why Suja was so shameless as to get on the bed and play as if nothing had happened.
Mi Weiwei was still playing with her cell phone. It was obvious that she didn't want to pay attention to Suja. After several minutes, Mi Weiwei didn't react at all. Suja's competitive spirit was aroused, so he increased his efforts. Mi Weiwei suddenly let out a soft moan. Although it was very brief and light enough to be ignored, Suja still caught it. A proud smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 79, Conversation in the Girls' Dormitory. 8 o'clock in the evening.
Mi Weiwei returned to the dormitory, feeling the mud in the forest on a rainy day, and changed her pants with a blushing face.
The dormitory must be returned.
First of all, if the news gets out that the girls from the art academy don't come home at night, it means that they are being kept as lovers.
Secondly, Mi Weiwei's whereabouts were discovered by Sui-san and Jiang Qinghan. Mi Weiwei was very angry with Suja.
This bastard was really shameless. Even though they haven't reconciled yet, he actually started doing such excessive things to her. Despite the special circumstances today, I refused to give up and forced myself to supplement a lot of protein. After changing into clean pants, Mi Weiwei suddenly felt extremely regretful.
Why did she agree to such a ridiculous thing just now? It's so fishy. Why are you back so late? It was Sui-san's voice. Jiang Qinghan and Yang Chusha in the dormitory were also looking at Mi Weiwei. I was just taking a walk outside. Any questions?
Originally, Mi Weiwei and Sui-san had a good relationship, but when she thought about the quarrel between Suju and her tonight because he deleted Sui-san's contact information, and Sui-san's questioning tone, Mi Weiwei's heart suddenly became angry.
Sui-san was silent. At first, she felt more sympathetic towards Mi Weiwei. After all, it took a lot of courage for a girl to confess to Suju in front of thousands of people at a welcome party. But now, Sui-san suddenly felt that she deserved it.
Feeling the strange atmosphere in the dormitory, young Chusha suddenly smiled and said, "You haven't been back for so long, Shanchan is worried about you, you two should not have an argument, there's no need."
Humph, I won't argue with her. Sui-san was choked by Mi Weiwei and felt very uncomfortable, but for Yang Chusha's sake, Sui-san didn't bother to say anything more. Anyway, there will definitely be something interesting to watch in the future. Based on Sui-san's understanding of Suja, he is a big pervert. It must be a problem that Mi Weiwei changed clothes as soon as she returned to the dormitory. I have something I want to tell you.
Seeing that everyone was there, Mi Weiwei simply said everything she wanted to say in one breath.
I think since we're roommates, it's more respectable to say it out loud. I like Suja, and that's a fact you all know.
Even though I was rejected at first, I'm still pursuing him. Mi Weiwei originally wanted to tell a few people the news of her relationship with Suja, but she stopped herself when the words came to her lips, because Suja said that he did not want to make their relationship public at the moment, and she also witnessed Suja's ruthlessness today. Originally I didn't want to talk about this, but today I saw you and Jiang Qinghan downstairs of the boys' dormitory, and I felt uncomfortable. I know Suja has done you two a great favor, so I can understand that you are doing this out of kindness, but I am different.
I am pursuing Suja. You two don't have any romantic feelings for Suja, right? Sui-san snorted coldly and said bluntly that she had not.
She would never admit to such an embarrassing thing. Jiang Qinghan pursed her pink lips and shook her head weakly.
Mi smiled slightly with satisfaction. I said this to avoid destroying the harmony of our dormitory.
I don't want Suja and I to be together in the future and find that someone is trying to poach me.
We are all decent people. Listening to Mi Weiwei's crazy output, young Chusha was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She really didn't expect that Mi Weiwei really liked Suja. She originally thought that her confession at the party was just an emotional outburst. Do you want to organize another social event with Suja and his dorm mates? Yang Chusha suddenly suggested. I'm fine. Neither have I. Male dormitory 503. Do you have any questions? No. So, let's go now. Let's go. Let's go, Hong Lang. As soon as Suja returned to the dormitory, he was forced out of the dormitory again by his 3 roommates. Destination foot bath. This is the proposal put forward by Guozhuan.
Thinking that they had never been to such a mysterious place at the age of 18, they hit it off immediately.
Ah. No. Baby, I can't hold it anymore, hurry up. Boss, please slow down, don't be so impatient. You still know more tricks, it's more comfortable. Red Romance Club. Passing by the corridor, Suja heard some lascivious sounds coming from inside. He looked at Guozhuan with a strange expression. Old Gua, is this store you brought us to legitimate? Why are you shaking like that? Yang Yang teased Wang Long, and after entering the club, Wang Long's face turned red and his body trembled uncontrollably. Guozhuan chuckled, it's guaranteed to be legitimate.
Suddenly, a beautiful young woman with charm came out, twisting her hips. She has a graceful figure and exquisite curves. She wears a thin snow-white sweater on the upper body and a very short hip skirt on the lower body. The first word that comes to mind is sexy. The collar of the sweater was low, revealing large patches of snow. Mama-san? Wang Long's face turned even redder. Welcome, 4 young masters.
I am the manager here, Yang. Just call me Lam. This name is interesting, Itchy?
Private the whole place. Call all the pretty girls. Since he was already here, Suja might as well enjoy himself to the fullest.
Manager Xiaoyang's eyes, which were hidden behind long false eyelashes, suddenly lit up.
She has been in this business for so many years that she has long mastered the skill of adapting dishes to the specific conditions. When Xiaoyang saw Suju and his 3 companions, he secretly looked at them. From her point of view, these handsome young men are definitely not short of money. Especially the most handsome one among them. Although she had never seen the brand of clothes he was wearing, judging from the material, it would take several $1,000s to remove a single button. Manager Xiaoyang brought a few people to the largest room in their store. While walking on the road, she inadvertently lifted her skirt and pulled her clothes. It's whiter on top, but darker on the bottom. Fuck, is this heaven? Yang, who was also visiting such a beautiful place for the first time, couldn't help but sigh. He had dated many girlfriends before, but the experience was completely different from what he has now. More than 30 young girls in their prime surrounded the 4 of them, immersed in the flowers and not knowing how to return. Suja chuckled.
This service was really great. It felt like going back to ancient times.
Suja lost the dice roll, and it was his turn to drink.
A girl next to him said quickly, "Young Master Su, let me help you drink."
This soft girl looks to be in her early 20s, with a baby face, youthful and innocent, speaks softly, and wears a ponytail. Her big watery eyes are like little daisies about to bloom.
The charming lighting adds a sense of mystery. "Okay, let me see how much you can drink, Xiaobao."
These girls are just good. As long as the money is in place, they will give you emotional value steadily. The beer filled the pineapple cup. Xiaobao was very honest and drank it all in one gulp. The golden liquid dripped down the wall of the cup onto the vessel that had begun to take shape.
"Mr. Su, do you think my alcohol tolerance is acceptable?"
After drinking a whole cup in one go, Xiaobao's face turned red, and the dim light created a sense of ambiguity.
Awesome. Suja had seen real temptation before, so this little scene couldn't affect his mind, so he praised sincerely. Suddenly, Xiaobao's cell phone rang.
She looked at Suja, and Suja signaled that it was okay.
So Xiaobao apologized and went outside.
Suja continued to play, but Xiao Chunan and Wang Long had already fainted and lay in the arms of the most capable technician here.
A few minutes later, there was a loud noise outside. Suja has very good hearing. It sounded like a quarrel.
There was a woman's voice that he was quite familiar with.
It seems to be Xiaobao's voice. Chapter 80, The Club's tricks are deep. The quarrel grew louder. Yang Yang and Guozhuan also noticed it. "What's going on outside? Do you want to go out and take a look?" "Let's go and take a look."
He put down the wine glass in his hand and walked out.
"What are you doing?"
Guozhuan shouted angrily and hurried forward to pick up Xiaobao, who had fallen to the ground. When they came out, they saw technician Xiaobao collapsed on the ground, with blood stains at the corners of his mouth and the right side of his pretty face red, like the mark of a slap. In front of Xiaobao stood three strong men with tattoos of dragons and tigers, who looked like socialites.
"Brothers, isn't it inappropriate for a man like you to bully a little girl?"
Yang Yang couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to speak for the poor little Bao. Xiaobao is a girl with a baby face and a thin body. Now she is knocked to the ground.
Any man would be moved to protect her. "Where the hell are you from, little brat? Get out of here." A short, bald, and beardless man stepped forward and pushed Yang Yang.
Yang Yang's strength was naturally not as good as those who made a living by relying on strength, and he staggered after being pushed. Being seen by so many girls, he felt humiliated and his body turned visibly red.
"I was shaking with anger and took out my phone." "Calling someone, right?"
The bald, beardless man spat, his tongue pressing against his mouth in disdain.
"I'm calling the police."
After hearing Yang Yang say he was going to call the police, one of the older men stepped forward and said, "Little brother, I urge you to stop meddling. Her husband owes us money, and it's only natural that debts should be repaid. We're here to collect the debt. Even if you called the police, it wouldn't have been any use. In the end, they detained us for a few days because of the surveillance.
I'm not threatening anyone."
If we were really detained, she would be the one who would suffer when we were released. Yang Yang listened and stopped moving his hands.
"What you said does make sense. But if you want to collect the debt, you have to pay it. Why hit someone? Or hitting women? How much does she owe you?" 500,000, is this young master going to help her pay it back?" The person who asked this question was Guozhuan.
Xiaobao lay sadly on his chest, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. This made Guozhuan rush to comfort her, but the more he comforted her, the more sadly Xiaobao cried. This made Guozhuan panic and he accidentally touched soft spots several times.
"It's only 500,000. Yang Yang said indifferently. "Then you help her pay it back?"
The big men turned their attention to Yang Yang again. At the same time, more than 30 beautiful women in the box were also looking at Yang Yang infatuatedly. Yang Yang felt the gazes of the girls behind him and felt like he was being roasted on the fire.
I instantly regretted saying this. If I say no next, it would be too embarrassing.
So I had to bite the bullet and say, "It's a small problem, I'll give it to you."
"Ha, you're worthy of being the young master, you're really powerful. Transfer or cash?"
Yang Yang felt his heart bleeding. 500,000 yuan, this was his living expenses for one semester.
But he couldn't resist the chatter of admiration behind him. "Let me say a few words."
Suddenly Suja grabbed Yang Yang, who was about to transfer money.
"Brother Zhe, I'll be here."
Yang Yang thought Suja wanted to help him with the 500,000 yuan.
He knew Suja's strength.
He drove a car worth tens of millions and owned a manor worth tens of billions. But if Suja gave it to him, he would lose face. Suja shook his head helplessly. What a young man he is. I'd call the police and say you've been scammed.
Why? Yang Yang and Guozhuan were puzzled.
Hearing Suja's words, the three strong men and Xiao Bao suddenly froze.
Don't you understand yet? They are trying to trick you. People say that this industry is full of tricks, but I didn't expect it to be this deep.
If Suja had not been strengthened, he would probably have been fooled. Xiao Bao's acting skills are so great, it would be a waste of his talent if he didn't enter the entertainment industry with crying scenes. When they just came and saw Xiao Bao, Suja's supervision discovered that there was a clue in the slap mark on Xiao Bao's face. Looking closely, the mark seemed to be painted on, and was different from the real mark of broken capillaries and bleeding. Later on, these three men intentionally or unintentionally guided Yang Yang and the others to help exchange money, which further confirmed Suja's suspicion.
Routine?
Guozhuan was startled and pushed away the small bag in his arms. After taking a closer look, her tears were so severe that it didn't look fake at all.
Brother Zhe, this can't be fake, right?
Yang Yang felt that Suja was trying to give him a way out. Seeing that the two still didn't believe it, Suja was speechless.
Didn't they both say they had seen countless women? How could they not see through such an obvious scam?
However, explaining too much is not Suja's style. He shrugged, took out the Apollo IE key from his pocket, tossed it in his hand, and said to the three strong men, "Do you recognize this thing?" The three of them didn't know what Suja meant and shook their heads.
This is the car key.
The key is made of pure gold, worth 300,000 yuan, and the car is worth 50 million yuan.
It's a limited edition worldwide. Don't get me wrong, I'm not showing off my wealth. I mean to tell you not to try to deceive me. I have many ways to kill you. Several people froze and looked very unhappy. They are all gangsters.
If what Suja said is true, they have no doubt that Suja does not have such means.
In today's society, as long as you have money. I'm sorry, please be merciful.
The leader of the three men took a deep breath and knelt down to Suja without hesitation. When the other two saw their eldest brother kneeling down, they quickly followed suit.
This sudden action also scared Suja. Why is the plot development different? Shouldn't the normal development be that the three of them sneered and talked nonsense, and then Suja showed his prowess and powerful force to easily subdue them and show off? Little did people know that although these three strong men were not doing very well, they had seen a lot of the world. After all, this is Shanghai, the magic city. I have been here for more than 10 years and have seen many big scenes. The burly man in the lead had once seen his boss's boss being badly beaten up in a top nightclub because he had offended a second-generation gang member. The boss hasn't been released yet. The reason why they chose to operate at Red Romance was because the specifications of this club were not very high and the real big shots would not come here to consume. Unfortunately, after hunting geese all day, he was still pecked in the eye by a goose. The sudden change made Yang Yang and Guozhuan open their eyes wide. They didn't expect that this was really a play. Wow, what a clown. They looked at Suja, then looked at themselves, and they looked even more clownish. Let's go. I'm in a good mood today, let's take her with us. Suja ordered coldly. The three strong men hurriedly fled with the small bag. After coming to the alley outside, the boss lit a cigarette for himself in fear and took a deep puff. Bao Bao, come here for a moment, I'm very angry. The boss took another deep puff of his cigarette. The short, fat man asked, "Brother, how can you be sure that guy isn't trying to scam us?" The boss shuddered and smiled wisely. What if it's true? Where have you been? Without the comfortable and soft pillow, Wan Long woke up and looked at Suja and the other two who had just returned. Suja glanced at the pleading eyes of Yang Yang and Guozhuan, smiled and said, "Let's have a midnight snack, then continue playing music and dancing." Chapter 81, Kozer Sister. The club is recruiting new members, would you like to go check it out? Wan Long suggested this after the first class the next afternoon. Okay. Suja responded. Go. Several people hit it off immediately. The address for school clubs to recruit new members is the large open space in front of the first cafeteria. After arriving here, Suja and his friends separated and looked for the clubs they wanted to join. Suja didn't want to join any club. Firstly, he didn't have the time, and secondly, he had no interest. But since I'm here, I might as well join in the fun. so Suja went straight to the animation club. The anime club is a big club in their school because there are so many college students who like anime. In order to attract more new students to join, the animation club secretaries used despicable sexual tactics. There stood a group of cosplayers. "Hello, teacher, I'm collecting stamps." Suja saw a very beautiful girl from a distance. She has pink hair, a small and delicate face, and her twinkling eyes are so cute. Luduo was stunned for a moment, then realized that Suja had no ill intentions and breathed a sigh of relief. "Hello," etc. Suja paused. Why does this cosplayer's voice sound so nice? It is soft every day, like a small brush, gently brushing past, making people feel tingling in their hearts. Of course. Luduo showed a sweet business smile. After taking the photo, seeing that Suja was still not leaving, Luduo asked in confusion. "For you." Suja took off his coat. Luduo was stunned for a moment, looked at the coat handed to her, shook her head, and said with a smile, "Thank you, I don't think I need it." It seems that this very handsome man in front of her is not just taking a photo with her. Suja said calmly, "Your period has come." In an instant, the entire air froze. Luduo was startled and, like a kitten chasing its tail, she turned around in circles to look at the clothes behind her. "Don't worry, it's just a little bit, it's not too obvious." The calm voice rang in her ears, which seemed to have a soothing effect and calmed Luduo down. She took Suja's coat and thanked him obediently, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Suja waved his hand and added, "By the way, this is for you too." Suja took out a sanitary napkin from his pocket and handed it to Luduo. Luduo was stunned at once. Not Buddy. Which good person carries sanitary napkins with him? Suja smiled. This sanitary napkin belongs to me Weiwei. She put one in her pocket yesterday because she was having her period. Although I don't know why. Luduo stared blankly at the bathroom in front of her, confusion in her eyes. Hiss. Could this handsome guy be a sister? But the skeleton doesn't look like it, and there's also no Adam's apple. Could it be? Never mind. It's helping her after all. Luduo curved her eyes, smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you." Suja smiled and said, "It's okay. Just pay. The code is 9,900, and the sanitary napkins are up to you. Card or cash?" "Just kidding." Suja smiled. He always felt that the girl in front of him was dull and seemed to be slow to react. So I came up with the idea of teasing her. "Why don't you come back to the apartment with me? I'll give you my coat back once I'm changed." When Suja heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. What an unexpected gain. "Yeah, let's go. My name is Suja." "What's your name?" "Luduo." "Why are you so stunned?" Luduo does not live in the dormitory, but in the school's public housing, where she lives alone in a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. After returning to the apartment, Luduo brought a glass of water and placed it in front of Suja, her tone sweet and gentle. After seeing Suja in a daze, she joked with a smile. This made Suja laugh. Who was it that kept silent about it? But he still shifted his gaze to Luduo. She took off her cosplay costume and heavy makeup, changed into a white t-shirt and pink shorts. It was a bit cold in the room with the air conditioner on, so she put on a loose white shirt on the outside. While walking, the 2 long white legs are particularly attractive. The only thing that remained unchanged was her pink hair, which was simply tied up with a few strands of hair left loose. Suja admired it with great relish. He didn't expect that Luduo's appearance was still very good after removing her makeup. You know, in addition to a bald head, colorful hair color is also a great tool to test one's appearance. Luduo's face supports the pink hair, and even looks particularly cute. Luduo's eyes are particularly lively and clear, like the brightest stars in the night sky, or like the white moonlight shining on the earth. Pure and beautiful. Ah, I'm in love. Suja felt that he fell in love at first sight. So she smiled and said, "Senior sister, which college are you from?" "Dance." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Excuse me, I'll go open the door." After the door opened, Suja saw who was outside and stood up suddenly. "Senior." "Suja? Why are you here?" The one who came in was Yen Daiman. When they saw each other, their confused eyes met. Yen Daiman's heart suddenly started to ring with alarm. "Do you know Duo Duo?" Suja was a little embarrassed.
He was just thinking about how to touch Le Duo's heartstrings, but he didn't expect to see his girlfriend the next moment. Or at another girl's house.
It feels like being caught in bed.
Le Duo stared blankly at Yin Daiman and Suja, blinked, and swallowed.
Sister Man, do you know Suja?
In Le Duo's impression, Yin Daiman is very cold towards men. When she first met her, she wondered if Yin Daiman was a Sayuri.
Suja is my boyfriend, Yin Daiman said.
When Suja heard this, his face suddenly turned cold. He said that he didn't want to make their relationship public.
Suja suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and said calmly, "Didn't you say that I don't want to make our relationship public yet? Why did you say it?"
Le Duokai and Yin Daiman explained why Suja appeared here. Yin Daiman had just felt relieved, but when he heard Suja's cold questioning tone, he frowned again.
After a moment of silence, Yin Daiman said with a chill in his voice, "What's wrong? Do you think I'm not good enough?"
Suja's anger dissipated, and he realized that his tone was a bit harsh, so he changed his words and said, "You misunderstood.
I feel uncomfortable."
Seeing that Suja had slowed down his tone, Yin Daiman also gave him a way out. "I know you don't want to make it public.
I've known Duo for many years. It doesn't matter to her. She doesn't have a social circle."
"Yeah, I'm sorry, I was impulsive."
Suja smiled and walked forward, holding Yin Daiman's hand and apologizing with a smile.
At the same time, I was also reflecting in my heart, why is he so irritable, and he can't help but get angry whenever he encounters something unpleasant.
It shouldn't be like this before. Fortunately, the senior student is not as irritable as Mi Weiwei.
If it were Mi Weiwei, she would probably not be able to calm down for a while. Suja played with Yin Daiman's delicate hands and asked about Le Duo's situation.
He was curious about how Le Duo couldn't even socialize. Yin Daiman did not answer, but Le Duo said it herself.
From Le Duo's self-narration, Suja learned that Le Duo was an orphan who had suffered from mental illness before and met Yin Daiman by coincidence. Yin Daiman paid for the treatment of the mental illness, and he also rented this apartment.
Chapter 82, PK. Suja was deeply moved after hearing this.
He suddenly picked up Yin Daiman's smooth face and started biting it.
He said, "Baby is so kind. Pa.
Yin Daiman noticed that Le Duo was watching her with great interest. She could not accept doing such shameful things in front of others at the moment. She quickly pushed Suja away and rubbed her face frantically.
He glanced at Suja and pulled Le Duo. "Are you still going out to the club?"
"I saw you were not in the club just now, and I thought you were embarrassed to go out, so I came to call you." Le Duo is a little shy, even a little autistic, so she prepared herself mentally for a long time before going out this time.
"Yeah, let me change my clothes."
With that, Le Duo returned to her room and closed the door. Now only Yin Daiman and Suja are left in the living room.
Suja looked at the beautiful senior schoolmate, and his heart couldn't help but become active.
Yin Daiman is wearing a white JK suit today, a light-colored pleated skirt, black over-the-knee socks on her legs, and classic black round-toed leather shoes on her feet. This outfit caught Suja's eye, because Yin Daiman's outfit style today formed a contrast with her own domineering temperament. But this contrast is not abrupt, but rather gives a sense of novelty.
"What are you doing?"
Yin Daiman warned Suja in a low voice because his behavior had been improper since Le Duo entered the room.
"Senior, I miss you."
Suja pulled Yin Daiman and let her sit on his lap, gently pulling the over-the-knee socks on her legs with his hands. Listening to Suja's cheesy love words, Yin Daiman felt a little happy in her heart, but her expression was one of arrogance and she snorted coldly. Patting Suja's unruly hand, she said, "Oh, you still miss me.
If you miss me, you won't come to see me."
"If I hadn't seen you at Le Duo's house, I would have suspected that I really had a boyfriend."
Suja laughed dryly.
He knew that Yin Daiman was dissatisfied with him for not contacting her for so long. Mainly because it's not his fault, he must have been very busy recently.
Suja apologized repeatedly, saying, "Senior, you know I've been a little busy with work these days. When I'm done, I'll pester you every day, okay?" "TSK, I don't want it."
Yin Daiman curled his lips.
"Hey, what are you doing?"
Suddenly, Yin Daiman's body trembled and panic appeared in her eyes.
"Take it out quickly. You're going too far. Duo is still in there." Suja ignored Yin Daiman. "Don't worry, I'll just touch it."
"By the way, senior sister, are you aware that if no one is around?"
"No." Suja interrupted. "Senior sister, don't talk, just enjoy it."
Suja suddenly leaned closer and put his nose against Yin Daiman's. At such a close distance, Suja could even see the other person's lip lines, lip beads, and even the subtle lines at the corners of the lips. Looking at Yen Damon's slightly opened lips, Suja suddenly leaned forward and his lips directly covered Yen Damon's lips. Ah! Yen Daimon was caught off guard, her eyes widened, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. The moment their lips touched, she was reminded of the first time she kissed Suja, just as soft and warm. Unlike the shyness she showed the first time, this time she was worried and scared. She was afraid that Le Duo would come out the next moment and see the scene. But Suja's enthusiasm instantly made Yen Daimon put aside his worries, given his previous experience. This time Yen Daimon responded skillfully, and her progress made Suja more obsessed.
A long time. Lip parting.
Yen Daimon turned around and saw the door was still closed. He said in a slightly trembling voice, okay, Duo is really coming out. This time, Suja pulled his hand out and wiped it. Pervert. Yen Daimon stood up, straightened her clothes, and pulled up her over-the-knee socks that had slipped down to her calves. When she saw Suja's obvious part, her pretty face flushed slightly and she pouts.
He. Suja showed a proud expression. A few minutes later, Le Duo walked out the door. Another bright moment. Suja saw Le Duo wearing Daji's cosplay costume.
The red dress was very delicately made, and the fluffy pink tail was extremely cute. It must be a very happy thing to have a cosplayer girlfriend, as you can change your skin every day.
Let's go. Yen Daimon walked in front holding Le Duo's hand. Not long after, I returned to the animation club's recruitment office again.
However, at this time, the place was already crowded with people and very noisy.
Yen Daimon asked someone. Seeing Yen Daimon, the man quickly replied, President, big news.
A boy from the neighboring school is picking a fight because of a girl who's, jealous.
Go over and take a look? Suja loved to watch jealous scenes, so he made a suggestion. Squeeze through the crowd and come to the innermost part.
I saw a handsome boy about 1.81 meters tall standing in the middle of the circle formed by the crowd.
With a defiant expression, he challenged, anyone else want to battle me?
If not, then from now on, please keep your heads down when you see me, Lin Fan, from the Drama Academy.
Stop trying to seduce other people's girlfriends.
You're just a drop in the ocean, even if you're a street dance champion. When the students who were watching the fun heard Lin Fan's arrogance, the playful look on their faces immediately disappeared.
Instead, there was anger, immense anger. You idiot, what the hell are you?
Damn it, clown, come and compete with me in piano if you can.
You deserve to be cuckolded, you idiot.
Lin Fan's behavior was equivalent to pooping on their heads and asking them to say it smelled good.
A tall girl shouted indignantly, is there anyone here who can street dance?
The students of Shanghai Theatre Academy, who had been noisy just now, suddenly became quiet. There were some people who could street dance, but they had just witnessed Lin Fan's level.
Although Lin Fan is very arrogant, his strength is indeed good.
If you go up, you will only embarrass yourself.
I'll do it.
A light male voice came from the crowd. The crowded crowd dispersed consciously. A handsome boy, about 1.8 meters tall, walked out.
I think I should be able to handle it. Yang put his hands in his pockets, smiled modestly, but his eyes were eager to try.
He won the provincial street dance championship in high school, so it would be easy for him to defeat Lin Fan, right?
This wave of advantage is mine.
As long as he beats Lin Fan, he will have the priority to choose a spouse for 4 years in college. Seeing a more handsome boy coming out, Lin Fan sneered in dissatisfaction, then said pretentiously, you go first.
Don't get me wrong, I'm afraid I'll make you lose the courage to jump. Yang was so angry that he laughed.
This guy was so good at pretending that he was actually on par with Suja.
But Suja is really awesome, who do you think you are?
Yang shrugged, I'll connect it to the Bluetooth speaker.
Street dancing requires music and atmosphere, otherwise it might be a bit awkward.
Yang connected the Bluetooth, opened his playlist and found his favorite song. Then he began his official performance.
Chapter 83, Respect.
In the street dance world, a PK, also known as a battle, typically involves two dancers dancing to the same music to see who's more on point, whose moves are flashier and more explosive, and who has more variety and can ignite the atmosphere.
However, the PK between Yang and Lin Feng was not so formal.
Both of them are students, so naturally they prepare their own things. Yang is now dancing breaking, which is also called floor dance or breakdance in China.
This type of street dance usually has more floor movements. Generally, there are two types.
Using your hands, head, and body to rotate on the ground is called the big floor.
Using the limbs to perform complex and varied footwork on the ground, combined with tricky handstands, is called a small floor.
Of course, while dancing, you can also freely match the movements you want to perform. Suja didn't know much about street dance, but he felt that Yang Yang was really good. No wonder he dared to step forward to challenge. After warming up for a while, Yang Yang performed some classic moves that even Suja knew.
Windmill. Thomas. Handstand spin.
Suja was an outsider and didn't know the ins and outs of it, but he just felt that it was impressive. The students watching the scene cheered enthusiastically when they saw Yang Yang perform these iconic breaking moves so effortlessly.
You have some skills. If you were just pretending to be cool, it would be enough. But it's a pity that you met me.
Lin Fan was right in front of Suja, and his mumbling was heard by Suja. He can't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching, he's really a pushover. Yang Yang's dance continued, and when he made a freeze move, many girls present started screaming.
My God! Handsome, so handsome. Don't leave, Junior, add me on WeChat. Ah!
This is the Shanghai Theater Academy, Yang Yang's home turf, and he has the home advantage.
As the cheers grew louder in his ears, Yang Yang's dance became more generous and energetic. Watching the excitement is a gene engraved in the bones of the dragon people.
The layers of people surrounding this place made passers-by unable to help but come over. It has to be said that there are quite a lot of college students nowadays who like street dance and rap and other similar art forms, which can be seen from the number of onlookers. As the music and drum beats become more powerful, the atmosphere becomes more explosive.
Handsome, really handsome. Bull and force it. Suja could see that Yang Yang was a histrionic person.
The more people there were, the more excited he became, and the louder the cheers, the faster he danced.
Until the end, it got really intense and there were some shocking moves. A song lasts 5 minutes, and Yang Yang danced for 5 minutes, which is equivalent to 5 minutes of high-intensity exercise.
When the performance was over, Yang Yang's clothes were soaked with sweat, but he didn't care. Instead, he smoothed his hair and made it into a slicked-back style. Then he said proudly, Lin Fan, it's your turn.
You're not afraid to go up, are you? Yang Yang acted particularly arrogantly.
Because he didn't think that this person named Lin Fan was more capable than him.
He performed exceptionally well today.
To use the words of fantasy novels, he has broken through the bottleneck.
Half a step to professional realm. Suja smiled strangely.
He didn't know why he always felt that Yang Yang was being real. Because Yang Yang is like a villain now, and usually villains who are so arrogant will eventually get slapped in the face.
The reality was just as Suja expected. Ah, so noisy.
Lin Fan laughed, walked to the middle, twisted his neck, and moved his ankles and wrists, looking relaxed and not at all nervous about Yang Yang's wonderful performance.
You don't choose the song?
Yang Yang asked Lin Fan. He didn't want to win unfairly. Lin Fan shook his head disdainfully and said, I think it might be more interesting to teach you a lesson with your song.
Yang Yang? Wow, this guy is so pretentious. Yang Yang's face suddenly turned green.
The students watching were gritting their teeth.
Some people also had serious expressions. They did dislike Lin Fan a little, but his strength should not be underestimated.
There was also a group of girls with gleaming eyes. They liked this type of boys, arrogant and disrespectful.
It would be even more perfect if they could rap.
Lin Fan started performing without any warm-up. He also danced Yang Yang's breaking, but he also added a few other techniques based on Yang Yang's. Even people who don't know much about street dance can clearly see that Lin Fan is better in the first part. After jumping to the end of the first climax of the music, Lin Fan also used the freeze action to end it.
At the same time, Lin Fan raised his eyebrows at Yang Yang, and his disdainful look made Yang Yang extremely angry. Yang Yang couldn't hold it in any longer, but he still endured it. He has a good eye for judgment.
Although he doesn't want to admit it, in fact, Lin Fan seems to be a little better than him. I am not as skilled as my opponent, so if I continue to shout, I will only be helpless and furious, which makes me look a bit clownish.
So Yang Yang took a deep breath and lowered his head. Watch carefully and learn well,
Lin Fan said indifferently. The freeze movement was then dissolved and the following dance changed.
Lock-in.
Lin Fan wants to dance lock-in, someone in the crowd exclaimed.
What's lock-in?
Lock-in, also known as locking dance, is a dance with clean and neat movements.
Its hallmark features are quick hand movements and unique locking postures.
But usually people who dance this kind of dance are short, because they have an advantage when doing it.
But can Lin Fan, who's 1.8 meters tall, do it well? Some people in the crowd were giving scientific lectures, while others raised questions.
Faced with these doubts, Lin Fan smiled and responded with wonderful actions. The core of locking dance is locking, and Lin Fan's dance really achieved locking, with clear contrasts between movement, stillness, speed and slowness. Accompanied by the changing music and drum beats, Lin Fan demonstrated his classic signature moves one by one.
Wrist rotation. Jazz splits. Kneel on one knee and split. Show. Respect. Respect.
Lin Fan was from another school and not many people liked him very much, but his superb street dance skills still conquered everyone present.
Some people who knew street dance made respect gestures to Lin Fan. "Hey, buddy."
A boy in the crowd stretched out his hand towards Lin Fan.
Lin Fan smiled.
It seemed that there were still people who understood street dance. Locking is a dance that places great emphasis on performance and often involves interaction with the audience.
Just high five.
Lin Fan jumped forward and clapped hands with the boy who extended his hand. Then Lin Fan saw someone wearing a hat in the crowd, and without saying anything, he snatched the baseball cap from that person. The man was completely confused. As soon as Lin Fan got the hat, he started to toss, grab and spin it. He was very handsome and cool, and very contagious.
Sure enough, a lockin' dancer who can't play with a hat is not a good dancer. Fuck, this guy is really good. That's what I meant.
No wonder they dared to come to our school to cause trouble. Alas, that handsome guy who just came up must have lost.
Even an outsider like me can feel that Lin Fan is better than Yang Yang. When Lin Fan ended with a lock, the students present were shocked and even conquered by the climax technique. Chapter 84, watch carefully, I will only teach you once. Listening to the warm applause around him, Yang Yang's face looked a little unhappy.
Although he was convinced that he was not as skilled as others, it was really unpleasant to lose to someone like Lin Fan. After the performance, Lin Fan raised his head with a proud look on his face.
After returning the hat, he walked up to Yang Yang and said arrogantly, "Are you convinced?"
We are all young men who have just reached adulthood and are full of vigor and vitality.
Naturally, face is more important than anything else. Of course, Yang Yang couldn't say "I surrender" in public. He just sneered.
Lin Fan suddenly laughed out loud, looking up to the sky.
"So, you guys are just like this when it comes to acting. You refuse to admit defeat even after losing. From now on, when you see me, Lin Fan, bow your head.
Only a bunch of you greenhorns would do such a dirty thing as hooking up with someone else's woman.
Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? If not, I'll go back and report my results."
Listening to Lin Fan's undisguised ridicule, the boys watching all looked grim and filled with indignation. In their view, it is no longer a simple dance competition, but involves the honor of the school. As students of the Shanghai Theater Academy, they were always proud of their school, but now they can only watch their school being humiliated. Some girls had stars in their eyes.
They didn't care about the school honor or not.
They were just thinking about whether they should add Lin Fan's WeChat later.
Noob.
Lin Fan once again walked up to the boy with whom he had a conflict and mocked him. The boy was suddenly extremely angry and wanted to punch him to teach him a lesson, but when he thought that doing so would only make him look desperate, he lost his temper and could only blush and remain silent.
The host's strong will is detected.
Reward the host with dance mastery. Suja, who was in the crowd, was naturally a little angry, not for no reason, but because he couldn't stand Lin Fan's arrogance. Hearing about the system's reward made Suja smile.
Tonzi is still so considerate, that's great. Let me have a competition with you.
Suja stood in front of Yang Yang and said with a slight smile. Lin Fan licked his lips, with a defiant look on his face and a provocative look in his eyes, as if to say, another newbie. Suja didn't get annoyed when he saw this, and said, your breaking and locking are really average.
Let me give you a simple demonstration.
Lin Fan was shocked.
There's another expert. This guy is even more pretentious than me. Everyone present was stunned at the same time. The people around didn't even have time to react to what Suja meant by demonstrate.
The next moment, everyone's eyes widened. Suja spread his legs, stretched out his left hand to support the ground, and suddenly began to exert force from his waist, combining wrist strength with waist strength, and with a full burst of skills, he directly took off with both feet. His straight waist kept his left leg in the air with a sense of tight power. In a blink of an eye, Suja supported his entire body with only his right hand and spun quickly.
Tama's full spin.
The Thomas turn that crushed Lin Fan was a spectacle. Looking at Suja's graceful and smooth movements, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Luduo in the crowd covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes full of shock. Yen Damon's eyes were curved. This is her boyfriend, so excellent. After seeing Suja's zero frame start, Lin Fan's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently at this moment. As the saying goes, an expert can tell the quality of a move at the first sight. Lin Fan, who is also a dancer, knows very well how valuable Suja's Thomas turn is. If his own level is just at the professional level, then Suja is at the big boss level.
Depend on. It's really a fucking DJ.
Lin Fan was speechless.
He just wanted to show off, so how could he meet such a great man? That shouldn't be the case.
I've never heard of Shanghai Theatre Academy having any street dance masters before. Lin Fan was puzzled. Lin Fan, watch carefully.
I will only teach you once.
Suja suddenly spoke to Lin Fan, who was in a daze. Then he began to dance with high-pitched exclamations. There was no music, but Suja's superb skills still captivated everyone. He went straight from the Thomas turn to the small floor and large floor, which were all the moves Lin Fan had just done. But compared with Lin Fan, every movement of Suja is more powerful and beautiful. After a handsome windmill move, Suja chose the classic freeze to end.
This is a frozen pose that is close to a handstand.
The clothes that originally covered the waist naturally drooped down with this movement. Suja's body has been strengthened by the Super Soldier Serum. He has 8-pack abs, mermaid lines, oblique abdominal muscles, a dog's waist and a turtle back. This posture required the use of Suja's entire body's muscle groups. And the muscles full of hormones were exposed to the air after being engorged with blood. The girls suddenly started screaming. They didn't expect that Suja was not only a street dance master, but also had such a great body.
He was so handsome. This kind of body had only been seen in anime. Wow, I can't stop drooling. The boys also roared with excitement, because Suja saved their face.
Not only did he perfectly replicate Lin Fan's dance, but he was also visibly better. Compared with Suja, Lin Fan is like a grain of rice that cannot compare to the bright moon, or to put it more bluntly, the former is a buyer's show, while the latter is a seller's show.
After class, Mi Weiwei and her 3 roommates did not return to the dormitory.
They also came here to see if there were any clubs they wanted to join.
Seeing so many people crowded here, Mi Weiwei also came in to watch the fun. After watching Suja's performance, Mi Weiwei was a little confused. Suja can also do street dance? Hee, you are worthy of being the man I like. But is his figure really that good? Mi Weiwei's eyes flashed with doubt.
Before the holiday, she and Suja played several games of basketball in Jinyuan. She remembered that Suja had a very good figure at that time, and he had abdominal muscles, but they were definitely not as exaggerated as they are now.
Could it be that Suja has been working out like crazy recently?
The confusion in my heart only lasted for a moment, and the next moment I was filled with joy. Looking at the muscles that seemed to be carved by a knife, I couldn't help but lick my rosy lips. Her pretty face flushed quietly. Suja's original physical strength was already exaggerated, and now it was probably even more.
As I thought about it, my legs couldn't stop rubbing against each other.
I have tasted the sweetness and my period just ended today. Sui-san twisted her mouth, and Mi Weiwei's eyes were thready when she looked at Suja, which made her a little unhappy. The feeling in my heart that didn't want to fall in love seemed to waver again at this moment. At the same time, Suja's explosive figure made her dizzy and she couldn't help swallowing. Compared with boys, girls are no worse than boys in terms of lust, and may even be worse.
Chapter 85, The Fog in the Sky Comes Carelessly.
Suja, you really accept everyone who comes. Senior student Yen Daiman narrowed her eyes and looked at Suja, revealing a dangerous aura. Through this street dance battle, Suja once again gained the right to choose a spouse first. Right after he finished dancing, he got the contact information of 21 beautiful girls. Facing Yen Damon's teasing, Suja smiled and waved his hands, saying calmly, "Senior, this is not a lascivious act.
I'm just collecting resources."
This time Suja really didn't lie to Yen Daiman.
He really thought so.
Since his current work focus is on entertainment, it is not excessive to choose some girls with good image. The main reason is that there are too many beauties around Suja, including his girlfriend Yen Daiman and Mi Weiwei, his lover Jiang Qinghan, his good brother Sui-san, and his daughter's mother Su Yunshu. His vision has inevitably become more and more picky, and he really can't muster much interest in girls who are a little worse in conditions. In response, Yen Daiman just smiled and was not angry at Suja's behavior. Similarly, in Yen Damon's opinion, the girls who added Suja's contact information just now could not pose any threat to her.
I'm leaving first.
Suja said goodbye to Yen Daiman. Yen Daiman was the president of the student union. Their student union was also recruiting new members today, so Yen Daiman had to work here, and Suja had nothing to do if he stayed.
Yen Daiman nodded.
After saying goodbye, Suja left the school and returned to Jin Yuan excitedly.
Because Mi Weiwei just sent him a message, it was a photo. The photo shows Mi Weiwei's beautiful legs in stockings. It also came with 3 words, "It's gone." Suja couldn't help laughing.
After saying goodbye to Yen Daiman, he replied, "You're so shy."
Ha, scumbag.
Mi Weiwei, who had just returned to the dormitory, saw Suja's message and typed back, "I want to make pastries today."
After saying this, Mi Weiwei's face turned red.
Suja, who had just arrived at Jin Yuan, didn't waste any time and directly sent a location, "Come quickly."
Beg me. Mi Weiwei still wanted to remain reserved and tried to control Suja. Suja, come or not, there are gifts for you if you come. Really? If not, you'd be dead vicious. Weiwei, are you going out?
Yang Chusha asked casually when she saw Mi Weiwei, who had just sat down, touching up her makeup in front of the dressing mirror.
Mi Weiwei nodded, and Yang Chusha didn't ask any further questions.
It would be bad to ask too much about such private matters.
Sui-san in the other corner seemed to be thinking about something.
After putting on her makeup, Mi Weiwei set off. She didn't know why she walked so briskly.
Maybe it's because you get to know the taste buds?
I haven't been intimate with Suja for so many days and I still miss him a little. Especially seeing Suja so radiant in the square in the afternoon.
Is this the passionate love period?
Mi Weiwei had read something online that said people are most likely to become infatuated during the period of passionate love. In fact, the honeymoon period is very short, and the two people will get bored after the novelty wears off.
Since we are in the passionate period, just follow your feelings. It's okay to take the initiative. When I get tired of you, Suja will be obedient.
Mi Weiwei was sitting in a taxi and rushing towards Suja like a takeaway, which made her a little hard to accept. She has always been strong and still wants to take back the initiative in love. Just when I was thinking that he was getting tired of waiting, Suja became obedient. But after arriving at Jin Yuan, Mi Weiwei was dragged by Suja to play football. I don't know whether Suja has been honest or not, but Mi Weiwei has been honest.
Mi Weiwei knew that she would not get bored in the short term. I even felt like I was a little obsessed with Suja and couldn't extricate myself.
Mi Weiwei lazily lay in Suja's arms, her straight fingers drawing circles on his chest, and suddenly said,
"Where's the gift you mentioned?" Suja smiled evilly. "What gift? You just said that on the phone." "Oh, this, haven't you received it yet?" "I'm angry, I'm really angry."
Mi Weiwei suddenly stood up and sat up, not paying any attention to her suddenly exposed private parts.
"Ha, have I ever told you that you're cute?"
Hearing Suja's words of praise for her, Mi Weiwei suddenly felt happy, and then immediately turned serious. "Don't change the subject."
Looking at Mi's slightly awkward expression, Suja couldn't help but laugh, and then he said to her, Okay, there are gifts. Do you want to be a big star? Mi Weiwei didn't understand what Suja said, and subconsciously said, I should think about it, right? After all, there are probably few people who study in art schools who don't want to be a big star, especially a big star like Zhongruoshi. My gift to you is to make you a big star. Ha? No, you think I'm a 3-year-old. This time Mi Weiwei was really angry. She actually didn't expect Suja to give her any gifts. The reason she said this was because she couldn't stand Suja playing with his mobile phone right after playing football with her. I can't accept him being like this, it's like he's being heartless. It made her feel very unbalanced and like she was a commodity. Come when called and go when dismissed. Suja clearly noticed Mi Weiwei's emotional changes, but he was not angry about her little thoughts. I just took out my phone and sent her a document. I gave you the gift, take a look for yourself. Oh. Mi Weiwei saw that her phone screen was lit up and opened it to take a look. The sun never sets? Mi Weiwei frowned when she saw these 3 words. Her first thought was wrong. Clicked it out of curiosity. I was surprised to find that this was actually a song. The fog in the sky comes carelessly. The river is as quiet as an oil painting. The dove of peace rhymes with its lazy steps. Your gift to me is a song? Yeah, let's see how it goes. Mi Weiwei was extremely excited.
She never expected that Suja would write a song for her.
Hurry and read the lyrics below. My heart secretly clears up.
Pray that you are like the brave guards,
guarding love without moving. The footprints you left in my memories. I love your scenery. I want to send you my fading thoughts. Sending postcards of love. This song is so sweet.
Mi Weiwei's beautiful eyes were misty, and when she suddenly remembered that she was really angry with Suja just now, the mist became more obvious.
Pouting, Suja, why are you so nice to me? Woo, I'm sorry, I wronged you just now, woo. Mi Weiwei was really moved. She lay on Suja's chest and couldn't stop crying.
She studied music and can feel the sincere and passionate love from this song.
My dear, didn't you say I'm your husband? Isn't it normal for a husband to treat his wife well? Suja was also moved by Mi Weiwei's reaction and said warm words.
Mi Weiwei is really a good woman and Suja likes her very much, so Suja wants to let her feel the sweetness of love during the time they are together.
Then he said, I'm serious. I want you to be a big star like Zhongruoshi. Chapter 86, Program Registration. Wife, I want you to be a big star. A big star like Zhongruoshi.
Mi Weiwei felt a little dazed as she listened to Suja's affirmative words.
This is probably the most touching love story. Yes, thank you, husband. But why do you want me to be the one? I'll always write songs for you. Ah. A song like The Sun Never Sets? Suja responded, well, my company recently held an idol training talent show. If you want, you can participate. Is it the popular youth idol produce camp recently? Suja nodded.
What satisfied him was that the show had a very good pre-show. Seeing Suja nod, Mi Weiwei suddenly jumped up and sat face to face with Suja, staring with eyes wide open in disbelief.
Is this program from your company? It was unbelievable.
Mi Weiwei really didn't expect that her boyfriend was so outstanding.
Oh my god, she really found a treasure. The youth idol show produce camp is really popular. The topics on the hot search list recently are all about this show.
Hashtag the variety show with the largest investment ever. Hashtag
all 4 returning members serve as mentors for the Chuang 2021 campaign. Hashtag subvert tradition, the dawn of variety shows. Hashtag. But Mi Weiwei thought of something and suddenly lowered her eyebrows. Suja instantly understood Mi Weiwei's thoughts. Are you afraid that you can't compare to others? Do you think that you are only a freshman and not as good as those people? Suja smiled and rubbed Mi Weiwei's head. Silly girl, what are you afraid of when I'm here? Even if I don't give you a backdoor, you're still a favorite to win the championship with the song I gave you. Baby, you are the best, believe in yourself. Husband. What's wrong? I'm well rested. Sure enough, Mi Weiwei is a grateful person. If you are good to her, she will repay you double. During the latest football match, Suja finally understood why the ancients said that fields can never be destroyed by tilling. Star Path Sound Dream is also known as the Youth Idol Creation Camp. Just as Mi Weiwei said, the preheating is very hot.
The contestants of Creation Camp come from art schools across the country, and the registration time for the program is soon to come.
It attracts countless art school students.
As Shanghai Theatre Academy is one of the top art schools in China, its production program Creation Camp has attracted much attention. Suja's class group was also discussing it crazily.
Counselor at all members, has anyone signed up for the audition? I encourage everyone to sign up. I've signed up. Well, Zhou Xuatong, you have good conditions. I believe you should have a chance.
If the 4 goddesses in our class apply, they will definitely all get in. I heard that the first round mainly depends on appearance, and the second round will focus on talent.
I think so, too. After all, we are training idols. If they don't have good looks, how can they be considered idols? At Suja, you are the class monitor. Please mobilize the female students in the class and encourage them to actively sign up. Please send me the list of those who have signed up for the audition. Yang Chuxia, got it. Where's Suja? At the same time. Female Dormitory 302.
Yang Chuxia was used to helping Suja reply to messages from his counselor, and this time she subconsciously replied for him, and she even laughed after sending it.
I smiled and said to my roommate, are you interested in this show? I want to go and play, it should be fun. Sui-san spoke briskly. Well, this program is indeed quite novel. Yang Chuxia smiled and said, what about Weiwei? Mi Weiwei pretended to hesitate for a moment and said, "We should go." Yang Chuxia nodded, "Actually, I'm quite interested too. Let's join together. By the way, Xiao Qinghan, are you joining?"
Seeing Yang Chuxia asking about him, Zhang Qinghan suddenly lowered his head. He forced a smile and then said softly, "I'm sorry, I won't go.
I'll study hard at school." Studying hard is a student's duty.
Zhang Qinghan is already far behind other students in schoolwork, and now he still can't keep up with many courses. Yang Chuxia originally wanted to persuade Zhang Qinghan to participate in this program together, but when she saw Zhang Qinghan's reluctant expression, she understood her concerns.
After thinking about it, I didn't say anything else.
After confirming the number of registrants, Yang Chuxia reported the number of participants in the department head group.
There are 3 people who have signed up for Dormitory 302, Yang Chuxia, Suishan, and Mi Weiwei.
In fact, Suja saw the counselors at message to him. After the counselor finished speaking, he sent the screenshot to the room heads group and asked them to report the number of people themselves. Suja, who was in the dormitory, frowned instantly when he saw that Zhang Qinghan was not on the list sent by Yang Chuxia. Then he made a video call to Zhang Qinghan without hesitation. When Zhang Qinghan saw Suju initiated a video call, he was immediately delighted.
Suja has never sent her a message on his own initiative. To be honest, this makes her feel a little inferior. Although people have always said that she is good looking since she was a child, the person she likes never sends her a message, which makes Zhang Qinghan doubt her appearance. "Brother Su, what's wrong?"
Zhang Qinghan raised her head, her eyes shining as she spoke sweetly.
"Why don't you audition?"
Compared to Zhang Qinghan's joy, Suzhou on the other side of the camera was a little serious. Seeing the serious Suzhou, Zhang Qinghan felt as if he was showered with ice water, and the corners of his mouth curved down again. Suzhou's video call to Zhang Qinghan instantly attracted the attention of the entire dormitory, especially Ni Weiwei and Sui-san, who had already come over. Hearing Suzhou's questioning tone, Sui-san immediately became furious and snatched the phone away, saying angrily, "Hey, what's with your tone?" Seeing his roommate Sui-san talking to Suzhou like this, Zhang Qinghan was startled. He quickly snatched back his phone and faced Suzhou with a panicked expression. "I'm sorry, I'll participate, please don't be angry." Suzhou was startled, then he remembered that Zhang Qinghan was a sensitive girl, so he immediately said with a pleasant face, "I'm sorry I spoke too loudly just now, actually I want you to participate in this program, I think you are very good."
"Really?"
Zhang Qinghan instantly forgot Suzhou's fierce look just now, and the words Suzhou saying that she was excellent kept replaying in her mind.
"Real? Is it too late for me to join now?"
Looking at Zhang Qinghan's cautious look, Suzhou was also amused. They were just compiling a list now, not formally registering, so why should he be so cautious? Mi Weiwei, who was standing by, saw the strange atmosphere between her boyfriend and her roommate, and felt a little unhappy. But when he saw Zhang Qinghan's pitiful look, he couldn't feel angry. Alas, what a sin. Mi Weiwei thought to herself, forget it, the relationship between Suzhou and Zhang Qinghan is connected by gratitude and being classmates, there will definitely be no inappropriate relationship, so be more generous. Yang Chuxia was even happier when she saw that Zhang Qinghan also agreed to participate in the audition together. The 4 sisters in the dormitory should always be together. Her eyes twinkled slightly as she said, "Let's participate together and amaze everyone." Chapter 87, Audition 1. Because the contestants of Youth Idol Produce Camp are students from various universities, and Shanghai Theatre Academy is the leading art school in Shanghai, the audition location in Shanghai was set at Shanghai Theatre Academy.
3 days after registration, it is time for auditions. Suzhou and Yan Daiman arrived at the audition location together. Mi Weiwei came with her 3 roommates, so she didn't need Suzhou to accompany her. However, she was the only one in Yan Daiman's dormitory who signed up. As her boyfriend, it is my duty to accompany her. Of course, Suzhou didn't think that this would arouse Mi Weiwei's suspicion. Sometimes the more open you are, the better. Besides, they are in the same school, so it is normal for them to meet by chance and travel together. After crossing the campus avenue and passing through a corridor, you will reach the designated audition location. It's a football field. When Suzhou and Yan Daiman entered the venue, the first thing they saw was the 4 girls from Mi Weiwei's dormitory. Because the 4 of them were so beautiful, like 4 golden flowers, they were the focus of the crowd wherever they went. Even many girls were secretly watching the 4 of them. Senior Yan, Yang Chuxia and the others greeted Yan Daiman. "Hi, good luck later." Yan Daiman replied with a smile. "Come on. Suja looked at these goddesses and was not worried that they would be eliminated in the preliminary round.
As he emphasized when he was planning the program, the selection criteria for Chuang 2021 should focus on both appearance and talent, and may even focus more on appearance. In some talent shows he had watched in his previous life, there were many cases of people focusing on appearance.
The most representative one is the Koi.
Her popularity has absolutely nothing to do with her talent.
And this is not accidental, it can be said to be inevitable. This is the situation. How can an idol be considered an idol if he is not good looking?
In this era of traffic, talent is a plus.
Suja, are you here to cheer for us? Sui-san joked with a smile, and a youthful atmosphere came to the face.
Among the four goddesses in 302, Sui-san is the representative of youth and vitality, a true energetic girl, but sometimes she is a little too energetic.
Yes, I am your cheerleader. Suja followed his good brother's joke, brought everyone closer together, and then took them to the staff's location in front to sign in and receive number plates.
It is not only students from the Shanghai Theatre Academy who come to the auditions, there are also girls from other schools. The football field is crowded right now, at least 1,000 people.
Don't underestimate the eagerness of the beautiful girls to enter the entertainment industry.
They are all very smart. This program has been promoted tirelessly by the Su Group, and its popularity is now incredibly high.
The program is in the form of live broadcast.
Even if you don't make it to the end, as long as you show your face in front of the camera, gain some qualifications, and then go back and make a lot of money even if you do a live broadcast. As the big boss behind the scenes, Suja can still exercise a little bit of power. He directly asked the staff to give him a few number plates at the front. After all, there are so many people on the scene, and it takes a lot of time just to get the number plates. The auditions are divided into 2 venues, and those who have received their number plates can prepare to start performing. A 3 to 5 minute performance of singing, dancing, or other artistic forms. The performance forms of the auditions are not uniform, but in the second stage and even later stages, singing and dancing are the main focus.
Squad leader.
After receiving the number plate, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him.
Suja turned around and saw that it was several female classmates in the class, Liashan, Pan Baobao and Zhou Shuatong, who had also signed up for the auditions. Hey, have you signed in? Suja greeted him with a smile. After all, he was a squad leader.
Although he was not competent, he was still very friendly.
At least I have a good relationship with the girls in my class. Still waiting in line. Don't queue up, come, I'll take you directly to get your number plates. Suja would not refuse to show his skills in front of a beautiful woman, and the 3 of them were classmates.
Suju ignored Zhou Shuatong's complicated expression.
Then you guys do your best, I'll go over first. Liashan responded, okay, thank you, monitor.
Mi Weiwei, who was not far away, saw Suja, Liashan and the other 2 girls talking and laughing, but she was not jealous. Because there is no need.
The only person who can make Mi Weiwei jealous is at least a school beauty of Yen Daiman or Sui-san's level.
In comparison, although Liashan, Zhou Shuatong and the other 3 are also beautiful, they are still a level lower. So let alone Suja talking and laughing with them, even if there is physical contact, Mi Weiwei will at most snort coldly, showing confidence.
Yen Daiman didn't care at all.
She had seen Suzhou and Jiang Qinghan hugging each other last time. Soon, the girls who had signed in and received their number plates went on stage one by one to perform an order. The number plates that Suja gave to Mi Weiwei and the others were numbers 10, 11, and onwards.
Give them time to prepare.
The performance took place on a temporary stage, and there were 4 judges, 2 men and 2 women.
After each girl's performance, the 4 judges would ask them to fill out a form, but the advancement results were not announced on the spot. Next, candidate number 10, Mi Weiwei. Soon it was Mi Weiwei's turn to go on stage.
Mi Weiwei was still a little nervous with her hands clasped together. She looked back at her roommates and then at Suja. She wanted Suja to give her an encouraging hug, but then she gave up the idea.
Come on.
Suja saw what she was thinking, walked up to her and spoke with a smile. Her 3 roommates and Yen Daiman also cheered her on.
Mi nodded slightly and went on stage.
She was not actually stage frightened, but she could not help feeling a little nervous. She was very calm after taking the stage and chose a representative song of the Queen Zhongruoshi. Mi Weiwei's voice is quite different from Zhongruoshi's, and the effect is not very good. But the 4 judges below still smiled.
Some people can advance just by looking good. Singing is not a hard requirement during the audition, as long as the out-of-tune singing is not too outrageous.
To be honest, the ability shown by Mi Weiwei is above the average level of art students.
Not bad, not bad, promotion is definitely a sure thing. Seeing Mi Weiwei step down from the stage, Suji applauded her and said,
Hee hee, my sister's strength is beyond words.
Mi Weiwei understood Suji's words, which had two meanings. The number plates of several people are connected. After Mi Weiwei is the little golden retriever Sui-san.
Sui-san was not at all stage nervous, perhaps because she was too carefree. After going on stage, she introduced herself with a smile and then began to perform. She was singing an English song, which caught Suji's attention.
He really didn't expect that Sui-san's singing skills were so good, even better than Mi Weiwei's. The 4 judges in the audience nodded frequently and gave Sui-san an S score on her assessment form. Chapter 88, Audition 2.
For minutes later, Sui-san walked off the stage amid warm applause from the audience, and many boys were still cheering loudly. There are quite a few boys in this performance venue, and their purpose is obvious. Sui-san walked up to the group, stuck out her tongue playfully, and then muttered to her roommates, "So easy."
Yang Shusha smiled and said, "I just saw that the judges were quite satisfied with you, so there will definitely be no problem." As several people were exchanging their experiences, the staff suddenly called Jiang Qinghan's name.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinghan's frail body suddenly trembled, and her expression became a little stiff. If you looked closer, you could see that she was trembling slightly.
"You can do it."
Suja spoke in a loud voice behind Jiang Qinghan, placing his hand on Jiang Qinghan's narrow shoulder. Seeing this, her 3 roommates and Yen Daiman also spoke up to cheer her up. They all understood Jiang Qinghan's situation and knew that Jiang Qinghan lacked some courage, so they were willing to pass on the courage to Jiang Qinghan.
"Yeah, I'll do my best." As he spoke, Jiang Qinghan took a deep breath and took a step forward.
Walking onto the stage, Jiang Qinghan looked at the 4 judges below and his heart beat faster, sweating profusely. Then he saw the densely packed crowd below and felt a little unsteady. "Student Jiang Qinghan, please adjust yourself and don't be too nervous," a female judge said in a gentle voice. When Jiang Qinghan stepped onto the stage, the 4 judges were shocked again. They were surprised by Jiang Qinghan's appearance. Again, Jiang Qinghan had basically passed the audition based on her looks. If a girl with only above average looks had acted so awkwardly, the judges would have kicked her out long ago. The boys at the scene saw Jiang Qinghan's pitiful appearance on the stage, and their hearts unconsciously arose with pity. Most of them had the same feeling when they saw Jiang Qinghan for the first time. "I really want this girl to join my world. Come on, Jiang Qinghan, you're the best." Suja shouted loudly on the stage that Jiang Qinghan was inherently inferior, and this inferiority complex came from her family and had nothing to do with psychology but was mainly due to human nature. Suja had experienced this kind of inferiority complex for a period of time in his previous life, so he could understand it firsthand.
Jiang Qinghan felt relieved after hearing Suja's encouraging voice. He smiled and said, "Teachers, I'm ready." Then, the accompaniment started. Jiang Qinghan began to sing Courage released by Suja. When he heard the prelude, Suja was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Qinghan to sing this song, but then he smiled. What a thoughtful girl. The moment Jiang Qinghan opened his mouth, the 4 judges in the audience were stunned. What an ethereal voice. Suja was also filled with emotion at this time. Jiang Qinghan's singing skills are not superb, but she amazes the audience with her heavenly voice. Her voice is very distinctive, which is a bit abrupt compared to her image. It has a cool tone and reveals a sense of ethereality and vagueness. Sometimes it's delicate, sometimes it's lazy, and it can even have a bright and sweet taste. This timbre is highly recognizable, and it is difficult to find a second similar voice in the entire music industry. It's a bit like the voice of a diva in her previous life, as ethereal as hers, but more malleable than hers. Fuck, this young lady's voice is so beautiful. No doubt, it all depends on talent. So envious. There were a bunch of music students at the scene. They could certainly hear that Jiang Qinghan had some technical shortcomings, but they were still shocked by Jiang Qinghan's voice. There is no other reason. Singing skills can be practiced, but voice is a gift from heaven. After Jiang Qinghan finished singing the song, one of the female judges couldn't help but stand up and ask anxiously, "Classmate, is this song your original work? Do you want to sign a contract with the company?" "Thank you, I don't want to sign the contract yet, and this song is not original." "Oh, it's okay. This is my business card. If you have any ideas, you can contact me. I promise that the company will do its best to train you." The female judge was not angry.
She knew that Jiang Qinghan might want to sign a contract with the program's sponsor, the Su Group, and the wealthy Galaxy Media.
Since these two companies had priority, she kept a try-it attitude.
Jiang Qinghan took the business card with both hands, bowed and thanked him quickly.
Only after getting permission did he leave the stage. Xiao Qinghan, you are so amazing.
Yang Chuxia walked towards Jiang Qinghan and gave her a big hug. He said exaggeratedly, "Really, you are the most talented person I have ever seen.
Don't worry and sing boldly in the future." Hearing someone praise her like this, Jiang Qinghan's heart was filled with joy. Really? Of course it's true, you're much better than your roommates Sui-san and Mi Weiwei.
Suja stepped on Sui-san and Mi Weiwei to encourage Jiang Qinghan. He was not afraid of offending them anyway.
You want to die. Sui-san kicked Su Zhou in embarrassment.
Mi Weiwei crossed her arms, and if it wasn't for the song "The Sun Never Sets" that Suja gave her, she would have been jealous. Before they could say a few more words, the next person came on stage.
Now on stage is Yang Chuxia. Director, blow up the whole place. Come on. Come on.
Watching Yang Chuxia walk onto the stage calmly and confidently, Suja folded his arms in anticipation. From the time he met Yang Chuxia until now, Suja felt like a hexagonal warrior, the kind of child that someone else's family thought of, excellent in everything. He has a good grasp of social skills and his grades in professional courses are also among the best. When Yang Chuxia came on stage, the audience was already whispering because they found that the girls who had recently come on stage seemed to be too beautiful.
Even the four judges couldn't help but whisper a few words before Yang Chuxia started singing. Are the beauties at Shanghai Theatre Academy all this high?
How come these girls who appear in succession are all so beautiful? They have been in the entertainment industry for many years and have seen many handsome men and beautiful women, but there are only a handful who can compare with these girls. The last time they saw one was before the era of traffic. Soon, the accompaniment of the song sounded. Then Yang Chuxia's singing filled the entire venue. When the song started, everyone was stunned again. This surprise was not due to Jiang Qinghan's unique voice, but because of Yang Chuxia's terrifying strength. Yang Chuxia is really awesome. She also sings English songs, but unlike Sui-san's fresh and clean English songs, she sings European and American golden songs that are popular all over the world. She was as breathtaking as a Grammy queen. She had just sung a few lines of the main song when the men and women in the audience started screaming. This European and American golden song is familiar to everyone. Because everyone is familiar with it, they all know how difficult it is to sing it well. But Yang Chuxia did it. Her voice and pitch were perfect, and her English pronunciation seemed as easy as her native language. When it comes to the chorus, it's what everyone is waiting for. Because there is a high note here that reaches the sky. Oh! The high-pitched sound that lasted for several seconds and the iron lung-like burst made Suja secretly astonished. This Yang Chuxia is really fierce. Chapter 89, Audition 3. Suja's previous understanding of Yang Chuxia came from his usual classes. Suja had heard Yang Chuxia sing in the 2 vocal lessons every week, but it was obvious that Yang Chuxia was not serious at that time, so Suja did not understand it very clearly. But now Yang Chuxia seems to be firing on all cylinders. Maybe it was because Yang Chuxia likes running and fitness, her breath was very abundant, and she sang a set of high notes without changing her breath. Coupled with his skills and emotional resonance, he sang so well that all 4 judges stood up. Which great god has mistakenly entered the fish pond game? Sui-san said abruptly from the audience, I want to withdraw from the competition. Take me with you, this is nothing to compare. Compared to Xia Xia, it's simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Mi Weiwei agreed with a bitter look on her face. She originally thought that with Suja helping her, she should be a sure winner. Of course, saying I would withdraw from the competition was just a joke. Yang Chuxia is strong, but not everyone is as good as her. The rule of this program is that the top 10 will debut. If she can't compete for the championship, it shouldn't be a big problem to make it to the top 10. After Yang Chuxia's performance, it was Yen Damon's turn to go on stage. Several people still cheered her on. This was basic courtesy. They couldn't treat her specially just because she wasn't their roommate. Yen Damon's performance on stage was somewhat similar to Yang Chuxia's. He was calm and composed. It was no exaggeration to say that he had the demeanor of a general. The 4 judges are already numb, another stunning face. Yen Daiman also sang Hearing, one of the representative works of Queen Zhongruoshi. Suja was not surprised by this, and neither were others. Zhongruoshi's status in the music industry could be ranked first, and there were countless young people of this generation who liked her.
But the moment Yen Daiman opened his mouth, everyone was surprised. Is it the original song? Why is it Zhong Ruoshi's voice? Isn't that lip syncing? At this moment, this question came to everyone's mind. Because Yen Daiman's voice is very similar to that of the Queen Zhong Ruoshi. A male judge commented sideways, she's imitating Zhong Ruoshi's voice, right? Not to mention it's quite similar. I thought it was the Queen's original voice. No. This classmate is not imitating Zhong Ruoshi.
The female judge who had just extended an olive branch to Jiang Qinghan had a gleaming look in her eyes, filled with emotion. She has her own unique characteristics, but her voice is similar. For example, her timbre is more penetrating, but at the cost of being less heavy than that diva. Another female judge exclaimed, yes, similar but different. This is a good thing. Zhong Ruoshi's retirement left behind a large number of fans who missed her. This classmate's appearance fills the void left by that diva. She has a bright future. Amidst countless shocked gazes, Yen Daiman finally completed her performance. Bang bang bang. The whole audience burst into applause. Suja was also applauding and smiling. No wonder Yen Daiman likes Zhong Ruoshi so much and even went to see her farewell concert. In an instant, Suja's mind became active. Yen Daiman and Mi Weiwei were both his girlfriends, and he would not favor one over the other. If Yen Daiman wanted to join the circle and have some fun, Suja would definitely help Yen Daiman. Now that we know that Yen Daiman's voice is so similar to Zhong Ruoshi's, the difficulty for her to become famous has been greatly reduced. After Yen Daiman finished singing, she returned to Suju and the others. Suja and his friends did not leave in a hurry, but stayed to watch the performance. This is pretty impressive. Hey, this one's not bad either. It seems like there are quite a lot of experts in our school. Of course. Our school is one of the top art schools in the country. Several girls watched and discussed, and Sujala watched with great interest. There were few ugly girls performing on stage. It was truly a visual feast. After watching for a while, the announcer called out a name, which sparked a heated discussion among several girls. Xing Ruian. As soon as the announcer finished speaking, a woman wearing a sexy black leather skirt, airbangs, long curly hair draped over her shoulders, and a pair of knee-high boots on her feet appeared. She had a somewhat cold face, but a pear-shaped figure with a protruding front and a curved back, which instantly made the crowd watching below cheer. Xing Ruian? Suja's eyes flashed slightly. This girl was another one after Mi Weiwei, Yen Daiman and other girls who caused cheers from the audience with her appearance. TSK, someone's eyes are wide open. Noticing Suja's gaze, Mi Weiwei, who was paying attention to him, said sarcastically. Suja smiled a little awkwardly. There was nothing he could do. His old habit came back. He couldn't help but look at the beautiful woman a few more times when he saw her. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just curious about the background of this beautiful woman named Xing Ruian. I think everyone seems to be quite familiar with her. Seeing Suja's explanation, Mi Weiwei didn't say anything else. Yen Daiman explained to Suja, Senior Xing Ruian is a junior in the music teaching class. She's known as a talented woman in our school. When she was a freshman, she wrote an original song that became a viral hit, ranking in the top 10 of every music platform's hot song charts. She earned tens of millions from that single song. How amazing! Jiang Qinghan exclaimed sincerely when she heard this. She couldn't imagine what kind of song could make so much money. Tens of millions of dollars could buy dozens of her. He's really amazing. Isn't someone also known as a talented man? He and senior sister Xing are a good match. Mi Weiwei habitually choked Suja. Suja glanced at her and said, watch the show, watch the show. Yen Daiman frowned slightly. She had seen Mi Weiwei give Suja flowers that day. This is when Xing Ruian started singing. Suja listened carefully. After all, she was a potential stock that could be added to the company. After listening, he felt that Xing Ruian's singing skills were okay. After all, he is a singer-songwriter, so it is understandable that his singing skills are not so good. Fortunately, she had a good stage presence and was not stage frightened. She twisted her curvy and seductive body and danced. The four judges nodded in agreement, indicating that her skills were slightly better than Mi Weiwei's, so passing the test would not be a problem. After watching for nearly an hour, the three girls in his class finished their performance. Suja felt bored and planned to leave. It was time for dinner, so Suja said he was a little hungry and asked a few girls if they wanted to go to the cafeteria to eat. Just after finishing her meal, Suishan's phone suddenly rang. She took it out and looked at it. I passed the test. Suishan laughed heartily as if Fan Jin had passed the imperial examination, and then asked the others, how about you? Did you pass? Passed. I passed too. Mi Weiwei showed the information on her phone with a smug look on her face. Congratulations on passing the auditions. We look forward to your wonderful performances in front of the camera. Suja was also happy for the girls. Seeing them walking on the path they liked, he couldn't help but feel happy. Then I'll be leaving first. You've all worked hard, go back and have a good rest. Bye. Suja said goodbye to the girls and left. After Suja left, several women also walked towards the dormitory area. When they were about to reach the dormitory building, Mi Weiwei suddenly stopped and said she was going to buy something. Goodbye, senior. Suisan said goodbye to Yen Daiman. Yen Daiman smiled and waved, then looked at Mi Weiwei's leaving shadow, stayed there for a while, and walked up the stairs to the dormitory. Chapter 90, The Queen Accepts a Disciple. As soon as Suja returned to Jin Yuan, Mi Weiwei walked into the house. The moment she saw Suja, she pounced on him and gave him a passionate kiss. Their bodies soon became entangled with each other. After doing exercise, the young couple cuddled together and spent some time together. Suja suddenly patted Mi Weiwei's round and perky buttocks. The next round of trials will be in half a month. During this time, I will train you and Jiang Qinghan. Why? You're the weakest among all of you. I don't want you to be eliminated in the second stage. That's not what I'm asking. Are you jealous? You've seen how bad Jiang Qinghan's singing is. I want her to be an artist in my company. Otherwise, if Jiang Qinghan goes to another company with her silly look, do you think she can live a good life? Oh. Mi Weiwei wanted to say something, but when she heard Suja's tone become heavier, she could only pout in grievance. She didn't know what was going on, but she was learning to give in more and more when facing Suja. No, this is not a step backward, but because Jiang Qinghan is taken into consideration. Suja is right. With Jiang Qinghan's innocent personality, she might not be able to leave anything behind if she enters the entertainment industry, a world of fame and fortune. That's right. Mi Weiwei explained in her mind. Suja saw Mi Weiwei pouting in dissatisfaction, so he turned over and pressed Mi Weiwei under him, his eyes full of aggression. Mi Weiwei was panting and limp like mud. She found that she was becoming increasingly unable to withstand Suja. She stroked his sculpted muscles obsessively, a look of happiness on her face. Big lazy pig, get up. Suja was still very energetic. He patted Mi's slightly red buttocks to wake her up. Hubby, don't get up. I'm so tired and want to lie down for a while. Looking at Mi Weiwei lying lazily, showing off her exquisite figure without any hesitation, Suja smiled and shook his head. He leaned over and picked her up. That won't work. You should go back to the dormitory. I have something to do later. Okay. Then kiss me, I need to recharge. Hasn't it been charged enough yet? Suja rolled up the messy bedsheet and threw it into the trash bag, then took out a new set and laid it out. I took the garbage and sent Mi Weiwei to the school gate, letting her walk back to the dormitory by herself. The car I drove today was a Maybach I got from Aunt Sue. She had been driving her Apollo for so long that she got tired of it, so she switched to a coupe with a better driving experience. Suja opened all the car windows to let the smell of Mi Weiwei in the car dissipate as quickly as possible. Half an hour later, a tall figure appeared in Suja's sight. It was the beautiful senior Yen Daiman. Tonight is not as hot as usual, and the gentle night breeze makes people feel cool. Yen Daiman's commuting outfit tonight caught Suja's eye. She had a gentle style, with her cascading flax gray hair tied into a bun at the back of her head, and a few strands of hair hanging down on both sides of her temples. The outermost layer is a light beige thin knitted cardigan with a delicate texture on the soft fabric. Inside is a white camisole top with a simple style that fits the skin closely. The lower body is matched with a light brown A-line mid-length skirt, the hem of which just falls at the calf position, and the feet are wearing beige low-heeled mules. So beautiful. Yen Daiman opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, and Suja quickly gave him his most sincere praise. In his opinion, compliments to a girl can be exaggerated or sincere. At this moment, Suja felt that these two words could fully represent his mood. Yen Daiman sat in the car, not paying attention to Suja's praise, but acting a little nervous. Are you really going to take me to meet my idol? Of course I did. I couldn't have asked you out to play a trick on you.
Besides, I'm not just going to take you to meet your idol. As he said that, Suja started the car, and the engine emitted a low roar as it disappeared at the school gate. Suja, check if I've put on makeup. Yen Daiman was really nervous. He opened the mirror above the passenger seat and checked it repeatedly. Suja found it funny. It seemed that Yen Daiman was really nervous. Anyway, Suja had never seen Yen Daiman so unconfident. Sure enough, he still didn't quite understand the thoughts of those who chased stars. After parking the car, Suja hugged Yen Daiman and repeatedly said that my girlfriend is a super beauty and looks good in anything she wears. Then he took Yen Daiman and followed the waiter into a private room. The place where I met Zhong Ruoshi was still the private kitchen we met at last time. Before coming, Suja specifically asked if she was alone, otherwise he would be furious if he ran into Sui-san again. When we arrived at the door, we saw the same two bodyguards, wearing black suits and standing straight at the door with their hands crossed. Because they had met before, the two bodyguards bowed slightly when they saw the number. Suja nodded and walked into the private room with Yen Daiman, who was a little reserved. At this time, Zhong Ruoshi was inside ordering food on her phone. When she saw Suja walk in, she immediately smiled and said, "Here you are." Then he fixed his gaze on Yen Daiman's face. Yen Daiman had prepared all the way, but when he saw Zhong Ruoshi in person, seeing her smiling at him, his breathing became disordered and he stammered, "Queen, idol. Just call me sister." Sister. Yen Daiman called out obediently. She had a good mentality to begin with, and she adjusted quickly after gradually adapting to the situation. "Come, sit next to your sister." Zhong Ruoshi smiled with satisfaction, and then took the initiative to start a conversation with Yen Daiman. Man, I saw your performance at the audition. It was really good." Zhong Ruoshi said this with a look of relief on her face. Star Path to Music is very popular. Today, on the audition day, the top contestants from each region were uploaded to the internet, and many contestants aroused heated discussions among netizens. 5 stunning beauties from the Shanghai Theatre Academy ranked at the top of the popularity list, among which Miss Yen Daiman, who resembles the Queen Zhong Ruoshi, attracted special attention from netizens. Suja is really lucky to have you as his girlfriend. I am very satisfied with you as my girlfriend. I will accept you as my apprentice. Ah? Yen Daiman widened her eyes, her face full of astonishment. Did her idol just say that he wanted to take her as his apprentice? Idiot, why don't you pay your respects to the master? Suja poked the stunned Yen Daiman. Yen Daiman was not stupid. He immediately understood the situation and quickly stood up and bowed to Zhong Ruoshi. Zhong Ruoshi helped Yen Daiman up with a smile and gave Suja a meaningful look. Today, Suja sent a video to Zhong Ruoshi and asked her to accept the girl in the video as her apprentice. The moment Zhong Ruoshi saw the news, she considered whether to send the screenshot to her best friend Su Yunshu. However, she was not clear about the relationship between Su Yunshu and Suja, and thinking that the relationship between Sui-san and Suja seemed to have some doubts, she gave up. I just wanted to set up a meeting with him. One is to investigate the situation, and the other is that I really wanted to take him as my disciple. When I saw Yen Daiman, I was really moved. Chapter 91, The Fist is Hard. The moon and stars are sparse. By the Huangpu River. Suja and Yen Daiman sat on the stone steps. Looking at Suja, Yen Daiman recalled that Zhong Ruoshi took her as her apprentice and taught her some skills carefully, and she couldn't help feeling moved. As a die-hard fan, Yen Daiman knew clearly that Zhong Ruoshi was a person who would not bow down for a few pieces of silver, so it must have taken a lot of thought to get Zhong Ruoshi to accept him as a disciple. Suja. Yen Daiman stared at Suja infatuatedly, fascinated by his handsome appearance and delicate mind. Suja seemed to have read Yen Daiman's thoughts, and his voice was filled with laughter. What's wrong? Are you very touched? Have you thought about how to repay me? Seeing Suja pouting, Yen Daiman suddenly felt shy and rolled her eyes coquettishly, looking cute. Alas, someone is so cruel that he won't even give me a kiss. It's so disheartening. Okay, I'll give it to you. There was a hint of cuteness in Yen Daiman's voice as she lightly touched Suja's thin lips. They separated as soon as they touched, then she narrowed her eyes and looked at Suja, revealing her neat white teeth. Is this the end? Oh, that's enough, I'm embarrassed. Yen Daiman let herself go and suddenly hugged Suja's arm, acting coquettishly in a rare way. When she saw that Suja's eyelashes were longer than hers, she suddenly felt playful and raised her delicate hand to gently lift Suja's eyelashes. They got so close that a faint, subtle milky fragrance penetrated into Suja's nostrils. Suja raised his eyebrows.
Yen Daiman was pouting her pink lips and blowing gently on her long eyelashes, having a lot of fun.
My goodness, isn't this seducing him?
Suja moved his nose and couldn't help but move closer to smell the fragrance more clearly.
Ouch, it itches. Yen Daiman let out a delicate cry.
Unable to bear it any longer, Suja suddenly moved, causing Yen Daiman to lose balance and fall into his arms. Suja lowered his head to look at Yen Daiman's slightly open lips, which were still flashing with an alluring light, and the next moment he covered her lips directly. Yen Daiman did not show any panic in the face of Suja's sudden attack, but responded enthusiastically. The dark clouds in the night sky slowly dispersed, and the bright moonlight illuminated the perfect couple. Yen Daiman's slightly clumsy response made Suja even more obsessed, and his hands began to move unruly. Okay. Yen Daiman suddenly clenched his teeth, his eyes became misty, and his voice trembled slightly.
Baby, what's wrong? Suja looked at Yen Daiman and asked.
Yen Daiman's breathing became a little out of rhythm, because Suja's hand was thinking of Monet. She tried her best to steady her trembling voice and said,
Don't be like that, there are too many people here. Suja turned around and looked around. There were indeed a lot of people.
The moonlight was not very bright just now and I couldn't see clearly.
Now I look again and find that there are many young couples around.
Not far away, there were 1 or 2 young couples hugging each other and kissing each other passionately. Yen Daiman was a little girl, it was normal for her to be a little shy. Suja thought for a moment and took the opportunity to say, I bought a house near the school.
No one will bother us there. How about we go there?
Yen Daiman glanced at Suja suspiciously and sneered twice, I'm afraid your purpose is not simple. Although she said that, Yen Daiman was still a little bit looking forward to it. Her subconscious told her that it would be their secret base for the next 4 years, and she could make good arrangements by then.
Suja snorted, then said seriously, You have to believe me, I'm a serious gentleman.
The main thing is that I have a cat there, it's white and fat, and it can do backflips.
Cat? You still have a cat?
Many girls like chubby, furry animals. Even if they don't like them very much, they will pretend to like them in front of the person they like.
Judging from Yen Daiman's expression, she seems to really like them. Well, do you want to go and have a look?
In order to achieve his simple yet not so simple goal, Suja lied without blinking.
Well,
I'll go take a look, just one look.
You can't do anything bad.
Yen Daiman was very tempted and warned Suja before agreeing.
I guarantee it.
Please trust me. Suja smiled and raised his hand to guarantee. He immediately took Yen Daiman's hand, which was as green onions, and walked towards the car.
Fuck. Damn it.
Suddenly, Suja paused, and the next moment he shouted angrily. After climbing over the stone stairs, Suja suddenly saw a figure unloading his wheels. This made Suja laugh out loud, as he actually stole it from him. After a loud curse, he instantly jumped up. With his strengthened body, Suja didn't know how outrageous his explosive power was. In Yen Daiman's vision, Suja was like a shadow, and rushed to the front of the car in the blink of an eye. Yen Daiman was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth.
Is this still a human speed? Is this still human speed?
When Suja yelled, the fetus thief realized that he had been caught by the real culprit. He didn't even want to take the tools he had used in the crime and turned around to escape. He was very confident in his running speed before he was knocked down by Suja's flying kick.
Run. Keep running.
When Suja kicked, he used only 50% of his strength. As he said before, he didn't know his own physical limits and was afraid of killing the thief with one kick.
Oh no.
Suja's big feet, which were over 40 inches in length, stepped on the thief's face, and the slight force made the thief's feet hurt. Hearing the thief's strange wailing tone, Suja frowned slightly. The tone did not sound like that of a local. So he bent down and reached out to take off the bandit's hood.
I thought so.
It turns out to be a Kunlun slave. What caught his eye was an ugly, dark, bearded face. Suja had no good feelings towards this kind of group, so he increased the strength of his feet again.
Ah. Let me go, sorry, I was wrong.
The dark-skinned thief felt like his skull was about to shatter and begged for mercy. At this time, Yen Daiman also walked up to him. Suja said, Baby, help me call the police.
Yen Daiman responded repeatedly and quickly took out his cell phone to make a call. Are you okay? After calling the police, Yen Daiman walked over and touched Suja's body to see if he was injured.
Yet it felt like a solid piece of marble.
Wow. Yen Daiman seemed to have discovered some treasure and couldn't let it go. Still looking.
Suja glanced sideways and found that the eyes under his feet were secretly looking at Yen Daiman, emitting a disgusting lustful look.
Seeing this, Suja was furious.
He raised one foot angrily and stomped hard on one of the hands.
Crack.
A crisp sound of bones breaking was heard.
Ah. Fuck.
The miserable scream frightened Yen Daiman, who covered her eyes and clung to Suja.
Worried, he said, is this really okay?
She was worried that doing so would cause trouble for Suja.
At this time, many people gathered around. After all, they were there to watch the fun. Hiss. This handsome boy is good. What a boyfriend. How could this person be so rude to our international friends?
If this were to be posted online, it would be degrading to our country's image. Sister, this is the bad nature of men in our country. They only know how to commit domestic violence and are petty.
Brother Hay is so pitiful. Call the police now and let them deal with this thug.
As more and more people gathered, all kinds of noises were heard, some of which made Suja's fists clench.
Chapter 92, The cat is in the bedroom. Do you want to go and see it? Hearing the infuriating words, Suja couldn't help but clench his fists as big as sandbags.
For a moment he wondered why he didn't travel to the end of the world. If there was no legal protection, he wanted to let these T0s know what true cruelty was.
What a pity, what a pity. The police responded very quickly.
In less than 10 minutes, an ordinary car stopped in front of Suja.
Hello, comrade. Hey, President Su?
The person who got off the bus was a young man. He showed his ID and was about to speak when he suddenly said in surprise,
Officer Xiao Yang. Suja smiled and greeted him.
He happened to know the plainclothes officer who came. He was the police officer who was responsible for interrogating and taking notes after Suja and Su Yunshu encountered the People's Fragments and called the police last time.
What's going on? Officer Xiao Yang turned on the law enforcement recorder and asked Suja about the situation.
He looked down at the person who was still being stepped on by Suja, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. In fact, he knew what happened without asking. He had seen this guy several times and he was a repeat offender. I remember that I was about to be deported, but I didn't expect that he would never change his bad habits.
Suja responded briefly. Okay, this is a small matter.
He has a criminal record, so there's no need for you to come back to the police station with me.
Just check if there's any property damage. Hey! Why don't you arrest this guy? He's hurting our international friends.
A woman in her 20s with craters on her face stood up and expressed dissatisfaction with the police officer's arrangement. Upon hearing this, Officer Xiao Yang frowned.
What kind of international friend is this? However, considering his identity, Officer Xiao Yang forced a smile and said politely, Ma'am, we are all following the rules and regulations. There is absolutely no violation of any law. You have the right to supervise.
My police number is, and I accept your supervision. Hearing Officer Xiao Yang speaking so officially, the girl in the moon pit was choked and snorted in dissatisfaction. It seemed that this was another inferior man. I could only think in my heart, my family, I can't stand it anymore.
I really want to go abroad.
Men abroad are not as humble as these stinky men. The other woman next to the woman in the moon crater snorted coldly and said in a shrill voice,
I'm going to report you. I'm going to expose you. It's obvious that you know that violent man. Just now you called him Mr. Su. It's obvious that you're colluding with officials and businessmen. Get ready for a thorough investigation.
Even with his good temper, Officer Xiao Yang couldn't hold it back any longer and tried to suppress his anger. Ma'am, talking nonsense is a crime.
So what?
Your salary is paid by us taxpayers.
If you can't even talk about it, I think you have something to hide.
The woman was warned by Officer Xiao Yang, and like a puffer fish being stimulated, she became even more aggressive. He became more and more excited as he spoke. You are a black sheep who uses our taxpayers' money to be a dog for the rich.
Bang!
The sound stopped abruptly and the air stagnated for a moment. The woman opened her eyes wide as if they were copper bells, and covered her face with her hands in disbelief.
Ah! He reacted and let out a shrill pig squeal. How dare you hit me? Ah, I'll fight you. Fuck!
When Officer Xiao Yang saw the female companion traveling with Suja coming forward, he moved his body to make her appear outside the recorder. Seeing Yen Daiman slap T0 hard, his jaw dropped in shock.
Boss Su, What's your relationship with this woman? She's so fierce.
Suja naturally knew what Officer Xiaoyang was doing.
He thought Officer Xiaoyang was quite interesting and replied with a smile, my girlfriend.
Upon hearing this, Officer Xiaoyang was shocked and exclaimed, what a blessing.
Broken. Suja quickly stood up and stepped forward.
The crazy woman felt extremely humiliated after being slapped by Yan Daiman. In her opinion, Yan Daiman was just a mistress who was kept by a man to please him. It was a shame that a lover dared to hit her. So she screamed and stretched out her hands, revealing her sharp nails and scratching Yan Daiman's face. Seeing such a crazy woman, Yan Daiman panicked a little and stepped back subconsciously.
Roll. Suja was quick-witted and kicked him in the stomach. He would not hit women unless he couldn't help it.
Of course, Suja could also reach out to stop this crazy woman, but he was afraid of dirtying his hands. It just so happened that the soles of his shoes still had the scent of that person, and he felt that this crazy woman would like it very much.
Sure enough, she really liked it, so much so that she almost vomited. Suja.
Yan Daiman saw Suja step forward in time, and now seemed to understand Jiang Qinghan's feelings for him.
Suja smiled slightly, fool.
Then he stretched out his hands to Officer Xiaoyang.
He didn't have to go back to the police station just now, but now he couldn't escape after beating someone up. Suja didn't make things difficult for Officer Xiaoyang.
Seeing this, Yan Daiman also followed her husband's lead and stretched out his hands.
Officer Xiaoyang shook his head and put silver handcuffs on Nej and Sujikao. There are only 2 pairs. Please come back with me. I went to the police station at 9 o'clock in the evening. It was released at 11 o'clock.
It's not a big deal, as long as both parties can reach a settlement. Of course, reconciliation was impossible, so Suja became the person he once hated the most and used some tricks. Yan Daiman's family was not an ordinary family, after all, she could be called niece by Su Jiangwo. Although encountering these things makes you feel bad, it is not entirely a bad thing.
Why are you so happy?
In the car, Yan Daiman looked at Suja, who suddenly laughed out loud and was very puzzled.
Suja shook his head. No, I just thought of something happy. Yan Daiman.
Hurry up, the cats will fall asleep soon.
Don't worry, we're on the elevated platform. Trust my skills. Suja rarely drives his car so late at night.
There is very little traffic on the elevated road at 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening, so he can finally show off his driving skills.
Ah. Don't. Too fast, slow down.
The sudden push on his back startled Yan Daiman.
20 to 5 or 6 minutes later. Suja took Yan Daiman's cold left hand and pushed open the door of the Jinyuan flat.
The house has a very modern facade design, with streamlined glass curtain walls reflecting neon lights.
The spacious first living room has a gorgeous chandelier hanging down and is paved with marble.
Yan Daiman stepped on the soft carpet and subconsciously looked at the design and layout of the house. Looking at the various art paintings adorning the walls, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Your place is not bad.
I can plant some flowers and plants on the balcony, and put a piano here. Hey, Suja, where's the cat you mentioned?
Suja closed the door, touched his nose and said, she should be sleeping in the bedroom.
She is so lazy. She eats and sleeps all the time. Do you want to go and check on her? Chapter 93, Where is the cat? Where's the cat?
Yan Daiman crouched down, meowing as she searched for the big fat cat that Suja had raised. Pushing open the door of the bedroom on the second floor and turning on the soft light, Yan Daiman was still concentrating on looking for the cat. Suddenly, I heard Suja behind me say, the cat is here. The next moment, Suja had already crawled into the bed and buried his head in it.
So it's here. Yan Daiman's eyes suddenly lit up and he got into bed.
But after entering, he saw nothing.
Yan Daiman said gloomily, where's the cat?
Suja looked at Yan Daiman innocently, smiled slightly, and then called out in a pinched voice, meow. Yan Daiman was stunned for a moment, then finally reacted and couldn't help but laugh. Okay, so it turns out you are this big fat cat weighing over 100 pounds. In fact, Yan Daiman guessed that Suja asked her to come here not just to see the cat, but she didn't expect that Suja was actually lying to her about the existence of the cat. The two people were covered in a cool summer quilt. In the enclosed space, their hot breathing was very clear, and the atmosphere heated up for a while. Yan Daiman felt that his cheeks were so hot that it was frightening, and he subconsciously wanted to get out. Seeing this, Suja suddenly reached out and grabbed her. Yan Daiman inexplicably felt as if he had no strength left in his body, so he simply lay down and looked at Suja shyly in the little light that filtered through the cool summer quilt.
Don't do anything bad.
Baby, I just want to be close to you. As soon as Suja finished speaking, he moved closer and kissed her. In such an atmosphere, Yen Daiman did not resist, and the two of them invaded each other's mouths. After several special training sessions with Suja, Yen Daiman's skills have improved a lot and he is no longer as clumsy as before. When the two were fully engaged, Suja wanted to use his hand to clear the mist, so Yen Daiman stopped him. Unfortunately, the senior student could no longer withstand Suja's attack at this time. Yen Daiman clamped her legs tightly together. For more than 10 minutes, Suja has been paying tribute to the art master Monet. Yen Daiman was so moved by Suja's sincere desire to learn that she couldn't stop crying. Okay. Yen Daiman turned her head to avoid Suja's fiery gaze. This progress was too fast. Just a little while. Suja leaned over and said softly. He had finally found such a good opportunity, how could he miss it? Yen Daiman had no strength to resist Suja at all, and just kept expressing resistance verbally. Suja felt that the time was almost right and was ready to study further, learning another masterpiece of Master Monet, Sunrise. But suddenly, Suja's cell phone rang. This ringing bell was a special reminder he set. There are not many people for whom he can set special reminders, currently only Ni Weiwei, Sui-san, Jiang Qinghan, Yen Daiman and Su Yunshu. The phone kept ringing, so Suja had to get up and pick up the phone. Mr. Su, is there anything urgent? Suja frowned. It was already early morning, and Su Yunshu would never call him unless it was something important. Just as Suja thought, Su Yunshu on the other end of the phone sounded extremely anxious. Where are you now? Can you come over? My daughter has a high fever and wants you to stay with her. Suja looked back at the lazy beauty with a flushed face and messy long hair, sighed and replied. Okay, I'll be there in half an hour. Go ahead. Yen Daiman smiled and spoke to Suja. From what Suja said, she thought that the company urgently needed him for something. Suja made a simple confession and left in a hurry. After Suja left, Yen Daiman lay on the soft bed with a complicated expression and a sense of loss quietly slipping through her. 25 minutes later. Along the way, the accelerator was basically pressed to the bottom. He hurried to the villa and opened the door. When I came in, I saw a middle-aged female doctor packing her medicine box. Is Nan Nan okay? When Su Yunshu saw Suja coming, the pressure in his heart instantly eased, as if he had found his backbone. Subconsciously leaning on Suja's shoulder, she said, just now I fell asleep, and Nan Nan kept talking about you, saying she wanted to see her daddy. The female doctor raised her eyes unconsciously, and a huge wave of emotion rose in her heart. I was thinking, this handsome guy who just appeared couldn't be Mr. Su's kept man. He doesn't even look like he's graduated from college yet. But no matter how much he was thinking, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He quickly packed up and stood up. Mr. Su, I'm leaving first. My fever has started to subside. As long as I take the medicine on time, I should be better tomorrow. Su Yunshu nodded and wanted to see him out. Seeing this, Suja naturally rushed to see the doctor out. Okay, Mr. Su, go and have a rest first. Su Yunshu's moist eyes were staring at him, and she said softly with a hint of grievance. Wait a moment, I'm afraid Nan Nan will wake up again. Suja looked at Su Yunshu wearing a loose nightgown, revealing her charming figure, and couldn't help but have dirty thoughts in his heart. The next moment, Suja dismissed this thought. Looking at his daughter sleeping soundly with sweat on her forehead, Suja felt guilty. Just lie down and sleep, I'll watch over you. Suja pulled Su Yunshu into his arms and said. Su Yunshu looked up at Suja and spoke softly. Good. After another half hour, Su Yunshu finally lay down peacefully, lowered her eyes, and gently kissed Suja on the forehead. Good night. Good night. Suja also returned a kiss. Su Yunshu closed his eyes and smiled sweetly. Thank you. The morning light is dim. Dad. Nanan's weak voice woke Suju up. Suja suddenly opened his eyes. His neck was a little sore because he had slept lightly on his side all night. He twisted his neck and felt much more comfortable before he smiled and touched his daughter. It's good to have a protection period for newbies. After a night of rest, Nan Nan's little face has regained its color. She became that energetic little princess again. Nan Nan, are you still feeling uncomfortable? Suja asked softly. Nan Nan shook her head, went forward to hug Suja and kept rubbing against him. Dad, when did you come back? I heard you calling me, so I came back. Hey, Nan Nan, I don't believe it. It must be Mom who asked you to come back.
Nan Nan is very smart. Don't try to fool me.
Suja couldn't help but smile when he looked at the mischievous little girl. He really liked her. Turning his head to look at Su Yunshu, whose breathing was steady, Suja raised his eyebrows and said, "Your mother is still sleeping.
Can we sleep a little longer too?" Chapter 94, Second Dormitory Party. Today is Saturday.
There were no classes. After lunch in the cafeteria at noon, I returned to the dormitory and chatted with the girls in the 302 dormitory. Suddenly we started discussing what to eat in the evening.
It is common for college students to discuss what to eat for lunch in the morning and what to eat for dinner at noon. How about going out to eat?
Sui-san suggested. Although the food in several of the school's canteens tastes good, in order to satisfy the tastes of students from all over the country, the canteens also offer a rich variety of dishes. But the food in the cafeteria will have a cafeteria taste, just like takeout, and you will inevitably get tired of it if you eat it every day. Since the start of school, the girls in dormitory 302 would occasionally go out to eat together, but of course they always paid for it separately. Whenever we go out to eat, everyone will argue about what to eat. After all, everyone's taste is not exactly the same. People like Mi Weiwei and Jiang Qinghan, who are from the southwest region, have a strong taste and prefer oily and spicy food.
Sui-san is a Shanghai native and can accept everything except some strong-tasting food.
However, she followed Mi Weiwei's suggestions the last few times she went out, so this time she wants to try something else. Yang Chuxia has always played the role of an older sister in the dormitory, and usually doesn't argue with others about such things. But she has a persistent wish to make her 3 roommates like Doji.
Hey, I have an idea.
Yang Chuxia suddenly stood up and stretched out her slender index finger.
3 roommates? Mi Weiwei was very polite. Please tell me what you think. How about we go out and sing?
Sui-san nodded, yeah, sure.
But Mi Weiwei hesitated.
Because she had a dream last night, in which she dreamed of Suja.
This dream was a little difficult to talk about.
She dreamed that she and Suja were lying in bed.
Suja in the dream had a very cold attitude.
He said he was tired and wanted to rest, and then I hurriedly said in a flattering way, "You don't have to move."
"I'll move."
Then, in Suja's surprised eyes, he actually sat down directly, twisting his waist more vigorously than any time before.
Although it was a dream, Mi Weiwei was still confused after waking up.
She actually recalled the dream very much. So much so that when changing into her panties this morning, Mi Weiwei almost couldn't help but send a message to Suja saying meet at Jin Yuan.
She couldn't help but reflect on herself, wondering if she was addicted to sex.
She actually dreamed about such things even though she had just finished playing basketball that night.
The desire to play ball is getting stronger and stronger.
Yang Chuxia continued, actually, my idea is to invite Yang Yang, Wang Long and a few other guys from the dormitory to join us. They paid for the last dormitory party, so I thought of asking them to sing this time.
Please come back. Where does Yang Yang and Wang Long live in their dormitory? Isn't that Suja's dormitory? The 3 roommates suddenly fell silent. Jiang Qinghan was stunned. She had originally planned to practice in the afternoon.
Suja had told her that her singing skills were very poor. The competition was about to begin, and she didn't want Suja to see her embarrass herself. Yang Chuxia thought the 3 of them didn't want to hang out with their dorm mates again, so she smiled and said, if you don't want to, forget it.
Sui-san, yes. Mi Weiwei, sure. Jiang Qinghan, I sent a message to Suja.
Sui-san, Mi Weiwei, and Jiang Qinghan interrupted Yang Chuxia in unison, as if they were afraid that she would say forget it, and the result was that they were in perfect sync. As soon as the words fell, the 3 of them were stunned, and their eyes flickered.
Yang Chuxia couldn't help but laugh and said, what's going on with this strange tacit understanding between you two? Sui-san pretended to be indifferent and said, didn't you say that we should reciprocate the favors they invited us to last time? Doesn't that make sense?
I can't say that I want to go to KTV to sing with Suja under the pretext of a social gathering. Ever since she saw Suju and her aunt together that night, Sui-san had an inexplicable sense of crisis.
Jiang Qinghan echoed, I feel the same way. I always feel it's not good to owe others.
Mi Weiwei shook her shoulders nonchalantly, you know me, I went to their dormitory just to see Suja. After all, I haven't given up on him yet.
Yang Chuxia looked at the frank Mi Weiwei and couldn't help but laugh.
She likes to make friends with girls with the same personality as Mi Weiwei, because girls like her are worth making friends with.
So he smiled and said, do you need me to be your wingman tonight? Mi Weiwei opened her eyes in surprise, okay.
Although she is already with Suja, Mi Weiwei still feels happy when she hears that someone wants to help her pursue Suja. This way, I feel that my love with Suja is supported by others. Then I'll send them a message. Yang Chuxia sent a message to Yang Yang. In the boys' dormitory, she was familiar with Su Zhou and Yang Yang often chatted with her. The other side. Su Zhou was confused when he saw the message Jiang Qinghan sent him. Why did this girl suddenly want to go singing with him? Then after Yang received the news, he suddenly became excited. After accepting the worship of his two adopted sons, he couldn't wait to call Su Zhe. In fact, Yang's name is not Su Zhe. The reason is simple, this kid Su Zhe is fucking poisonous. He always feels that the goddesses in Dormitory 302 are very interested in Su Zhe. Appearance is second only to the legendary group called Readers. Alas, but they emphasize that Su Zhe should be invited. Su Zhe received a call from Yang. He had originally planned to spend time with Aunt Su today. After the last night of tenderness, he missed Aunt Su's gentleness. Thinking of this, Su Zhe shook his head and said, "I won't go. You three can go." What? Wang Long, who was listening nearby, had a subtle expression on his face. He sent a message to Mi Weiwei, our two dormitories are having another social gathering tonight. Mi Weiwei, well, yes. Wang Long said, but Su Zhe said he didn't want to go. Mi Weiwei, if Su Zhe doesn't want to go, then I won't go either. Wang Long suddenly became anxious and hurried forward to shout into Yang's phone, "Brother Zhe, you have to come. This is a dormitory party. It would be boring without you. And you were there at the last party. We'd be embarrassed to go without you this time." Yang looked at Wang Long with a subtle expression. This roommate is a little stupid. If Su Zhe goes there, what will happen to you? Su Zhe felt helpless when he heard Wang Long keep saying nice things, but he really didn't want to go. Going to sing with a few people was not as comfortable as being with the sweet and soft Aunt Su. The whole thing lasted for several minutes, and Yang was completely confused. He stared at Wang Long with wide eyes and thought, "Buddy, there's no need, if they don't want to come, then don't come." It wasn't until Wang Long revealed the chat history between him and Mi Weiwei that Yang suddenly realized what was going on. Yang suddenly said, "Brother Zhe, come here quickly. Go and have fun, don't worry." Su Yunshu suddenly appeared behind Su Zhe. Okay. Su Zhe reluctantly agreed. After hanging up the call, Yang, Wang Long and Guozhuan were all confused. Was there a woman there just now? It seems so. The sound seems quite nice. Awesome. Chapter 95, My Amazing Roommate. At the same time, after the girls in the 302 girls' dormitory confirmed their plan to go to Haidileo near the school to eat hot pot at 6:30 tonight and then go to KTV, several girls began to get ready. Yang Chuxia stretched and chose to lie on the bed to play with her mobile phone. I want to put on makeup since I'm not going to meet anyone special. After playing for a while, a message suddenly came from someone with the note, "Mom. Your dad was upset again at dinner today. He said you shouldn't go to a theater to learn singing and should focus on studying opera. You're very talented and will definitely revitalize opera art in the future. See this message." Yang Chuxia couldn't help frowning and typed back, "It's not that I dislike opera or Peking opera. His ideas are too outdated. What Peking opera needs most right now is innovation. Mom, your dad has been getting mad every now and then since you left. How about this, come back to school after this semester and we'll find a connection for you." Seeing these words, Yang Chuxia's happy mood disappeared immediately. "No, I'm very happy here." Mom then sent some more messages, but Yang Chuxia didn't want to read them anymore. She was not in the mood to play with her phone, so Yang Chuxia got out of bed and wanted to chat with her roommates to ease her bad mood. At this time, the three roommates were putting on makeup. Mi Weiwei is naturally the most solemn one. She carries a heavy burden as a goddess. She usually puts on some simple makeup when she goes out to class or even to the cafeteria to eat. This time, she will be having dinner with her idol Su Zhu at the social gathering, so naturally she has to take it more seriously. Of course, in Yang Chuxia's opinion, there is actually no need to wear makeup. Mi Weiwei is so beautiful that makeup only serves to add icing on the cake. After getting out of bed, Yang Chuxia stayed at Ni Weiwei's place for a while. Seeing that Ni Weiwei was too serious, she felt embarrassed to disturb her. She looked at Jiang Qinghan and walked to his position. There are basically no cosmetics on Jiang Qinghan's desk, only a few bottles of skincare products. A trace of heartache flashed in Yang Chuxia's eyes.
She knew that the reason Jiang Qinghan didn't use cosmetics was not because she didn't like them. Wow, Xiao Qinghan, you really amazed me.
Yang Chuxia suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Qinghan's hand, her eyes shining. Jiang Qinghan simply trimmed her eyebrows and changed her clothes. Jiang Qinghan usually dresses very simply, but today she wore a soft, college-style sweater with a low-saturation color scheme, paired with a long pleated skirt of excellent texture and a pair of women's leather shoes. At this moment, Yang Chuxia was a little envious.
What a divine beauty. Yang Chuxia suddenly felt very lucky to have 3 beautiful girls as roommates. She couldn't help but think that it would be better if she were a boy. Apparently she had forgotten that she was also a goddess. Does it look good? Jiang Qinghan looked at his roommate Yang Chuxia's reaction and couldn't help feeling happy, but he was also not very sure. This set of clothes was bought with the remaining money Suja gave her, and she wanted to please Suja. But after buying it, she didn't dare to wear it because she felt very ashamed. She could imagine the embarrassing scene of everyone staring at her when she wore this. Of course it looks good. Do you know that you are going to stun me with this outfit? You know Bai Yueguang is your synonym. Yang Chuxia gave the highest praise. Then he leaned closer and whispered, are you dressing up for Suja? Yes or no? Jiang Qinghan's face turned red. She subconsciously wanted to admit it but immediately denied it, fearing that Ni Weiwei would hear it. She didn't want the harmonious atmosphere in the dormitory to be destroyed because of her. Yang Chuxia patted Jiang Qinghan's shoulder gently. As the head of the department, she was also very upset about this matter. She has always worked hard to maintain harmony in the dormitory. Sometimes I want to talk to Suja about this problem, but I can't open my mouth because Suja has done nothing wrong in any way. Yang Chuxia held Jiang Qinghan's hand, and with her sweet lips, she kept praising Jiang Qinghan to boost her confidence. Jiang Qinghan looked at herself in the mirror and felt a little unfamiliar, but she also thought that she looked really good in this outfit. Suja had never seen her dress like this, so he should be amazed too, right? After praising Jiang Qinghan for a long time, Yang Chuxia suddenly looked at Sui-san and said, Shan-shan, how come you are dressed so beautifully? Sui-san's usual outfits tend to be sweet campus style, but today she layered a skirt, which gave her a simple forest feel. The upper and lower body are similar gray tones, and the skirt is a high-waisted design, which really highlights her figure and long legs. Impressive, isn't it? Sui-san turned around and said with a smile, I am a master of clothing matching. Buddha relies on gold and people rely on clothes. Good dressing can greatly improve your appearance. And a beauty like Sui-san, not to mention wearing such exquisite clothes, is still incredibly beautiful even if she wears anything casually. It's really impressive. Yang Chuxia praised sincerely, but then looked at herself helplessly. She was dressed mainly in sports and casual clothes. For example, today she wore a sweatshirt on the upper body, jeans on the lower body, and a pair of white sneakers on her feet. Normally it wouldn't be a big deal, but my 3 roommates were all dressed up, and by comparison, I felt like I was wearing too casual an outfit. Why are you all suddenly dressed up? I didn't see you like this at the last social. Yang Chuxia spoke in confusion. She could understand Ni Weiwei and Jiang Qinghan dressing up carefully, but what was wrong with Sui-san? Then Ni Weiwei's voice rang out, I don't know about them, but I was like that at the last social gathering. Sui-san rolled her eyes and said, I was a little too lazy to dress up last time. This time I have a lot of time and nothing to do. After all, going out with you guys is very stressful. He. A few girls were chatting idly about boys, just like boys chatting about girls. The agreed time soon arrived. Yang Chuxia hugged her left and right, it's 6 o'clock, let's go out. Walk. Yang Chuxia and the other girls don't have any bad habits, and they still have some basic ideas about cleaning up. It now takes about 20 minutes to walk to Heidileo. The timing is just right. The boys' dormitory set off early and arrived at Heidileo to wait. Seeing the 4 girls led by Yang Chuxia coming over, Yang Yang and Guozhuan were stunned. Wang Long also swallowed his saliva when he saw the most beautiful side of his goddess. Where's Suja? Ni Weiwei didn't see the person she wanted to see, so she asked. Sui-san and Jiang Qinghan glanced sideways at the same time. At the same time, Suja also arrived late. Yang Yang pointed behind the girls and said he was here. The 4 girls subconsciously turned their heads to look. Suja was also stunned when he saw the 4 girls. Chapter 96, Do you have someone you like? There are 8 people in 2 dormitories, coming from all over the country. A large crowd means it's difficult to satisfy everyone's tastes,
but Haidileo is a hot pot restaurant that can satisfy most people's tastes.
Around 6 or 7 o'clock is dinner time. Haidileo near the school is usually packed at this time.
If you don't make a reservation in advance, you will probably have to take a number in queue. Sitting at a table for 8, Suja couldn't help but frown because of the countless envious eyes around him.
Go get the dipping sauce.
Yang Chuxia is a very opinionated person. Seeing that everyone fell into a brief silence after sitting down, she made a suggestion. Everyone had no objection, and they turned around and walked towards the condiment area. Suja also stood up to prepare his own dipping sauce. He liked to have dipping sauce when eating hot pot, otherwise he felt it was tasteless. The moment he stood up, Suja suddenly felt someone pulling his sleeve. He turned around and saw Jiang Qinghan, who looked embarrassed.
What's wrong?
Suja was a little surprised, but his tone was very gentle. Looking at Jiang Qinghan, who was exceptionally beautiful today, he couldn't help but feel a desire to love her. By the way, Jiang Qinghan was also his little lover. I remember when Suja saw Jiang Qinghan for the first time, he was shocked by her beauty. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before.
As his little lover, it's normal to do something excessive.
Suja thought so too, but things always develop unexpectedly. After school started, he inexplicably got into a fight with several girls and ignored Jiang Qinghan. Jiang Qinghan looked at Suja and said very embarrassedly, "I can't." Suja was stunned for a moment, and then he seemed to have thought of something. He nodded gently and said, "Come on, I'll teach you."
Okay.
Looking at the soft and beautiful Jiang Qinghan, Suja smiled. He is not a condescending person and does not think that everyone has spent hundreds of dollars on hot pot.
My little lover, let me teach you.
Suja said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Jiang Qinghan nodded quickly, his eyebrows curved. When she heard Suja call her his little lover, she was actually very happy.
Do you have a favorite dip? Suja brought Jiang Qinghan to the condiment area and asked about dozens of condiments.
Jiang Qinghan looked at the dazzling array of condiments and paused. The dipping sauce I eat at home is all made with chili pepper paste, zircon, scallions, ginger, and garlic. She raised her fair neck and took a look. Apart from the basic seasonings like oil, salt, sauce and vinegar, she didn't recognize any other condiments, not even her favorite Chinese watercress.
Suja choked it. He had eaten hatuinia cordata before. He had dated a rich woman from Guiyang and they often ate hatuinia cordata. He still couldn't accept this kind of food, just like he couldn't accept doji in southern Yunnan stinky tofu. I want the same dip as you, okay? Jiang Qinghan thought for a moment and then spoke again.
Okay. Suja picked up a small dish and prepared his favorite dipping sauce, adding green onion, ginger, garlic, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, a spoonful of mushroom sauce, a spoonful of beef sauce, a spoonful of chili sauce, and 2 drops of sesame oil. After thinking about it, I added a few spoonfuls of bright red chili peppers.
For you.
This is what Suja adjusted for Jiang Qinghan. Then Suja made another portion for himself and took Jiang Qinghan back to the table. Ni Weiwei saw Jiang Qinghan following Suja and couldn't help but frown, then smiled brightly. "Suja, sit here with me."
Okay. Suja looked honored.
This simple action caused emotional fluctuations in several people.
Suja, eat tripe. Eat beef.
Waste piece. Some people enjoyed the hot pot very much, while others found it more and more bitter. An hour later, Yang Chuxia saw that everyone had almost finished eating, so she checked the time and said, "Have you finished eating?
If you're done, let's go to the next one." Good. Sing, sing.
After dinner, a group of people came to the KTV and entered the big box that Yang Chuxia had ordered online in advance.
Naturally, students in the music department can all sing. Yang was the first to request a song.
He couldn't wait to show off his singing skills in front of these girls. Last time, Suja stole the limelight at the welcome party, and Yang was so envious and jealous. He thought he sang well, but he just never had a chance to show it. Suja did not order any songs, but just ate the fruit plate on the table. As a result, Wang Long next to him shouted, "Let's have a drink first and warm up our singing." They all smiled, agreed to Wang Long's suggestion, picked up the bottle opener and opened the complimentary beer on the table.
After everyone had a drink, Yang cleared his throat and began to sing the first song.
His singing skills were really good. Unfortunately, Suja and others didn't listen much, because Wang Long started shouting again, "How about we play truth or dare?"
Suja did not spoil the fun and nodded to indicate that it was okay.
Yang Chuxia and the other girls thought about it and agreed to this game. The main thing is that there is a turntable on the table in this KTV box that is specially used for playing Truth or Dare. Everyone filled their glasses with beer, and then Wang Long, who was sitting on the outermost side, moved the pointer, and it finally landed on Guo Zhuan.
Ask. Guo Zhuan said loudly. Wang Long emphasized, no one should lie tonight. I would rather drink than lie. My first question is, do you have someone you like? Ah.
Guo Zhuan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said of course, it was not a difficult question to answer.
Everyone laughed.
Wang Long asked who that person was, but Guo Zhuan immediately waved his hand and said, you can only ask one question at a time.
It's my turn now.
As he spoke, Guo Zhuan turned the pointer and pointed to Yang Chuxia.
His face flushed slightly, and he coughed and said, do you have a boy you like? No. Yang Chuxia answered decisively without a second's hesitation, and then said enthusiastically, it's my turn. Yang Chuxia rotated the pointer and finally landed on Suzhou. Suzhou smiled and said, are you also going to ask me if I have someone I like? Yang Chuxia blinked and said, is there anyone in our dormitory that you like? As soon as these words came out, everyone stared at Suzhou, only Yang Yang was still singing with a look of deep affection on his face. Suzhou's eyes swept over Mi Weiwei, Zhang Qinghan, and Sui-san, and finally stopped at Yang Chuxia's face. He nodded and said, have. Mi Weiwei felt sweet in her heart, and she wrapped a strand of hair around her fingertips, twisting it around and around. Humph, this scumbag, at least he admitted that he liked me, and did not let me down when I confessed to him in front of everyone just now. Sui-san's little hands were also entangled with each other, and she thought, could Suzhou be talking about her? Zhang Qinghan's eyes were wandering, and she didn't dare to look at Suzhou. He must be saying that he liked Mi Weiwei, but could he be referring to herself? Guo Zhuan asked with a gossipy look on his face, and Suzhou naturally couldn't answer. He just turned the pointer and it turned to Sui-san. Sui-san's heart trembled and she looked up at Suzhou. Suzhou smiled and said, do you have someone you like? Chapter 97, Did I See It Wrong? When the pointer turned to Sui-san, Sui-san's heart trembled and she looked up at Suzhou. Suzhou smiled and said, same question, do you have someone you like? There is nothing to ask. Everyone asks the same question anyway, so this sentence does not seem abrupt. But Sui-san's heart was still confused, her eyes dodged unconsciously, and she thought for a few seconds before saying, have. Have? Everyone was surprised. Sui-san actually has someone she likes? Sui-san coughed twice, quickly turned the pointer, and prayed frantically in her heart that it would not turn to her. Finally, it stopped facing Mi Weiwei. Sui-san raised the corners of her mouth slightly. How many times have you been in love? Once. Mi said with a slight smile. Wang Long couldn't help but ask, ah? When did this happen? When have you ever been in a relationship, Weiwei? Is it related to you? Mi Weiwei was a little annoyed and worried that Suzhou would misunderstand her. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Wang Long's face turned pale, but he still forced a smile and said apologetically, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that your boyfriend isn't here, so it should be okay to talk to us. My questions have been answered. Mi Weiwei continued to spin the roulette wheel with a cold face. 8 people were spinning a roulette wheel. The boys were reluctant to ask about more private topics, so after playing a few rounds they felt it was boring and switched to playing dice and drinking. Now everyone is grouped together in the dormitory and not very relaxed, but drinking beer has become the glue that binds them together. After a while, the few people who were slightly drunk relaxed a lot. Where there are beautiful women, boys will unconsciously compete with each other. In order to show off their drinking capacity, several boys drink from a full cup. During this period, Yang Yang and Guo Zhuan went to the bathroom 4 or 5 times, and Wang Long is still in the bathroom in the box and has not come out yet. Although Suzhou won more than he lost at dice rolling, he became thirsty easily from playing all the time and drank a lot during the game. Even with his strengthened body, he still felt the urge to urinate. Seeing that Wang Long was occupying the toilet and refused to come out, he got up and went to the toilet outside. Not long after Suzhou left, Mi Weiwei also got up and left. Coming out of the bathroom, Suzhou happened to see Mi Weiwei putting on makeup at the sink. Turning his head to look around and making sure that no one was passing by, Suzhou couldn't help but step forward and hug Mi Weiwei from behind. Ah! Mi Weiwei was startled and subconsciously exclaimed. After discovering through the reflection in the mirror that it was Suzhou, a smug smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. After symbolically struggling for a few times, she let Suzhou cling to her, and said shyly, don't go too far, or someone will see you. Suja also saw Mi Weiwei's reaction through the mirror, and he wandered around Mi Weiwei's cheeks and neck in fascination, rubbing his ears against hers. He smiled and said, "Baby, didn't you wait for me here specially? Why are you still embarrassed? Who's waiting for you? It makes me sound like I'm seducing you." Mi Weiwei pouted. "Isn't that just seduction?" Suja straightened his body. Mi's cheeks flushed slightly as she swayed her body. Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol that made Mi Weiwei feel something strange in her body, and she wanted to get into Suja's broad and hard chest. "Okay, let me go now, it will be bad if they see me." Mi Weiwei felt her passive skill gradually taking effect, and spoke with her remaining consciousness. "Why? Are you so afraid of being discovered by them?" "I'm not afraid. Isn't it someone who doesn't want to make their relationship public?" Mi rolled her eyes slightly. She actually realized that Suja was essentially a scumbag, but she couldn't help but be fascinated by him. When Suja heard this, he smiled awkwardly. Observing Mi Weiwei's expression through the mirror, it seems that she, the queen of the sea, has really come ashore. During the time he spent with Mi Weiwei, Suja discovered that Mi Weiwei was actually a love-brained person, and she gave up her principles time and time again to accommodate him. "It's so itchy." Mi Weiwei's voice trembled slightly. Suja was really dishonest. Knowing that her ears were sensitive, he kept teasing them with the tip of his tongue. Looking at Suja's erotic movements through the mirror, Mi blushed slightly and moved her body. "You are such a pervert, you have led me astray." Suja smirked and said, "Oh, does your conscience hurt when you say this?" "It doesn't hurt?" Mi Weiwei lowered his head and looked at his conscience. "Really? I'm going to die." Suja knew that conscience was indeed very sensitive and could easily feel pain, so he only tried it briefly. "Baby, give me some hand sanitizer." "Hey, you don't have any hands." Mi Weiwei immediately made a disgusted expression. Suja raised his right hand to put it on Mi Weiwei's lips, but Mi Weiwei was startled and quickly slapped it away. "Wow, you're still complaining about it. It wasn't like this before." "I remember last time, Mi Weiwei listened to Suja's dirty talk, snorted in anger, and quickly covered Suja's mouth. Then I squeezed a little hand soap on my hands and rubbed it into rich foam. Then she held Suja's big hand with her little hand and shared the foam with him. Under the effect of rich foam, both hands became slippery. When I looked up, I could see myself in the mirror. The atmosphere was particularly ambiguous. Such behavior actually made Mi Weiwei feel a little sweet. Soon, after rubbing it casually for a few times, Mi Weiwei pulled Suja's hand under the automatic sensor faucet and rinsed the foam off her hands. After rinsing clean, Mi shook her but slightly and said we had to go back. Suja suddenly took a breath and said in a rapid breath, "Baby, can you rock me for a while longer? I feel so comfortable." Mi Weiwei sensed something strange behind her, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She shook her head proudly and said, "I don't want it. You big pervert, you only know how to make me do shameful things." Seeing Mi Weiwei playing hard to get, Suja actually let go of Mi Weiwei. "Then you go back first." Mi Weiwei was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Suja. "Aren't you leaving?" Mi Weiwei took a deep breath. "Kiss me." "Not leaving? Hurry up." Suja knew that too much is as bad as too little, so he stepped forward, interlocked his fingers with Mi Weiwei, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her soft red lips. Suja kissed her very seriously. Although it was only a dozen seconds, Mi Weiwei already felt like having sex with Suja. The reason why the kiss only lasted more than 10 seconds was because someone came to the bathroom. Fortunately, she was a stranger, and she just glanced at me briefly before walking in. "I'm leaving first." Mi Weiwei thought this was a hint to her that if she didn't leave, she would be discovered. Although she didn't care, she still had to consider the feelings of a certain scumbag. As he turned to leave, he happened to run into Guojuan and was suddenly startled. After returning to the box, Mi Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief. She was almost seen. Did I see it wrong just now? Guojuan saw that for a moment. Suja and Mi Weiwei overlapped. Chapter 98, He is simply a love saint. It's definitely not an eye problem. Guojuan was filled with shock. He was very sure that he had indeed seen Suja and Mi Weiwei kissing each other. Could it be that they are secretly dating? Oh shit. In an instant, Guojuan felt that he had discovered a huge secret. At the same time, the admiration I have for Suja is difficult to express in words. The fact that Suja rejected Mi Weiwei's confession at the welcome party was basically known to everyone in the school. At that time, Guo Juan also thought that Suja didn't like me Weiwei.
Now it seems that he realized that he was really too shallow and his level was too low. Later on, Suja realized that he didn't want to give up a forest for a big tree. What is even more admirable is that after rejecting her, Suja was able to let Ni Weiwei be with him. After sorting out all his thoughts, Guo Juan summed up Suja in 2 words.
Love saint. Wait. So Suja rejected Mi Weiwei's confession because of that forest?
Guo Juan suddenly realized something else. Suja had a good relationship with 3 of the 4 goddesses in the 302 girls' dormitory. Guo Juan saw Suja, and Suja naturally saw Guo Juan as well.
Guo Juan was about to say hello when Suja passed by him and patted Guo Juan on the butt.
This caused Guo Juan to laugh and scold, "Idiot." Even in the same dormitory, there are different levels of closeness in relationships. In the dormitory, Suja and Guo Juan have a relatively close relationship. Yang Yang is too showy, Wang Long is too servile, Suja is rich but not arrogant, and Guo Juan and Suja have a pretty good relationship. Suja also walked towards the box.
What are you doing here?
Suja stopped and saw the golden retriever Sui-san standing near the door of the box, looking around with a little curiosity in his heart. Then Suja suddenly felt a strange force coming, and then he was pulled by Sui-san to an empty box next door. The dim light made it difficult for Suja to see clearly, so he leaned in closer, looked down at Sui-san and asked, "Why did you pull me in here?" When I got closer, I could clearly smell the alcohol coming from Sui-san. It seemed that she had drunk a lot. Sui-san felt dizzy at this moment, but she still forced herself to cheer up and said fiercely,
"Suja, do you have a normal relationship with my aunt?"
This question lingered in Sui-san's mind for a long time. She was half raised by Su Yinshu, and she really hoped that Su Yinshu could find a good man to marry, but she didn't want to see anything ambiguous between her and Suja. Suja is a big pervert.
Sui-san doesn't believe that Suja has no bad intentions towards Su Yinshu.
Suja was stunned when he heard this. Of course, he would not answer Sui-san and tell her that he and Su Yinshu had slept together. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "My relationship with Sister Su was very normal. In fact, I had some bad intentions at the beginning, but since I knew about your relationship with Sister Su."
Real?
Real.
Sui-san was delighted. As expected, Suja liked her. Then you are not allowed to call me auntie. Then what should I call you? I'll call you aunt too?
Suja couldn't help but think of the scene when he called Su Yinshu aunt when they were doing it. He added, "But your sister Nan Nan calls me dad, and I follow you and call her aunt."
This relationship is a bit confusing, isn't it?
After saying that, Suja spread his hands.
After hearing what Suja said, Sui-san was suddenly speechless.
Her little brain was working like crazy, and she actually found the root of the problem.
The root cause lies in Nan Nan.
Sui-san thought to herself that she had to find a real father for her daughter as soon as possible.
Okay, I won't talk to you about this anymore. I have another question for you.
Hey, stop it. Suja didn't like standing, so he suddenly picked up Sui-san by the waist and put her on his lap and sat on the sofa in the box. You say. Suja believes that his actions will help deepen the feelings and bond between the two, so he will definitely not stop. Seeing Suja so obsessed with her, Sui-san proudly raised her fair and delicate neck, and suddenly changed to a questioning expression and said,
"What is your relationship with Mi Weiwei?"
Suja sighed.
Sure enough, she asked this question after all.
But he had no intention of hiding it.
There is no wall that is impenetrable.
If he keeps having several relationships at the same time, he will be exposed sooner or later. So I was prepared a long time ago.
Of course, there is no way.
They are just Suja's women, not slaves, and they have their own thoughts.
Suja has already thought about it.
If the news breaks out in the future, breaking up is fine, but he will never let his woman have an affair with another man.
The reason is simple, I just can't accept it.
Getting back to the point, Suja answered Sui-san's question, "You're just imagining things."
What do you think my relationship with her is?
Sui-san gave him a cold look and said in a cold tone, "I think you and her are already together.
Tell me the truth, don't treat me like a fool." Suja stroked Sui-san's delicate legs. Sui-san's legs were tighter than Mi Weiwei's, while Mi Weiwei's legs were softer and equally irresistible.
He said, "Just as you thought."
What?
Sui-san was suddenly shocked. She just asked casually about some guesses in her mind, but she didn't expect Suja to actually admit it.
When did this happen? Wow, I'm so pissed off. Sui-san suddenly felt like she was being stabbed in the back. Get lost, you scumbag! You're in a relationship with me Wei Wei and you're still treating me like this. How can I face me Wei Wei like this? Wouldn't that make me a mistress? I just heard that Suja had cleared up his relationship with his aunt Su Yinshu because of her, and now he actually told her that he was in a relationship with me Wei Wei. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Sui-san suddenly exerted force to break free from Suja's arms. Although Sui-san is also a girl with extraordinary strength, no matter how big she is, she can never be bigger than Suja. Suja effortlessly hugged Sui-san tightly and said comfortingly, be good, how could you be a mistress? You are my good brother. His Sui-san felt like she was going to have menstrual period disorder because of anger after listening to Suja's words. Suddenly, she felt her mind had never been so clear, and she said calmly, then are our current actions what brothers should do? Actually, I'm a pervert. I like doing these weird things with my brothers. You are so shameless. Sui-san was shocked by Suja's shameless words. Suddenly feeling hot on her chest, Sui-san immediately got angry and started shaking violently, get out. Before Sui-san could finish her words, Suja forcefully kissed her. There was still a trace of lipstick on her lips. Chapter 99, Good Brothers, for Life. Suja went straight up and kissed Sui-san. This time it was very hard. After a few seconds, Sui-san started to struggle. Suja, let me go, you're hurting me. Suja let go of his hand, paused and said, good brother, so are you willing to leave me? Am I willing to leave me? Are you willing to do so? This question also lingers in Sui-san's heart. She didn't know when Suja entered her heart. Influenced by her family, Su Jiangwo has found 7 stepmothers for Sui-san since her biological mother passed away. The excuse was that they missed Sui-san's biological mother, and all the stepmothers they found were modeled after her biological mother. Sui-san just chuckled twice at this statement. Such a family background made her lose her desire for love, and sometimes she would dream that she would follow in her mother's footsteps. Perhaps it was the moment when Suja risked his own life to save her that he entered her heart. Although I know that Suja is even better than Su Jiangwo, I can't control my heart. I'll be gentle this time. Suja stood up again and walked forward, kissing Sui-san gently. But as they were kissing, I suddenly felt something cold on my face. Is it tears? Suja stopped and saw tears on Sui-san's pretty face in the dim light of the corridor. Looking at the other person's pitiful appearance, Suja suddenly felt a sudden pain in his cold heart. Is it heartache? Suja was not sure. He had experienced too much in his previous life, had worn hats, had been hated, had been kept by others just to survive. These made him gradually disbelieve in love. The system plug-in in this life once again magnified the dark side of Suja's heart, and he tended to do things recklessly and as he pleased. Many times I don't care about other people's feelings. This is true for me Wei Wei and Yin Daiman. Shouldn't this be the case? Suja coaxed Sui-san softly, let's be good brothers for the rest of our lives, okay? Boyfriends and girlfriends will break up sooner or later, but good brothers will never break up. We can be good friends forever. Question mark. After hearing these words, Sui-san's brain suddenly stopped moving. For a moment, I thought what Suja said made sense. If the two of them were good brothers, they could really be together for life. Sui-san herself has a rather bold personality and doesn't have a strong feminine attitude. Her original idea was that she didn't want to fall in love. After a pause, Sui-san actually stopped crying and nodded slightly. All right. Good brother. Lifetime. Seeing that Sui-san finally came to her senses, Suja showed a satisfied smile and hugged Sui-san in his arms again and kissed her passionately. All over the place. This time Sui-san responded, as if she had really thought it through and even wanted to gain the upper hand. A few minutes later, Suja tidied Sui-san's clothes and said to Sui-san, who was like an octopus, go back quickly, or they'll get suspicious. Tisk, I'm afraid you're afraid me Wei Wei will notice something's wrong. The tsundere little golden retriever is back. Suja smiled without saying anything. There was just a crisp click, and then Suja was the first to go out and walk back to the box. Details, pay attention to details, Suja must return to the box before Sui-san. Suja pushed open the door and walked into the box. Ni Weiwei and Jiang Qinghan looked at him first. Where have you been? Ni Weiwei's words made Suja frown. She could ask this question in private, but not now. Suja immediately began to reflect on himself. Am I being too nice to me Weiwei in private? Yang Yang was the microphone master, showing off his singing skills confidently.
Wang Long was lying on the sofa, drunk, and vaguely heard the voice of his goddess. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth unconsciously and he slept more soundly.
Wei Jun was shivering while eating melon.
He had seen through everything and showed a wise look in his eyes. After asking this question, Ni Weiwei also felt that she had said the wrong thing. Seeing Suja's gloomy face, he suddenly panicked and said, I saw you outside just now.
I was a little worried that you hadn't come back for so long. At this time, Sui-san also pushed the door open and walked in. He patted Suja's shoulder carelessly and said proudly, "Why are you standing? Go sit down."
After saying this, he showed a look of disgust. Suja approved of Sui-san's calmness and composure, calling him a good brother indeed. In order to prevent Ni Weiwei from becoming suspicious, he actually showed such good acting skills.
That look of disdain doesn't look like acting. If only all girls were so understanding, Suja couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
Suja sat down normally, picked up the wine glass and took a sip.
Seeing this, Ni Weiwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
It was impossible for her not to have any thoughts in her mind since Sui-san and Suja had disappeared for such a long time. But when he saw Sui-san acting so normally, his doubts were dispelled a lot. After all, Ni Weiwei and Suja had just done something bad, and they didn't look so calm when they came back. Yang Chusha narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at the few people, feeling that something was wrong. After that, everyone just focused on having fun, drinking, and singing. Time passed quickly, and a few people left the KTV and returned to school before the dormitory closed.
8 people walked in and 7 walked out. Wang Long was carried out on his back.
The alcohol in the KTV was all in small bottles.
Suja didn't know how much Wang Long drank, but it wasn't much anyway. He could only say that he could drink a lot.
I stopped a car as soon as I went out. Although this place is not far from the school, it is still difficult to walk with a drunk person. I took a taxi directly to the small gate, which is closer to the boys' dormitory.
After waving goodbye, the people from the 2 dormitories separated. On the return trip, Ni Weiwei opened the car window to get some fresh air, and suddenly said with a smile, "Xia Xia, have you noticed that Yang Yang seems to be interested in you?" Yang Chuxia said with a smile, "How do you know? You haven't even taken care of your own affairs." Ni Wei smiled and responded, "Look, when we first arrived at the KTV, Yang Yang asked you questions and kept looking at you intentionally or unintentionally. He even sang in a flirtatious way while we were singing. I'm not interested in boys." Yang Chuxia looked at the neon lights outside the car. Question mark. Ni Weiwei was startled when she heard this. "What the hell, you have no interest in boys, right?"
After saying that, Ni Weiwei widened her eyes and made a horrified expression.
Yang Chusha glared at Ni Weiwei unhappily and said, "I may not like girls, but I definitely don't like boys."
After saying that, Sui-san in the passenger seat couldn't help but stand up slightly and turn around to look at Yang Chusha. Zhang Qinghan glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. Noticing the looks from her 3 roommates, Yang Chusha said with a smile, "Don't look at me like that.
You're quite conservative. It's a different era now, and who says girls have to like boys?"
After thinking for a while, he said again, "Anyway, compared to liking boys, I feel that I definitely like girls more."
Of course, it's not to the level of lesbian.
When girls hear that their roommates or best friends have this tendency, they will not be disgusted but will be more happy and want to be good sisters for life. Ni Weiwei suddenly started to talk to Yang Chusha and said, "Actually, Xia Xia, you're so beautiful and cool, I can do it." After saying that, several girls laughed. Yang Chusha was a very charming girl. Not only boys liked her, but even the girls in the class liked her very much.
Chapter 100, Little Lazy Pig, Get Up.
In this way, we chatted and joked all the way and soon arrived at school. As soon as she got off the car, Ni Weiwei suddenly picked up her phone, put it to her ear in a pretentious manner, and said in shock, "Mom, what, you're here?
Where am I? I'm still playing outside." "Oh, then I'll come find you later."
Then she put her phone back in her bag and turned to her 3 roommates and said, "My mom is here.
I'm going to go find her now." "Okay, be safe." Yang Chuxia looked at the time. It was past 10 o'clock. Although there were not so many dangerous things, a beautiful girl like Ni Weiwei should still be careful when going out alone. As the class monitor and dormitory head of 302, Yang Chuxia is very concerned about her roommates. "I'm taking a taxi. You guys go back first."
Seeing her 3 roommates disappear from her sight, Ni Weiwei's pretty face showed a trace of confusion. It was obvious that she was blaming herself for lying to her roommates just now. But the next moment, it turned into a smile. Her heart has already flown to Suja. The other side. Suja carried Wang Long to the downstairs of the dormitory, handed him to Yang Yang, and said that he was going out and would not return to the dormitory tonight.
Boys don't need a reason not to go back to the dormitory. But Guo Zhuan just smiled and joked that he must have gone out to meet women, and expressed envy. Suja just smiled and didn't explain much. Go back the same way again and walk to the small door.
The driver was still waiting there. Before getting off the car, Suja asked him to wait. Suja was not stingy at all and did not care about the $2.60. He directly transferred 400 yuan to the driver.
After all, it was quite tiring to drive a car outside so late at night. These few hundred yuan were just a matter of convenience for Suja. Ding dong.
When he arrived at the door, Suja knew that Mi Weiwei had arrived first, so he pressed the doorbell. He could have just opened the door, but he just wanted to enjoy the feeling of being welcomed.
As soon as I pressed the doorbell, the door opened.
A beautiful figure appeared. It was Mi Weiwei. The moment Mi Weiwei saw Suja, she threw herself into his arms.
Hubby, I miss you so much. So clingy.
Suja touched Mi Weiwei's head lovingly and smiled.
As the saying goes, a short separation is better than a new marriage, but how long have they been separated? Feeling Mi Weiwei's enthusiasm, Suja didn't say anything more.
He hugged and kissed her passionately, his hands not idle either.
In my own room. Don't worry so much.
When the mood was right, Suja picked her up by the waist and walked upstairs step by step to the master bedroom.
Gently placed Mi Weiwei on the mattress worth 4 million. Sure enough, money should be spent where it counts.
Suja was very satisfied with the mattress and turned around to click on the central control mode conversion.
After thinking about it, there are still many functions that I haven't experienced. What followed was a thrilling game of football.
After the competition, Mi Weiwei lay in Suja's arms with a well-behaved look on her face, and the question she had originally intended to ask Suja disappeared into thin air. Forget it, I'm too lazy to bother with this scumbag.
Mi Weiwei plans to reconcile with herself. It is true that Suja is a scumbag.
If she chooses to be with him without learning to reconcile with herself, she will definitely be jealous. If you think about it carefully, it's not Suja's fault sometimes.
He does attract a lot of attention, but it's not his initiative.
Besides, the fact that Suja attracts so many women just shows his charm.
Doesn't she have good taste?
Anyway, her position as the main wife is unshakable. As long as she keeps a close eye on her and doesn't give those slutty girls outside any chance, she'll be fine.
Go take a shower. It felt sticky, so Suja patted Mi Weiwei.
The master bedroom was equipped with a spacious shower room.
Mi Weiwei obediently stood up and walked into the shower room.
The sound of water dripping could be heard. Within a few minutes, Mi Weiwei suddenly poked her head out, her long flaxen gray hair hanging down beside her pretty face. Husband, the bathtub is ready, come and take a nice shower with me.
Ah. It's about saving water. Husband, come quickly.
Mi Weiwei's voice seemed to be able to captivate people's souls, and Suja couldn't resist her charming look.
Hey! Female demon, let this poor monk come and save you from the afterlife.
Suja jumped up, stretched out his limbs and rushed into the shower room with an exaggerated expression.
So, the two played another game.
Mi Weiwei's white and delicate neck was soaked with sweat or water, and she raised her head and said seductively,
Husband. Suja was strategically shocked. After the break, Suja habitually patted Mi Weiwei's buttocks and said lovingly, Aren't you afraid of the rumors if you don't go back to the dormitory today? Mi Weiwei stretched lazily and said in a playful manner, I'm not afraid.
I just want to lie in my husband's arms for a while longer. I always leave in a hurry after we're done.
Today, I want to kiss and hug my husband more. Don't try to drive me away again. Listening to Mi Weiwei's desperate words, Suja smiled and said, Do you love me so much?
Mi raised her head slightly and stuck out her pink tongue playfully.
He lifted Suja's Adam's apple and said, I have already become your shape. Then go to sleep.
I'll hold you in my arms tonight.
Yeah.
Mi narrowed her eyes slightly and hummed sweetly.
A long sleep.
When he woke up again, Suja looked at Mi Weiwei, who looked like an octopus on his body.
I couldn't help but shake my head and smile. Mi Weiwei's appearance is really perfect. Without any decoration, she is still flawless.
There is no blemish on her face, just like white jade. Normally, she appears to be a mature and charming woman.
However, Mi Weiwei, who was still sleeping, showed a rare naive look. Suja was delighted and liked this woman sincerely.
Suddenly, she twitched her straight nose, which made Suja, who had been peeking at her, feel playful. With a smile on his lips, one hand covered Mi Weiwei's perfect body, rising and falling along with her curvy curves.
Moan. Suddenly, Mi Weiwei let out a soft moan. Then, Mi Weiwei's breathing became balanced and long again. What a lazy little pig. Suja smiled, thinking Mi Weiwei was still sleeping. Come to think of it, he consumed quite a lot of energy last night and must be very tired. So Suja planned to withdraw quietly. But the next moment he discovered a clue and saw through Mi Weiwei's disguise. Little Su was slightly shocked and said, "Little lazy pig, get up." Chapter 101, Why are you back again? Suja is a low-key yet not low-key person. To be low-key means that he is very rich now, but he will not show off his wealth like a nouveau riche. What I mean by being high-profile is that Suja would show off how awesome he is from time to time. For example, this time, Suja and Mi Weiwei hugged each other and lay in bed. He inadvertently said that everything he has now was obtained through his own efforts, and his family is just an ordinary working-class family. When Mi Weiwei heard this, she was so shocked that it was hard to describe in words. Her little head really couldn't figure out how Suja had become a billionaire when they were both just adults. It's simply genius. Husband, will you take the back door? Suja was stunned. Mi Weiwei scolded, "Oh, I was wondering if you would let me become the designated champion." Suja laughed, "Of course, it's just a matter of a word from me." He's not really bragging. In a talent show, what you watch is the show, which can be a show of looks or a show of skills. Although Mi Weiwei had some flaws in her singing skills, she cheated with the song provided by Suja. In talent shows, the effect brought by singing and dancing cannot be underestimated. After realizing how powerful Suja was, Mi Weiwei seemed to have blind confidence in Suja. But she still shook her head and said, "Hee, husband, you must be fair and just. You've invested so much in this program, I don't want to be a stumbling block for you." Suja naturally understood Mi Weiwei's thoughts and just smiled with relief. With a wife like this, what else could a husband ask for? After staying in bed for a while, Suja patted Mi Weiwei's buttocks and asked her to get up and eat. "I cook because I'm too lazy to do it. If I don't have money, I cook for a living. If I have money, I cook for enjoyment. Honey, am I pretty?" Mi Weiwei got a set of clothes from somewhere. The clothes she wore yesterday were torn. Suja subconsciously turned his head to look. Stunned. The air conditioner is on in the room, and the temperature allows Mi Weiwei to dress more diversely. Mi Weiwei seemed to be sincerely seducing Suja. She slowly unbuttoned her woolen coat, and every movement revealed a silent temptation. As the coat slowly slid off her body to the ground, a French grey lazy-style knitted base shirt was revealed. This knitted top, with its exquisite texture and simple color, perfectly set off her fair and smooth skin like milk, and the hollow design of the sleeves and chest cleverly revealed a hint of sexiness without being overly ostentatious, appropriately showing her softness and charm. Gurgle. Someone stared with his eyes wide open and couldn't help swallowing. Subconsciously looked down. Mi Weiwei was wearing a well-cut hip skirt on her lower body, which perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Paired with a smooth 0D black silk stocking, it seemed to add a bit of humorous mystery. The black stockings were close to her skin, reflecting a faint luster, which formed a sharp contrast with the texture of the hip skirt. Suja and Mi Weiwei's charming eyes met. What kind of nice person would dress like this on a day over 30 degrees Celsius? Suja understood immediately. What a greedy little cat. Suja walked forward and stretched out his hand, pinned Mi Weiwei to the wall, then lowered his head and kissed her. Mi Weiwei lowered her eyebrows and groaned. From gentle to intense, Suja's movements became more and more vigorous, and the breathing of both of them gradually became heavier. Mi Weiwei's voice trembled slightly, "Go upstairs." On the couch. Suja said with heavy breathing. "Tear. Bye, husband." "Well, you go back first." Suja yawned lightly. Fortunately his body had been strengthened. He could see that this female comrade Mi Weiwei had a talent for being a juicer. Kiss. Mi Weiwei was reluctant to leave Suja, and nodded at Suja before leaving. Suja scratched Mi Weiwei's small upturned nose lovingly and instructed, "Send me a message when you get to school." "Are you in Jin Yuan?" As soon as Mi Weiwei left, Yan Daiman sent a message to Suja. "Aha, wanna come over? Just passing by." Suja was shocked when he saw the message sent by Senior Yen Daiman. Just passing by? Does that mean it will be here soon? Thinking of this, Suja didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly got up to pack up. There are still a lot of pieces of clothing in the room, and there is also a strange smell. This cannot be taken lightly. Quickly pick up the debris on the floor, sofa, balcony and kitchen and put them in a bag, then open the window and turn the air conditioner to ventilation mode. I sprayed a lot of air freshener in the room. Because the smell is really strong. It took a few minutes to clean up. Suja went out and stood at the door for a while before opening it. He felt relieved when a fragrant smell hit his nose. When he opened his phone and didn't see Yen Daiman sending him a message, he finally felt relieved. He calmly picked up the packed garbage and threw it downstairs. After throwing away the remains of the battlefield, Suja estimated the time and Yen Daiman should be arriving soon. He chose to wait downstairs, which showed his deep feelings for Yen Daiman. After standing there for less than 3 minutes, Suja saw a tall figure with amazingly long legs. It was his girlfriend, Yen Daiman. When the two were a few meters apart, Suja found that Yen Daiman was breathing heavily, obviously having jogged all the way here. Suja smiled slightly when he saw this, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. Then he walked quickly forward. Start from 0 frame. Suja lowered his head and kissed Yen Daiman's soft lips. To be honest, Suja still felt a little guilty towards Yen Daiman. Because Yen Daiman was his first girlfriend after all, in other words, his official girlfriend. However, they did not receive the treatment they deserved. At least she hasn't spent the night here yet. Do you want to buy another house? Yen Daiman struggled symbolically for a moment, then indulged in Suja's kiss. After all, she and Suja only have the last step left to take. The two of them were inseparable. Who would have thought? A few seconds later, Yen Daiman suddenly pushed Suja away. His expression was very strange, and his voice was very unnatural. Mi Weiwei? Hearing this, Suja's body suddenly stiffened. He turned around with some difficulty and met a pair of painful and extremely disappointed eyes. The big tears flowed down her cheeks like a flood. Suja. Mi Weiwei's lower lip trembled slightly, her voice full of sorrow, not caring at all about the tears on her face. How long are you going to lie to me? You? Yen Daiman's pupils shrank slightly. The moment she saw Mi Weiwei here, she realized something was wrong. It was not until he saw Mi Weiwei's expression that he finally realized something was wrong between the two of them. Mi Weiwei turned around and looked at Yen Daiman, and laughed at himself. Suja and I are a couple. Couple? This word echoed repeatedly in Yen Daiman's mind. She looked at Suja stiffly and couldn't help but take a step back. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Mi Weiwei looked at the speechless Suja again. She suddenly smiled, but the smile was cold and heartless. Of course, he and I are nothing now. After saying that, Mi Weiwei turned around and left. As if she had made some kind of decision, she never looked at Suja again. Chapter 102, Try it? Let's end it. Suja sighed deeply. Things turned out completely beyond his plan. He had already thought about this scene, but in his imagination, it was Suja who took the initiative to arrange the meeting between the two. Instead of like now. But the situation is urgent now and Suja can't think too much. The most urgent task is how to minimize the losses. It is time to make a decision. Suja stopped looking at Mi Weiwei who had already left and turned to Yen Daiman who was still there and spoke sincerely. Man, please listen to my explanation. My relationship with Mi Weiwei is really not what you imagined. I don't know why she suddenly came to me. Mi Weiwei has been pestering me all the time. The boyfriend-girlfriend thing is just a temporary solution. Listening to Suja's explanation, Yen Daiman looked at this scumbag expressionlessly, her voice completely devoid of emotion. She pestered you, and you got together with her? Of course not. Suja sighed helplessly. You are already my girlfriend. How could I possibly agree to her just because she pestered me? It's mainly because Mi Weiwei was desperate. I was afraid that she would get upset about something, so I did this desperate thing. Yen Daiman laughed and said sarcastically, I have a question, who were you with first? You. As he spoke, Suja reached out and wanted to hold Yen Daiman's hand. But this time, Yen Daiman decisively shook off Suja. He looked at Suja with cold eyes. She is too confident. She is confident about her appearance and confident that Suja has a deep love for her. I should have thought of it earlier. I should have thought of it during the welcome party.
I should have thought of it earlier, why Suja asked to keep their relationship private. It turns out that everything has a traceable path.
Is there something wrong with me that makes you fall in love with someone else? Oh, and you've already slept with her, right? No, it's not what you think.
Suja knew he was in the wrong, so he said awkwardly, to be honest, Ni Weiwei's entanglement still makes me a little moved.
Ni Weiwei is beautiful and actively throws herself into his arms.
It's normal for me, a normal man, to be moved. At this point, Suja somehow became more confident, but then he quickly begged for mercy. I promise, I definitely didn't do anything out of line. As he said that, Suja tried to hold Yen Damon's hand again.
Do you think I'm stupid? I'm afraid I'm not the first woman to come here?
Yen Daiman wanted to yell and scream at this moment, and even wanted to slap this scumbag in the face, but for some reason, her whole body was numb and she had no strength at all. Let alone yelling at the other party, it was even difficult for her to raise her hand.
So you're leaving too?
This incident made Suja very upset. At this time, Suja seemed to have no patience to explain, and his face suddenly became cold. Looking at Suja's cold praise, Yen Daiman felt her heart twitch violently, and she couldn't hold back her tears.
You don't even have the patience to coax me a little longer. Suja, did you really like me?
Yen Daiman was really sad. She was very confident, so she didn't completely think that Suja had really betrayed her. So Yen Daiman did not leave like Ni Weiwei at the first time, but stayed to listen to Suja's explanation.
But I like it, Suja answered firmly.
I like everything about you, your personality, your figure, and your face. As he said that, Suja hugged Yen Daiman.
Get out. Don't want. Yen Daiman struggled.
Suja was like a scoundrel, suddenly kissing her and even trying to touch her in broad daylight. The most hateful thing is that I don't have the strength to resist, and I can't even feel too much disgust.
I just simply don't want him to get what he wants.
Suja's extremely domineering kiss made Yen Damon's consciousness a little confused. But the next moment, Yen Daiman suddenly noticed a trace of vermilion left on the collar of Suja's clothes. The scene of Suja and Ni Weiwei passionately hugging each other suddenly appeared in my mind.
Based on her understanding of Suja, it's hard to say. Let me go.
Yen Daiman struggled violently.
Suja, let me ask you one last time, how far have you and Ni Weiwei come?
She looked at Suja deeply and said, I hate it most when people lie to me. Suja took a deep breath and said calmly, the last step. After saying that, he looked at Yen Daiman to observe his reaction.
However, Yen Daiman's reaction was unexpectedly calm, and even Suja couldn't understand what she was thinking. Could it be that sincerity is the ultimate weapon and it still applies at this time?
Suja was a little confused.
Yen Daiman smiled, are you comfortable? It's alright. Want to try it? Suja asked coldly. Try. Suja was stunned. To be honest, he didn't understand Yen Daiman's thoughts.
Yen Daiman did not leave like Ni Weiwei, which gave Suja a little hope, and this was also the reason why he did not pursue Ni Weiwei.
But weren't they arguing just now?
Suja looked at the pair of long, beautiful legs on his shoulders, his mind full of confusion.
Ni Weiwei was very concerned about her reputation.
After she left, she went back to the snack shop to get the snacks she had just chosen and brought them back to the dormitory.
Everything was normal.
After I distributed all the snacks I bought to my roommate, I said a few words and said I was tired and wanted to lie down in bed for a while. Ni Weiwei was in a bad mood, and the three girls could sense it. They just thought that Ni Weiwei was not getting along well with her mother. It is difficult for a judge to judge family affairs. The three girls looked at each other and dormitory 302 suddenly became quiet.
Time goes back to the time when Ni Weiwei just left. Ni Weiwei passed by a snack shop and suddenly had the urge to buy some snacks to take back to the dormitory. I often ate Sui-san's snacks when I was in the dormitory, and I felt embarrassed.
After buying a cart of snacks, Ni Weiwei was about to check out when she suddenly saw a familiar figure passing by through the transparent glass.
Senior Yen Daiman?
Seeing that it was her class assistant, with whom she had a good relationship, Ni Weiwei subconsciously wanted to say hello. But Yen Daiman was jogging, and just as Ni Weiwei reached the door, Yen Daiman had already passed by. Ni Weiwei looked at the impetuous Yen Daiman and didn't pay attention at first, but then seemed to think of something and her eyes narrowed slightly.
Just now, the place where the senior sister ran seemed to be in the direction of Suja's house, right? Is it a coincidence? Ni Weiwei, who was already quite sensitive, somehow told the waiter to come and get it later and followed him.
Then Suja took the initiative to kiss Yen Daiman.
The two cooperated skillfully and it was obviously not their first time. It's over. It's all over. Mi Weiwei lay on the bed, recalling how Suja didn't even try to stop her when she left crying. Tears of despair streamed down his cheeks again. The pillow under my face gradually became wet. Mi Weiwei picked up her phone and deleted all of Suja's contact information. Even dogs don't talk about love. Chapter 103, Why did they all leave? Don't want to participate in the show anymore? Can you tell me why? Yang Chuxia looked at Mi Weiwei, who had an expressionless face, with extreme concern, and hurriedly asked why she suddenly didn't want to participate in Chuang 2020. Mi Weiwei has not been behaving normally since she returned to the dormitory yesterday. I don't even eat. As the head of the department, Yang Chuxia has a strong sense of responsibility. When she went to the cafeteria for lunch at noon, she specially brought Mi Weiwei some maochuang, which she liked very much. After much persuasion, Mi Weiwei finally got out of bed. At this moment, Mi Weiwei made Yang Chuxia frown uncontrollably, and she looked listless, with obvious traces of tears on her face. Her intuition told her that something big must have happened. Mi Weiwei still had no expression on her face, and said in a cold tone, I just don't want to participate. I'm sorry I can't go with you. Although she still had some resentment in her heart, Mi Weiwei was generally rational and did not waste her roommate's concern for her. No, why did you become like this? After lunch, Sui-san took Jiang Qinghan to pick up a package. When she came back, she saw Mi Weiwei, who was acting out of character, and was immediately shocked. If it were any other time, the arrogant Mi Weiwei would definitely give her an unhappy look. She is the Queen Weiwei who pays the most attention to her image and would never allow anyone to say that to her. But at this time, Mi Weiwei had lost all her enthusiasm and just let it go. The more introverted a person is, the richer his inner activities are. Jiang Qinghan, who was standing behind her, couldn't help but open her mouth slightly when she saw Mi Weiwei's condition, but she thought that such words were not suitable to be said out loud, so she stopped talking. Sui-san sat down and said tentatively, Why do you look like you've been dumped? Mi paused. The three careful girls clearly noticed that something was wrong with Mi Weiwei. Then Sui-san widened her eyes, No way, you really got dumped? I dumped him. Mi Weiwei's voice finally showed some emotion. After saying that, she lowered her head and ate the lunch that Yang Chuxia brought her seriously. He ate very quickly, but after a long time, the food in the lunchbox didn't seem to decrease at all. To some extent, Sui-san and Mi Weiwei are rivals in love. Logically, now that Mi Weiwei has broken up, she should be happy, but now she is not happy at all. My heart is filled with worry and sympathy. Looking at Mi Weiwei's pitiful appearance, Sui-san pursed her lips and was about to speak again. Suddenly, the director Yang Chuxia pulled Sui-san and gestured for her to go out and talk. The two of them talked quietly for a while and then stood up and walked to the door of the dormitory. Mi Weiwei's pupils remained calm as Jiang Qinghan cautiously sat down beside her. Outside the door. After hearing Sui-san's guess, Yang Chuxia's eyebrows turned into two hooks. Weiwei and Suja are in love. When did this happen? I'm not sure, I just found out yesterday. Sui-san answered vaguely, saying that she accidentally saw Mi Weiwei and Suja hugging each other last night. I don't understand. Yang Chuxia said that she really didn't understand how Suja could bear to break up with Mi Weiwei. Are you blind? But it's useless to say these things now. The most important thing right now is how to help Mi Weiwei overcome this difficulty. And the other side. In a large flat of more than 200 square meters in Jinyuan. Suja looked at the empty house and sighed deeply. Left. They all left. Mi Weiwei left. Senior student Yen Daiman also left. Suja looked at the farewell letter Yen Daiman sent him with a frown. After thinking about it for a whole morning, he still didn't understand what Yen Daiman was thinking. He couldn't understand why Yen Daiman unilaterally broke up with Suja the next day even though she had just given her virginity to Suja yesterday. Or the person just left without even being given a chance to stay. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. He pressed his temples, opened a pack of cigarettes and lit it. In his previous life, Suju was an old smoker and started smoking when he was in junior high school. In this life, this new body has not been corroded by cigarettes, so Suja has no urge to smoke. But now, I can't help it mentally. After a few cigarettes burned out, Suju opened WeChat and sent a message to Yen Daiman and Mi Weiwei at the same time. I'm sorry, I hurt you. If you want to leave, I will admit it. I will do my best to make it up to you. Yen Daiman did not respond. And Mi Weiwei. Suja looked at the glaring red exclamation mark, and his temples suddenly throbbed. He subconsciously took out another one. Then he sent a text message to Mi Weiwei with the same words. Sister Weiwei, someone sent a message on your phone. Zhang Qinghan helped Mi Weiwei get her phone off the bed. Oh. Mi Weiwei paused briefly, then responded indifferently. Zhang Qinghan saw the sender's phone number on the page and instantly recognized it as her brother Suja's phone number. Zhang Qinghan knew all the information he could find about Suja. Then he said crisply, Sister Weiwei, it seems to be a text message from Suja. Looking at the phone handed to her, Mi was stunned for a moment, and a struggle flashed in her drooping pupils. After a moment, she raised her head and forced a smile. Thank you. I'm sorry, I hurt you. If you want to leave, I'll admit it. I'll do my best to make it up to you. He. Mi Weiwei looked at the text message sent by Suju and sneered disdainfully. Compensate? Can a broken heart be mended? Mi Weiwei did not reply to Suja. I flipped through the messages on my phone out of habit, and suddenly saw that Yen Daiman had also sent a message. Sent a little after 10 in the morning, sorry, I didn't know you were in a relationship. I have already withdrawn. As for whether you forgive Suju or not, it's up to you. I am really sorry. Mi Weiwei was completely stunned when she saw the message sent by Yen Daiman. Isn't she the third party? Mi Weiwei cares about two things. One is that Suja cheated on her, and the other is that she is a mistress. As proud as she is, she really can't accept the fact that she is a mistress. However, what does Yen Daiman mean by sending this message? She has some resentment towards Yen Daimanmi. Although it seems that her senior may have been deceived by the scumbag, she still cannot accept it emotionally. Mi Weiwei subconsciously replied to Yen Daiman, saying, it doesn't matter. We've broken up now anyway. If you like it, I'll give it to you. But just after typing it, Mi Weiwei deleted it again. Why pretend to be free and easy? Even though she has broken up with Suja, she still doesn't want Yen Daiman to take over. Suddenly, Zhang Qinghan said, Sister Weiwei, Brother Suja sent me a message saying that he plans to give us some training after class tomorrow afternoon. Are you free? Chapter 104, Have you completely given up? The next day. Wednesday, today is full of classes. As usual, no one was in high spirits for the class that started at 2 p.m., and the bell had just rung. Someone in the crowd yawned. The yawn spread to the whole class like a virus. When the first class ended, the large group of students who were struggling to hold on collapsed on the table in an instant. Of course, Mi Weiwei is not included in this group of people. Mi Weiwei acted very naturally, playing with her phone as if nothing had happened, and joking with her three roommates from time to time. Weiwei, you are so beautiful today. A girl named Zhang Jing praised. Ha, thank you. Mi Weiwei gladly accepted the compliment. Mi Weiwei's makeup and look today are stunning, with an eye-catching red hair draped over her shoulders and a tight, one-shoulder top that perfectly outlines her charming figure. Suja and his roommates sat in the last row, looking around boredly. Mi Weiwei turned around to respond to Zhang Jing's compliment and was about to turn around. Their eyes met in the air. Although it was just a moment, when the two looked at each other, Mi Weiwei's heart trembled inexplicably, and she unconsciously avoided his sight. Then, he snorted softly. Now Mi Weiwei's mentality is to let someone know that after the separation, she, Mi Weiwei, can live a better life and even become more beautiful as she gets older. Suddenly, a boy appeared at the classroom door. She was of decent height, about 1.80 meters, with dyed pink hair in a very unique style, earrings in her ears, and she was wearing a long short-sleeved shirt and very trendy ripped jeans. I was a little nervous at first, but then I relaxed a lot when I saw most people in the classroom lying on their desks to rest. After encouraging himself on the spot, he walked in. Standing in the first row, I took a look and saw Mi Weiwei's eye-catching red hair, and my eyes suddenly lit up. Red and pink, it's a sure thing. Mi Weiwei, this is a little gift from me. I want to get to know you. Don't misunderstand me. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to be friends with you. Although this guy looks a bit flamboyant, he is polite and knows how to strike up a conversation. This kind of scene that can instantly spark a topic of discussion made the class, which was dead the moment before, instantly lively, with many people whispering timidly. As the person involved, Mi Weiwei's smile froze on her face instantly. He looked at the man who suddenly appeared with a grim expression and subconsciously turned his head back. In the end, I didn't see what I wanted to see. Someone was lying on the desk, holding a mobile phone and tapping away with both hands.
It was obvious that he was typing and sending messages. This made me Wei very annoyed. Yes, they did break up, that's right.
But, is he even pretending?
It's only been a short time since we broke up and he's already chatting with another woman so blatantly.
Immediately, Ni Weiwei took a deep breath and showed a far-fetched smile. Well, thank you for your kindness. What's your name, classmate?
Zhao Bin, my name is Zhao Bin. Zhao Bin didn't think it was a forced smile at all. Ni Weiwei was very beautiful, and even though it was an unnatural smile, it was deeply engraved in his heart. He excitedly handed the thing in his hand to Ni Weiwei, who hesitated for a moment and chose to accept it. Oh. The confused crowd started to jeer.
Student Zhao Bin, I still have class. Can you leave now? The booing around her made Ni Weiwei feel a little upset and she couldn't help but frown. Zhao Bin didn't think too much about it.
It was an expected surprise that Ni Weiwei accepted his gift.
There should be some reaction now, right? Ni Weiwei turned her head again.
She didn't believe that doing this would not cause someone's emotions to fluctuate, unless he really had never liked her.
The facts developed just as Ni Weiwei wished.
When she turned around, Suzhou was also looking at her.
The two of them happened to look at each other again.
But this time, the eye contact almost made Ni Weiwei's breathing stop. Suzhou's eyes were without any emotion, extremely cold. Even when he had conflicts with Suzhou before, he had never looked at him with such a cold look.
It makes people feel cold all over.
After a moment of eye contact, Suzhou looked at his phone as if nothing had happened, clicking quickly with his hands.
Ni Weiwei has a high EQ and immediately figured out the reason.
Suzhou was jealous.
But she couldn't be happy.
She almost wanted to go up to Suzhou and explain to him immediately.
She just wanted to piss him off and didn't really want to make friends with that guy named Zhao Bin. It was obvious that the two had broken up, and thinking of the lofty ambitions I had in mind last night, my butt was stuck tightly to the chair again. The school has complete infrastructure and has everything you need.
After all, it is the top art school in the country and is willing to spend money on teaching facilities. Suzhou applied for a small-sized piano room. Such piano rooms are basically equipped with a piano, and some well-equipped small piano rooms also have other musical instruments. The one Suzhou applied for was naturally the one with the most complete facilities.
After class in the afternoon, Ni Weiwei and Zhang Qinghan followed Suzhou to the piano room. The atmosphere between the two was more depressing than ever before. Especially after entering the piano room and closing the door.
Ni Weiwei now regrets extremely much, regretting why she agreed to receive training with Zhang Qinghan yesterday. She now feels like a thorn in her back and a fishbone stuck in her throat. In short, she feels uncomfortable all over.
Sit down.
Suzhou gestured. Zhang Qinghan suddenly said, I just bought a few drinks from the school takeaway platform.
Can I go out and get them now? Suzhou looked at Zhang Qinghan deeply, then nodded.
When Zhang Qinghan left the piano room and closed the door, the two of them were alone for the first time since their breakup. As Suzhou and Ni Weiwei were not mentally prepared, who could have imagined that the usually simple Zhang Qinghan would do such a thing?
Sit down.
Seeing that Ni Weiwei was still standing there in a daze, Suzhou spoke again and gestured. Ni frowned slightly, wondering how this scumbag could speak so naturally. Suzhou is just a bit patriarchal sometimes, he is not unreasonable. What happened between him and Ni Weiwei was his fault. Sending a message yesterday asking Zhang Qinghan to bring Ni Weiwei along was also a disguised way of bowing to her.
I hope Michigan Weiwei can give him a chance to explain.
But this afternoon during class, when I saw Ni Weiwei accepting a gift from another man, a strong feeling of dissatisfaction suddenly came over me.
At that moment, he gave up the idea of getting his ex back. Your most prominent problem right now is your singing style.
Singing skills are something that is accumulated over time, and there's not much room for improvement in a short period of time.
So my suggestion is that you go the singing and dancing route. The song I've given you is just right.
Even though the two of them were now alone in a closed space, and even though Ni Weiwei was stunningly beautiful today, Suzhou did not have any romantic thoughts at all. He handled his business impartially and taught Ni Weiwei seriously.
Ni Weiwei responded in a muffled voice.
He clearly said yesterday that he didn't plan to participate in the show, but now he subconsciously listens to Suzhou's opinion. Chapter 105, it turns out that scumbags can also be jealous.
How's the never-setting sun training going? Ni paused slightly.
Said, it's okay. Suzhou nodded, I'll play the piano for you, and you sing. After saying that, Suzhou's fingers played a series of smooth scales on the piano.
Calm and elegant, in just that moment, Ni Weiwei seemed to have returned to that night by the Huangpu River. Ni Weiwei took a deep breath, lowered her head and stopped thinking about anything else.
The red hair hanging by her ears trembled slightly in the air conditioning.
When the piano sound entered the node, Ni Weiwei began to sing. The fog in the sky comes carelessly. Stop. Suja suddenly pressed the piano key.
You should learn to breathe through your chest when you sing.
Try putting your hand here.
Suja turned around to face Ni Weiwei and pointed at his ribs. When you inhale, your diaphragm sinks and your ribs expand to the sides.
Didn't you learn this little trick in high school? Ni Weiwei took a deep breath and snorted a little in dissatisfaction. Queen Weiwei just doesn't like Suja's current official attitude. What is going on between them like this? Start over. Oh. Ni Weiwei put aside all distracting thoughts and concentrated on singing. She didn't want to be looked down upon by some scumbag. Sky. Very good. That's it.
Suja encouraged Ni Weiwei and continued, you have a certain foundation in dance. I will choreograph for you when you enter the team competition. You need to train your core muscles more during this period and practice chest resonance techniques.
The key to singing and dancing is stability. Suja's teaching is patient and encouraging. Ni Weiwei had to admit that Suja was really a good teacher.
He always tried his best to solve practical problems. After some simple guidance, Ni Weiwei's understanding of the song "The Sun Never Sets" has obviously deepened a lot.
But why?
I'm clearly following Suja's guidance and my singing is getting better and better, but why is my mood getting worse and worse? As Ni Weiwei's level improved, Suja's explanation became more in-depth. Many songs use the resonance chamber.
You need to practice it more. You can imagine that you are holding a warm egg in your mouth.
Don't let the sound get stuck in your throat.
Are you listening? Aren't you listening?
Ni Weiwei looked at Suja's serious teaching appearance, and felt an inexplicable irritation in her heart, and there was a hint of impatience in her words. Suja frowned slightly and said, sing a few more lines.
Ni Weiwei readily followed suit and sang it again. But the effect was even worse than before.
It was obvious that he didn't listen to Suja's words just now.
Suja glanced at Ni Weiwei and said, actually, if you don't want to learn, I won't force you.
I'll just teach Jiang Qinghan seriously later.
Ni Weiwei's non-serious attitude made Suja feel annoyed.
It was obviously her own business, but she didn't care about it, so why should he take it seriously? Even if the other person is his ex-girlfriend.
Am I not learning?
Ni Weiwei unconsciously tightened her fingers and felt a sense of loss she had never felt before.
Why is this scumbag so calm? Has he never liked me? Then be serious.
Suja realized that he seemed a little fierce, and restrained his temper a little. Sit down and rest for a while. There were only 2 chairs in the small piano room, and 1 chair was used to place the books of 3 people and the backpacks of the 2 girls. Ni Weiwei was conflicted as she sat on the same chair with Suja, with a clear distinction between them. Looking at Suja sitting next to him, he suddenly felt dazed. They were so affectionate just 2 days ago.
Dang. Dad. Suddenly, the transparent vibrato of the piano created ripples in the silence. Suja's left hand creates an undercurrent of melody in the bass.
The moment she heard the sound of the piano, Ni Weiwei's body stiffened instantly and her expression became a little unnatural.
Why did you suddenly play this song?
Ni Weiwei quietly moved her eyes and glanced at Suja out of the corner of her eye.
Why are you playing this piece? Ni Weiwei's chest heaved violently. Dang.
The piano music stopped abruptly, and Suja turned his head to look at Ni Weiwei strangely. I just realized that Ni Weiwei's eyes were red at this moment, as if she was emotionally stimulated. Suja suddenly felt a headache when he saw this.
Why didn't he notice that Ni Weiwei had such a weird personality when they were dating before?
After all, a certain scumbag still felt guilty towards others. Although he was a little annoyed, he still held back and did not lose his temper. After a pause, he said, I think the atmosphere is a bit depressing.
Since you don't want to hear it, then let's not talk about it. The small piano room fell into a brief silence again.
Ni Weiwei bit her lips a few times and suddenly said awkwardly,
That man added me on WeChat this afternoon, but I didn't agree. I didn't even know him. I gave the things he sent to me to them. Oh. Suja looked at Ni Weiwei's expression and said, actually, you don't have to explain it to me. Ni Weiwei's breathing was slightly stagnant.
Thinking of that person's cold eyes in the afternoon, she suddenly became anxious. I'm not explaining this to you on purpose, I just don't like being misunderstood by you.
Yeah, I see.
Suja said calmly, we have already broken up, so it is your freedom even if you plan to find a new boyfriend. Looking at Suja's seemingly generous but actually distant attitude, Mi Weiwei suddenly felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. It was like a lemon quietly exploded in my heart, and the sour feeling permeated every corner.
Mi Weiwei suddenly realized that she simply couldn't remain calm in front of Suja.
Now it seems that Suja is the only one who remains calm. Realizing this, Mi Weiwei could no longer suppress her emotions and sarcastically said, yes, I'm afraid this is someone's favorite freedom.
I'm afraid you found a new girlfriend by now. By the way, does Yen Daiman still want you? Hearing this, Suja's breathing stagnated. This is none of your business. How dare I control you? You are so amazing. So many girls like you. Let me help you count them.
Yen Daiman is one, Zhang Qinghan is one, and if I'm not mistaken, Suishan may like you too.
Although the words sounded sour, Suja was not angry.
When he opened his phone, he found that Mi Weiwei had explained to him the matter between her and the man named Zhao Bin, which made him feel a little better. Seeing that Suja said nothing and just smiled, Mi Weiwei became even more indignant and became more and more angry as she spoke.
I was so stupid before.
I was kept in the dark by someone.
Now I realize that he has no shortage of women at all.
So, are you jealous now?
Suja suddenly asked. Mi Weiwei's voice suddenly faltered, and then she became a little angry and immediately retorted, who is jealous? How come I didn't realize you were so narcissistic? Do you think all the girls in the world should revolve around you? You said a few words to me and you said I was jealous. Then I said you were jealous this afternoon too. Yeah, I was jealous this afternoon.
Mi Weiwei's voice suddenly stopped, and she looked at Suja in surprise.
Really? It turns out that scumbags can also be jealous? Chapter 106, I'll try my best.
Mi looked at Suja in surprise. After a long silence, he quickly said, You, don't think that I will forgive you if you say that.
I don't expect you to forgive me.
Suja shrugged and looked at Mi Weiwei and continued, I think being jealous is the most basic respect for your ex, unless you really don't have feelings for him or her anymore. I don't know if you believe it or not, but I can be sure that when I was dating you, I really liked you.
Mi Weiwei never expected that this scumbag would play by his own rules. Why did it suddenly seem like I got it?
At this moment, her brain almost crashed, but at the same time, a complex emotion surged in her heart.
Sweetness, bitterness, grievance, comfort. At the same time, there is also hatred.
She hated Suja for not catching up with her on the day she left. It's not like both of them are completely finished.
That day, I waited for a long time at the only intersection.
But the biggest emotion was relief that I didn't lose my mind in the afternoon.
Otherwise, she was sure that Suja might not even look at her again in the future. Not a possibility, but a certainty. Mi Weiwei has been with Suja for so long that she probably knows some of his principles and bottom lines. Wrong. Mi Weiwei, why are you so useless? Why do you still care so much about this scumbag's feelings after breaking up? Mi Weiwei, wake up.
Mi Weiwei was startled suddenly, opened her big beautiful eyes and stared at Suja.
You. Humph, I was fooled by your sweet words in the beginning. Do you think I will be fooled again now? Ah.
After saying this, Mi Weiwei wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into, or just cut her wrists with a piece of potato chips. She had clearly intended to scold Suja, but when the words came to her lips, she stumbled uncontrollably.
Don't be so nervous. Don't worry, I won't pester you. Although I don't want to separate from you, it's my fault for respecting your wishes. I hope we can be well in the future. Suja has a thorough understanding of Mi Weiwei's character.
If he continues to pursue Mi Weiwei now, he is very confident that he can win her back.
This confidence comes from Mi Weiwei's feelings for him. But Suja was not willing to do so.
If he tried to win back Mi Weiwei by admitting his mistake, it would be too humble, which would not be conducive to the realization of his great dream. When Mi Weiwei heard what Suja said, she instantly understood several layers of meaning.
First it's joy, then sweetness, and finally heartbreak. I'm afraid it's you and Yen Daiman. Keep practicing. Suja smiled and deliberately avoided the topic. After a brief conversation, Suja already knew what Mi Weiwei was thinking. As he expected, Mi Weiwei is really in love.
She caught him cheating on her and still wanted to. Seeing that Suja deliberately avoided the topic, Mi Weiwei felt very unhappy and stood up subconsciously. A fragrant breeze blew over, and Mi Weiwei's large meat bomb shook, making Suja's heart tremble. Mi Weiwei was about to say something else when Jiang Qinghan, who had been away for a long time, came back with 3 cups of milk tea. Seeing this, I had no choice but to listen to Teacher Su's lecture obediently. Teacher Su was also very serious and responsible. But the longer he stayed, the more aggrieved Mi felt. In her heart, she angrily criticized Suja, the scumbag. Was he partial even in teaching? Why was he so attentive when teaching Jiang Qinghan, even touching her, but so cold to her? I'm not obsessed with this scumbag, I'm just fighting for the rights that I deserve. Mi Weiwei thought to herself. Suja, can you please teach me properly? There's no need to teach me step by step. Mi Weiwei watched as Suja placed his hand on Jiang Qinghan's flat and delicate belly, helping Jiang Qinghan feel the breath, and a nameless anger inexplicably rose in her heart. Suja raised his eyebrows and chuckled, then coldly moved his hand to Mi Weiwei's lower abdomen. Scratched. Taking a step back suddenly, Mi Weiwei glared at Suja, with dissatisfaction in her voice. What are you doing? Suja withdrew his hand and looked at her strangely. What's wrong? You can't accept my teaching method again. You. Shameless. Mi Weiwei glanced at Jiang Qinghan silently, and her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. At the same time, I was very angry. I was angry with Suja because he humiliated me in front of his roommates. She was also angry with herself, angry at herself for not living up to her expectations. When Suja touched her belly, her first reaction was the scene of them doing it together. Don't be distracted, study hard. Suja tapped Jiang Qinghan's forehead lightly. Jiang Qinghan pouted in pain, but her expression was somewhat joyful. Brother Suja never treated me like this before. The next day. After serum strengthening, Suja was full of energy and 5 or 6 hours of sleep a day was enough to meet the daily consumption. He woke up naturally at 6:30. At school, Suja has a good habit of going for a morning run, even though his physical fitness is now beyond ordinary people. It was not yet 7 o'clock when I left the house. At this time, there were not many runners on the playground track. Unexpectedly but not so unexpectedly, Suja met Yang Chuxia when he was about to go back. Yang Chuxia is still wearing the same sporty outfit, a tight sports vest and slim and stretchy yoga pants. Show off the heat's physique. Suja felt a little jealous, but he just looked at her for a few times and then turned his head away. He didn't want to get involved with other women at the moment. A solid foundation must be laid before a tall building can be built. Suja greeted Yang Chuxia as usual. In the past, when they met her by chance, he would just nod and say hello. Today was the same, at least Suja thought it was the same. Unexpectedly, just after he said hello, Yang Chuxia suddenly walked towards Suju and the first thing she said was, "Are you free? Can we chat for a while?" Suja subconsciously looked at Yang Chuxia twice more. Of course, he wouldn't be so narcissistic as to think that Yang Chuxia was interested in him. Through Suja's observation, he found that Yang Chuxia was different from other girls. She had a sense of pride in her bones. Unlike Mi Weiwei's pride, Yang Chuxia's pride seemed to be brought about by her own strength. The reason why I looked for him today was probably because of Mi Weiwei. Although he had some guesses in his mind, Suja pretended to know nothing and asked, "Is there something that made Miss Yan come to see me?" Yang Chuxia raised her eyebrows. After all, she was a woman, so it was inevitable that she would be happy to hear someone praising her. But it was only a little bit of happiness. The next moment, Yang Chuxia said seriously, "Suja, do you like Mi Weiwei?" "I like it. Why, are you here to blame me?" Suja was not surprised by Yang Chuxia's question. Yang Chuxia shook her head, "No, I don't have the qualifications. Although I don't know what happened between you, if you really like Weiwei, can you be nicer to her? I'm sure Weiwei still likes you. She's a proud girl, and it's hard for me to imagine her becoming like this for a man." Suja looked up in surprise. What a surprise. "May I? If possible, I hope you can be more devoted to Weiwei." Yang Chuxia looked at Suja's face seriously, trying to find out why so many girls were obsessed with Suja. Suja smiled, "I'll try my best." Chapter 107, Someone's Defense is Broken. There was no class this afternoon, so Suja naturally called Mi Weiwei and Jiang Qinghan to continue the intensive training. But what is different today is that Suja separated Mi Weiwei and Jiang Qinghan. Because the two people currently need to focus on different projects. Jiang Qinghan was still in the small piano room where he was yesterday.
Mi Weiwei was in the dance studio next door.
Suja first taught Jiang Qinghan some key points in the piano room and told her to practice on her own. Then he opened the door and walked into the dance studio next door. This dance studio is not big and feels like it is built separately from the piano room next door. There is a small table in the corner of the room, with a set of audio equipment on the lower right side of the table. There are some dynamic murals on the wall, and a large mirror 2 meters high and 3 meters and 60 centimeters wide in front. Suja connected to Bluetooth, opened the hot song list and played songs randomly. After all, it always feels a little less interesting in the dance studio if there is no music.
The atmosphere today is much better. Suja started teaching seriously as soon as he came in.
The dance proficiency given by the system some time ago came in handy again today.
Mi Weiwei also studied very attentively.
When she encountered difficulties, she did not hesitate to ask questions. She had a strong desire for knowledge and was not absent-minded like she was yesterday.
Okay, you dance. Oh.
The floor-to-ceiling mirror in the dance studio reflected Mi Weiwei's tense figure, while Suja leaned against the pillar of the room with one hand in his pocket.
The Bluetooth speaker streams jazz music fused with funk rhythms.
Because Suja said yesterday that they would practice dancing today, Mi Weiwei wore a sports vest underneath, which outlined her huge ups and downs.
As the music started, Mi Weiwei also stretched out her body.
She was dancing impromptu, so she had some basic skills. After all, she had passed the art exam of the Shanghai Theatre Academy. The perfect body dances in a way that is breathtakingly beautiful.
Some not very positive thoughts flashed through my mind. Suja tapped the beat with his fingertips and examined Mi Weiwei's wave movements with a professional look. Stop.
Suja suddenly pressed the pause button and the music stopped abruptly. Mi Weiwei maintained the posture of pressing her sideways downwards, and fine beads of sweat slid down her swan neck into her sports bra, and the rise and fall of her chest was particularly obvious in the mirror. Remember, you are not square dancing.
Suja strode forward and held down Mi's slightly trembling hips.
Here, it should be like melted chocolate. Suja waved his hands. He knew how flexible Mi Weiwei's body was, especially her waist and hips.
The first time she accelerated, she almost gave Suja a second.
The warm palm suddenly exerted force and drew an arc along her pelvis. At this moment, Suja could smell the familiar fragrance coming from Mi Weiwei, and even hear her slightly rapid breathing.
Suja. Mi Weiwei felt a tingling sensation in her hips, and Suja's breathing was too close.
She jumped back half a step as if she had been electrocuted. Just talk and don't move around.
Isn't this inappropriate for us? Suja said with a slightly stiff movement. I am teaching seriously, so that you can master it quickly. Hearing this, Mi Weiwei laughed.
No one understood Suja better than her.
But subconsciously, his ears turned red, and he said unconvincingly, I think my movements are standard. Standard?
Suja sneered and loosened his collar. His clothes wrinkled with the sudden pulling action, and the muscles from his shoulders, neck to waist and hips surged like waves.
See the isolation? Each joint is a separate part.
He suddenly grabbed Mi Weiwei's wrist and placed it on his abdominal muscles. Now feel the transmission chain. He looks like a strict teacher, but he is sneering in his heart.
I don't believe that you want to be moved. Sly grin.
The muscles under her palms rose and fell with her breathing, and Mi Weiwei wanted to pull her hand back as if burned, but her hand was drawn across her muscular chest muscles to her tight mermaid line. When Suja grabbed her hand and completed the whole set of body waves, the reflection in the mirror could no longer tell whose skin was hot.
Isn't that too much? Is this how you taught Jiang Qinghan?
Mi Weiwei forced herself to control her irregular breathing and raised her voice to cover up the turmoil in her heart.
Suja's body suddenly stiffened, and he smiled with a somewhat stiff expression, saying, I'm sorry, you practice by yourself for a while. I'll go see how Jiang Qinghan is doing and see if she can accept my teaching method.
Oh.
Suja pushed the door open and walked out. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded away. Mi Weiwei couldn't bear it any longer.
She covered her hot cheeks with her hands and rubbed her red ears. She stomped her feet in panic, then breathed a sigh of relief.
Her plan was successful. Do you think that I, Queen Weiwei, am so disappointing that I don't understand the principle of learning from failure? She was just pretending. She wanted to get back everything she had lost. But it was a close call. Mi Weiwei patted her huge snowball in surprise.
Just now, when Suja held her hand and stroked her sexy and strong body, she almost released the breath of the sea.
Snort. Fortunately, I have good acting skills.
She was going to play hard to get with this scumbag today. Now Mi Weiwei was alone in the dance studio, admiring her perfect body through the floor-length mirror. He raised his right hand and pressed the snowball, leaving a small indentation. A sneer appeared on his face. "You want to play? I won't let you play." In the limited time, Mi Weiwei's brain worked quickly to review her previous performance, and overall her performance was very good. Her attitude throughout the whole process was neither cold nor indifferent, and she even showed a little bit of nostalgia at the critical moment, which caused the scumbag's emotions to fluctuate. Especially the loud scolding at the end, it was simply the finishing touch.
"Didn't you see that the scumbag's face suddenly turned ugly?
After suffering so much at the hands of that scumbag, I finally got back at him."
I'm afraid someone's defense is broken."
Suja wouldn't run to the bathroom and cry secretly at this moment, thinking painfully in his heart, "She no longer loves me."
Giggling. Mi Weiwei couldn't help laughing out loud when she thought that Suja might have secretly broken through the defenses in the bathroom alone. "But why haven't you come back yet?"
Mi Weiwei practiced for a while by herself, but saw that Suja had not come back yet, and she couldn't help feeling depressed.
Won't. Mi Weiwei couldn't help but walk out of the dance studio and walk gently to the door of the piano room. The piano room door was not closed tightly, and Mi Weiwei took a peek through the crack. The result was that with just this one glance, Mi Weiwei's face quickly turned ugly. No wonder he hasn't come back for so long. It turns out he is just enjoying his life so much. At this time, Suja's right hand was on Jiang Qinghan's lower abdomen, and he spoke while smiling. I don't know what he was saying, but in Mi Weiwei's opinion, he was definitely teasing the innocent Jiang Qinghan.
The most infuriating thing was that Jiang Qinghan didn't show any disgust at all, and a genuine smile appeared on her pretty face.
"Brother Suja, would you like some milk tea?
Your throat must be dry after talking so much." Jiang Qinghan took out a cup of fruit tea with cold beads rising from it.
Suja accepted it happily and touched Jiang Qinghan's head.
Seeing all this, Mi Weiwei's calmness, which she had tried hard to maintain, shattered at this moment, and she even had the urge to kick the door and go in.
"But what can we do once we get in? I can only endure it."
Mi Weiwei knew that if she went in at this moment, it would not be of any benefit to her, and all the calmness she had pretended for so long would be wasted. So Mi Weiwei suppressed her anger and jealousy and walked back to the dance studio quietly.
"Then you practice first. I'll go check on Mi Weiwei." Suja had excellent hearing and could hear every movement outside the door clearly. He swaggered into the dance studio and saw Mi Weiwei practicing seriously.
After praising her, he put the straw in right in front of Mi Weiwei and started drinking with slurps.
Mi Weiwei wanted to pretend not to see it, but Suja was so high profile. Mi Weiwei finally couldn't help herself and broke down. "Did you go to the bathroom to get the milk tea?" Chapter 108, When did you learn to smoke? There are many milk tea shops in the school.
Although Suja has never bought milk tea on his own initiative, he has tried it from all of them. "There is no way, the charm is too great, I always receive wild milk tea from time to time." After tasting many times, Suja likes the milk tea from this small brand the most.
It is said that the owner is a senior in the university and an authentic Taiwanese girl. The one in his hand is exactly what Suja likes to drink the most. Q99 is as delicious as mipucha.
He doesn't know how Jiang Qinghan knows his preferences so accurately. After taking a big sip, her mood instantly became much better.
She didn't care at all about Mi Weiwei's sudden crazy ridicule.
She gave an embarrassed, apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Weiwei.
Jiang Qinghan knows how to be grateful."
She was worried that my throat would get uncomfortable from talking too much, so she bought me some throat moisturizer.
"How about this, next time I'll treat you." "What's the meaning? Are you saying that I don't know how to be grateful?"
Staring at Suja's seemingly sincere eyes, Mi Weiwei's originally very ugly expression changed slightly, and finally she forced a smile. "It's okay, I'm really not as considerate as classmate Jiang Qinghan.
It's really hard for you to teach me to dance. I will buy it for you next time."
Suja continued drinking his milk tea, his brows relaxed as he politely said, No, I'm the squad leader, and I'm your ex-boyfriend anyway.
"It's only right for me to help you, isn't it?" "Haha, it's reasonable." So don't be polite."
The two of them became respectful to each other, but Mi Weiwei didn't want to give up. She still felt that playing hard to get was a good way to control Suja. As I said, there is almost no woman who understands Suja better than her. The reason why Suja acted so relaxed was very simple, because he now clearly knew what Mi Weiwei was thinking. In fact, when it comes to love between men and women, it is often the case that those involved are confused while those who are watching can see things more clearly.
How could Suja not know that Mi Weiwei actually still loves him deeply?
Of course I know the answer, but sometimes I get emotional, or feel that my initiative has been met with cold violence, and I feel unbalanced and uncomfortable.
Just like just now, Suja teased Mi Weiwei under the pretext of giving instructions, and was scolded by Mi Weiwei. How could he not know that Mi Weiwei was just pretending to be calm?
Of course he knew it, but he felt uncomfortable when Mi Weiwei yelled at him.
Look at me, what are you doing? Keep practicing. Snort.
Mi Weiwei gave Suja a look of disdain, and then concentrated on practicing. Looking through the floor-length mirror, he saw Suja behind him, sipping milk tea from time to time and concentrating on watching him dance, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. The next moment, the arc of his movements became larger, and he made full use of his physical advantages to perform several moves that made people's blood boil.
Boom boom boom. It's dazzling to watch. Suja couldn't help frowning and suddenly interrupted Mi Weiwei's passionate dance. Are you going to do this kind of moves on the stage? Still thinking about it. Any problem? Mi Weiwei asked back.
You're not allowed to do this kind of dance in front of others.
Oh, and be careful about your attire when you go on stage.
You're not allowed to wear something like what you're wearing now.
Listening to Suja's domineering words, Mi Weiwei couldn't help but be stunned.
Her heart felt sweet as if she had eaten honey, and at the same time she felt a little proud.
Sure enough, the hearts of some scumbags were already in chaos. But he said calmly, now it's an era of freedom of dress, and why should I listen to you, Master Su?
Suja looked at Mi Weiwei and said neither righteously nor confidently, I don't like seeing my ex-girlfriend being so exposed in front of others. This sentence almost made Mi Weiwei's brainstem shrink. She stared at Suja in disbelief. Do you want to listen to what you said?
Any questions? Tell me if there's a problem. Mi Weiwei was also amused.
I'm your ex-girlfriend, but I'm your ex-girlfriend, not your current girlfriend.
Why should you, an ex, make decisions for me? Mi Weiwei was somewhat confused. She knew Suja's character very well. He was a typical male chauvinist, even more domineering. Whenever there was a conflict when they were together before, it was Mi Weiwei who coaxed Suja. But now the two have broken up. Mi Weiwei didn't expect Suja to be able to say such things so confidently. Okay, whatever you want. Suja waved his hand in annoyance.
Mi choked back a little, a trace of panic flashed across her face, and her voice immediately softened. I'm just asking, why are you so impatient?
It's not like I won't listen. Good. Good what? Nothing. Suja smiled again.
Mi breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little aggrieved. This scumbag was definitely the most moody man she had ever met.
Etc.
After feeling wronged, Mi Weiwei suddenly felt a little indignant. She wondered what she was so panicked about and why she was rushing to explain to him.
No, why? It was clearly this scumbag's fault. He was the one who cheated, he was the one who lied, and he was the one who didn't apologize.
Although she felt unhappy, Mi Weiwei still didn't have the courage to speak out her feelings.
No, it's not that I don't dare, it's that there is no need. You don't mind if I smoke a cigarette, right?
Suja suddenly said.
I don't mind. Mi Weiwei answered subconsciously.
Later, he realized something was wrong, turned around and looked at Suju and asked, when did you learn to smoke?
Mi Weiwei was full of confusion.
She was very sure that Suja did not smoke before and there was no smell of cigarettes on him. Suja took out a bag of lotus flowers from his pocket. With a crackling sound, the kerosene lighter raised a bright yellow flame to ignite the tobacco. He took a puff of the red flame and exhaled a thin smoke from his mouth.
I learned this that day. You know what, this thing is pretty good. It's a great way to relieve fatigue. Suja answered calmly.
After hearing this, Kumiwei felt a surge of emotion in her heart.
Is it because of her that I smoke? I didn't expect that. I thought you were always so calm. Chapter 109, Let Us Get Back Together.
Mi Weiwei watched Suja smoking skillfully, and her heart felt like a bottle of seasoning had been overturned, with mixed emotions. After hesitating for a while, he calmly asked.
Suja, where is the senior?
What senior sister?
Suja was a little confused. Senior Yen Daiman, do you know where she went? Mi Weiwei continued to ask. The reason for asking this question is that Mi Weiwei hasn't seen Yen Daiman for a while.
Yen Daiman was the class assistant of the music performance class, but no one has seen Yen Daiman since that day, and the class assistant has been replaced by another senior student.
Before that incident, Ni Weiwei liked Yen Daiman very much. She was responsible and had a good relationship with the four sisters in their dormitory. Suja shook his head and said, I don't know, maybe he's gone. Hearing this, Ni Weiwei couldn't help but frown. Isn't she your girlfriend? How could she not know? Anyway, now that everything was out in the open, Suja had nothing to hide, so he casually said, I was your husband before. You. This sentence brought back many good memories for Ni Weiwei, but she didn't want to show her nostalgia for the sweet times in front of Suja. So he sneered at himself and said, I was blind before. Then why not stay blind? Ni Weiwei still had a calm expression on the surface, but she was thinking over and over again about Suja's words in her heart. I don't like you anymore. Ni Weiwei turned her head away, avoiding Suja's sight. She didn't know what tricks the scumbag had come up with. Now, Ni Weiwei, who has awakened herself, is extremely smart. She realized belatedly that Suja's level is so high that he easily tricked her into his trap. It doesn't matter. Suja took a deep breath and sighed, actually, I still love you, whether you believe it or not. But seeing that you can let it go, I am sad but also happy for you. Although when I see other boys wanting to pursue you, I still can't help but feel jealous. Paused. Suja said helplessly, I will control myself and not be jealous in the future. After all, I am the one who wronged you, and now I am no longer your boyfriend, but I still hope that you can live a good life. What I said to you before still counts, and I will try my best to compensate you. Well, can we add each other on WeChat again? Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. This time we're just classmates and friends. Ni Weiwei stared at Suja blankly, her lips trembling slightly, her mind blank. She didn't know why, but she felt like crying. For a moment, she felt like she was about to cry. Hold on. Hold on. Ni Weiwei took a deep breath, bit the tip of her tongue and hurriedly recalled the shocking scene that day. After her eyes cleared up, Ni Weiwei suddenly wanted to provoke Suja and asked tentatively, many people say that the best way to quickly get over a failed relationship is to get into another one as soon as possible. You hope that I can live a good life, so are you willing to introduce me to a new boyfriend? Suja's mind was as clear as a mirror, but his expression was blank. Although I don't like this kind of thing to happen, do you have a new goal? Ni Weiwei stared at Suja's expression and said, I guess so. Actually, I don't really like it that much. I can only say that it looks good. I'm still in the hesitant stage. Ah? Really? Suja seemed to have suffered a huge blow when he heard this. His face turned pale instantly and he could not hide his loss and sadness. Looking at the distraught Suja, Ni Weiwei suppressed the corners of her mouth that wanted to curl up and continued to make up stories. Although this boy is not as handsome as you, he is also very gentlemanly. The most important thing is that he likes me very much and dotes on me very much. Looking at Suja's increasingly ugly expression, Ni Weiwei almost wanted to laugh out loud in her heart. It's so refreshing to see someone who used to be so high and mighty show such emotion, folks. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Suja suddenly sighed, his expression seemed to become relieved, and he looked at Ni Weiwei with a complicated expression and said, It's good to know that you have someone new that you like. By the way, can you tell me who it is? After all, I am the one who wronged you. If I can help you get over it sooner, the guilt in my heart will be better. Also? Ni Weiwei's heart suddenly sank, and she stared at Suja intently. What do you mean by that? Do you have a new target? Suja didn't respond at first, but took out another cigarette, lit it, took 2 puffs and shifted his gaze. Ni Weiwei's heart suddenly turned cold. Speak. Suja smiled bitterly. Since you have someone you like, it's okay for me to tell you now. I do have a girl I like too. A girl you like? Ni Weiwei felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave. Her beautiful eyes instantly turned red, and her voice trembled uncontrollably as she asked, Who is it? Jiang Chenghan? Sui Shan? Or someone I don't know? Don't ask that. Suja smiled awkwardly and said, I didn't want to tell you at first, but since you said you have a boy you like, I don't have to hide it anymore. I don't. I just want to test you. Ni Weiwei stood there numbly, and suddenly she felt a strong sense of suffocation, and tears flowed uncontrollably. In fact, when Ni Weiwei knew that Yen Daiman had left Suja, her hatred for Suja had somehow decreased a lot. She even felt that if Suja took the initiative to admit his mistake, she would not be unable to get back together with him. Why are you crying? Suja was a little amused and helpless. It was you who tried this on me just now, why don't you want to play along now? He is really good at both cooking and playing.
Of course, as a veteran scumbag, he would definitely not provoke her at this time. He immediately took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped Mi Weiwei's tears like the first time. He took the opportunity to hold her in his arms and comfort her. Okay, I know you're upset now, but I'm upset too. When I heard that you had a new crush on a boy, I was really upset.
But people always move on. We can't always stay in the past, right? Be good, don't cry.
It would have been fine if Suja hadn't comforted her, but after he did, Mi Weiwei cried even harder. Returning to the arms of the man she once loved, Mi Weiwei couldn't stop crying when she thought that this might be the last time in her life that Suja would hold her in his arms, which made Suja's heart ache.
Mi Weiwei finally broke down.
All the tricks in her heart were thrown out of her mind at this moment. She cried out regardless of anything, I lied to you.
In fact, I don't have anyone new to like. The person I have always liked is you. It's all fake, all fake. Please don't like anyone else, okay?
Suja shook his head and patted Mi Weiwei's shoulder gently with one hand.
Chapter 110, As a brother, I must support you.
If Suja didn't have any other ulterior motives, then at this point in the plot, he should have taken the initiative to say let's get back together.
In fact, I just said that I also like someone else just to provoke you.
But, unfortunately, Suja is very cunning and he wants to expand Mi Weiwei's psychological acceptance step by step. So Suja pretended to be helpless and said, I'm a suspicious person by nature. Besides my mother, there's only one girl in the world that I completely trust, and that person is you.
But you just lied to me. You won't be satisfied until I completely give up, right? No, I was wrong, really wrong. Please don't give up, okay?
Mi Weiwei's eyes showed despair, and she explained again, I was wrong.
I shouldn't have lied to you. You are the only one in my heart, and there will only be you. I can't love anyone else anymore. Will you lie to me next time? I don't dare lie to you anymore.
Suju is just a scumbag, but not a beast. It would be a lie if he didn't feel touched when he saw a girl being so sincere to him.
There was even a moment when I wanted to confess everything.
But he still held back and said with embarrassment, but I already have another girl I like.
Aren't you a scumbag?
Mi Weiwei's brain had already lost its ability to think, and she spoke without any thought, you can also scumbag her, just like you scumbag me, I was here first, and she has me, okay?
All right. I promise you, please stop crying.
Suja hugged Mi Weiwei tightly, and he still felt distressed when he saw her tears streaming down her face.
Really? Then how about we get back together?
Mi Weiwei let go of the thoughts in her mind and thoroughly felt the warmth in Suja's arms. She wanted Suja to take the initiative to ask for a reconciliation.
But now, who cares?
I'm scared, really scared.
She can't control this scumbag.
Yes, sure.
Mi Weiwei's crying subsided a little. What about that girl?
What girl? Mi Weiwei suddenly opened her eyes wide with tears in her eyes, looking at Suja who was grinning mischievously at the moment. She finally realized that she had been deceived again.
Oh, forget it, I'll just get cheated, it's not the first time anyway. And doesn't this just prove that Suja really likes me?
At least he didn't find a new love.
But she was still a little unhappy that she had lost again, so she wanted to save some face by saying, you big liar, can you promise me that you won't lie to me again in the future? Didn't you lie to me first? Mi Weiwei couldn't help but glared at Suja, thinking to herself, didn't you lie to me first? If I hadn't found out. But Mi Weiwei is not stupid and will not cause trouble again.
Suja smiled, hugged Mi Weiwei tightly in his arms, and ran his hand along her beautiful back. I touched its soft honey little by little, and the round and firm but still had the familiar feel.
Suja, you are so shameless. Mi Weiwei was subconsciously annoyed and stood up as if she had been electrocuted.
But when she thought of the temper of a certain scumbag, her tone softened a little. You cheated on me, and I took the initiative to ask you to get back together.
Not only did you not show any reaction, but you also touched me as soon as you came. The more I talk, the more aggrieved I feel. Suja couldn't help but feel a headache after seeing this.
It's not his fault, after all, he hasn't played basketball for several days.
Suja thought for a moment and smiled. Oh, you know how tempting you are to me. Besides, don't you like it? Mi Weiwei suddenly looked embarrassed and annoyed, and her ears turned red. What nonsense are you talking about? Do I really think I'm that stupid? Suja chuckled, isn't it?
Seeing that Mi Weiwei's eyes were about to burst into anger again, Suja changed his words the next moment. Okay, I'm sorry, baby.
No matter what, I still have to thank you for being so generous in forgiving me. Then you have to promise me that this won't happen again. Ni Weiwei stared at Su Zhe. This kind of thing would only happen once. Didn't Mi Weiwei have any face to lose? Well, there will definitely not be a next time. Su Zhe swore frankly, I swear, if there is a next time I will. Okay, it's not like I don't trust you. The two of them reconciled, and Su Zhe really wanted to take Mi Weiwei out to reconcile. But after thinking about it, I decided to forget it. At least, this is not how we should behave as human beings. Baby, can you take your roommate for a walk on the playground tonight? Why? Mi Weiwei leaned in Su Zhe's arms with peace of mind, smiling sweetly. I've carefully prepared an apology gift for you. Actually, I've always wanted to get back together with you. If you don't tell me, I will definitely tell you. Okay, I'm really looking forward to it. Su Zhe returned to the dormitory and gave a cigarette to Wan Long and Guozhuan as soon as he came back. It's funny to say that when school started, none of the 4 people in the dormitory smoked. And now, before even a semester is over, 3 people have already picked up this good hobby. Seeing this, Yang joked, you 3 should transfer some money to me. Your secondhand smoke is really harmful. Guozhuan, dog barking, we didn't ask you to smoke. We have already calculated the cost of the cigarette. Secondhand smoke is not cigarettes, right? Yang laughed and scolded, your mother. Oh, Su Zhe took a breath and let out a long sigh. Wang Long heard Su Zhe sighing, and he straightened his body and said, who is this person in the hall, and why are you sighing? Your Excellency, I am trapped by love. What? Even a love guru will be trapped by love one day? Yang and Guozhuan heard what Su Zhe said and came over. In the minds of the 3 people in the dormitory, Su Zhe is a modern-day love saint, especially Guozhuan, who knows more about the inside story. When he heard that Su Zhe was trapped in love, his eyes lit up. What's going on? Guozhuan's face was full of anticipation. He wondered if his attempts at playing multiple games together had backfired. Su Zhe glanced at Guozhuan and said, are you expecting a go ba? Then he looked at Wang Long again, his eyes flashing as he spoke slowly, it's like this. There was once a girl who really liked me. She was so bold as to confess her love to me in front of many people. But, I was young and ignorant at that time, so I rejected her. Later, I did some things that let her down. Now I've come to my senses, and I want to win that girl back. Yang was shocked and said, aren't you having an affair with Senior Yin Daiman? Su Zhe twitched the corner of his mouth and forgot about this matter. But he remained calm and said, my situation with my senior is even more complicated. The most important thing now is that I want to win that girl back. I need your support and help. Oh? If you need any help, just tell us. We are brothers. We support you. We must support you. But that girl is very attractive, and I have a brother who also likes her. I'm afraid this incident will ruin the relationship between me and that brother. Wang Long asked, does the girl you mentioned like your brother? Su Zhe shook his head, I don't like it. That's all, honestly. Love requires mutual affection. If I were your brother, I would definitely support you and help you pursue that girl. By the way, what's the name of that girl you're talking about? Do we know each other? Su Zhe smiled sheepishly, the one you know is Mi Weiwei. Wan Long? Chapter 111, what gift will it be? In college, the playground at night can be considered a small tourist attraction. Especially on summer nights, when the bright moonlight and gentle breeze replace the scorching heat of the day, most boys and girls on campus will come to the playground without an appointment. Humans live in groups and always gather in places where there are many people. The wide playground was bustling with people singing and dancing. As soon as you walked in, you could see crowds of people gathered in several areas. At this time, a beautiful red-haired girl and her roommate were walking hand in hand in the playground. The moonlight shines through the leaves of the sycamore tree. The girl, wearing white lace socks and light blue canvas shoes, jumps lightly on her toes. The pale pink gradient slip dress had daisy embroidery on the shoulder straps and was layered over a mint green chiffon cardigan, the hem of which rippled like lemon in the night breeze. Shan, do you think someone over there wants to confess their love? The girl Zhou Shuatong pulled her roommate Li Yisan's hand and pointed to the circle made of colorful flowers in the middle of the playground. At this time, several boys were setting up things in the middle of the playground, attracting a lot of onlookers. Li Yishan's eyes lit up immediately, and then she thought of something and said to Zhou Shuatong teasingly, I know, this must be your dog preparing to make a passionate confession to you. I'm really fed up. It's so annoying. Zhou Xuetong felt a little vain.
She had been praised for her good looks and natural beauty since she was a child, and she also believed so. Of course, at least that's what I thought before I went to college. After entering university, she found that she was extremely fed up with the compliments she once received, because there were 4 girls in her class who had the beauty of fairies and goddesses who were superior to her. Zhou Xuetong had to admit this, but her inner pride told her that she had to be the most beautiful one even if she was in the second tier.
Zhou Xuetong's bootlicker Yi Hao gave her the confidence. At least no one in the class has such a pure bootlicker like her, right? Then let's go back? Li Yishan pouted. Sometimes she really couldn't stand Zhou Xuetong's personality. Go back? How can this be?
Zhou Xuetong quickly said that she would stay and watch.
Just kidding, she was the heroine. Although she didn't like Yi Hao, it didn't affect her watching a show, right? Let's take a look before we go. Hey, why are they carrying a piano?
Zhou Xuetong smiled awkwardly and pulled her roommate Li Yisan towards the center of the playground. Suddenly, their eyes were attracted by a large object. A snow-white piano was placed on a tractor and placed in the middle.
The colorful flowers formed a circle.
When I got closer, I saw some wires on the ground and some audio equipment placed there.
What Yi Hao is not going to sing for you, right? No, does he have this talent? Li Yishan was startled, then showed an envious expression. I'm so envious, why hasn't anyone given me such a romantic confession? Faced with Li Yishan's question, Zhou Xuetong instinctively did not think that Yi Hao had this ability. But he still couldn't help but smile sincerely. As a human being, even saints have a little vanity.
At this moment, Zhou Xuetong's mind was full of the cheering scene that would happen later.
Well. Wang Long sighed deeply. Wu Zhuan also sighed deeply. Yang Yang, however, had an admiring look on his face. Suzhou is truly a modern romantic.
I have a feeling he definitely hasn't broken up with senior sister Yin Daiman. I'll definitely have him teach a class so I can hold an annual meeting and have him teach me how to have a harmonious relationship with 2 girlfriends at the same time.
By the way, why are you 2 sighing so loudly?
After Wang Long placed the last bunch of flowers to fill the gap in the wreath, he said with a bitter expression.
I feel so bitter. Why did I agree to Suzhou?
I treat him as a brother but he treats me like a cuckold.
That's wrong. Wu Zhuan bloated, you have to understand one thing, Ni Weiwei has never liked you, so how can she be considered a cheating partner? Puff.
Killing someone and destroying their heart, Wang Long felt a black screen in front of his eyes and wanted to start over.
Yang Yang patted Wang Long on the shoulder and said earnestly, Brother Long, you should let it go. At least this is a good thing.
Rather than watching the girl being deceived by other men, it's easier to accept that Suzhou succeeded.
Well, at least you still have some sense of participation, right?
Wang Long felt very tired, but still nodded thoughtfully.
Although, what Yang Yang said does make sense. What are you guys doing?
You guys can set off fireworks when I start playing the piano.
Suzhou came over pulling a cart of fireworks.
Wang Long stepped forward to examine them and asked curiously, where did you get these fireworks?
I don't think they're allowed in school. Wu Zhuan said worriedly, yes, this will lead to punishment.
It would be fine if we could just make some colorful lights or something. I'm sure I'll be punished.
Brother Zhe, don't get me wrong.
I'm not afraid of being punished. I'm mainly afraid of being stopped by security halfway through. Yang Yang also agreed, and then changed the subject when he thought that he still wanted to invite Suzhou to teach. Seeing the 3 people's worries, Suzhou smiled and said, don't worry, since I dare to put this thing, I must have obtained permission.
Is this true? No, you're really awesome. The principal is your father?
After all, he was just a young adult, and his understanding of rights was not very clear. He just thought that Suzhou's background was too awesome, and he could even do this. Suzhou finished smoking and humbly accepted the admiration of the 3 people.
This is really a small problem. Just report it to Director Wei and it will be resolved. It's because he and the director have a little bit of interest transfer. Wait a minute, you do this, and then.
Suzhou deployed the plan.
302 girls' dormitory. Ni Weiwei looked at herself in the dressing mirror, blinked and checked for any flaws. Well, it was perfect and beautiful. Ready or not? Yang Xuxia came over to Mi Weiwei and asked for stickers. Mi Weiwei smiled and nodded. It seems that you have reunited with Suzhou.
Sui-san looked at Mi Weiwei, who had dressed up carefully, and said with a complicated mood.
I haven't confirmed it yet.
He said he would give me a gift later.
I'll see if he's sincere enough. If he's sincere enough, I'll decide to give him a chance. Mi Weiwei spoke in a light tone. Then let's go. Wait a moment. Mi Weiwei suddenly thought of something and took something out of the drawer box.
She tied up her slightly curly red hair, revealing her delicate white neck, and tied a silver necklace around it.
He showed a satisfied smile. Let's go. Mi Weiwei and her roommates arrived at the playground. Suddenly there was a burst of wow. The protagonist of tonight is Mi Weiwei. After dressing up carefully, Mi Weiwei even overshadowed her companions Yang Chuxia, Jiang Qinghan, and Sui-san. Of course, the four of them are all beautiful in their own ways, but no one can resist Mi Weiwei's stunning outfit tonight. Not only did Mi Weiwei have stunning red hair and exquisite makeup, she also made careful preparations for her outfit. The silk smoky blue halter dress was coated with a layer of soft mist under the moonlight, and the pleated design at the waist outlined the graceful curves of the young girl. Hi. Wow, Mi Weiwei, you look so beautiful today.
Walking on the playground, I met a few girls I knew, and they all praised me.
Mi smiled and nodded, said a few words hurriedly, waved goodbye, and couldn't wait to walk to the middle of the playground. Very curious. What kind of apology gift will Suja give her? Chapter 112, I forgot how long it has been since I last heard from you. Calling Zwishan Eagle, this is square root of 3.
The target mission has appeared, and the operation is about to begin.
Please reply if you receive this.
As the eyes of the four-member team, Wan Long reported the situation in the TX meeting.
Mountain Eagle received.
Suja replied.
Huh? Is there a power outage? Suddenly, the vast playground fell into darkness.
No, look, the lights in the dormitory building are still on.
This stupid school must have a short circuit caused by aging wiring. It's okay. The moonlight is quite bright today anyway.
At the moment the lights went out, everyone was talking about it, and their tone even sounded a little joyful.
It feels like when there is a sudden power outage during evening self-study in elementary or middle school. I feel inexplicably happy.
The noisy discussion of the crowd suddenly stopped. A bunch of colorful fireworks rose from the ground and bloomed in the darkness.
Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! The next moment, the dark night became bright, illuminated by countless gorgeous fireworks.
They are shining and colorful, like golden snakes dancing wildly and thousands of meteors falling. It also looks like a tree of fire and silver flowers hanging upside down from a great height. When it blooms, it is as dazzling as fairies scattering flowers, and when it falls, it is as shocking as gold and silver being poured.
Wow! Looking up at the sky full of fireworks, Li Yishan couldn't help but exclaim. So beautiful! Li Yishan excitedly grabbed Zhou Xuetong's hand and said, "This is so touching. Yi Hao actually gave you a Milky Way." Zhou Xuetong just smiled and said nothing. Is this the gift Suja gave you?
Yang Chuxia was also shocked. Fireworks have been engraved with a romantic symbol by the people of Longwa since ancient times, and setting off fireworks on campus takes the sense of romance to a higher level.
There should be others. Mi Weiwei was very happy.
The sudden burst of brilliant fireworks attracted countless attention. The playground, which was already crowded with people, now had a large number of onlookers on their way. Based on her understanding of Suja, this scumbag has many tricks up his sleeve, and the carefully prepared gifts must be more than these.
Suja?
Sui-san could be said to be the person who least wanted to see the starry sky. She felt a little upset after just a quick glance. As soon as I lowered my head, I suddenly saw Suja sitting in front of the piano in the wreath.
Sui-san's discovery attracted the attention of the other three. Why is he sitting there? Zhou Xuetong was shocked and didn't understand why Suja appeared there.
Suddenly she remembered that Yi Hao had begged her to come to the playground in the evening.
Could it be that?
After Suja sat down, he looked around. The gorgeous fireworks attracted more and more people into the playground, and the desired effect was initially achieved. So he cleared his throat and turned on the microphone on the piano. "I'm sorry to take up everyone's time.
Next I have to apologize to a girl." Apologize?
Zhou Xuetong felt a little happy when she heard these two words. Suja continued, "I have a beloved girl. I once hurt her deeply for some reason.
I'm really sorry, but I didn't even apologize." Beloved? Zhou Xuetong hesitated. What was going on?
When had Suja loved her deeply? She remembered clearly that he had hurt her, but she had no recollection of when he had fallen deeply in love with her.
I'm very grateful for everyone's attention. The girl I loved once gave me flowers in front of thousands of people. Question mark. Zhou Xuetong froze suddenly. Suja picked up a bunch of 99 bright red roses on the piano, stood up and walked towards Mi Weiwei. Wow, Suja is really thoughtful. Yang Chuxia set the mood at the right time. Mi Weiwei could no longer suppress the smile on her face.
Humph, as expected, although Suja is a bit of a scumbag, he definitely still likes me.
He, just a little bit.
When Yang Chuxia looked at Mi Weiwei's expression, she knew that it was right to talk to Suja that day. Although she said that she didn't like Suja anymore, her reaction at this moment had completely betrayed her heart.
Obviously I like it very much. But what does it feel like to like someone?
Yang Chuxia had never experienced this before, and she was sometimes curious, but unfortunately she had never met anyone who moved her heart. Sometimes, Yang Chuxia even suspected that she might be a lesbian and liked girls. After all, compared to those so-called outstanding boys she knew, she preferred getting along with her roommates. Yang Chuxia stopped her wandering thoughts, looked at Mi Weiwei who was a little distracted, and added, "Don't just stand there." Mi smiled slightly. She was not stupid, so she had to give Suja face at this time. So she took a step forward. Wow, so beautiful. Could the girl that handsome guy was talking about be this fairy? I'm so envious. How can you be so beautiful and have such a romantic and handsome boyfriend? A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Miwei stood in front of Suja with a smile on her face and looked up at him. Suja's eyes were full of love and tenderness. This glance is intoxicating. Touched, she took the 99 roses from Suja's hand and continued to stare at Suja, waiting for his next move. Suja raised his eyebrows. "Baby, I wrote a song for you. Do you want to hear it?" "I want to." Suja held Mi Weiwei's hand and sat on the piano chair with him. I was lucky that the girl I met was generous enough to give me a chance to make a good living. Speaking into the microphone, Suja smiled and glanced at Mi Weiwei. Mi Weiwei returned a sickeningly sweet smile. When the onlookers saw this super loving scene, they were immediately overwhelmed with joy. Hee, so sweet. There is a song I want to give to my girl. I hope you like it. After he finished speaking, a clear prelude flowed out from the piano keys under Suja's slender knuckles, and the crowd of onlookers gradually quieted down. Mi Weiwei stared at Suja's profile outlined by the moonlight, and her fingertips unconsciously clenched the rose wrapping paper. I forgot how long it has been since I heard you tell me your love story. Suja's low voice spread through the impression, and Mi Weiwei suddenly felt a sore nose. Chapter 113, I want to become an angel to protect you. Suja's fingertips fell heavily on the piano keys, and the keys drew a meteor-like ending note. I thought about it for a long time. I started to panic. Did I do something wrong again? Then you cried and said to me, "Fairy tales are all lies. I can't be your prince." Fairy Tale is a classic Chinese love song from Suja's previous life. There was a time when this song became Suja's youthful memory. At the same time, he was really deeply moved and had an emotional resonance when singing this song. At this moment, Mi Weiwei felt an inexplicable pain in her heart, and her mind was almost full of the scene of Suju and Yin Daiman hugging and kissing that day. She looked up at the extremely gentle Suja, and a trace of heartache flashed across her face. He must be very sad these days, right? Mi Weiwei's mind flashed with the image of Suja smoking painfully alone in the room, turning the infinite sadness in his heart into a love song and writing it on paper. Suja continued to sing. You cried and said to me, "Fairy tales are all lies. I can't be your prince." The key to the song Fairy Tale becoming a classic is the strong auditory impact created by the cautious transition from admiration to a desperate oath. Considering what Suja did, singing this song can be said to be an insult to Fairy Tale. But in fact, it doesn't affect it. Just tell me whether you are touched or not. Suja paused, turned around and looked at Mi Weiwei, who was already in tears, with a smile. Mi Weiwei's lips trembled, and she felt that every word of the lyrics was heartbreaking. Especially when Suja sang, I want to become a fairy tale. The angel you love. Open your arms and turn them into wings to protect you. You have to believe that we will be like in a fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the ending. Honey, I'm sorry. Mi Weiwei said softly. She never expected that Suja had such a pure and beautiful yearning for their love. If you are willing to turn your hands into wings to protect me, I will remain loyal to you for the rest of my life.
When the chorus sounded, gorgeous fireworks bloomed again in the night sky.
This time, Suja leaned close to Mi Weiwei's ear and made some minor adjustments to the lyrics. I want to be your angel, open my arms and turn them into wings to protect you. When the fireworks lost their fleeting beauty, suddenly 20 drones flashing blue light circled up and flew over the two of them, forming an angel halo.
Suja. I'm sorry. You're such a bastard. Mi Weiwei's crying laughter and scolding were drowned out by the cheers.
She suddenly reached out and grabbed the front of the boy's shirt, biting his lower lip hard during the last chord. The kiss was too intense, and she could only smell the smell of blood mixed with the mint cigarette between her teeth. Suja held the back of her head and deepened the kiss, and the piano made a shrill hum. The three brothers in the dormitory who were not famous for their achievements watched the two people kissing passionately through the TX conference and were filled with emotion. Guo Juan patted Wang Long's shoulder heavily and shook his head slowly at him. Wang Long looked back and they looked at each other in silence. But they both understood each other's thoughts. Yang Yang said with emotion, "Oh, I'm so envious.
Suja has to eat again." Wang Long?
Zhou Xuetong stared at Su Zhou in the middle of the wreath, and suddenly felt that he was not so hateful after all. For a moment, I was thinking, how nice it would be if the girl inside was her.
It's really romantic. I'm really envious. No girl can resist such a romantic confession ceremony. Xuetong, look, Yi Hao is over there.
Li Yishan pointed to the other corner of the playground, where a boy was standing with flowers in his hands.
It was Yi Hao. Zhou Xuetong took a look, then stood up quickly and walked towards the door without looking back. Wait for me, why did you leave? Of course Li Yishan knew why Zhou Xuetong left, but for some reason she felt a little happy and couldn't help but ask.
Yang Chuxia showed a relieved smile on her face.
It was strange, why did she feel like a mother worrying about her child? Look at this. Look at this person's confession ceremony, and then look at your confession. No, you didn't even confess to me. I'll remember this for the rest of my life.
There were many couples on the playground, and countless male compatriots were accepting the condemnation of their girlfriends. Suja could not empathize with this voice, he just smiled and responded to Mi Weiwei's enthusiasm.
Want to play ball?
Suja asked softly in his ear, and although it was a question, his tone did not allow for refusal. Mi Weiwei felt a little limp after not playing for a long time, but then she bit her lip and said embarrassedly, "It's not convenient today."
Suja paused and forced a smile. "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry."
Mi chuckled slightly. What a liar. Xiao Xiaosu had even stood up and he still said there was no rush.
The grand confession ceremony always ends in sadness because you have to clean up the trash. Thank you. Mi Weiwei is very happy now.
She feels that Suja didn't suffer a big loss by cheating on her this time. At least her relationship with Suja has come to the public.
How about we get together again at the manor this weekend?
Suja suddenly made the proposal to thank everyone for their help.
As the representative of the girls' dormitory, Yang Chuxia thought for a moment and nodded. How about asking the classmates? Okay. Suja nodded. After all, he was the class monitor, so it was reasonable for him to seek some benefits for the class. Then he opened the class group. At this time, the class group was very lively, and the messages were directly read 99+. The discussion was all about Su Zhu and Mi Weiwei, with congratulations, envy, and news. Suja flipped through it briefly and to his surprise, the video of him singing Fairy Tale had become popular online. It is said that it has been on the hot list. Is it that exaggerated? Suja was a little skeptical. It had been less than an hour since the singing started, so how could it be on the rising list so quickly? I opened DY and saw that it was true. At least 3 out of 10 videos were like that. It's outrageous. Regardless of this episode, Suja sent a message in the class group, at all members, do you have any plans this week? How about we go to the manor to get together again? I'm free. Li Yishan, are you inviting us to a wedding banquet? Mi Weiwei, no, it's just a normal dinner. At Mi Weiwei you are so happy. Everyone voted in favor of this dinner.
In fact, there was no reason to refuse, as Suja covered all the expenses. The date is set for this Saturday, and today is only Wednesday.
In the next few days, Suja did not take Mi Weiwei out on a date.
He continued to be his responsible teacher and focused on teaching Mi Weiwei and Jiang Qinghan. P.S. I'm sorry, writing a plot is really a bit stiff, and it didn't describe the scene I imagined well. My writing skills are lacking, and I haven't been in good shape these 2 days.
I will revise it later. Chapter 114, Second Class Team Building. A wonderful weekend is coming.
2 luxury buses stopped at the school gate early, and all 50 students in the music performance class got on the 2 buses and headed to Suja's manor. After the first incident, no one caused any trouble this time.
Although this is the second time we've come, everyone is still very interested.
The manor is very big and there are still many facilities that we didn't get to enjoy last time. Also, this time, the counselor, who was relatively unfamiliar to everyone, also came along. As soon as we got off the car, we blocked the entrance to the manor and repeatedly emphasized to everyone that they should pay attention to safety and keep the environment clean. After the instructor finished speaking, he added, "Class monitor, you are the host here, so please say a few words to everyone." Suja smiled and said, "We're going to stay overnight here this time, but there are many types of rooms in the manor, with different specifications and sizes. Some are larger and more luxuriously decorated, while others are relatively ordinary.
There are also some double rooms."
To be fair, squad leader Yang Chusha and I discussed and decided to use a game to decide which room each person will stay in.
Game? Let me explain the rules of the game.
Yang Chusha walked to the front and said, "There are room number plates placed everywhere in the manor. Everyone will stay in the room corresponding to the number plate they find. The rooms with the earlier numbers are more luxurious."
"Then let's get started."
Yang shouted loudly. Some boys were ready to try, while the girls looked hesitant. Seeing this, Yang Chusha smiled and said, "Don't worry, girls. This game relies most on luck, not physical strength."
Game time ends at 11 a.m. After 11:30 a.m., everyone will gather in the garden.
Students who don't have a number plate by then will draw lots to determine their room type. The girls felt relieved when they heard this.
They thought, it seems like they are just lucky. Pretty girls must have good luck.
Everyone was quite interested in this treasure hunt-like game, and they all went their separate ways as soon as the game started.
Suja took his girlfriend to rest.
As the mistress of the manor, Suja has privileges and has already arranged a room for Mi Weiwei.
Husband. What's wrong?
Ever since the two got back together, Mi Weiwei has not concealed her feelings at all, and Suja has gotten used to it.
"Can you carry me?"
Suja said, "You're so heavy," and squatted down, letting Mi Weiwei jump onto his back.
"Why aren't you talking?"
Suja was walking and talking with Mi Weiwei on his back, but the beauty on his back did not respond.
"I don't want to bother with you." Mi Weiwei hummed softly. "If you don't speak, I won't be honest."
"Poof." Suja smiled and put his hand along Mi Weiwei's waist and moved it up a little bit. When Suja held her softness in his hand, Mi Weiwei's body trembled slightly.
Satyr.
Being teased by Suja while walking on the road, Mi Weiwei felt a little strange because of the stimulation of shame. Her cheeks were faintly flushed, and the skin on her body seemed to become sensitive at this moment.
After all, it is a special period. Mi Weiwei was not someone who would keep quiet, and her bright eyes suddenly turned. Hiss.
Mi Weiwei suddenly raised her hand, stretched out her index finger and thumb, and gently pinched Suja's lips with her long nails. Hearing Suja's gasp, Mi Weiwei showed a triumphant smile.
Could Suja be the one who suffers the loss? Of course not.
Suja, who had suffered a loss, looked around, stopped under a cluster of flowers and placed Mi Weiwei on the chair. Mi Weiwei looked up at Suja, smiling and tilting her head.
Well.
Suja simply lowered his head slightly and kissed Mi Weiwei's lips.
Moist. Soft. Today Mi Weiwei's lipstick is sweet, a bit like the taste of peach.
Mi Weiwei, who had not had pleasure with Suja for a long time, couldn't help but close her eyes and enjoy the smoothness and entanglement of the moment. Just kissing is definitely not possible. Suja's hand has already gone in through the hem of her clothes. Mi Weiwei trembled suddenly and pressed her body close to Suja, preventing his hands from moving freely.
Suja was not in a hurry. Mi Weiwei's behavior was more like a flirting method between lovers. It lingered on her lower abdomen.
Mi Weiwei's belly is flat and smooth, and feels very delicate, as warm as mutton fat white jade. Suddenly, Mi opened her eyes slightly and said in a voice as soft as a breath, "No, don't touch your belly button randomly.
It's not possible in other places now."
Suja spoke, his tone sounding like a child acting coquettishly. Mi Weiwei couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth and reveal a happy smile. Suja's behavior made her feel at ease.
Okay, this place definitely won't do.
Although she wanted to indulge Suja, she tried hard to refuse.
Can we do this in your room later? Mi Weiwei's tone was pleading.
Okay,
then I'll give you another kiss. I've been holding it in for the past few days. Mi Weiwei looked at her man with obsession.
Not only was he feeling pent up, but Mi Weiwei, who had tasted the sweetness of it, also had some strange thoughts.
Suzha went down and kissed Mi Weiwei's white and slender neck. Mi Weiwei couldn't help but tilt her head back.
Although her brows were slightly furrowed, her expression gave people the feeling that she was between discomfort and enjoyment. And only Suzha could appreciate such a confused and infatuated expression.
Did you find your number plate? Sui-san's voice suddenly came from the front of the flowers. At this moment, Mi Weiwei's confused consciousness suddenly became clear. Suzha stood up calmly and said, I found it, what about you? Oh, how could I not find it? Sui-san proudly took out a golden card with the number 2 written on it. You're truly wealthy.
You even made this card out of pure gold. When Mi Weiwei heard Sui-san say that the golden card in her hand was made of pure gold, she quickly took it in her hand and took a look at it.
She now has the consciousness of a hostess and subconsciously considers Suzha.
She thinks that using pure gold is a bit too luxurious. In response, Suzha waved his hand nonchalantly, indicating that this amount of money was nothing, and not every card was made of pure gold, only the first 5 cards were, so it could be considered a small reward.
Besides, this is really nothing.
In the real Heavenly Palace, the electrical wires are made of pure gold.
As it was almost 11 o'clock, Suzemi Weiwei and Sui-san returned to the meeting point.
The game is over at this point, and most people have found the cards. Some have found more than one card, which they usually give to classmates who are close to them but have not found any cards. And Suzha also found a few cards. He observed for a few seconds and saw that Jiang Qinghan looked a little embarrassed. So he walked up to her and gave her a card.
Well, it happened to be room number 3 at the front.
After the rooms were assigned, everyone picked up their luggage and returned to their respective rooms.
Suzha opened his room number 1 and did not go to his exclusive villa, Starry Sky Villa.
As soon as I arrived at the room, I suddenly remembered that my good friend Sui-san lived in room 2 next door, so I got up and went to greet my neighbor.
Chapter 115, When Good Brothers Became Neighbors.
There is a saying that goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Suzha is a loyal transmitter of Dragon Country culture, and he mainly teaches by words and deeds.
Quietly opened the door of room 2. He peeked out again and took a quick look. What do you want to do? Sui-san saw a head with ghostly eyes and asked the question even though she knew the answer. Suzha suddenly gave a wicked smile, walked into the room generously, and then lay directly on Sui-san's bed. This is my bed. As Sui-san spoke, she quickly glanced at the mirror at the entrance, tidied herself up a little before walking to the door, looking around, and closing the door. The entire estate is mine. Suzha smiled and said, Don't you know? Sui-san snorted disdainfully. She wanted to say that the manor once belonged to her. However, he still went ahead and closed the window and drew the curtains. Room 2 is on the first floor. Originally, the curtains in the room were drawn and the windows were open, letting in light. But now that they were closed, the room instantly became much darker. For a single man and a single woman to be in such an environment, it would be a bit unreasonable not to do something. Suzha smiled and said, My good brother is quite sensible, but are you afraid of being seen? Sui-san didn't answer. After closing the curtains, she climbed onto the bed. To be precise, Sui-san climbed onto Suzha's body, resting her cheek on his chest, showing a comfortable expression, and said, I'm afraid your precious girlfriend will see it. Someone has spent so much effort to coax her. Tisk, why does it feel a bit sour? A smile flashed across Suzha's eyes. He knew that Sui-san was feeling a little unbalanced. After all, Sui-san was also a little girl. Be good, you should know that you are absolutely unique to me. Look, Mi Weiwei and I just broke up. What does this mean? It means that our relationship is not stable. It is not like our brotherly love, which is unbreakable. Doesn't it make sense? Whatever you say. Sui-san just wanted to rest quietly in Suzha's chest. She was not a naive person and knew Suzha's thoughts very well, but so what? You can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. Stop pushing me and let me rest in peace. In the dim environment, Sui-san didn't want to hide her attachment. She had already let go of some things. Upon hearing this, Suzha smiled indulgently, and his hands, which had been ready to move, became more restrained. Suddenly, Sui-san asked, Suzha, do you really like Mi Weiwei? Suzha narrowed his eyes slightly, then smiled casually and said, I think so.
When Sui-san heard this, she put her hands on Suja's chest, looked down at him, and her dazzling golden hair fell down. The soft and fragrant hair fell on Suja's face, feeling a little itchy. Suja was still smiling and moved his lips, meaning that he wanted Sui-san to kiss him. Sui-san curled her lips, lowered her noble head and kissed Suja, her soft golden hair covering Suja's face. Suja opened his eyes wide and covered them, admiring his good brother carefully.
This girl Sui-san is really pretty. Her fair and smooth skin has a faint pink tint.
Her little face is pink and tender, full of collagen.
Just looking at her makes you want to take a bite of it.
There is always something a little bit arrogant on her face, and this slight contrast is even more pleasing. After a few minutes, Suja's phone suddenly rang, and Sui-san's phone also rang. It turned out that the class group was making a group voice call, notifying everyone to put their luggage away and come down for dinner.
Let's go. Sui-san stood up and walked to the entrance to look in the mirror.
Her face was rosy and her clothes were messy.
Suja nodded and signaled Sui-san to go first. Sui-san gave Suja an unhappy look and went out first.
Why did she let herself go first?
Wasn't it because she was afraid that Mi Weiwei would find out? Down.
Suja just smiled and sent a message to Mi Weiwei, asking if she wanted to wait for her.
The surprising result was that Mi Weiwei and Zhang Qinghan had already left. It's very strange, why would Mi Weiwei, who is so love-brained, leave first? Wait for me. Suja hurriedly caught up with Sui-san.
Seeing Suja catching up, Sui-san gave him a rude look of disgust. Disdaining each other, they walked to the canteen. They did not deliberately separate, but went together to see what to eat. Lunch is a buffet, of course. Although it is a buffet, the quality of the food is also excellent.
Pick up your plate and go to the food pickup area to choose the food you want to eat.
After taking it, they saw Mi Weiwei and the other two waving at them. Seeing this, Suja smiled, nodded, and walked over.
He naturally sat next to Mi Weiwei.
Mi Weiwei took a look and a smile appeared naturally on the corner of her mouth. He looked at Suja with satisfaction. He had changed, Suja had really changed. If it were before, he would have to avoid suspicion. After making their relationship public, Mi Weiwei finally tasted the sweetness of love.
The one above. Would you like a drink?
Another voice came from behind. It turned out to be Yang Chuxia. Suja is quite tall, and when he sits he can reach the level of Yang Chuxia's chest when she is standing, so he can clearly see what drink Yang Chuxia is talking about. A bowl of rice white drink. Then he declined with a smile.
Sui-san was a little curious and said, "Give me some."
Then, when he saw the off-white drink, he looked embarrassed. Why is it soy milk again?
Forget it, just drink it yourself.
The jealous and disgusted expressions caused the three girls to chuckle.
After lunch, everyone is free to do whatever they want. Not many people are willing to go back to their rooms to rest.
They are all young people and naturally full of energy.
Moreover, the entertainment facilities in the manor are quite complete.
They didn't have enough fun last time, so they have to play more this time.
Brother Zhe, let's go horseback riding, shall we? Yang Yang and the other two came over to invite Suja.
Suja shook his head and said that he would not go.
After sending away his three roommates, Suja asked his big darling Mi Weiwei what she wanted to play.
Mi Weiwei said she wanted to have a spa, but Suja was not interested and let her and Yang Chuxia go by themselves. Then he decisively returned to his room.
10 minutes later, my phone rang and I looked at the message.
Then he knocked on the door next door. The door was immediately opened, revealing Sui-san's beautiful face. At this time, Sui-san tilted her little head, her fair face, delicate skin, and bright eyes, and she blinked gently at Suja. Suja did not tease her this time.
To be honest, he was a little surprised that Sui-san would go back to the room. What a greedy little cat.
As soon as the door opened, Suja quickly walked in, put his arms around Sui-san's slender waist, and began to kiss her lips. Sui-san also responded enthusiastically to Suja's passionate kiss, wrapping her arms around him tightly, and the two of them wished they could rub each other into their bodies. After kissing for a while, the man and woman lay down on the bed.
Why don't you go play with them?
Suja still couldn't help but do something shameful.
Sui-san panted and said, "You really are asking even though you already know the answer. I'm tired of having a spa, okay?
It's okay, I'll give you a spa." Suja said this, sat up, and let Sui-san rest her head between his knees. Sui-san thought Suja was up to something again, so she mumbled something to cooperate with him, but Suja actually gave her a massage obediently.
The technique is quite good.
It's quite impressive. I thought his head was full of yellow garbage. I was praising Suja in my heart, but less than a minute later, someone's true colors were revealed.
Suja pressed Sui-san's little head, and suddenly leaned over and whispered, "Do you want to apply some essential oil?"
Originally, Sui-san was enjoying Suja's massage, but this sentence made her completely upset. Just as Sui-san was about to refuse, someone suddenly knocked on the door.
Sui-san's expression changed. Suja also paused. The two exchanged glances, and then Sui-san asked, "Who?" "It's me." Chapter 116, Brother's Bathroom. "Who?" "It's me."
The voice is very recognizable, and you can tell it's Jiang Qinghan's voice as soon as you hear it.
Suja and Sui-san immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
Suja breathed a sigh of relief, while Sui-san only breathed a sigh of relief, her expression still panicked. Suja sighed and thought that he had just coaxed Mi Weiwei, so it was better to mind his own business.
He pointed to the shower room and indicated that he would hide in it. Sui-san nodded quickly.
The shower room is designed with dry and wet separation, with the toilet and wash basin on the left and the shower room on the right. The good thing is that the design of this shower room is very good. The glass of the partition is not transparent, so Suja will not be discovered even if he hides in the shower room unless someone comes to take a shower.
After seeing Suja hiding, Sui-san took a deep breath and opened the door. With a puzzled expression, he asked, "Xiao Qinghan, why are you back? Didn't you go for a spa?" Speaking of this, Jiang Qinghan looked a little embarrassed. I
have never had a spa, and it felt a bit strange, so I came back on my own."
Sui-san smiled and said, "Is that so? I don't really like spas either. Is there anything else you want to do now?" Jiang Qinghan said, "I don't know. Can I chat with you?" "What are you talking about?"
Seeing Jiang Qinghan looking at the room, Sui-san realized that it was not a good idea to just stand at the door and chat, so she invited Jiang Qinghan in. After seeing Jiang Qinghan sitting down, Sui-san felt a little panicked and looked towards the shower room from time to time.
Jiang Qinghan couldn't see Sui-san's tightness because she lowered her head and looked conflicted when she came in. Is there anything you want to say?"
Sui-san knew that Jiang Qinghan was sometimes quite self-conscious and rarely took the initiative to talk to them, so Sui-san took the initiative to ask questions.
"Do you think Suja will marry Mi Weiwei in the future?" Sui-san was stunned for a moment. Why did Jiang Qinghan ask such a question? I don't know. Actually, no one can say for sure. Maybe Mi Weiwei got tired of her and they broke up. Sui-san forced a smile and expressed half of her inner thoughts. Then he continued, "Why do you ask this question? You don't like Suja too, do you?"
Asking this question is as good as not asking it at all, because everyone knows that Jiang Qinghan has some feelings for Suja.
Jiang
Qinghan lowered his head slightly. Sui-san pretended not to care and teased with a smile, "Then after Suju and Mi Weiwei break up, you can try to pursue Suja.
Of course, you can also go now. You are so beautiful that you can definitely win over that big pervert Suja." Based on Sui-san's understanding of Jiang Qinghan, she thought Jiang Qinghan would embarrassedly shake his head and refuse. The weakness in her bones would not allow her to do such a thing. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qinghan was silent for a moment, then asked softly, "Is this really okay?" What's with the hint of anticipation in his tone? Sui-san was a little angry at once, but looking at Jiang Qinghan's charming appearance, she could not feel angry, so she could only hint at it. "You must never do such a thing. Love is too complicated, and you are too naive. It's possible that your feelings towards Suju are more of gratitude than love." Jiang Qinghan pouted and thought to herself, "No way, she is Suja's little lover." Jiang Qinghan suddenly realized something. Was the reason why Su Zhao and Mi Weiwei were in love because Suja only treated her as his mistress and didn't want her to be his girlfriend? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt discouraged. Yes, no matter what she competed with, she could never compare to Mi Weiwei. She didn't have her dressing skills or her figure. "Oh." Jiang Qinghan responded aggrievedly. "Oh, it's okay, you are still young, wait." Seeing that Jiang Qinghan was feeling a little down, Sui-san was about to comfort her, but when she looked up, she found Jiang Qinghan walking towards the bathroom. "What are you doing?" Sui-san was a little panicked. If her roommates found Suja hiding in the bathroom of her room, wouldn't it mean that she was seducing a married man? Seeing Sui-san's big reaction, Jiang Qinghan asked in surprise, "I'm a little anxious. Can I go to the bathroom?" "Can." Sui-san watched helplessly as Jiang Qinghan entered the bathroom.
And Suja, who was in the shower room, was listening to Jiang Qinghan and Sui-san chatting with great interest the moment before. The next moment, when Suja heard Jiang Qinghan say that she wanted to go to the bathroom, she suddenly became nervous unconsciously. What if she was discovered? Well, actually Suja was not worried about being discovered. If it were someone else, he would be seriously nervous, but Jiang Qinghan had no need to be nervous, because she was his little lover after all. After listening to Jiang Qinghan's thoughts just now, I realized that this girl's idea is so bold. The tension that arose at that moment was mainly due to the worry that my good friend would be embarrassed. He suppressed the urge to hold Jiang Qinghan close for some warmth and hid quietly. After Jiang Qinghan entered the bathroom, he didn't even suspect that there was someone else in Sui-san's room, so after entering the bathroom, he naturally unbuttoned his clothes. She was wearing a goose yellow long-sleeved shirt today and a pair of slim-fitting jeans that showed off her figure. Her legs were very beautiful and flawless. Of course Suja knew that this was not a good thing and that he looked like a pervert, but he didn't know what was wrong with his eyes. Maybe he had reached his rebellious stage and started to disobey his brain. He stared through the gap in the shower glass door with wide eyes. He stared at Jiang Qinghan and pulled his pants down above his knees. With a rustling sound, a pair of white pants with a little lace came into Suja's sight. And a flash of white. Chapter 117, Let Us Go Swimming. TSK, what a pity. The experience scenes shown by Jiang Qinghan made Suja breathe heavier. What's so exciting? The next moment, Suja's left brain attacked his right brain. He looked down on himself in his heart, thinking that he had seen the world before. Besides, Jiang Qinghan is his little lover, so if she really wants to eat him, she can have him. Ultimately, it's because I'm too greedy. Am I really a pervert? This helmet-like behavior brought Suja an unprecedented sense of excitement, and this mentality made Suja doubt himself. No, I'm definitely not a pervert. This is a reaction that a normal man would have as a lustful person. Suja found a reasonable explanation for himself. A moment later, the sound of flushing was heard. Jiang Qinghan took out some paper, wiped it, and then stood up. This time, Suja saw more clearly. Not just little pants. Even though it was just a small part, Suja couldn't help but roll it in his throat. My heartbeat quickened and my mind was already wandering. I don't even know when Jiang Qinghan left. After washing his hands, Jiang Qinghan returned to the living room and sat back on the sofa, only to find that Sui-san was staring at him with strange eyes. What are you looking at me for? No, nothing. Sui-san paused and replied with mixed feelings, feeling very sorry for her roommate. Going to the toilet so close to Suja, he should have heard the noise, right? No, a pervert like Suja would definitely find ways to peek. Jiang Qinghan must not be allowed to know that Suja is here. Sui-san took a deep breath and changed the subject. She chatted with Jiang Qinghan about some love matters, mainly asking about Jiang Qinghan's true feelings for Suja. Perhaps because they were both people who had fallen on hard times, Sui-san and Jiang Qinghan were chatting so enthusiastically that they forgot everything else. Suja was suffering in the shower room. Apart from the initial excitement, the rest was just torture. Anyone who has experience in dodging knows that even if it is difficult to be discovered, one will subconsciously move lightly and feel unnatural all over. There was no seat in the shower, just a large bathtub. Suja lay in the bathtub listening to the increasingly excited conversation outside. He sighed and sent a message to Sui-san. Good brother, please send Jiang Qinghan away quickly. Sui-san didn't even notice that there was a message on her phone, and now it has reached the stage of despising and condemning someone. Realizing this, Suja turned his phone to silent mode and made a voice call to Sui-san. What's wrong? What's wrong? Suja said in a low voice. Only when she heard Suja's voice did Sui-san wake up from her dream. The phone was hung up hastily. Are you busy? Jiang Qinghan asked when he saw Sui-san's expression change. All Sui-san was thinking about was how to get Jiang Qinghan away. What kind of excuse would be reasonable? After all, it was unreasonable to be chatting and laughing with her 1 second and then chase her away the next. His brain was spinning rapidly, and after thinking for a moment he said, Xiao Qinghan, how about we go swimming? Sui-san was the previous owner of the manor and was definitely more familiar with it than Suja. There was an infinity pool in the manor, and she used to go there often to play. Oh, but I can't swim. Jiang Qinghan suddenly felt useless. He didn't know many things. It's okay, I'll teach you. By the way, I'll ask Mi Weiwei and the others if they want to go. Sui-san pulled Jiang Qinghan and walked out the door. After Jiang Qinghan left, Suja finally regained his freedom. After lying down for a while, he sent a message to Sui-san asking her for the location of the swimming pool.
What? Others in the same dormitory are swimming in the swimming pool. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for him, a grown man, to go there? Suja laughed and said, how could it be embarrassing? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
The infinity pool is on the top floor of the main building of the manor, which is the highest point in the entire manor. It overlooks the entire manor and takes in all the scenery. Taking a bath here and looking at the scenery is a wonderful thing. Inside the changing room of the infinity-heated swimming pool. Like a hostess, Sui-san took out the swimsuit she had placed here for her 3 roommates to choose from.
Mi Weiwei chose a one-shoulder suspender design with white lace as embellishment on the neckline, cuffs and trouser legs. This kind of swimsuit generally gives people a lazy feeling. But the key point is that this swimsuit was originally designed according to Sui-san's figure, but when put on Mi Weiwei, who has a figure that is not suitable for her, it is more of a temptation. At least, half of the white and round ball cannot be covered. Mi Weiwei admired herself in the mirror for a while, then turned to Sui-san and said, Shan-shan, do you have a bigger swimsuit?
This. Sui-san took a look, a trace of envy flashed in her eyes, and she shook her head and said, no, these swimsuits are all tailor-made. Although it is tailor-made, the swimsuit can be considered one size fits all, at least it fits Jiang Qinghan and Yang Chuxia just right. Yang Chuxia smiled and patted Mi Weiwei, causing a tremor. Weiwei, you have a really good figure.
Suja should like it very much, right?
Mi Weiwei said with some shame and anger, okay, I didn't expect you to be such a Yang Chuxia.
Yang Chuxia said, don't look at me like that. Don't tell me the truth. I'm really moved by your figure.
Don't you think so? He turned around and asked Jiang Qinghan and Sui-san.
Both girls nodded like little chickens in satisfaction. Especially Jiang Qinghan, she envied him the most.
Children from poor families do not get enough nutrition, and she is the poorest among them, barely reaching level B.
Feeling inferior again.
Seeing the 3 people talking about their proud figures, even Mi Weiwei felt a little uncomfortable and hurriedly urged them to go swimming.
The other side.
Suja came to the infinity pool and saw 2 female staff members standing at the door. After asking, he found out that this swimming pool was a private pool and was not open to the public.
Only Sui-san had used it before. Others are absolutely not allowed to come in if they want to. But Suja is not someone else. It depends on whether the staff dare to stop Suja.
Not only did he not dare, but the staff also quickly found a pair of swimming trunks for Suju and apologized quickly. I'm sorry, boss, since this place was only used by Miss Su before, we didn't prepare any men's swimming trunks.
This is the only one we have.
Suja took a look and saw that it was just an ordinary pair of black shorts, not much different from the boxer briefs he usually wore. He didn't hesitate, took it, said it was okay, and went straight into the locker room to change.
You can go out now.
After Suja changed into his swimming trunks, he saw 2 staff members still standing there, so he waved to signal them to leave.
Okay.
The 2 young girls were suddenly frightened, their faces red, and they hurried away with their legs clamped together.
Chapter 118, Suja enters the washing spring.
When he was a child, when watching Journey to the West, Suja was very disdainful of Beiji. They thought he was just a lustful and stupid pig. As the Marshal of Tianping, he had seen so many fairies but still had no resistance to beauty. Now it seems that Suja realized that he was indeed short-sighted and it was not the Marshal's fault. After stepping into the swimming pool, he almost drooled all over the floor. When Yang Chuxia and the others saw Suja coming, they were just surprised and had no intention of driving him away. It seems that in their subconscious, they have unknowingly become non-staff members, or the 5th person, of the 302 girls' dormitory. However, although I didn't refuse in my heart, I still had to say it. Suja looked at Yang Chuxia in front of him, his mind couldn't stop fantasizing wildly, but he said seriously, just pretend I don't exist, I just came here to swim. We can't say that Suja has a loser mentality just because he is crazy in fantasizing.
The main reason is that Yang Chuxia is so stunning now. Normally, Yang Chuxia is the one who least likes to dress up in their dormitory.
She dresses rather simply and often wears a sports suit, which is very conservative. At this time, Yang Chuxia was obviously thinking that there were only 4 girls in their dormitory, so the swimsuit she chose was quite bold. She was wearing a sleeveless white lace one-piece swimsuit that covered about 2/3 of her upper body. The lower body was a triangular design with a slight bulge at the hip and thigh seams, full of seductive beauty.
As if noticing Suja's gaze, Yang Chuxia subconsciously frowned slightly and asked, "Does it look good?" "It looks good."
Suja was shameless and even commented with a smile, "I am really amazed. I didn't expect you to have such a good figure. You are full of fitness beauty." Yang Chuxia. Yang Chuxia was really speechless. After she retorted to him, this guy not only didn't feel embarrassed, but also had the audacity to comment on her. "Then you can also look at us and praise us." Mi Weiwei waved her hands, causing ripples in the clear swimming pool, and spoke with a hint of resentment. This scumbag really hasn't changed his bad habits and actually hooked up with his roommate in front of him. Suja didn't need Mi Weiwei's reminder at all, his eyes had already been on Mi Weiwei. Delay was staring at Mi Weiwei motionlessly, and Suja, whose mind was full of yellow garbage, suddenly felt a little impulsive. Feeling the beast in his body gradually awakening, Suja hurriedly jumped into the swimming pool. Looking at Mi Weiwei, he said, "I praised you, but you didn't call me when you came to swim." Mi Weiwei curled her lips and said, "Then it's not good for you to come while we girls are swimming." What she thought was not wrong, it was not a good thing to begin with, and she knew very well that Suja was a big pervert, and she didn't want him to see her roommate in a sexy scene. Suja didn't bother to care what Mi Weiwei was thinking and continued to look at the other two girls. "Sui-san is teaching Jiang Qinghan to swim in the shallow water. I am teaching her from the most basic level, teaching her how to make her body float." "Well, that's really good. I really like it. Good brother's choice of swimsuit is also very good. The one-shoulder design reveals the graceful curve of her back, making people want to become a drop of water on her body at this moment and roll down her body." To be honest, Suja likes these swimsuits very much, because their designs take into account both the fit and the edge feeling, especially the seams between the fabric and the skin. The subtle feeling of tightening the flesh makes people unable to help but imagine what kind of scenery is wrapped under the swimsuit. The good brother also noticed Suja's gaze. In fact, she noticed Suja the first time he walked in, but she was rather reserved and only looked at him out of the corner of her eye. When Sui-san discovered that Suja was also looking at her and that his gaze lingered on her for a long time, a sense of pride quietly rose in her heart. She had long guessed that Suja, the big pervert, might come back, and it was worth her careful selection. Damn scumbag. As a person of temperament, Mi Weiwei started cursing in her heart. At the same time, she began to regret not choosing a bikini. If she had known that Suja would come, she would have directly chosen Victoria's Secret. "Are you making a fuss because you can't get it?" Mi Weiwei stretched out her hand and shook it gently, but when she found that someone had already reacted, she immediately became angry. Suja, who was caught, did not feel guilty and said with a smile, "It won't hurt to take a look. Besides, we are your roommates, what else can I do?" Mi Weiwei thought about it and realized that this was true. Suja has changed a lot compared to before. And one thing he said was indeed true, he couldn't cheat on his roommate. "Baby, have your relatives left?" Mi Weiwei felt something twitching on her hand and was startled. He glanced at Suzhou and said, "Not yet." She was also a little depressed as she spoke. Plop, plop, plop. Just when Suzhou was about to reach out his hand quietly, a large splash of water suddenly appeared from Sui-san and Jiang Qinghan's side. Suzhou turned around and saw it, and suddenly burst into laughter. It turned out that Jiang Qinghan was trying to go to the deep water area. She was holding a pink swimming ring and kicking her feet in the water, splashing a lot of water before she moved a little. Jiang Qinghan's swimsuit should be the one strongly recommended by Sui-san. The style is similar to Sui-san's, exuding a strong youthful atmosphere. The white body and backless design have an orange-pink line running from the back to between the hips, adding infinite vitality to her. Especially the way she was washing in the water, Suzhou was immediately captivated by her cuteness. It's rare to see Jiang Qinghan so generously releasing her cheerful nature. "Jiang Qinghan, you won't be able to learn by holding this swimming ring. But I'm afraid." In order to prove that he was not stupid, Jiang Qinghan kicked his legs harder under the water. "I'll go and teach her," Suzhou said to Mi Weiwei with a smile. Before Mi Weiwei could reply, Suzhou's legs moved like turbine engines and he swam in front of Jiang Qinghan in an instant. Mi Weiwei and Sui-san followed Suzhou's eyes closely and bit their back teeth almost at the same time. That's so infuriating. Suzhou came in front of Jiang Qinghan, grabbed the swimming ring on her chest and said, "Trust me, throw this away and I will teach you. I guarantee you will learn it." "I believe you, but I'm afraid." This was Jiang Qinghan's first time swimming. She found that she quite liked swimming, but she needed a swimming ring, otherwise she would not feel safe. "Don't worry, I'm here." Suzhou lowered his voice to make the other person sound more secure. Jiang Qinghan subconsciously trusted Suzhou. After hesitating for a moment, she took out the swimming ring tremblingly. Without the swimming ring, I immediately found my body sinking. Faced with fear, Jiang Qinghan's survival instincts subconsciously took over and he grabbed Suja's body. But suddenly, his body stiffened.
Chapter 119, Suju's Secret Teaching. Don't, they're watching.
Jiang Qinghan hugged Suja's arm, feeling something strange, and whispered.
Don't be afraid, they can't see clearly, and besides, am I not teaching you to swim seriously?
Suja was really teaching.
She taught Jiang Qinghan how to float, starting with the simplest breaststroke.
Show her how to do the movements correctly and maintain continuity while doing them. Jiang Qinghan was clearly in the water, but she felt as if she was being roasted on a grill. Mi Weiwei seemed to be swimming on her own, but in fact she would look at her every few seconds.
A strong sense of guilt came over me.
Especially when Suja's hands held up her lower abdomen, like teaching a child, with extremely intimate movements.
Mi Weiwei's eyes almost sparked with fire.
His swimming movements were distorted and he even stopped to cough a few times, probably because he choked on some water.
Mi Weiwei seems to have choked on water, don't you want to go check on her? Suja looked at Mi Weiwei, and Mi Weiwei gave him a beautiful smile in return.
Then he continued to teach Jiang Qinghan.
Mi frowned slightly and pounded the water surface angrily.
She suspected that Suja did it on purpose. That's right, Suja really did it on purpose. There is a saying that goes, no construction destruction precedes construction. He still wants to realize a man's ultimate dream, but the problem is that Mi Weiwei and the others are living people with flesh and blood and thoughts. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for them to accept that Suja has multiple women at the same time. Therefore, the purpose of Suja's doing this is to gradually lower Mi Weiwei's psychological defenses and gradually raise her threshold. Just like his current contact with Jiang Qinghan, if it was before he found out about Suzhou and Yan Daiman, Mi Weiwei would definitely be jealous, dissatisfied, and even make a fuss, but now after the impact of that incident, Mi Weiwei behaved much more generously. Watching Suzhou hugging his roommate, he could only feel annoyed in his heart. This was one reason, and another reason was that Suzhou wanted to take this opportunity to get close to Jiang Qinghan. The beautiful scene he had just seen in Sui-san's room aroused some thoughts in Suzhou.
Teaching her to swim is a good excuse.
Suzhou openly touched Jiang Qinghan's soft and boneless waist, held her little hand, and pretended to touch her breasts unintentionally.
Underwater, the vision was unclear.
Suzhou's movements became more and more bold, and he even began to touch Jiang Qinghan's round little butt.
Jiang Qinghan's pretty face flushed red.
Suzhou's excessive actions made her extremely uncomfortable, but she was afraid that Suzhou would be unhappy, so she could only twist her body uncomfortably underwater and passively accept this frivolousness and stimulation in the name of love. I'll drag you like this, and you must do the movements I just taught you carefully. Suzhou moved his position and used his body to block Jiang Qinghan so that Mi Weiwei and the others could not see Jiang Qinghan.
Again, no one can see underwater.
Suzhou stood in the water, holding Jiang Qinghan in his right palm, watching the delicate body flapping in front of him. The beautiful scene in the bathroom just now appeared in his mind again.
Licked his lips. He stretched out his slightly strong left hand and supported Jiang Qinghan's buttocks.
That was the edge of the swimming trunks, where the thigh flesh alternated. The covering effect of this kind of fabric was only a square triangle.
Most of the buttocks are exposed outside the swimming trunks.
Suzhou's fingers were roaming around this area. Even though the water in the swimming pool was at a constant temperature, some particles would still form after soaking in it for a long time.
Suzhou's fingers were rubbing this intersection. It seemed as if he was exploring every inch of Jiang Qinghan's charming hip line. Jiang Qinghan's skin hidden under the water was already bright red.
Even the movements of his hands gradually became deformed. Seeing that Jiang Qinghan was getting worse and worse, Mi Weiwei seemed to have found an opportunity to make a breakthrough. It stretched out its graceful body and swam towards them.
Why don't I teach Jiang Qinghan? I think the more I teach you, the worse you get.
Suzhou didn't like what he heard.
What kind of words were these?
Just when he was about to teach Mi Weiwei a lesson, two female staff members came in from the shore of the infinity pool, pushing a small cart and filling a small square table with food. It was afternoon tea, and you could tell it was carefully prepared, with scalloped caviar, tropical fruit platter, and a bagel platter.
Everyone, take a break. Yang Chuxia came ashore and greeted everyone. The four of them responded and went ashore and sat around the small table, each enjoying their exquisite afternoon tea.
Yang Chuxia suddenly said, "Suzhou, I didn't expect you to have such a good figure." Her words immediately drew the attention of the other three girls to Suzhou. They had already noticed that Suja had a good figure, but after Yang Chuxia mentioned it again, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. Mi Weiwei took a bite of cherries and a smug smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She thought that Suja's figure was not only good looking, but also very hard. I don't know why, but I felt a sense of superiority. Of course, Suja noticed the 4 direct gazes, and had the illusion of being a big sheep entering a flock.
Ha, do you want to feel it?
Suja also shook his strong chest muscles.
You, greasy.
Sui-san made an exaggerated expression of disgust.
Xiao Qinghan, you really got it right? Mi Weiwei suddenly exclaimed.
No one expected that Suja just said it casually, but Jiang Qinghan, like a little lamb, really took action and touched Suja's abdominal muscles with ravines. Seeing that everyone was looking at him in surprise, Jiang Qinghan realized that he had been rude. Suja's misbehavior in the swimming pool just now had disrupted his brain's normal functioning, so he was now confused.
No, sorry. I thought. Jiang Qinghan suddenly looked like a steamed crab.
As Suja's girlfriend, Mi Weiwei was naturally jealous when she saw the scene, but when she saw Jiang Qinghan's helpless look, she couldn't get excited about her at all. Frustrated, she could only glare at Su Zhao in dissatisfaction. Wait till my relatives leave and you'll be in trouble.
I don't believe it.
Su Zhao and Mi Weiwei communicated with each other invisibly through eye contact. Yang Chuxia played the role of glue, interrupting the slightly awkward atmosphere. Qinghan, how about I teach you how to swim later?
I'm very good at it. Okay.
Jiang Qinghan still wanted Suja to teach her, but she was not ignorant of the ways of the world.
I will definitely study hard. I'm the only one who can't swim. I'm really sorry for asking you to teach me. Jiang Qinghan said this apologetically. She hated the feeling of being a burden. Actually, I'm pretty good at it too. I promise I'll teach you until you learn it. Suja said at the right time. Oh my, you are really amazing.
You just saved someone after teaching them for so long, but you didn't make any progress and instead regressed.
How dare you say that?
Sui-san twisted her body and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Suja's head popped out a number when he heard this. This little golden-haired hermaphrodite is really an expert.
No, I'm just speaking the truth. Weiwei, am I right? Mi Weiwei and Sui-san stood on the united front. Come and compete? I'll give you 10 seconds. Come on. Yang Chuxia smiled and said, how about we compete together and Qinghan will be our referee? Agree. Chapter 120, Shrimp Head.
The infinity-heated swimming pool is not very large, with a length of 50 meters and a width of 30 meters. Suja's swimming skills are just average, all acquired from his training with his friends in the reservoir when he was a child in his previous life. In terms of skills alone, she may not be as good as Sui-san.
But he has a cheat.
His physical fitness enhanced by the super soldier serum has reached the limit of human level. Even if you give up 10 seconds, it won't be difficult to win by doing something miraculous.
Yang Chuxia, since it's a competition, there should be some prizes, otherwise it would be boring. How about this? Whoever loses will come back to school and treat everyone to a meal. Okay, but someone should keep their promise and give us 10 seconds, right?
Suja looked at Yin Yang master, golden hair, niece, and good brother Sui-san in silence and said unhappily, don't worry, I'll still torture you.
He. After afternoon tea, everyone took a break. Yang Chuxia looks a bit like a strong woman and has a strong competitive spirit.
After resting for a while, she did professional warm-up exercises.
Mi Weiwei warmed up by following Yang Chuxia's movements. Shanshan, aren't you going to warm up?
No need, I started learning to swim when I was 3 years old. Sui-san looked at Suja, who was half lying down and smoking, and thought that she, Sui-san, had never been inferior to others in her life.
Yang Chuxia shook her head. It was obvious that Sui-san was competing with Suja.
She didn't even know what had caused Sui-san and Suja to get into a fight. The first freestyle competition in the infinity pool officially begins.
The 4 contestants stood on the shore together.
At the command of the beautiful referee Jiang Qinghan, the 4 athletes jumped into the water like nimble fish.
That's not right. There is another athlete standing on the shore motionless.
Watching Yang Chuxia, Mi Weiwei and Sui-san's swimming postures on the shore, it can be seen that Sui-san and Yang Chuxia are indeed very good swimmers, with picturesque postures. They used the butterfly stroke at the beginning, and their white and glowing little buttocks rose and fell rhythmically. As for the beautiful girl Mi Weiwei, we won't talk about her skills.
We can only say that she can float and swim.
However, when they were almost halfway through the swim, the speed of the three of them slowed down significantly. After all, she is a girl with limited physical strength.
She can only try once and then be exhausted. However, none of the three gave up. Leaving aside Mi Weiwei, who didn't care whether she gave up or not, Yang Chuxia and Sui-san both gritted their teeth and persevered.
They were very close to each other. Sui-san had a slight lead, but it was difficult for her to create a certain distance between them. What followed was a physical tug of war. Yang Chuxia, who liked running, had relatively good physical strength. When she was about to reach the halfway point, Yang Chuxia had caught up with the distance she had fallen behind at the beginning and was on the verge of surpassing others.
Plop!
Suddenly, there was a loud bang of depth charges. Several people were attracted by the loud noise and turned to look, and found that it was Suja who fell into the water.
That's not right, it must be fake, right?
Yang Chuxia was very surprised at how fast Suja was. His hands and feet were like turbine engines, splashing huge amounts of water wherever he passed.
Abnormal.
Mi Weiwei, who was already a bit of a slacker, simply stopped at this moment, admiring her boyfriend's handsome appearance with stars in her eyes. The water droplets sparkled on his sculpted muscles, causing me to swallow uncontrollably.
Feel. Itchy. Sui-san was not at all attracted by male beauty.
She turned around decisively, gritted her teeth and sped up, overtaking the distracted Yang Chuxia and taking first place again.
Suja was very fast.
In the blink of an eye, he surpassed Mi Weiwei and was about to catch up with Yang Chuxia. This was still a deliberate slowdown, but Suja felt he could go even faster. After a while, when approaching the finish line, Suja also surpassed Yang Chuxia and was only half a body length behind Sui-san. At this time, Sui-san seemed to have changed her strategy and disappeared from the water, as if she had chosen to swim in a scuba dive.
Suja had plenty of stamina and reached the finish line in the blink of an eye. Looking back at the three women still in the water. 3 daughters? Etc. Why are there only 2?
After waiting for a few seconds, I saw a little splash of water at the place where Sui-san was diving.
Suja suddenly realized that something was wrong. Sui-san is in danger.
Suja suddenly dived into the water and swam towards Sui-san with all his strength. After entering the water, I opened my eyes and saw Sui-san struggling around.
Sure enough, he drowned.
Sui-san was struggling hard, but her movements were very stiff.
Suja instantly guessed what was going on. It must be because I didn't warm up before going into the water.
The intense exercise after entering the water caused cramps in my body. It is not an exaggeration to say that most people who drown are people who can swim. Even for people who can swim, it is very scary if they suddenly get cramps in the water. Even boys may not be able to save themselves, let alone Sui-san, a rich girl. Fortunately, Suja discovered it in time, swam to her side quickly, hugged Sui-san's body, and supported her head above the water. He found that there was nothing serious, and at most she just drank a few sips of water. When people are drowning, they feel very desperate and may even have a near-death experience at that moment.
Sui-san experienced this at that moment.
Her body was aching, she couldn't breathe, and she struggled in the water but couldn't grab anything.
I could only let my body sink. I won't drown in the pool, will I?
When Sui-san was in despair, many images emerged in her mind. Her mother who had become a star was smiling at her, and her father was secretly sad looking at her mother's photo.
Besides, Suja's figure? Then Sui-san felt that Suja's figure was getting closer and closer, and his expression seemed particularly anxious and nervous. And then,
Sui-san felt a strong force coming from her waist, lifting her to the surface of the water. The feeling of being able to breathe freely made Sui-san tremble all over. She subconsciously hugged Suja tightly. At this moment, her heart was filled with a huge sense of security.
Suja, you saved me again.
Sui-san's eyes were red, and she hugged Suja tighter, her body trembling slightly as she threw herself into his arms.
Suja felt relieved and relaxed.
Suddenly I thought to myself, that's right, both times it was because you wanted to compete with me that I almost met my death.
Well, we can't say that about her.
We should also thank Sui-san for giving us the opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty. The words of gratitude came to his lips. Little golden retriever, you are so lame.
You can't win even if I tell you to. This is twice. You. Sui-san took a deep breath, and her chest rose and fell. She thought Suja would say to her in a super gentle tone, don't be afraid, I'm here, but she didn't expect that what she got was ridicule. Wow! Shrimp head.